Chapter 84. Fortuitous luck. The two characters Ding Chou inscribed on the red paper struck like resounding slaps upon the faces of those surrounding Zhu Ping'an, his uncle, and others, who were quick to boast of their extensive experience. The sound echoed, leaving Zhu Shouren, his uncle, with a twitching mouth, staring blankly at the list, unable to divert his gaze, as if he wished to transform the characters into something else entirely. The other scholars displayed a similar shock, each one rattled by the revelation of Ding Chou. Cough, cough, perhaps there is an error with the list, murmured a dejected student, his eyes reddened, unable to fathom any plausible reason for Zhu Ping'an's presence on the first-class list. Maybe the grading was mistaken, suggested another student, unwilling to accept the outcome. In truth, their reluctance stemmed from an inability to reconcile their expectations with reality. The imperial examination was notoriously stringent. The county exam represented the most fundamental tier. While it was somewhat more lenient than the provincial and metropolitan tests, the grading process was meticulous. Strict anti-cheating regulations were in place, including the requirement for exam scripts to be copied anew to prevent any identifying marks or recognition by the examiners. The evaluators did not read the original papers. Rather, they relied on meticulously transcribed copies, checked by multiple individuals, ensuring that no errors, such as misidentified seat numbers, could occur. Each script underwent scrutiny by several examiners before results were published. Regardless, these individuals refused to attribute Zhu Ping'an's success to his own merit, instead attributing it to external factors. After a fervent discussion, they collectively concluded that Zhu Ping'an's ascension to the first-class list was merely a stroke of misfortune. He, the glutton who had been bitten by a snake and heard the cries of birds, had merely experienced fortuitous luck in this examination. Thus, in addition to being labeled as the glutton and the unfortunate one, Zhu Ping'an acquired yet another moniker, the boy of fortuitous luck. The 6 individuals who appeared on the second-class list remained relatively unscathed, while those who did not make the list regarded Zhu Ping'an with a mixture of envy and disdain. As if to say, it is not that we lack talent, but rather that fortune has eluded us. With a sigh of resignation, the unsuccessful scholars gathered their belongings and began their journey home. Zhu Shouren, too, lamented the whims of fate as he ambled back to the inn with the crowd. After decades of diligent study, he had only achieved the second-class list, while Zhu Ping'an, through sheer luck, had secured a place on the first-class list. Such was the caprice of destiny. However, fortune's favor was unlikely to persist. Zhu Ping'an's path in the imperial examinations would likely end here. Yes, indeed. That must be the case. Meanwhile, Zhu Ping'an, who had remained silent since the announcement, observed the departing figures of the crowd. Sighing at the overwhelming fortuity that seemed to accompany him, he slowly extended his right hand, as if attempting to call out to them. However, in the next moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Zhu Ping'an turned his palm upward, fingers aligned, with the middle finger unexpectedly extended, forming a gesture of the modern era that was utterly unknown in antiquity. At this juncture, the crowd dispersed, and the individuals before the list became sparse. Zhu Ping'an slowly strolled to the list, scrutinizing it closely. In this first county examination, over 1,300 participants were recorded. The B list featured more than 700 individuals, while the A list contained 50, alongside one individual at the top. The rankings on both the A and B lists were presented in a circular format, with Zhu Ping'an positioned at the very center of the A list's small circle. The individual at the top, marked with the seat number Jiazi, must certainly be someone seated ahead of him, positioned quite far away, thus having no impact on him whatsoever. Upon returning to the inn, the scholars in the lobby greeted Zhu Ping'an with a mocking tone, congratulating him on his success in the A list. Zhu Ping'an acknowledged each with a respectful nod, seemingly oblivious to their jests. True merit withstands the test of fire. Zhu Ping'an deemed it unworthy to engage in argument, finding it trivial. Moreover, these individuals likely awaited a debate, eager to elevate themselves at his expense. It is worth noting that the first round of the county examination was fundamentally a basic test. With 70% of participants achieving a ranking, there would be subsequent rounds awaiting, where only the most capable would endure the trials. Let them amuse themselves. When the final results emerged, they would not need to lift a finger. Their own faces would bear the evidence of their folly. It would be quite amusing to observe their expressions then. As the crowd beheld Zhu Ping'an's composed departure, their ridicule intensified, interpreting his calmness as a mark of shame, a retreat in disgrace. Look at him. He does not dare to argue. He must harbor guilt. What guilt? Perhaps he has some hidden misdeed, possibly having offered benefits to the county magistrate. Hush, Brother Wang, tread carefully. This impoverished glutton residing in a thatched hut possesses no resources to sway the esteemed magistrate. Known for his integrity, his success in this examination was mere fortune. Mark my words, he shall be brought down to earth in the next test. Indeed, fortune cannot last. Let us see how he fares in the next examination. The atmosphere in the lobby grew lively as the remaining scholars, either like Zhu Shouren, mere students, or those who had succeeded in the examination, imbibed some wine, their spirits elevated. Someone proposed a wager akin to those at the front of the list. Why not establish a betting pool to speculate on whether the fortunate boy from the thatched hut could secure a position in the next round? I shall wager 101 that he will not succeed. I will stake 2 taels of silver that he will fail. Ultimately, the betting pool could no longer be sustained as scholars throughout the inn placed their bets, all wagering against Zhu Ping'an's success. Thus, they exchanged knowing smiles. A sense of camaraderie and shared understanding enveloping them as they raised their cups in unison, toasting and drinking deeply. Unbeknownst to Zhu Ping'an, who had returned to his room, he had once again become the object of ridicule. He tidied his belongings and sat at his desk, opening the law texts and past rulings, basking in the sunlight streaming through the window, engrossed in his reading. The second examination, which assesses candidates' ability to discern right from wrong and to draft various administrative documents, reflects the earnest intentions of the esteemed Zhu in reforming the imperial examination system to select truly cultured, knowledgeable, and capable individuals for the nation. Unfortunately, the rigid structure of the 8-legged essay severely hinders the realization of this noble objective. As Zhu Ping'an diligently reviews legal statutes and precedents, he cannot help but mock the well-meaning efforts of his predecessor. Dreams may be grand, yet reality often proves to be stark. Had Zhu known that his system primarily produced mere pedants, he would surely weep in the stillness of midnight. Chapter 85. Do not cry anger. Stand up and fight during the examination period. Time seems to pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have elapsed. As noon approaches, the entirety of Huaining County basks in the warmth of the sun, the streets bustling with a cacophony of voices. In the distance, a simple-minded youth, surrounded by a throng, hastens towards the county office with a look of resignation. Quickly, honor. If we dawdle, we shall not secure a good position. Indeed, indeed. We are eager to witness your name atop the honor roll once more. As his uncle Zhu Shouren and others rally around the somewhat exasperated Zhu Ping'an, they tease him in a light-hearted manner, leaving him little time to respond. One jest follows another, as if an unrelenting torrent of banter. Do not fret, Ong. Even if this time proves unsuccessful, it matters not, for your previous success suffices for your triumphant return home. Laughter ensues, as the local scholars, invigorated as if by a stimulant, tug Zhu Ping'an along, singing and cheering as they make their way to the county office. Zhu Ping'an, wearing a look of resignation, observes his uncle and fellow townsmen, feeling as though he is caught in a whirlwind of urgency, reminiscent of the first announcement of results. Yet perhaps even more overwhelming this time, as the noise and excitement seem to reach new heights. Though the county office has yet to post the results of the second round of examinations, the crowd is a dense mass, seemingly larger than that of the first announcement. Look, Onger, it is your fault for indulging in food and losing track of time. Now we are left jostling at the outskirts. One companion complains, surveying the throng. Another chimes in, indeed, even if confidence wanes, one should not succumb to despair. How can one be daunted by a mere failed examination and refrain from attending? Among the students eager to see the results, the complaints about Zhu Ping'an's tardiness resonate, and they quickly join in the blame. Forgive us, I, on behalf of my nephew, extend my apologies to everyone. Zhu Shouren interjects, stepping forward like a benevolent elder, shielding his younger kin from the storm, graciously taking the blame upon himself. Zhu, you are truly a magnanimous elder. The crowd regards Zhu Shouren with admiration. Zhu Ping'an found himself at a loss for words. This morning, after finishing his discussions by the riverside, he returned along the path but encountered no delectable snacks. Consequently, he ordered a modest dish of braised pork and a bowl of rice porridge in the inn's lobby. Before he could take his first bite, however, his uncle and others insisted on dragging him to witness the announcement of the examination results. At that moment, there was still ample time before the results were to be revealed, and having just ordered his meal, he felt compelled to finish it rather than waste it. Once he completed his meal, They, as they had done previously, pulled him along. On one hand, he didn't wish to keep them waiting. On the other, the results had yet to be announced. Furthermore, having seen the lists before, he knew they were sufficiently large and the text legible from a distance. Their fuss was truly unwarranted. The individual responsible for setting the odds returned, and this time, Zhu Ping'an found his name inscribed in the book. The description of him read, "This lad, merely 13 years of age, hails from the village of Xia. On his journey here, he composed a poem at the Long Pavilion. Once bitten by a snake, I hear birds everywhere, outside the pavilion, beside the ancient path. A flock of egrets ascends to the azure sky. He currently resides in a certain inn's firewood room, fond of food and slumber. Having obtained a top position in the county's preliminary examination, though reliable reports suggest he merely stumbled upon good fortune. The odds were open, indicating he could either achieve a passing mark or fail spectacularly. When Uncle Zhu Shouren saw this, his eyes gleamed, and he rummaged through his sleeves, producing a small amount of silver to wager on Zhu Ping'an's failure. Fellow scholars and townsfolk laughed, suggesting they were merely seeking good luck, and they too placed their coins on Zhu Ping'an's failure, contributing no less than 100 coins each. Under their influence, those who had previously been hesitant soon followed suit, placing their wagers on Zhu Ping'an's failure. After being bitten by a snake and hearing birds, how could one not feel lucky? If he were to succeed again, would that not be akin to the sun rising in the west? The odds setter, witnessing this, promptly lowered the odds on failure by threefold to stabilize the situation. "Young master, come place your bet," they exclaimed, sensing the camaraderie. "Ah, but what a pity. I was intending to wager on the passing mark." Zhu Ping'an replied with a shake of his head, his demeanor unruffled. The odds setter, noticing Zhu Ping'an's intention to bet on the passing mark, felt a surge of relief. Grateful that someone had chosen to wager on success, ensuring he would not suffer a total loss. Although the betting was to be halted, the odds setter, feeling an inexplicable connection, decided to make an exception. "Thank you. 3 taels on the passing mark," Zhu Ping'an said, placing a small ingot of silver on the betting table for the passing mark, and bowed in gratitude. "Ah, my boy, how can you explain this to your uncle?" Zhu Shouren lamented, shaking his head at Zhu Ping'an's wager on the top mark, sighing over the family's misfortune. Others, too, mocked Zhu Ping'an, claiming he was merely putting on a brave face. At that moment, the sound of a gong resonated, and the minor official responsible for posting the examination results approached, surrounded by a throng of attendants. The crowd erupted in a clamor, their eyes fixated on the official, silently urging him to affix the list without delay. True to their anticipation, the notice was soon displayed. As the results were unveiled, the expressions of the onlookers varied widely, ranging from elation to despair, with some lamenting vocally and weeping profusely. The absence of the names Ding and Chou led fellow villagers to scrutinize the list for an extended period, their faces lighting up with joy. "Indeed, 5 taels of silver have found their way into my possession," one exclaimed. For those who had wagered on Zhu Ping'an's failure could now rejoice at the prospect of earning an equal sum. Yet, a voice of caution emerged from Zhu Shouren, the elder, who, with a composed demeanor, reminded the crowd not to repeat past mistakes, urging them to learn from previous experiences. Zhu Ping'an attempted to address the gathering, but his words were interrupted. "Do not be disheartened. Let us await the results of the first list," a companion consoled him, yet Zhu Ping'an appeared resigned. After a brief interval, another gong sounded, heralding the arrival of a different official with the next set of results. Zhu Shouren and the others scrutinized the list meticulously, repeatedly examining it until one could no longer suppress a grin, exclaiming, "Did you see? Ding and Chou are absent." With that proclamation, the atmosphere surged with jubilation. Zhu Shouren nodded in agreement. The absence of Ding and Chou from both the second list and the first indicated that Zhu Ping'an had indeed failed. "I made a wish in the temple, and after waiting day after day, it has finally come to pass," he reflected. Although among the 6 compatriots who participated in the second examination, 3 also faced failure, Zhu Ping'an's misfortune was particularly poignant, as they at least had silver to show for their efforts, while he not only failed but also lost his family's fortune. "Do not mourn, dear Ping'an. At least we have gained experience this time," they reassured him. "Indeed, do not weep, for I shall cover your travel expenses home," another added. "Do not cry, dear one. Your uncle is here." Zhu Shouren and the others encircled him, offering comfort, with some advising him on the lessons learned and others promising to fund his return journey, embodying the benevolent elder's role. Ultimately, Their words coalesced into a singular message. Do not cry, dear Ping'an, rise and persevere. The sentiment was palpable. Yet the laughter of the crowd was inexplicable. In that moment, Zhu Shouren and his companions reveled in a sense of superiority over Zhu Ping'an, their spirits soaring. Just as the atmosphere brimmed with collective joy, a timid voice interjected. Ahem, my seat number for this examination is Jiaxiu. Jiaxiu? Wait a moment. The crowd looked up, and the name Jiaxiu on the first list seemed to shine ominously, as if it had transformed into two resounding slaps. Listen, the sound of a heart breaking. People clutched their chests, unable to believe their eyes as they gazed down at the foolish young lad surrounded by the crowd. Heartache and pain. How could you not inform us sooner about the change in your seat number? Today's internet connection issues delayed my access. My sincerest apologies. I am profoundly grateful to the reader Zhou Yaotong for the reminder regarding the heavenly stems and earthly branches mentioned in the text. Chapter 86. Zhu Ping'an by the River Young Master. Your discerning eye has won you 30 taels of silver, declared the man who opened the betting as he navigated through the throng, approaching Zhu Ping'an to present him with tenfold of his wager. Much obliged, Zhu Ping'an replied, accepting the pouch of coins with a respectful gesture. The wager was contained within a small bag, composed of the scattered silver from various bets, totaling 30 taels. I am unworthy of such praise. Your keen insight is truly admirable. May I inquire your name, young master? The man slightly shifted, unwilling to accept Zhu Ping'an's courtesy. Regardless of whether this young master's bet stemmed from keen judgment or sheer audacity, it was evident that this seemingly naive youth possessed an immeasurable future. I dare not claim any fame. I am merely Zhu Ping'an by the river, he said, weighing the pouch of coins as he spoke casually. The betting man was taken aback, never anticipating that the seemingly simple lad before him was the very individual he had heard tales of, the one marked by extraordinary fortune, bitten by a snake and yet thriving. This revelation was utterly incongruous. So you are indeed Zhu Ping'an, he muttered, pausing for a moment before performing a deep bow. I hope you will forgive any offense recorded in the texts. Zhu Ping'an tucked the pouch into his bosom, looked up at him, and smiled earnestly. How could that be? I should be the one expressing gratitude. Thanks to your good fortune, I now have the means for the provincial examination. Such generosity from you is truly remarkable. The betting man expressed his gratitude once more before departing. At that moment, Zhu Shouren, Zhu Ping'an's uncle, finally began to grasp the reality of Zhu Ping'an's consecutive triumphs in the top examination. Yet, he was filled with a tumult of emotions, unable to articulate his feelings. This reality was far too difficult for them to accept. Zhu Ping'an was merely 13 years old, having consumed less rice than they had salt. If his first success could be attributed to sheer luck, how then could one comprehend this second stroke of fortune? Such serendipity in the imperial examination was a rarity indeed. It was unfathomable that one who indulged in feasting and slumber during the examination could achieve success not once, but twice. Congratulations, Nguer. We have been remiss in our assumptions. The individual who failed to pass this time seemed to have matured from the setback, shedding his earlier frivolity and adopting a more composed demeanor. He regarded Zhu Ping'an with newfound respect, realizing that luck could not strike twice without a measure of genuine talent. Thus, he offered his sincere congratulations to Zhu Ping'an for his remarkable achievement once again. Not at all. It was merely luck, Zhu Ping'an replied graciously, embodying the virtue of humility and providing an opportunity for others to save face. However, not everyone shares this sentiment. The other three esteemed individuals, including Uncle Zhu Shouren, firmly believe that Zhu Ping'an may have once again stumbled upon good fortune, perhaps merely encountering the original questions by chance. Much like a bull that, having collided with a wall, refuses to turn back. In this instance, Ping'an fortuitously secured a modest gain, retaining 20 taels for his own expenses while the remaining 10 taels likely served as stakes for his companions, which they each reclaimed. Zhu Ping'an, having won 30 taels, kept 20 for himself and intended to return the remaining 10 to Uncle Zhu Shouren and the others. This act was not born from an overabundance of generosity, nor was it a grand display of virtue, but rather a response dictated by circumstance. On one hand, considering the nature of luck-based gains, having wagered 3 taels to win 30, retaining 20 was already quite sufficient. One must not be overly greedy. On the other hand, this is indeed an ancient era that values benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness. Rendering kindness in return for grievances could earn one a commendable reputation, a worthy endeavor indeed. As for Uncle Zhu Shouren and his companions, one might recall the tales of Duke Zheng of the spring and autumn period. Sometimes, indulgence serves as a strategy. Upon Zhu Ping'an's declaration, Uncle Zhu Shouren promptly responded, collecting the 10 taels and distributing them according to each person's wager, ultimately retaining half a tael for himself, discreetly concealing it within his sleeve. This time, a total of over 500 individuals were recognized across both the A and B lists. Those who succeeded in their endeavors returned to the inn with great delight, preparing for the next examination, while those who did not fare well returned home in despair. Only Zhu Ping'an remained unperturbed, his demeanor unchanged. Recently, we, in our ignorance, failed to recognize true merit. We hope you, brethren, will not hold it against us, as we must now return home. Following Zhu Ping'an's earlier gesture of returning their stakes, the unsuccessful scholars harbored a newfound respect for him. Before departing for their homes, 3 of these scholars made a point to visit Zhu Ping'an's room to bid him farewell with deep bows. How could I have? Perhaps my own performance was lacking, Zhu Ping'an remarked, setting aside his book and rising to return their courtesies. Brethren, do you have any messages we could convey back to your family? Asked one of the unsuccessful scholars kindly. Yes, I would appreciate it. Please inform my parents that I am well and that I have sufficient funds for my examination expenses, so they need not worry, Zhu Ping'an replied without hesitation, asking them to convey that the family savings should be reserved for his elder brother's marriage, relieving them of concern for him. You are truly kind, brethren, praised the unsuccessful scholar. Just before their departure, one scholar gazed at the 4 books and 5 classics spread across Zhu Ping'an's desk, along with the repeatedly used rice paper, and remarked wistfully, "We are but a leaf obstructing our view of Mount Tai. Your diligence far surpasses our own. My talents are limited, thus I must strive even harder. For learning is like a bow, and talent is akin to an arrowhead." Zhu Ping'an shrugged lightly and casually responded, "Little did I expect that my words would illuminate the eyes of the unsuccessful scholars, who repeated in admiration, 'Learning is like a bow, and talent is like an arrowhead.' What a splendid phrase, brother, and is truly gifted." As Zhu Ping'an observed the admiring expressions of the 3 unsuccessful candidates, he belatedly realized that he had inadvertently recited a famous line from Yuan Mei of the Qing dynasty. However, once the words were uttered, they could not be retracted. So he could only explain, "These are not my words. I merely relay what I have heard." It remains uncertain how much of his explanation the 3 candidates believed, as Zhu Ping'an could not discern their faith as they took their leave. After bidding farewell to the candidates, Zhu Ping'an returned to his room to continue his studies. Delving into Zhu Shi's annotations on the 4 books proved to be quite a mental challenge. Some of the comments likely stemmed from Zhu Shi's sudden insights during moments of solitude, while others seemed to be the product of his ponderings over a particular phrase for days on end. Often, had he not recorded these thoughts, he might have struggled to comprehend them himself, let alone others. This led to the unfortunate reality where diligent scholars, while earnestly studying Zhu Shi's interpretations, simultaneously expressed their frustrations towards him in various colorful ways. Nevertheless, despite the intellectual strain, if one aimed to succeed in the imperial examinations, they had no choice but to calmly and diligently engage with the texts, as Zhu Shi's works served as essential reference material for the examinations. Sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping Zhu Ping'an in a golden hue and casting a shadow of a book in hand upon the floor and walls. Chapter 87. The inner chamber's commotion. The warm sunlight lazily crept through the window, filtering through the purple gauze, infusing the room with a fragrant ambience. The chamber, reflective of a young girl's tender emotions, appeared even cozier and more vibrant under the sun's embrace. With rosy drapery and fragrant sandalwood, the elegant embroidered bed was adorned with cloud-patterned silk. A young maiden reclined languidly on the embroidered bed, holding a delicate scroll inscribed with the title Demigods and Semi-Devils. Engrossed in her reading, though still youthful and innocent, her beauty was already striking, and when she fully blossomed, it seemed that only women or those of an alternative persuasion would remain unaffected by her allure. Miss, I heard that the villain was robbed on his way to the examination." A voice, tinged with either tension or excitement, came from outside the door, followed by a plump maid with twin buns and a cherubic face, who hurriedly scurried into the room. The young maiden, who had been savoring her reading, was interrupted by the maid's exuberance and expressed her displeasure, reclining further against the bed while beckoning the maid with a playful finger. The maid scampered over. Her round cheeks flushed. "Did you not see that I was reading?" The young lady propped herself up, rolling up the scroll and playfully tapping the maid's head with it. "Ouch!" The maid, rubbing her forehead, pouted in feigned grievance. This pair, the young lady Li Shu, daughter of the affluent Li family from Shanghe village, and her devoted maid Huar, were indeed a sight to behold. "Now, tell me, what is all this commotion about?" Li Shu asked with a slight furrow in her brow, her large, expressive eyes rolling in exasperation. The maid, lowering her hands from her forehead, spoke in a nervous whisper, "Miss, I just overheard someone outside saying that the villain was robbed on his way to the examination. It seems that everyone heading there was completely stripped of their belongings. Enough of that. Do not be deceived by his seemingly foolish exterior. In truth, he is as cunning as a fox. Who could possibly rob him?" Li Shu spoke as if a thought had struck her, biting her pearly teeth, her small red lips contrasting sharply with their whiteness, revealing a hint of emotion. "Indeed, it is said that they have been thoroughly plundered," declared the bun maid, Hua, with unwavering conviction. "And what of it?" Li Shu adjusted her sleeves, appearing utterly unconcerned. "They have been completely taken. Do you think that vile man will suffer from hunger and cold?" The bun maid puffed her cheeks, her small face flushed, uncertain whether out of anxiety or excitement. "How could that be?" Li Shu, with an inexplicable confidence, curled her lips dismissively at the maid's unease. "How could it not be? Everything has been taken from him." Hua empathized as though the loss were her own. Li Shu cast a languid glance at the young maid, half teasing, half amused, remarked, "That scoundrel might very well resort to begging to take his exams. I can only imagine how unsightly his begging would be. Perhaps some sympathetic soul might grant him a mere 20 taels of silver." Upon hearing this, the bun maid's eyes briefly sparkled before dimming again. Pouting, she retorted, "Who would be so kind as to give him 20 taels? That could sustain an ordinary family for an entire year. Why are you so concerned about him? When he returns, shall I betroth you to him?" A playful smile curled at the corners of Li Shu's mouth. The moment these words were uttered, the bun maid's round face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. "Ah, miss, you are teasing me again. I would never marry that scoundrel." The bun maid's face drooped almost to her chest, akin to an ostrich burying its head in the sand. "I'm merely jesting. But I see that you are in the throes of youthful infatuation," Li Shu teased, lifting the maid's chin with a rolled-up book. The young maid puffed her cheeks in protest. The bun maid felt her face burn with embarrassment, unable to lift her head, when suddenly an idea struck her. Her eyes brightened, and with newfound audacity, she retorted, "But I am your personal maid, and the lady said I must accompany you in marriage. Whoever you wed, I shall follow. If, perchance, you were to betroth me to that scoundrel, wouldn't that mean you would have to marry him first for me to accompany him?" The maid's words left Li Shu feeling both flustered and indignant. She snatched the book from beneath the maid's chin and playfully rapped her forehead 3 times, scolding, "You little rascal, are you mad? Who would marry that pitiful scoundrel? My husband must be the finest man in the world, at the very least a top scholar. And that wretched man wouldn't even be worthy to carry my husband's shoes." The playful banter, accompanied by the bun maid's apologies, enlivened the entire chamber. As the room settled into silence once more, the girl, clad in her pink robe, loosened her collar slightly, revealing a glimpse of dazzling white skin. Her rosy cheeks accentuated with a touch of color, her breathless sigh adding an alluring charm to her demeanor. But, what if that scoundrel? At that moment, the maid, clutching her forehead, muttered something unintelligible, shattering the serene quiet. What if what? Li Shu glared with her almond-shaped eyes. What if that scoundrel also became a top scholar? The maidservant, Bao, whispered and then widened her eyes as she gazed at her young mistress. However, what she beheld was merely a scroll rapidly enlarging before her. What if indeed? Do you think becoming a top scholar is as easy as picking vegetables? Those impoverished miscreants could study for 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 years without the slightest chance of success. It is utterly impossible. Akin to the sun rising in the west, such wretches could never ascend to the top ranks. The young lady, Li Shu, upon hearing the maid's murmurs, erupted once more. With her delicate hands, she rolled up the scroll and brought it crashing down upon the maid's forehead. "Mistress, that hurts. I was merely speaking of a possibility." The maid, Huar, pouted in grievance. "There is no possibility. None whatsoever. Gluttonous, shameless, spineless frogs can only lurk in murky waters. How could they ever hope to succeed? Li Shu, in a fit of temper, voiced her frustrations, yet her large, shimmering eyes betrayed her as they shimmered with ripples of doubt. What if that wretch did succeed? How could it be? That would be a frog, a foul frog, a destitute frog, a wicked frog. No matter how much it leaps, it remains a frog. A frog is not a carp. Even if it leaps over the Dragon Gate, it is still a frog. Far away in Huaining County, Zhu Ping'an inexplicably sneezed several times in succession. Rubbing his nose and gazing at the warm sun, he felt perplexed. How could he sneeze repeatedly when the weather was fine and he felt well? Strange indeed. Chapter 88. The Many Faces After Drinking After More Than 10 Days. The county examination finally drew to a close. In this most fundamental of assessments, the majority of students met with failure. Out of over 1,000 candidates, only a little over 100 emerged victorious. Zhu Ping'an's name consistently graced the top list, from the first announcement to the last. He vividly remembered the stunned expressions of his uncle, Zhu Shouren, and others when the final results came in. Had it not been for the fact that 3 of their fellow townsfolk also passed, they might have raised a ruckus with the county magistrate. Even so, they continued to bemoan the magistrate's unfairness, lamenting that despite their extensive studies, they only achieved the secondary list, while Zhu Ping'an, the glutton who had been bitten by a snake, topped the primary list. With the results announced, only those who had achieved high rankings remained in the inn, as the county examination did not hold a celebratory feast. Thus, they began to celebrate amongst themselves within the inn. The atmosphere was filled with poetry and wine. As the scholars reveled, drinking and singing, reminiscent of the days after our own college entrance examinations, Uncle Zhu Shouren and a few fellow townsmen gathered around a table, celebrating the success of the 3 of them, and in their drunken state, they discussed their plans to depart for the prefecture the following day. Zhu Ping'an sat alone at a table by the window in the hall, subtly ostracized by the crowd. No one believed in his scholarly abilities to pass the county examination, and though they were repeatedly proven wrong each time the results were announced, they remained obstinately adherent to their opinions. Such is the nature of literary men, I suppose. The provincial examination would take place in April, and as it was already the end of February, there was no time to return home. At this moment, Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but yearn for his family, his dull father, his fiercely protective mother, his simple-minded elder brother, and even the family's prized black ox. The inn was permeated with the aroma of wine, and the once dignified scholars, who had been so concerned with their image, now cast aside their pretenses. They drunkenly rolled up their sleeves, eagerly engaging in a contest of libation. Come, come, our illustrious talent, let us drink from this cup together. A swaying compatriot approached, brandishing a jug of wine, and without further ado, poured a cup for Zhu Ping'an. Zhu raised his gaze at him, yet before he could utter a word, the man, with a slurred tongue, continued, "If you refuse this drink, it signifies your disdain for me." Zhu Ping'an found himself wanting to retort, "Why should I hold you in high regard?" But such words could not escape his lips with so many eyes upon him. No matter how cunning one might be, such tactics held little sway in the presence of these inebriated revelers. Uncle Zhu Shouren and other villagers approached, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent. Resigned, Zhu Ping'an lifted his cup and downed the contents in one gulp, while he could have discreetly spilled the wine onto his sleeve during the act of wiping his mouth. The thought of his mother, Chun, having painstakingly stitched the garments, stayed his hand. The shrine to the mountain deity had been a matter of necessity. Here, he would simply endure a bout of drunkenness. Upon witnessing Zhu Ping'an empty his cup, the onlookers descended upon him like wolves scenting blood. Driven by jealousy and a desire for revenge, intent on rendering him thoroughly intoxicated and exposing him to embarrassment. It mattered not that the wine of the Ming dynasty was of low potency. Faced with such a multitude pouring drink after drink, even the stoutest would falter. Moreover, being merely 13 years of age, his capacity for alcohol was limited. Zhu Ping'an was not one to cling to pride. As the crowd pressed in, he felt a dull throb in his head, and, to avoid becoming a mere puddle of drunkenness, he pretended to succumb to intoxication, resting his head upon the table. Such is his poor capacity for drink, unworthy of being called a man. The fellow scholars mocked as they departed, their spirits dampened, turning to pair off and drink amongst themselves, ultimately leading to a scene of drunken debauchery, with each displaying their own ridiculousness. Some emulated ancient scholars, boasting of their literary pursuits. Others, with slurred speech, shamelessly claimed to possess a third of the world's talents, and a few, resembling triumphant scholars, offered nonsensical remarks, attributing their success to the emperor's wise guidance, as if they had triumphed in the imperial examination. Of course, there were those who, emboldened by drink, spoke their truths, lamenting the county magistrate's lack of discernment in appointing a glutton bitten by a snake, oblivious to their own vast knowledge. Truly, they were foolish indeed. The innkeeper and his staff worried over the drunken scholars, for these were individuals who had passed the county examination, and it was uncertain which among them might one day achieve the rank of scholar or even higher. They dared not dampen their spirits, opting instead to observe the revelry as it unfolded, with the floor littered with the remnants of their excess. "Prepare a barrel of hot water," a voice called out, startling the troubled innkeeper and his assistant. Was that not the young lad who had been thoroughly intoxicated from the beginning? Now he appeared unaffected, leaving behind a handful of coins for his meal on the table. The city of Fuqing is distinct from that of the county town. To travel from Huaining County to Anqing Prefecture, one must traverse 2 counties. Early the next morning, Uncle Zhu Shouren and his companions hired 2 horse-drawn carriages in preparation for their departure. Just before setting off, Uncle visited Zhu Ping'an's woodshed, merely standing at the threshold without entering, fearing that the shed might bring him ill fortune in his examinations. "Zhir, have you prepared your belongings? We are about to embark," Uncle Zhu Shouren inquired. "Please, Uncle, wait a moment," Zhu Ping'an replied while gathering his things. "Would you care for some tea?" Uncle Zhu Shouren naturally declined, jesting. "The woodshed is mere kindling. How could I enter?" "Zhir, the cost for the carriages must be shared among us. The journey is long, and each person needs half a tael of silver," Uncle Zhu Shouren stated as Zhu Ping'an emerged from the woodshed, carrying his pack. Zhu Ping'an glanced at Uncle Zhu Shouren and, maintaining his composure, remarked, "I heard yesterday that you spoke with the other uncles about bargaining with the drivers, suggesting that they could lower the fare by 101. Perhaps Zhir misheard." At that moment, Uncle Zhu Shouren seemed to awaken from a drunken stupor, exclaiming with a sigh, "I forgot about that after my revelry yesterday." He displayed no embarrassment whatsoever, his demeanor completely unperturbed. Zhu Ping'an refrained from expressing anything further, having already prepared 401 to hand over to Uncle, thanking him for his efforts in arranging the carriages. 7 individuals crowded into the 2 carriages, which, while not overly cramped, rendered the journey rather dull. The confined space echoed only with the lofty musings of Uncle and his companions. The carriages moved intermittently, and whenever they beheld the mountains and rivers, inspiration struck them, prompting them to dismount and compose a few verses that lacked sophistication, exchanging flattery until satisfied, thus consuming considerable time. They traveled by day and sought lodging by night, whether in inns, temples, or farmhouses. Though they encountered some minor setbacks, they were not significant, and after 5 days of starts and stops, they finally arrived at Anqing Prefecture. Chapter 89. The Surprising Poetry Gathering, Part 1. Anqing Prefecture exudes an extraordinary grandeur, akin to a tiger resting in the plains. The imposing gate tower resembles a tiger's maw, ready to engulf any passerby or vehicle. If Huaining County boasts prosperity, Anqing Prefecture thrives in vibrant chaos. Even at night, the city pulsates with life, its night market bustling with crowds as thick as the stars, resembling a city that never sleeps. One could scarcely imagine such splendor existing in this era without experiencing it firsthand. This is merely a county town, with provincial capitals and the imperial city above it, leaving one to ponder the extent of grandeur beneath the emperor's feet. Certainly, this antiquated splendor contrasts with modernity, yet it resonates with a more profound awe. The provincial examination takes place in Anqing Prefecture, gathering scholars from various counties who have passed their local trials. As the geographical expanse widens, the petty rivalries among literati become evident. They disregard the notion that there is no first in literature nor second in martial arts, forming cliques among themselves and looking down upon scholars from other counties and towns, engaging in both overt and covert competitions. Zhu Ping'an, who ranked 50 on the Huaining County's top list, found himself the subject of particular attention from scholars from other counties and towns. Thus, the poem about the snake bite and the chirping birds, along with the behavior of having lunch and taking a nap during exams, as well as residing in a thatched cottage, was all dredged up. Subsequently, the scholars from other counties became exuberant, akin to having consumed half a gin of strong liquor. They laughed heartily, declaring that even those who could not compose poetry and who indulged in eating and drinking during examinations could attain the top ranks in Huaining County. In our county, however, not even the first round of exams would be within reach. The standards of Huaining County seemed to be rather low. Was this not a target bestowed upon us by the heavens? With the limited number of spots available for passing the provincial examinations in the entire Anqing Prefecture, if Huaining County's reputation suffered, the governor would surely take that into consideration, thus granting us more opportunities in other counties. Consequently, eager scholars from other regions sought to gather more information about Zhu Ping'an, including his appearance and preferences, waiting for the chance to expose Huaining County to potential disgrace. Efforts do not go unrewarded. Merely 5 days after Zhu Ping'an settled in Anqing, while he was being escorted by his uncle and several fellow villagers to a restaurant to meet one of his uncle's friends, he was unexpectedly confronted by scholars from other counties. His uncle's friend was an acquaintance from the county, the same mentor who had once taught at the county school. This friend had also passed the county and provincial exams to become a student, yet he had repeatedly failed the academy trials. As students were exempt from the county and provincial trials, he had been enjoying his time in Anqing, awaiting the opportunity to attend the provincial academy exams. The restaurant, known as the Jingxian Building, was renowned in Anqing, situated in a prime location, grand in scale, and lavishly decorated. Inside, exquisite furnishings adorned the establishment, with elegantly dressed maidens and bustling attendants welcoming guests ascending the stairs. However, as Zhu Ping'an entered Jingxian Building with his uncle and others, he was met with a chorus of surprised cheers and was promptly blocked by several young scholars from other counties. "Isn't that a few distinguished talents from Huaining County?" one exclaimed. "Just as we, the students from Taihu and Wangjiang counties, are engaged in a poetic gathering, how fortunate we are to encounter you Huaining individuals." Akin to a much-needed rain after a long drought, several young scholars, holding folding fans and dressed in remarkable attire, obstructed Zhu Ping'an and his companions' paths, ushering them upstairs without hesitation. While the ground floor bustled with earthly affairs, the upper floor was a realm of divine pleasure. As Zhu Ping'an ascended the stairs, he chanced upon a songstress performing a graceful dance, her movements as light as a swallow, her sleeves fluttering like the flowing water. Her dance, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, stirred something within him, igniting a newfound yearning. This spectacle, so different from modern performances, captivated Zhu Ping'an, prompting him to gaze a moment longer. Yet, to the watchful eyes of the schemers, he appeared to be a rustic from a remote mountain village, dazzled by the mere sight of a songstress, unworthy of such lofty gatherings. Indeed, their observations were entirely accurate, as other scholars from different counties exchanged knowing smiles. "Ahem. We have come to meet friends this time. Let us gather again for the next poetry event." Uncle Zhu Shouren observed the gathering of scholars from various counties on the upper floor, seated at 7 or 8 tables, and sensed an underlying dissonance. He delicately declined their advances. A scholarly youth from Jiangning, with a flair for socializing, chuckled and declared, "We gather here as friends, united by poetry. Where are your friends? Let us summon them as well." The other scholars at the table encircled Zhu Ping'an and his companions, pulling them toward the center of a large table with unrestrained enthusiasm, as though they were reuniting with long-lost relatives, especially casting curious glances at Zhu Ping'an, as if he were a rare treasure. Uncle Zhu's friend was enthusiastically ushered out from a private room. The scholars from other counties eagerly welcomed more company, relishing the idea of amplifying the spectacle and drawing even greater attention from the officials. This friend of Uncle Zhu was a corpulent man with small, squinting eyes, appearing to embody the consequences of indulgence. After exchanging pleasantries, he seated himself beside Uncle Zhu and engaged in hushed conversations, casting furtive glances at Zhu Ping'an. It soon became evident that Uncle Zhu and his compatriots wore expressions of discomfort, their gazes toward Zhu Ping'an tinged with reproach and discontent, revealing their awareness of the true intentions of the visiting scholars. In the face of adversity, Zhu Ping'an maintained his composure, nonchalantly attending to a plate of drunken crabs before him. Having long been enamored by the tantalizing portrayals of drunken crabs from Shanghai, he found it impossible to resist the temptation now laid before him. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, he was quite the glutton. The other scholars from various counties cast sidelong glances at his unrefined manner of devouring 2 large crabs in rapid succession. While Uncle Zhu and his associates sought to distance themselves from Zhu Ping'an, their faces flushed with embarrassment. The poetry gathering at the Jingxian Tower had been meticulously organized by scholars from Tongqing, Taihu, and Guangjiang counties, not specifically aimed at embarrassing Zhu Ping'an and his fellow scholars from Huaining. Initially intended as a means to foster camaraderie before confronting the Huaining students, the arrival of Zhu Ping'an and his companions was serendipitous. Upon hearing of their approach, the other scholars conspired to seize the opportunity to orchestrate a grand spectacle. Some positioned themselves downstairs to intercept Zhu Ping'an, ensuring he would not merely pass by. Others went to summon additional attendees, believing that shared enjoyment would enhance the experience. There were also those who leveraged personal connections to invite esteemed figures from the county, hoping their presence would lend credence to the event. As the messengers had yet to return, the scholars from other counties restrained their impulses, biding their time to unleash a formidable onslaught on Zhu Ping'an and his companions once the assembly was complete. Thus, the atmosphere remained jovial and engaging, characterized as a warm-up to the proceedings. Amidst the revelry, a tension simmered beneath the surface. Chapter 90, The Poetry Gathering at Jingxian Tower, Part 2. Though the crab meat was delectable, moderation was advised. As Zhu Ping'an finished savoring 2 crabs and was preparing to indulge in roast goose, the attendees rose in unison to greet the newcomer. The scholars from counties such as Taihu and Guangjiang were elated upon recognizing the arrival of the esteemed Zhou Shouren, the head of the provincial academy in Anqing. Zhou Shouren was renowned for his integrity and righteousness, which promised an intriguing spectacle. Zhu Shouren, the elder uncle of Zhu Ping'an, and others felt a mix of excitement and apprehension at the sight of Zhou Shouren. The position of the county academy head was not merely that of a principal in contemporary terms. It was akin to an official overseeing education during the Ming dynasty. The excitement stemmed from the hope of making a positive impression before the esteemed scholar, potentially earning recognition that could facilitate success in the forthcoming imperial examinations. However, the apprehension arose from the awareness that the scholars from other counties had ulterior motives, seeking to undermine their own Huaining county. Zhu Ping'an, in particular, was bound to face numerous challenges and ridicule from the scholars of other counties. If he faltered, it was not merely a possibility. Failure was almost a certainty, and the extent of his embarrassment remained to be seen. It was feared that his previous poetic endeavor, inspired by a snake bite and the sound of birds, might be his pinnacle. Zhou Shouren, known for his unwavering principles, was likely to scrutinize Huaining County's examination results. Should this matter escalate to the provincial governor, or even the educational officials of Nanzili, the repercussions would be dire, jeopardizing not only Huaining's prospects in the provincial examinations, but also their standing in the academy's assessments. Zhu Shouren and his companions harbored a growing sense of resentment towards Zhu Ping'an. A multitude of individuals arrived, led by Zhou Shouren, followed by esteemed figures such as the venerable Li Lao and Zhao Lao, who were recognized scholars in the county, holding reputations that rivaled that of Zhou Shouren. Their intention had been to enjoy tea together and discuss the upcoming provincial examinations. However, upon hearing about the impending poetry gathering at the Jingxian Tower and the mockery directed at a gluttonous youth from Huaining who had the audacity to feast and nap during the examinations yet still achieved top honors, Zhou Shouren's ire was ignited. If not for the intervention of Li Lao and Zhao Lao, he would have immediately sought an audience with the provincial governor to report Huaining's examination conduct. After regaining his composure, Zhou Shouren learned that the aforementioned gluttonous youth was attending the poetry gathering, prompting a shift in his direction alongside Li Lao and Zhao Lao. They abandoned their tea plans and headed straight to the event. He was determined to expose this charlatan, this pretender who muddied the waters, and to ensure that such an incompetent individual was expelled from the examination process, while also urging the provincial governor to hold Huaining's officials accountable for their negligence. With righteous indignation and unyielding integrity, Zhou Shouren ascended the stairs. Following him and the esteemed Li Lao and Zhao Lao were several scholars who had caught wind of the event, and then came the scholars from other counties, including a few of notable reputation. They fulfilled their duty with honor. The scholars who ascended the stairs greeted their counterparts waiting below with respectful gestures. The scholars from other counties, filled with joy, playfully punched the shoulders of their esteemed peers, exclaiming in exuberance that their performance exceeded all expectations, a dreamlike achievement indeed. As the attendees exchanged knowing smiles, they gradually took their seats. The upper floor had been redecorated, in addition to the elegant adornments. The arrangement of the tables had been thoughtfully reorganized, with the scholars seated on one side and the esteemed figures such as Zhou Shouren, Li Lao, and Zhao Lao on the opposite side. With everyone settled, the Jingxian Poetry Conference officially commenced. Sumptuous delicacies and fine wines were served by elegantly attired maidens and attendants. And the entertainment had also been elevated to a new level, with stunning beauties, shy yet alluring, performing captivating songs and dances. With the presence of Zhou Shouren and the venerable Li and Zhao, the scholars from other counties were no longer solely intent on embarrassing, whining Zhu Ping'an. They aspired to make a favorable impression in front of these dignitaries, hoping to ride the coattails of their influence to achieve their own aspirations. Though they had come to question his actions, the gathering of scholars eased Zhou Shouren's impatience. After all, the inept were present and could not escape, providing an opportunity to observe the caliber of these young students. As the music played, the songstresses slowed their dance, and sheets of pristine rice paper circulated among the tables, each person equipped with brushes and ink, ready to compose poetry inspired by their muses. The melodious voices of the songstresses softly recited the works of the scholars, while Li and others occasionally offered critiques, bringing joy to those whose works were discussed as they graciously expressed their gratitude. At times, talented individuals bravely requested critiques from Zhou Shouren and the others, and during these moments, copies of the poems were transcribed and shared among the audience. Even Zhu Shouren, the elder, rose to compose a poem and sought feedback, receiving scant praise, yet he held his head high, basking in the moment. In stark contrast, Zhu Ping'an appeared out of place, as he indulged in the feast while others composed poetry or engaged in discussions. If there were a contest for the greatest appetite, Zhu Ping'an would undoubtedly lead by a wide margin. His manner of eating was as conspicuous as a pig among a flock of cranes, and even without prompting, Zhou Shouren recognized him instantly, noting that such gluttony was indeed the hallmark of a mere wine sack and food bag. A kind-hearted individual amusedly tallied Zhu Ping'an's consumption, noting down that he had devoured 2 drunken crabs, a goose leg, a bowl of lotus seed soup, an oil-braised prawn, and a piece of delicate pastry, amusingly recounting it to the others. This anecdote spread even more widely than the poetry, becoming nearly common knowledge among those present. Zhou Shouren frowned deeply upon receiving the list of Zhu Ping'an's feasting exploits, feeling a mix of shame and disdain for being associated with such behavior. The onlookers, discerning the displeasure evident in Zhou Shouren and the others, began to jest and mock, understanding the implied sentiments behind their furrowed brows. The atmosphere was just right. If one did not take action now, then when? At this moment, students from other counties, who had long been prepared, began to step forward. One young man raised a glass and directed his words toward the fragrant dish enjoyed by Zhu Ping'an at the neighboring table, proclaiming the first challenge of the evening against Huaining County. Are you not Zhu Ping'an, the esteemed scholar from Huaining County? We all have poems to share. Yet why do you remain silent? Is it that you look down upon us? Zhu Ping'an, who had been contemplating what delicacy to savor next, was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected outburst, leaving him momentarily speechless. However, to the eyes of others, this was a clear sign of guilt. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Zhu Ping'an, akin to a spotlight illuminating him. And by the way, I have certainly noted those comments about votes and such. Chapter 91. The Surprising Poetry Gathering, Part 3. Could you kindly repeat what you just said? I was momentarily distracted, having been fully engrossed in pondering which dish to try next. Zhu Ping'an had not clearly heard the name called out. Thus, he paused, set down his chopsticks, and inquired of the speaker. To his surprise, he noticed that nearly everyone present was fixated on him. This was, after all, the most grandiose banquet he had witnessed since arriving in the Ming dynasty. He merely wished to sample some delicacies and did not expect to be the center of attention. You are indeed Zhu Ping'an, the esteemed scholar from Huaining County. We have all composed poetry to share, yet you remain silent, looking down upon us. The bold student reiterated his previous remarks in plain language, mocking Zhu Ping'an for his apparent lack of literary knowledge. Many joined in the uproar, urging Zhu Ping'an to compose a poem for everyone to enjoy. Oh, to write poetry, Zhu Ping'an murmured softly, shaking his head gently in modesty. I am not particularly skilled in this art. Perhaps it is best if I refrain. Goodness, not skilled in poetry? How refreshingly honest of you. However, if you believe that will spare you from reciting a poem, you are gravely mistaken. You underestimate us. The bold student, with a polite smile, stepped forward and clasped his hands together. You are far too humble. The renowned scholar, young and accomplished, is well known to us all. Please do not decline. Indeed, do not refuse. That poem you composed at the 10-Mile Pavilion, the one about hearing birds after being bitten by a snake. Ah, yes, that was quite a refreshing piece. Someone nearby chimed in, humorously referencing Zhu Ping'an's infamous poem, adding a playful tone to the conversation. Laughter and merriment filled the hall. The songstress responsible for reciting the poems gazed at the young boy being challenged with a sympathetic expression. After all, he was merely 13 or 14 years old. And witnessing such ridicule stirred her compassion. The weak often empathize with one another. Once bitten by a snake, one fears every rustle in the grass. Outside the pavilion, by the ancient path, a line of egrets soaring into the blue sky. Ha! How delightful and catchy. Surely, you did quite well. Do not shy away from this. A voice resounded through the air, reciting the poetry of Zhu Ping'an, accompanied by a chorus of laughter. The beautiful songstress, tasked with the recital, was hearing Zhu Ping'an's verses for the first time. In the midst of the merriment, she had put considerable effort into her own poetic skills to please the guests. However, upon hearing the poetry read aloud, she could not help but feel disappointed. How could someone of such mediocre talent attain a high rank in the county examination? It seemed only plausible through the influence of family lineage. What she had thought to be a shared plight revealed itself to be mere frivolity. Thus, her gaze towards Zhu Ping'an now bore a hint of disdain. Zhu Shouren and the elderly Li and Zhao also regarded Zhu Ping'an with furrowed brows. Their expressions far from pleasant. The crowd began to jeer, urging Zhu Ping'an to compose another poem. A fellow townsman, seated beside Zhu Ping'an, grew concerned that he might not grasp the gravity of the situation, fearing that his blunder might tarnish the reputation of Huaining County. Thus, he leaned in to whisper softly to Zhu Ping'an, gesturing subtly towards Zhu Shouren and the others. Understanding the situation, Zhu Ping'an scanned the crowd, a playful smile gracing his lips. Ah, that poem was merely a jest, he confessed, rising after the laughter had subsided, his expression earnest yet sheepish. The laughter abruptly ceased, realization dawning upon the crowd that the verses they had mocked were intended solely for amusement. However, it wasn't long before the laughter resumed, tinged with self-deprecation. It was indeed amusing. They had almost been fooled by the lad. A jest, you say? Is that truly your excuse? Questioned one student, a knowing smile dancing on his lips, seemingly having seen through Zhu Ping'an's ruse. Indeed, during our parting at the 10-Mile Pavilion, I noticed the somber faces of the crowd and penned that light-hearted piece merely to lighten the mood. Zhu Ping'an replied with sincerity, yet to the onlookers, it appeared as mere bravado. They regarded him with skepticism. To dismiss poor poetry as mere jest was rather shameless. The astute student, quick-witted, seized upon Zhu Ping'an's words. Ah, so it was indeed a jest. But then, I implore you, let us hear a serious poem, one that may enlighten us. At this, the crowd erupted internally in approval. Yes, if you claim it was a jest, then let us see you craft something earnest. The bold student left a favorable impression on the crowd, including Zhu Shouren and the elderly Li and Zhao, who regarded him with admiration. Seeing their approving looks, he felt a surge of pride in his decision to speak out. Opportunities are forged by one's own hand, and as he looked at Zhu Ping'an, he found even the seemingly foolish lad to be rather endearing. With utmost seriousness, a fervent crowd rallied, urging Zhu Ping'an to compose a poem, eagerly anticipating the spectacle of his folly, hoping to witness Huaining County's embarrassment. Zhu Shouren and others fixed their gaze upon Zhu Ping'an, keen to observe what ridiculous verses this seemingly incompetent individual would produce, which would then be presented to the esteemed official. The imperial examination was a solemn affair, intended to select talent for the nation, demanding strict adherence to discipline and the harshest penalties for any transgressions, even holding Huaining's dignitaries accountable, allowing no room for error. Zhu Ping'an surveyed the crowd and nodded. Their expectant stares made it clear that any further refusal would be seen as a lack of appreciation. Moreover, Zhu Shouren's grim expression warned him that failing to impress with a satisfactory poem might lead to severe repercussions, jeopardizing his future in the imperial examinations, a fate he was keen to avoid. He aspired to pursue scholarly excellence, for he believed that all pursuits pale in comparison to the pursuit of knowledge. Amidst the jest of being bitten by a snake and hearing the call of birds, he resolved to create a serious piece. He began to write fervently on the pristine rice paper, crafting his verses. Master Hongyi, I apologize in advance, should you, in centuries to come across this poem. I hope you will spare me your reproaches. Upon completion, he gently blew on the ink and presented the filled paper to the student who had stepped forth. The student, with a mocking smile, held little expectation for the poem, viewing Zhu Ping'an's fervent writing as a desperate attempt to salvage his pride. With derision in his eyes, he examined the poem, eager to witness the absurdity that this supposedly talented individual had concocted under pressure. However, upon merely glancing at the verses, the mockery faded from his face, replaced by a look of bewilderment. Curiosity surged among the crowd. What could possibly elicit such a reaction? Was the poem truly that dreadful? They pressed for answers. But the student could utter no words, merely passing the paper around for others to read, each face reflecting a similar look of astonishment. When the paper reached Zhu Shouren, it bore the creases of many hands, yet the words were strikingly clear. Outside the long pavilion, by the ancient path, fragrant grass stretches to the horizon. The evening breeze stirs the willows, the sound of the flute lingers as the sun sets beyond the mountains. At the ends of the earth, in the corners of the land, cherished friends are scattered like falling leaves. A cup of murky wine exhausts the last remnants of joy. Tonight, the dreams of parting turn cold. Zhu Shouren found himself unable to tear his gaze from the poem. The atmosphere of the poetry session transformed into an unusual silence. From the outset, the gathering had been filled with laughter and lively exchanges. Even during the mockery directed at Zhu Ping'an, the air had been vibrant. Yet at this moment, an eerie quiet enveloped them, and no one dared to speak, all wearing expressions of profound contemplation. Chapter 92. The Bewildering Poetry Gathering, Part 4. Why does the atmosphere feel so peculiar? Has that young man composed yet another nonsensical poem? The expressions of those present are strangely reminiscent of family members visiting a maiden. The beautiful songstress responsible for reciting poetry appears bewildered, wondering why the crowd reacts so oddly upon witnessing the work of that debauched youth. After a few minutes of silence, the previously hushed ambience erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. Individuals whispered to themselves, exchanged glances, and quietly questioned one another. The atmosphere upstairs transformed into a veritable marketplace. Despite the poem's exquisite sentiments and refreshing elegance, an unsettling feeling lingered. What is the name of this poetic form? There seems to be no corresponding title. It is utterly nonsensical. Can a mere 13 or 14-year-old truly lament the loss of close companions? Your acquaintances are but 13 or 14 years old, and there have been no natural disasters or calamities to justify such lamentation. Perhaps the scholars of Huining are concerned that we might scrutinize their top talents with undue rigor. In a bid to conceal the mediocrity of the esteemed composition that begins with a flock of egrets soaring into the azure sky, they have united to fabricate this travesty. Alas, the poem is beyond redemption. Even the collective effort of Huining County can only yield such absurd verses. Could it be that they have merely plagiarized from elsewhere? I too sense that this is borrowed. I wonder how much was spent to procure it. What kind of youth can create such poetry? Is he desperately seeking fame? Perhaps even exhausting his family's resources to acquire this piece? Initially, the voices were soft, merely tentative inquiries, but as many joined the chorus of doubt, the discussion intensified, and the volume rose. At first, questions revolved around the title of the poem, but soon they shifted to the content itself. Is this truly your creation? Zhu Shouren, unable to tear his gaze from the poem, finally looked away, only to be engulfed by a torrent of questions. He raised his head to meet Zhu Ping'an's eyes, exclaiming loudly. Before encountering this youth, Zhou had heard tales of his exploits, the snakebite poem, his antics during the county exam involving eating, drinking, and sleeping. A fire kindled within him, and he had painted a vivid image of the boy, a rotund, inept figure with an utterly unremarkable demeanor. However, upon meeting the lad, Zhou discovered a simple, honest-looking farmer's son, albeit one who seemed naive and insatiable, squandering his parents' hard-earned money, which left him feeling quite disdainful. Yet, while the crowd mocked, the youth remained unfazed, calm and composed, which struck Zhou as curious. When the boy, pen in hand and sleeves rolled up, began to write with fervor, and the poem was placed in Zhou's hands, his astonishment transformed from mere curiosity to full-blown amazement. What manner of youth is this? An unending stream of questions flooded Zhou's mind, leaving him utterly confounded. The entirety of the poetry from the Qing dynasty through the Republic of China to modern times has been composed by me. Each piece is a debut in this world, emerging through my hands for the very first time. Indeed, I am a latecomer to the art of poetry, and this particular piece took me several months to conceive. Zhu Ping'an replied with a demeanor that was both calm and humble, exuding the essence of a genuine youth without a trace of arrogance. Some question the title of this lyrical piece. What explanation do you offer? Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's initial response, Zhu Shouren promptly posed another inquiry. The audience above was evidently intrigued, eager to witness how this young man would respond, for Zhu Ping'an's composition, Farewell, lacked any corresponding lyrical title. As he mentioned earlier, he is not adept at poetry. The lyrical titles of ancient poets are all based on fixed melodic structures, and composing lyrics requires aligning with their melodies. I attempted multiple times, yet was left unsatisfied. Either the lyrics did not match the melody, or the melody did not suit the lyrics. One day, I inadvertently read the renowned Song Dynasty poet Xianqiji's Ruanlang Gui and resonated deeply with its latter half. Consequently, I extracted the latter half of Ruanlang Gui, made slight adjustments to its tonal patterns, and after months of deliberation, crafted this version of Farewell. I acknowledge my shortcomings in poetry and hope Zhou Lao will forgive any inadvertent flaws. Zhu Ping'an, possessing the audacity to present this work of masterly shutong from the Republic of China, had long prepared his justifications and would not speak aimlessly. Thus, he responded fluently and with assurance, his words sincere and resolute. After all, everyone present was well versed in poetry, and Xianqiji's Ruanlang Gui was no stranger to them. As dusk approaches, the lights flicker in the mountains, clouds drift above the peaks. In the calls of the partridges, I count the villages. In Xiang River, I meet an old friend. With a fan in hand, adjusting my silk scarf, the dust of youth clings to my saddle. Now, withered, I compose a lament. The scholar's cap often leads to misfortune. The latter half indeed mirrors Zhu Ping'an's words. With a fan in hand, adjusting my silk scarf, the dust of youth clings to my saddle. Now withered, I compose a lament. The scholar's cap often leads to misfortune, differing only slightly in tonal patterns. To put it simply, lyrics are akin to the words of a song, while the lyrical title refers to the name of a fixed melodic structure. Writing lyrics involves fitting words to a predetermined melody, hence the term filling lyrics. Lyrical titles did not simply come into existence. They have evolved over time. Therefore, Zhu Ping'an's creation of Farewell, based on the latter half of Ruanlang Gui, though somewhat audacious, is not without merit. While there may be imperfections, we are not pedantic individuals. This piece is refreshingly original and avoids cliches. However, half of the dear friends have dwindled, and with a jug of turbid wine, the remaining joy fades. How do you explain this? You are still young. How can you comprehend the dwindling of friends and the fading of joy? Zhu Shouren momentarily set aside the issue of the lyrical title, but continued to inquire about the phrases within Zhu Ping'an's Farewell. Observe my current situation. A gathering of esteemed friends, yet not a single dear companion remains. Otherwise, how could a mere jest have led to such a state? In our youth, we formed bonds. Whether in the fields or serving in wealthy households, striving for a livelihood, upon reflection, one cannot help but feel the loss of cherished companions. As for a pot of murky wine to savor the remaining joys, it is merely my attempt to compose new verses while feigning sorrow. Zhu Ping'an inclined his body toward Zhu Shouren, performing a respectful gesture, and a touch of solitude appeared on his honest face. Seated beside Zhu Shouren, Lao Li and Lao Zhao nodded in agreement with Zhu Ping'an's words, having sensed, since their entrance, that the scholars from Tongqing and Taihu counties were somewhat indifferent towards him. Even the fellow students from his own county, seated at the same table, seemed less than enthusiastic. The 13-year-old boy, surrounded by those considerably older, inevitably felt a sense of isolation. However, why do you eat, drink, and sleep in the examination hall? This was perhaps Zhu Shouren's final inquiry. While it is not entirely forbidden to do so, it is expected that one remains in the examination hall for several days without leaving. A county examination lasts merely one day. Enduring it should suffice. Eating, drinking, and sleeping there is rather inappropriate, and even if one possesses some literary talent, such an attitude is far from proper. There lies a reason behind it. In my youth, I was rather plump, which my mother cherished greatly. As I grew older and slimmed down, my mother often reproached herself for not taking better care of me. This examination is my first time away from my parents, and my mother is deeply concerned, worrying that I cannot look after myself. I thought that after leaving home, I should eat more and gain weight, so that when I return, my mother would see me and perceive that I have grown fatter, alleviating her worries and self-reproach. Of course, I have indulged a bit too much as well, chuckling softly. Zhu Ping'an spoke candidly, his eyes reflecting deep nostalgia for his hometown and parents. Once he had spoken, the atmosphere of the poetry gathering quieted significantly. His heartfelt words resonated with many scholars who were far from their homes, evoking a profound sense of longing for their parents among the older attendees as well. Foolish child, Zhu Shouren sighed and waved his hand, signaling Zhu Ping'an to take his seat. Chapter 93. The Surprising Immortal Poetry Gathering, Part 5. Filial piety is the foundation of virtue and the origin of education. It represents the core of a person's character, and those with a heart for filial duty are unlikely to stray far from moral conduct. Although this young man exhibited some impropriety in the examination hall, Zhu Shouren, recognizing his filial sentiment, decided not to pursue the matter further. Zhu Shouren's decision not to press charges does not imply that others share his leniency. The scholars from Tongcheng and Taihu counties, although momentarily moved by Zhu Ping'an's farewell poem, soon began to discern its numerous flaws. While the poem was indeed beautiful, it merely appropriated a segment of Juan Longue's work and failed to reflect genuine skill. Furthermore, no matter how eloquently he explained it, he could not prove that this farewell piece was truly his own creation. The age and style of the poem simply did not align. Many continued to categorize Zhu Ping'an's composition as a borrowed piece. This notion fueled a reluctance to allow Zhu Ping'an to slip through unnoticed, unwilling to let Zhu Shouren be deceived. Moreover, many had composed their own verses earlier, yet it seemed that Zhu Ping'an had stolen the limelight, leaving few scholars content. As this was a prime opportunity to shine in front of Zhu Shouren, Lao Li, and Lao Zhao, a proposal was made, suggesting that since it was a poetry gathering, it would be fitting to invite Zhu Shouren and others to set a theme for the poetry, allowing for a collection of the finest works to be compiled, thus preserving a beautiful memory of this event. Although it is said that there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts, the fervor of youth often ignites a competitive spirit within us all. Moreover, it was evident that the students from Tongcheng and Taihu had ulterior motives beyond mere enjoyment. The moment the suggestion was put forth, a wave of enthusiasm swept through the crowd, with many nodding in agreement. Zhu Shouren, pleased by the idea, leaned slightly to confer with Li Lao and Zhao Lao, eventually settling on a theme, Ode to Snow. Upon hearing this theme, the students' faces lit up with delight. It was a familiar topic, and each was eager to craft a remarkable poem about snow, hoping to leave a lasting impression on Zhu Shouren and his peers. Zhu Ping'an, however, discerned the underlying intentions behind the suggestion, seeking fame while risking embarrassment. There existed a plethora of poems about snow from the Qing dynasty and subsequent eras, and he could easily produce one that would leave his peers feeling defeated. Yet, he was merely a youth, and having just exposed himself to scrutiny with his farewell poem, he feared that another attempt might subject him to further ridicule. At this juncture, the beautiful songstress responsible for reciting the poems had just received Zhu Ping'an's earlier farewell piece and eagerly began to peruse it, losing track of time. After a while, she glanced at the poem and then at the youthful faces around her. Meanwhile, several students had already composed their poems, their expressions brimming with pride. As was customary, the verses were copied multiple times, inscribed with names, and circulated among the attendees. With the first poem shared, a second soon followed. The students, unwilling to be outdone, eagerly presented their own odes to snow. Throughout the gathering, students occasionally shared their snow-themed verses, some of which were commendable, while others fell short of excellence. Each poem circulated among the group, and anyone with thoughts on a particular piece could rise to express their views, engaging in collective critique. Zhu Shouren, along with Li Lao and Zhao Lao, sat at their table, indulging in wine while savoring the poetry. Whenever they encountered a particularly fine ode, they would take a sip, share a quiet laugh, and offer comments. Ah, this one can indeed be considered a masterpiece. Beneath the sorrowful clouds, the balcony remains, as the chaos of the world unfolds in sixfold beauty. In communion with the moonlight, it presents auspicious hues, competing with flowers to bloom alongside the cold plum. The distant echoes of the Yingto's song drift far, while the palace maidens dance gracefully in their flowing sleeves. Little do they know that kindred spirits remain unseen. I, traveling along the tranquil stream, come for you, Li Gong and Zhao Gong. Should there be no other verses, this poem could begrudgingly be deemed the pinnacle of today's gathering. Tongqing Xia Luoming indeed shows promise. Zhou Shouren took a sip of wine and shared his thoughts on this fine work with Zhao Lao and Li Lao. Indeed, quite splendid. It possesses a grandiosity while also delving into intricate details. Both the moonlight and the cold plum are artfully employed, and the illusions are not lacking. This poem is bound to shine brightly today. Old Master Li gazed at the poem about snow presented by Zhou Shouren, nodding in satisfaction. However, nearby, Old Master Zhao stroked his beard and chuckled. Ah, do not be too hasty in your conclusions. The piece I hold is perhaps even inferior to yours. It is a work by Wang Jin from Taihu. Gentle breezes sway the courtyard trees. Delicate snowflakes descend through the curtain's gaps. The mist swirls in the air, as if flowers accumulate on the steps. The willows of spring are unseen. Only the white branches of osmanthus are visible. Silent tears go unspoken. What solace does longing bring? Upon hearing Zhao's words, Zhou Shouren and the others could not help but laugh. Zhao was indeed right. It would be wise to withhold judgment for the time being. However, if there were no other exceptional works, the top honor today would likely be chosen from these two pieces. When Tongqing Xia Luoming heard the praise for his snow poem, he cast a proud glance at Zhu Ping'an. In contrast, Wang Jin from Taihu showed little reaction, engaging in laughter and conversation with others, his demeanor unchanged. Xia Luoming, feeling disdain for Zhu Ping'an, noted that while everyone else was nearly finished, Zhu had yet to write a single word. At Xia Luoming's signal, several students from Tongcheng approached Zhu Ping'an, wine cups in hand. Sir, why do you not put pen to paper? They asked, their tone mocking. This outburst drew the attention of all present. I am not adept at poetry. At this moment, I have only conceived a single line. Zhu Ping'an admitted with a naive expression, sincerely acknowledging that he had merely thought of one line. Laughter erupted from the surrounding students. After all this time, you have crafted just one line. The students from Tongcheng and Taihu laughed even louder, eagerly anticipating Zhu's embarrassment. Huh, the cunning fox finally reveals its tail. That farewell poem must have been written by someone else, for how could you not produce even a simple snow poem now? Zhou Shouren and the others turned their gaze toward Zhu, and unlike the other students, their eyes held no mockery, only a glimmer of expectation. The farewell poem could not have been penned by another. Such literary talent would not willingly serve a youth, nor could it have been overheard. Such exquisite verses would have circulated widely upon their emergence. Thus, they still held some hope for Zhu Ping'an. One line is still a line. Let us see what you have written. The students from Tongcheng shouted. One line does not constitute a poem. Perhaps it is better left unwritten. Zhu Ping'an shook his head. Not at all. Do write swiftly. The students from Tongcheng insisted, eager to witness Zhu's potential folly. Very well. I shall hastily compose a few lines. I hope you will not hold it against me. Truly, there is only one line worthy of notice. I am not intentionally deceiving anyone. Zhu Ping'an emphasized before he began writing, making sure to clarify that he had only conceived one line, with the rest being improvised, not meant to mislead or mock anyone, thus giving prior notice. Enough chatter, write already, we can hardly wait. The crowd urged, uninterested in Zhu's explanations. Under the pressure of their encouragement, Zhu Ping'an began to write, and the onlookers gathered around to see what this high-ranking scholar, who had conceived just one line, would produce. Upon completing the first line, the crowd erupted into laughter, unable to contain themselves. On the pristine white Xian paper, a phrase materialized. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 or 4 pieces. A jovial individual boisterously read out Zhu Ping'an's line, prompting an uproar of laughter. Goodness, is this truly poetry? 1, 2, 3, 4, count them. Oh dear, it pains my heart to laugh so. The crowd speculated whether the next line would be 5, 6, 7, 8. No way, I'm already laughing too hard. Zhu Ping'an, amidst the cacophony of mockery, offered a feeble defense. This is merely a spontaneous concoction. It was not my intended line. The onlookers scoffed, dismissing his words. Come now. Even our improvisation surpasses yours by 1,000-fold. Quickly, pen the next line. As the crowd's jeers and encouragement surged, Zhu Ping'an penned another line. This time, the laughter swelled even more, with many doubled over in mirth, their chests heaving with laughter. 5 pieces, 6 pieces, 7 or 8 pieces. Huh? Your counting is indeed unique. In the midst of the ridicule, Zhu Ping'an's voice sounded feeble. This, too, is merely a filler. Filler, my foot. Do you even know how to compose poetry? This is utterly hilarious. Amidst the laughter, Zhu Ping'an produced his third line. 1,000 pieces, 10,000 pieces, countless pieces. The crowd, nearly out of breath from laughter, was on the verge of tears, their scholarly decorum barely holding as they suppressed the urge to roll on the ground in fits of laughter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Afterward, it loses its rhyme, so we resorted to countless. How amusing. If you claimed that the earlier farewell poem wasn't penned by someone else, who would believe you? The audience, still chuckling, contemplated how Zhu Shouren and the others would react, and how the esteemed officials would respond. Well, this next line is the one I had envisioned. Zhu Ping'an reminded the crowd habitually before writing, "Hurry and write." They urged him, laughter echoing. "I've warned you, do not blame me for toying with you. Nor should you categorize me among the likes of Wanji." Upon completing the line flying into the reeds, never to be seen, the same enthusiastic individual read it aloud. After finishing, he seemed to realize that this line stood apart from the previous ones, leading to a sudden shift in the atmosphere. Goodness, why does this line, following the earlier ones, impart a sense of perfect completion? As Zhu Ping'an concluded his final line, the laughter abruptly ceased. This closing line seemed to breathe life into the entire poem. Zhou Shouren, Li Lao, Zhao Lao, and others exchanged glances. The decision for the evening's top honor had become both challenging yet evidently straightforward. In an instant, the Jingxian poetry gathering fell into a profound silence. Chapter 94. Early morning and the plunge into the lake in the early morning. A thick fog enveloped the surroundings, bringing a slight chill, swirling around restlessly. The Jingxian poetry gathering had transpired 5 days prior, during which other poetry events had taken place. The scholars preparing for the provincial examination were invigorated, eager to perform splendidly at these gatherings, hoping to leave a modest reputation and gain an advantage in their civil service exams. Invitations had been extended to Zhu Ping'an to participate, whether sincerely or not, but he graciously declined them all. His previous attendance at the Jingxian poetry gathering was merely coincidental. Having been compelled by his uncle and others to meet friends, and writing poetry was simply a means of self-preservation. At this early hour, shrouded in thick fog, the streets were sparsely populated, rendering the usually bustling Anqing prefecture a rare oasis of tranquility. Zhu Ping'an, clad in a blue cloth robe, with a satchel slung across his shoulder and a black wooden board in hand, gradually emerged from the morning mist, joyfully humming an odd tune. Cold, oh cold, It hurts, ah it hurts, Return to me what you have taken, regurgitate what you have consumed. With no one around, Zhu Ping'an felt free to indulge in his whimsical melody, swaying and gesturing, a means to stretch his limbs against the chill of the morning fog. Ancient cities often boasted the advantage of being nestled between mountains and rivers, and Anqing Prefecture, with its abundant water resources and numerous lakes and rivers, was no exception. The inn where Zhu Ping'an resided was situated by the shores of Taihu Lake, requiring only a short stroll to reach the water's edge. He clutched the black wooden board as he sought the large stone where he used to sit. Through persistent effort, Zhu Ping'an's calligraphy had gradually improved, a testament to his dedication. He set the wooden board down, retrieved the brush crafted by his father from his satchel, and pulled out a bamboo tube, bending down to fill it with water from the lake, preparing to commence his writing. The thick fog had obscured his vision earlier, but as he leaned to gather water, he was startled to see dark waterweeds spread across the lake's surface. This sight triggered a memory of a tale he had once encountered, a boy who had gone for a walk by the river with his girlfriend. Suddenly, she fell into the water, prompting him to leap in after her. Despite his frantic search, he could not find her and nearly became ensnared by the waterweeds himself. Leaving the scene in sorrow, years later, he returned to the same spot and saw an elderly man fishing. Noticing that the fish caught had no waterweeds clinging to them, he inquired about it. The elder replied that the river had never harbored any waterweeds. Overcome by despair, the boy then plunged into the water to end his life. Thus, upon seeing the expanse of dark waterweeds, Zhu Ping'an instinctively shivered, nearly dropping the bamboo tube into the water. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he reminded himself that stories were merely fiction, reality rarely unfolded in such a manner. Gaining composure, he bent down once more to fill the bamboo tube. Yet his gaze involuntarily fixated on the dark water weeds. In the next moment, He shuddered again, as he discerned what appeared to be clothing entangled near the weeds. What was happening? Had someone truly plunged into the lake so early in the morning? With urgency overriding his fear, Zhu Ping'an disregarded any hesitation. Realizing that a life was at stake, he cast aside his belongings, unconcerned with whether his shoes and robe would become soaked. With a splash, he dove into the water, his arms flailing in a dog-paddling motion, creating a tumultuous uproar as the tranquil lake was disturbed. Vowing never again to act recklessly, Zhu Ping'an exerted every ounce of strength, choking on water several times and nearly succumbing to the depths, but through sheer willpower, he managed to pull the owner of the dark water weeds to the surface. Upon reaching the shore, Zhu Ping'an was too breathless to pause for rest. He swiftly turned the individual over, preparing to administer urgent aid. In the lake, I couldn't quite discern the figure beneath the water's surface. Upon turning her over, I discovered that the owner of the dark aquatic foliage was a woman, a striking beauty with fair skin and delicate features, a rare gem indeed. Yet, despite her enchanting appearance, her expression exuded a certain fragility. However, upon witnessing her visage, my emotions became complicated. How could this enchanting woman, seemingly of otherworldly essence, resort to such a desperate act as drowning herself? Wasn't she the very person capable of hitting a small spider with pinpoint accuracy using a flying knife? Though myriad questions swirled in my mind, life itself took precedence. I reached out to place my hand upon her chest, not to take advantage of the situation, but to ascertain whether there was still a heartbeat. Her body remained warm, yet I could barely detect the rhythm of her heart. Drawing upon the first aid knowledge I had acquired in my previous life, I began to administer assistance. First, I leaned closer to her mouth, intending to clear any mud or debris obstructing her airway, ensuring that her breathing remained unobstructed. Fortunately, her mouth seemed relatively clean, so I moved on. In a moment of urgency, I reminded myself that we were both children of the rivers and lakes, and thus I proceeded to loosen the garments and belt constricting her torso, allowing her breathing to be free from external constraints. For those with a heartbeat, one could employ drainage methods. However, her heartbeat was nearly imperceptible, leaving me with no choice but to perform external cardiac massage and mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. 1, 2, 3, 4. My ministrations were neither too gentle nor too forceful, yet there seemed to be no response. It appeared I would have to resort to artificial respiration. How peculiar it felt. As though I were trapped within the pages of a novel, where the male protagonist encounters a drowning maiden by the lakeside, engages in a desperate rescue, and after a few kisses of breath, she awakens with a scream, followed by slaps and accusations of impropriety. Yet, regardless of the tumultuous sequence of events, they invariably find themselves enamored with one another, embarking on a series of playful yet intimate escapades, culminating in a picturesque scene of a family watching the sunrise or sunset, a perfect ending to their tale. But let us be realistic. If this enchanting woman emerged from this ordeal without stabbing herself multiple times, I would consider it a victory. I chuckled at my own cynicism. Preparing to lean down and perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, for life hung in the balance, allowing no room for hesitation. However, reality is often devoid of the romanticism found in stories. Just as I lowered my head, I was taken aback as the enchanting woman beneath me suddenly opened her dark eyes wide. As the events unfolded, Zhu Ping'an felt as though he had been struck in the abdomen by a bull charging at a speed of 2,500 yards. His entire being seemed to propel into the air, arms and legs outstretched, before he plunged back into the water with a resounding splash. In midair, he involuntarily expelled a mouthful of water. Yet, it mattered little, for he soon gulped down a few more mouthfuls upon resurfacing. On the shore of Taihu Lake, the enchanting maiden, with her dark, captivating eyes, maintained a pose as if to kick him. Chapter 95. The water is chilly. Come up quickly, you cried out to me, claiming that fairy tales are nothing but deceptions. As Zhu Ping'an floundered in the lake, he genuinely yearned to sing this poignant song by Guangliang. The unfolding narrative bore little resemblance to the tales he had read. He hadn't even attempted artificial respiration, and before he could properly position himself, a pair of delicate feet clad in embroidered shoes sent him flying, utterly unprepared. There were no slaps, no screams, no lecherous advances. Yet, in the next heartbeat, he found himself drinking the lake's water. The spring chill was bitter, the lake water icy, and as he struggled to stay afloat, he couldn't help but sneeze a few times. Are you insane? Zhu Ping'an shouted toward the shore, addressing the enchanting maiden, failing to save him and instead causing him distress. Even the most patient individual would lose their temper. Furthermore, having already swum in the lake twice that early morning, Zhu Ping'an was certainly not a winter swimming enthusiast. "The water is cold. Come up quickly," the maiden stated, her tone surprisingly calm, as if she had not just delivered that kick. Although her voice lacked gentleness, there was an air of concession. "That's more like it. I'm here to save you, not to take advantage of the situation." Zhu Ping'an once again exerted himself to paddle back to shore, collapsing onto the bank as he gasped for breath to regain some strength. Emerging from the water, he felt the biting cold of the wind, sending shivers through him. The maiden had propped herself up, her wet clothes clinging to her form, reminiscent of contemporary photographs of women in wet attire, accentuating her alluring curves. To be frank, this maiden was strikingly beautiful. Although she paled in comparison to the cunning girl from Shangha village, her figure was undeniably more voluptuous. The contours of her body, now enhanced by being soaked, resembled a journey from towering mountains to serene plains. Yet, what was that bulge around her waist? In truth, this entire contemplation transpired in the span of a mere second. In the first moment, he was distracted by the sight of the wet maiden. In the next, a glimmering dagger was pressed against his neck, the very object that had caused the bulge at her waist. "My dear boy, tell me, how do you wish to die?" the girl inquired. Her smile, almost whimsical as a stray lock of hair, grazed her pale cheek. "Are you out of your mind? You are in such a weakened state. Yet you still smile. With such a penchant for laughter, why not sell it instead?" Zhu Ping'an could not help but feel an urge to scoff at the enchantress before him, yet the glaring object around his neck restrained him from voicing his thoughts. This was a person capable of spilling the blood of 5 or 6 individuals with a mere stomp, one who engaged in robbery and other nefarious deeds. Certainly not a paragon of virtue. "Is there truly a choice?" Zhu Ping'an inquired. "Ahem, you and I share a certain fate. This is our second encounter. While others may not have the luxury of choice, you do," the girl replied with a playful smile, pressing the dagger slightly against Zhu Ping'an's neck, drawing a faint line of blood. Though her words were laced with mirth, she coughed weakly, a hint of crimson visible at the corners of her lips. "Then let me perish in my old age," Zhu Ping'an retorted nonchalantly. The girl's expression darkened at his words, her laughter abruptly silenced, replaced by a cough that revealed her discomfort. Accompanied by that cough, a spurt of blood flew onto Zhu Ping'an's face. Surely this is excessive. A jest should not provoke such a reaction, Zhu Ping'an thought, his face twitching in shock, instinctively wondering if the girl was attempting to feign injury. After expelling blood, her complexion appeared slightly improved. "You are quite disobedient," she said with a strained smile, pressing the dagger in a little deeper. "How can you laugh when you've bled? Your love for laughter is so profound that you might as well sell it." Zhu Ping'an mused internally, though his expression remained unchanged, as if he were impervious to the dagger's intrusion, speaking in a tone reminiscent of casual conversation. "I acknowledge my misstep last time, but today, as you know, I saved you. This is an undeniable fact. Indeed, which is why I am granting you a choice of death, my little benefactor," she remarked, mockingly emphasizing the term little benefactor with a tone that brooked no argument, before purposefully angling the blade to draw forth another droplet of blood, which rolled down the blade accompanied by her tinkling laughter. "Very well, it seems even in ancient times, one encounters such neurotic women," Zhu Ping'an thought, observing the juxtaposition of her radiant smile with her ruthless demeanor, merciless to others and to herself alike. Only now did he notice that this enchantress appeared gravely wounded. Her garments stained crimson in several places, still bleeding and likely suffering from internal injuries. Otherwise, she would not have been so easily provoked into coughing up blood by a mere jest. With her condition, it seemed that if she were to prolong this confrontation, her fate would be sealed. "Is there no choice but to die of old age?" Zhu Ping'an asked, his tone neutral. The girl nodded with a smile. "Could one die beneath the peony flower?" Once again, the dagger pressed in deeper, transcending mere skin-deep wounds. He could feel the blood beginning to flow. "Let us not beat around the bush. Aside from this dagger, what else do you possess that could seal my fate? I choose poison, yet you have none. I could choose arsenic, but I shan't. If you intend to kill me, then do so with the dagger in your hand. However, before you take my life, might you provide me with a reason? Even if I have erred in the past, my act of rescuing you from the lake should suffice to balance the scales." As the alluring enchantress prepared to strike, Zhu Ping'an hesitated to provoke her any further. "The reason?" The young maiden tilted her head and pouted, gesturing towards her loosened garments, which Zhu Ping'an had carelessly unfastened. This was the second instance of such impropriety. Was it truly necessary to disrobe while saving someone? Oh dear, little brother. Your penchant for undressing young ladies is quite unbecoming. Zhu Ping'an found himself at a loss for words, attempting to convey the ancient wisdom of maintaining one's breath. But it seemed akin to playing music to a cow. I am a person who distinguishes clearly between gratitude and grievance. You saved me, and I owe you my thanks. Let us consider your previous indiscretion forgiven, though ordinarily, such a transgression should not be overlooked. Yet, as a child of the rivers and lakes, I shall be magnanimous. However, to have undone my attire once more in the name of clearing my name, well, I suppose I must take your life in return. Furthermore, you fished me from the lake. Who is to say whether your intentions were to save me or to engage in some unspeakably vile act? Such sordid affairs are not unheard of in the world of martial heroes. The maiden analyzed her predicament with a playful smile, concluding that Zhu Ping'an's blood would serve to cleanse her reputation. One might say that fortune has favored me, my first foe has faltered, and now this adversary has fallen into my grasp. She gazed at Zhu Ping'an, her lips still stained with crimson. Chapter 96. Rescued a fox, incited a scandal. Crimson lips yet adorned with laughter, a pallid complexion, yet her smile was as radiant as a flower, frail in appearance, yet her heart was ruthless and her actions fierce. Truly, she is a woman of peculiar temperament. By the way, who was your first enemy? Zhu Ping'an casually inquired, seeking to buy some time. For with the injuries she bore, she could not endure for long. My master is 89 this year, she replied, her smile unwavering. Oh, does he also have an enemy lurking in the world, biding his time for revenge? Zhu Ping'an responded, inwardly lamenting the pettiness of this master-disciple duo, who seemed to exhaust every scheme in pursuit of vengeance. With a mischievous glint in her eye, the maiden pressed her dagger closer, her laughter ringing like bells. Not at all, for he never meddles in others' affairs. Implying that Zhu Ping'an was overly inquisitive, she added, why should it concern you who my first enemy is? Mind your own business. Zhu Ping'an was taken aback. So be it, the ambience here is rather pleasant, with water, trees, and stones. The timing is fortuitous. I shall escort you away, my little benefactor. The maiden giggled as she prepared to press the dagger against Zhu Ping'an's throat. Wait, let us strike a deal. Shall we? Zhu Ping'an's face drained of color, cold sweat beading upon his brow. He implored her to pause, for his life was at stake. At merely 13 years of age, his journey was just beginning, having taken but a small step on the path of scholarly pursuits. He aspired to one day witness the blossoms of Chang'an in their full glory. Do not accuse me of cowardice. I dare you to find out what it's like to have a blood-stained killer poised with a blade at your throat. I may not have soiled my trousers, but even if I appear calm and collected, I am simply an ordinary person. A deal? I have no interest. Let me hasten to escort you away, dear benefactor. The young maiden shook her head with a gentle smile, as though she had discerned Zhu Ping'an's intent to delay time. My demise would be of little consequence. Yet the lady still harbors a great grievance to avenge. Zhu Ping'an hastily interjected, fearing that this ruthless and neurotic enchantress might swiftly end his life. Dearest, you are quite amusing. Should you perish, I can still pursue my vengeance. Our fates are not intertwined. Do not regale me with tales akin to those of the strategists in the Three Kingdoms, claiming to save my life. Be wise. Let us not miss the opportune moment for rebirth. The maiden's laughter grew more jubilant, her voice trailing off playfully. Indeed, I intend to exchange lives with you. Do not regard me with such foolish eyes. I am earnest in my resolve. Observing her, it seemed she had sought her adversary for retribution, but had met with failure. Moreover, she appeared to have sustained considerable injuries. Zhu Ping'an methodically began his analysis, only to be interrupted halfway through by her laughter. You scholars delight in weaving elaborate nonsense and uttering insipid words. It is evident to any with eyes that I am injured. What need is there for your prattle? The maiden interjected, her delicate hand moving toward Zhu Ping'an's neck. Stop. I have yet to finish. Cold sweat broke out on Zhu Ping'an's brow. The maiden hesitated momentarily in her actions. He continued, let us set aside your internal injuries for the moment. Focusing on your external wounds, you have been struck by blades. And having been submerged in water, your wounds have become inflamed. You must be experiencing a fever, feeling dizzy and flushed. Without timely treatment, the consequences could be dire. Yet, That is not the gravest concern. The most perilous aspect is that your wounds continue to bleed at the rate of your bleeding. If you do not receive prompt medical attention, I fear you may not endure for long. In a healthy individual, blood constitutes approximately 8 of body weight. You may not comprehend this, so allow me to illustrate. Imagine a total of 50 cups of blood. In a state of rest, only 30 cups are actively circulating, while the remaining 20 are stored within the body. When the body experiences blood loss, the stored blood is released as needed. Therefore, if one loses more than 5 cups of blood at once, it signifies excessive hemorrhaging, necessitating immediate medical intervention, lest one face mortal peril. This is no jest. Seeing the maiden's skepticism, Zhu Ping'an pressed on. Do you not feel pale, dizzy, your heart racing, and utterly fatigued? Is your urgency to act against me not rooted in the feeling that you lack the strength to wield your weapon? Let us strike a bargain. Spare my life, and I shall arrange for you to stay at an inn and find a physician for timely treatment. I surmise you are a martial practitioner, with such robust vitality. You shall surely recover swiftly. Once you are well, you can continue your pursuit of vengeance against your arch-nemesis. The exchange of my life for yours is indeed a fair trade. The maiden ceased her playful laughter, tilting her head in contemplation. Those of their world possess a fundamental understanding of injuries, and while she was not entirely convinced by Zhu Ping'an's assertions, she sensed that without prompt care, her survival was gravely jeopardized. For the time being, I shall place my trust in you. Do not attempt to deceive me, for I am no match for your cunning, though I am capable of wielding a blade. The young girl gazed intently at Zhu Ping'an for an extended period before finally nodding in agreement. So, is this blade meant for me? Zhu Ping'an inquired, pointing to the dagger at his own throat, chuckling foolishly. Coward, the girl scoffed, rolling her eyes as she sheathed the weapon. Zhu Ping'an never anticipated that while his life was spared, complications would soon arise. Although the girl acquiesced to his proposition, she disregarded his suggestion to rent an inn room, instead opting to reside directly in Zhu Ping'an's lodging. Ahem, my benefactor, you are quite disobedient. How could I possibly stay alone? What if I were to take shelter in a room, and you reported me to the authorities for a reward? Thus, it seems that I shall have to impose upon you. We shall share quarters. I must inform you, however, that the adversary I attempted to assassinate last night is no ordinary foe. Our cohabitation renders us accomplices, dear benefactor. The girl reclined on Zhu Ping'an's bed, her wounds hastily bandaged, propped against the headboard, smiling at him. Do not bother with a physician. I wish to avoid attracting the attention of the authorities. Bring forth your writing materials, she beckoned with a playful gesture. After acquiring the ink and paper, the girl filled an entire sheet with a dense list of herbal remedies, which she then handed to Zhu Ping'an. What is this? He wondered aloud as he examined the meticulously written notes, realizing that this enchanting girl possessed literacy and knowledge of herbal medicine. Do not foolishly gather herbs from a pharmacy, and do be swift about it. If I feel unwell, I shall surely raise an outcry. After all, I am in your room, and you cannot evade responsibility. At the very least, do not harbor any illusions regarding your scholarly pursuits, she teased, leaning against the headboard, her gaze fixed on Zhu Ping'an with a playful smile, her voice soft and gentle, embodying the essence of a delicate maiden. Very well, you are quite formidable, Zhu Ping'an declared, tucking the paper into his robes before turning to depart. I have rescued a fox and now find myself in a predicament. May all take heed of this warning. Chapter 97. Procuring medicine outside the inn, a tense atmosphere prevailed, with the rustle of leaves akin to the stirrings of a lurking threat. In the morning, when the injured enchantress was brought back to the inn, no one had noticed the commotion. However, now that the fog had lifted, officers were bustling through the streets, interrogating and investigating with a sense of urgency. Each one appeared as if facing a formidable adversary, armed and ready, scouring every nook and cranny. Who could this enchantress's enemies be, to incite such a stir? Upon returning to the inn, Zhu Ping'an had changed into a clean robe, adopting the appearance of a scholar. Given that the authorities were pursuing a woman, he navigated through the streets without attracting any attention. Good sir, what has transpired here? Zhu Ping'an inquired casually as he purchased some candied fruits from a vendor. You may not yet be aware, but allow me to enlighten you. When you inquired, you indeed posed your question to the right person. Last night, as I was procuring goods, I passed by the residence of the esteemed Lord Liu and was greeted by the clashing of swords and the sanguine chaos within. The air was punctuated by the occasional harrowing scream, a truly chilling spectacle. The proprietor of the establishment appeared to be quite loquacious, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he recounted the events with vivid expression and intricate detail, even articulating the combat techniques employed by the assailants. After listening intently for some time, Zhu Ping'an finally grasped that last night, assassins had infiltrated the abode of Lord Lu. It was whispered that one of the assailants was a woman of formidable skill and a heart as ruthless as it was merry, her laughter growing louder amidst the bloodshed. Had it not been for Lu Qianhu's fortuitous visit to Lord Lu's residence, the latter might have met a most untimely demise. Nevertheless, even in spite of this, Lord Lu suffered a grievous wound to his arm, bleeding profusely, while several guards accompanying Lu Qianhu bore severe injuries as well. Ultimately, the assassin managed to escape, though not without sustaining injuries inflicted by Lu Qianhu. It was nearly certain that this enigmatic woman was the infamous enchantress, though her vendetta against Lord Lu remained a mystery. Regardless, Zhu Ping'an decided to address his own affairs before delving into that enigma. He had perused the list of medicinal herbs pinned by the enchantress, tearing it into pieces and discarding it into the gutter. Perhaps due to his experiences in 2 lifetimes, his mental acuity was notably sharp in this life. While he could not remember everything at a glance, he had no trouble retaining a few pieces of information for a day or two. With repeated readings, the knowledge would surely become ingrained. He committed to memory the herbs written by the enchantress and recognized a couple that were not specifically intended for treating wounds from blades. Zhu Ping'an entered a pharmacy and, after a considerable time, emerged with 2 small pouches of herbs, his expression rather peculiar. The audacity of that enchantress seemed to suggest he was destined to dine on nothing but wind. Earlier, while at the pharmacy, he had taken the opportunity to glance at the price list. Aside from a few reasonably priced herbs, many were exorbitantly expensive, lacking expertise in the art of medicine. And observing the enchantress appeared gravely injured, Zhu Ping'an bit the bullet and decided to purchase everything. Regardless of her beguiling nature, she was still a living being, and he found himself too soft-hearted. As he passed a bun shop, Zhu Ping'an purchased a basket containing over a dozen meat buns, requesting the vendor to wrap them in lotus leaves. With the fragrant bundles in hand, he meandered down the street until his eyes brightened, leading him to a narrow alleyway. After a brief interval, several ragged little beggars emerged from the alley, their faces alight with joy. A short while later, the same beggars returned, this time carrying herbs wrapped in paper. Subsequently, Zhu Ping'an emerged from the alley, his satchel bulging. Inside the alley, several of the little beggars gathered, devouring the sumptuous meat buns with great fervor, while neatly arranged at their feet lay a collection of copper coins. Upon returning to the inn, Zhu Ping'an securely locked his room and entered the inner chamber, spilling the contents of his satchel onto the table. He stole a glance at the languid young woman reclining against the bedpost, delicately trimming her nails with a dagger, and inquired, "Did you orchestrate all of this?" The young woman paused her grooming, regarding Zhu Ping'an with a playful smile, and replied, "What has stirred such ire within you, my little benefactor? What scheme could I possibly have devised? Do not wrongfully accuse me. Do you have any idea how much these herbs cost?" Zhu Ping'an inquired casually. "How would I know? I wasn't the one who purchased them," the girl replied with a playful smile, blowing on her fingers. "A total of 220 taels of silver and 657 won. I'm just 10 taels short. You must have done it on purpose. Truly, you hold a grudge," Zhu Ping'an remarked, seated on a chair, glancing at the enchanting girl on the bed, curling his lips in disdain. "What a coincidence. If I had intended it, I would have certainly included your 10 taels as well," the girl on the bed said innocently, her smile unwavering. "Those silver coins are, after all, ill-gotten gains. Spending them is no matter. But are all these herbs indeed necessary for you?" Zhu Ping'an asked, fixing his gaze on her eyes. "Absolutely," she nodded, still smiling. 3-7, safflower, shepherd's purse, begonia, earth ear grass, snow herb. These are the unparalleled choices for treating external injuries. Musk, borneal, frankincense, cinnabar, and catechu are excellent for invigorating blood and resolving stasis. Saussuria, curcuma, jalanquin, sea wind vine, pig's tooth soap, and fragrant skin can be concocted into a bone-setting solution, effective for treating fractures, dislocations, and contusions. The girl on the bed counted on her fingers, detailing the medicinal properties of each herb, proving her diligence. Once she finished, Zhu Ping'an pointed to a packet of herbs and asked nonchalantly, "And what about this mountain ginseng?" The girl blinked her eyes, feigning fragility. "I have sustained internal injuries. And this jade butterfly?" For beauty and skincare. Look, I have bruises on my face as well. Zhu Ping'an scrutinized her for several seconds, finally spotting a minuscule scar on her cheek. What about this donkey hide gelatin? I've lost too much blood and need to replenish it, she said, indicating the bandages wrapped around her body, appearing delicate and pitiable. And this aloe vera, angelica, and pearl powder? Zhu Ping'an queried, gesturing toward the last few packets of herbs. In our line of work, conflicts are inevitable. If one does not control their strength, they might end up splattered with blood. Furthermore, some rogues in the martial world are fond of using poison. We must protect our faces, she explained. Zhu Ping'an observed the girl on the bed, who was acting coy, feeling an overwhelming urge to slap her against the wall. Do not be upset, my little benefactor. Wealth is merely an external possession. One cannot take it with them in death, so why bother? She said, her tone laced with mockery. Wealth is merely an external possession? Zhu Ping'an looked at her incredulously. It was absurdly amusing coming from a robber who had recently sought riches. My little benefactor, you seem rather unwell, the girl remarked, her dark eyes glinting with mischief. Whether I am well or not is none of your business, Zhu Ping'an replied coolly. The girl's face darkened, and her laughter ceased abruptly. Chapter 98. Nonsense about red sleeves adding fragrance. A fox had entered the room, bringing numerous inconveniences. After a busy morning, Zhu Ping'an finally found a moment to write his strategy essay at the desk by the window. The enchanting woman, having taken her medicine, perched beside him, her delicate hands supporting her chin as she observed his writing. Out of boredom, she stirred the inkstone with her slender fingers, carelessly mixing the ink. Suddenly, her laughter rang out, interrupting Zhu Ping'an's train of thought. He felt a sudden urge to sell this charming woman to a laughter house, allowing her to indulge in her merriment. Maintaining his distance, Zhu Ping'an thought to himself, we mind our own business. You nurse your wounds while I write my words. He cast a casual glance at the woman, feeling no fear for his life, and thus lost his reservations. You truly are ungrateful. I am merely trying to help you correct the errors in your writing, yet you respond with such ingratitude, she pouted, rolling her eyes. Dear sister, please spare me. I am still young, Zhu Ping'an replied, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. The phrase struck him as rather awkward. Wasn't it customary in ancient times for women to uphold certain decorum regarding male-female interactions? Why did she speak so ambiguously, as though there were something more between them? Furthermore, how could she claim to discern the flaws in his essay? He had painstakingly crafted it over a long period. At this, the woman's expression darkened, seemingly offended by the term sister, as if it were a common woman's aversion to being referred to as older, despite her being merely 17 or 18. You truly are unaware of the humor in your own words, she said, pointing at a specific line in Zhu Ping'an's essay with her delicate finger. The line she indicated was from the introduction of his essay. When the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who profits. Thus, cooperation leads to mutual benefit, while conflict results in mutual harm. Zhu Ping'an, finding her assertion rather serious, reread the line but found nothing amiss. The phrasing was coherent, encompassing the overall theme without error, and adhered to the conventions of classical prose. Thus, Zhu Ping'an chose to ignore the woman's teasing and continued writing his essay. You are quite dull. Don't you see the humor in the phrase clam and snipe contend? She teased, observing that Zhu Ping'an was unresponsive. She boldly snatched the brush from his hand. With green garments cradling the inkstone and red sleeves enhancing the fragrance of reading, she mused. What nonsense! Zhu Ping'an thought, finding her presence irksome. Wishing he could simply dismiss her. Return my brush, he said calmly. I shall not, unless you admit that clam and snipe contend is amusing, she replied, her smile unwavering as she gently shook the brush above him. What is so funny about clam and snipe contend? Zhu Ping'an had lost count of how many times he wished to sell this laughing woman to a place of mirth. Then tell me the story of clam and snipe contend, she persisted, unaware of his inner thoughts. Zhu Ping'an relented, recounting the tale. After the clam clamped down on the snipe's beak, it declared, I will not release you today or tomorrow. The sun will surely bake you to death. As he narrated, he caught sight of the woman doubled over in laughter. What is so amusing about that? He inquired, perplexed by her mirth. Isn't it true that a clam speaks with its mouth? How could it utter words without opening its mouth? That would mean it has to release its grip? Ha ha ha. How ridiculous it is to use such expressions. One might as well fear the examiner bursting with laughter. The enchantress clutched her belly, laughing heartily, evidently delighted by her ability to tease Zhu Ping'an. These scholars must have dulled their minds with their studies. It is truly amusing. Is playing with words such an intriguing pastime? Zhu Ping'an spoke with a hint of disdain towards the enchantress's sophistry. The young girl suppressed her laughter and nodded. Zhu Ping'an turned his gaze out the window, where the sun had begun its descent, and he realized that much of the day had slipped away unnoticed. The county examination is considerably easier than the provincial one. The candidates for the provincial examination possess far superior abilities, yet the pass rate is significantly lower in comparison to these individuals who immerse themselves in rigid literary forms. He felt rather inexperienced. Thus, he must make the most of his time. Therefore, it was essential to set aside this bothersome enchantress. Since you enjoy wordplay so much, why not engage in a game of wits? If you cannot provide an answer, you must return my brush and leave me in peace, Zhu Ping'an proposed, a challenging smile gracing his lips. My kind benefactor, what if I do answer correctly? The enchantress asked with a playful grin, having just toyed with Zhu Ping'an, unaware of the challenge he might present. Then so be it, Zhu Ping'an replied nonchalantly, showing no concern. Don't say you won't regret it. The girl continued to smile. You scholars are always so self-assured. There are 6 steamed buns in the basin and 6 children. If each child receives 1 bun, why is there still 1 bun left in the basin? Zhu Ping'an posed a modern riddle, which originated in ancient India. In ancient China, especially during the Ming dynasty, such thinking was unfamiliar, making it difficult for the ancients to arrive at an answer. Zhu Ping'an believed the enchantress would be no exception. After he presented the riddle, the enchantress furrowed her brow in deep thought, unable to fathom why, with 6 buns and 6 children, all buns would be taken, yet 1 remained in the basin. Frowning, she appeared troubled. Return my brush, go where it is cool, and don't disturb me, Zhu Ping'an said, extending his hand. Absolutely not. That is entirely impossible. You are trying to deceive me. The girl firmly grasped the brush, expressing her discontent with Zhu Ping'an's question. Is it impossible simply because you cannot conceive of it? Zhu Ping'an scoffed with a smirk. Unless you can provide the answer, you are indeed deceiving me. The girl remained convinced that Zhu Ping'an could not possibly know the answer. In her eyes, the question was sheer nonsense, devoid of any possible solution, for it was a figment of imagination. What if I were to reveal it? Zhu Ping'an inquired calmly. If you do reveal it, I shall return your brush. The girl blinked her eyes. Zhu Ping'an cast a glance at her and replied coolly. Because the last child carried away the basin. The last child took the basin away, undoubtedly leaving a bun inside. The enchantress gazed at Zhu Ping'an for a long while before reluctantly returning the brush, yet she did not depart, still resting her chin on her hand. In her own words, she had merely promised to return the brush, not to leave. Then I shall pose another question. You stay over there. Zhu Ping'an accepted the brush, dipped it in ink, and began to read his essay, speaking slowly without glancing at the enchantress beside him. The young girl, feeling discontented, naturally did not refuse. Who does Xiao Ming resemble most at home? After Zhu Ping'an asked, he lowered his head to continue his writing. It must be his father. The enchantress sitting on the bed immediately answered. Without raising his head, Zhu Ping'an dismissed her answer. His mother? Zhu Ping'an shook his head again. Oh, you are truly despicable. Could it be that Xiao Ming bears resemblance to someone else? The enchantress remarked in disgust from her position on the bed. Zhu Ping'an continued to shake his head. The enchantress suspected that Zhu Ping'an was genuinely attempting to deceive her, doubting her assertion that father or mother was not the correct answer, and urged him to reveal the answer. It is the reflection of Xiao Ming in the mirror, Zhu Ping'an replied nonchalantly while writing, adding, all right. Promises made by children of the rivers and lakes are worth their weight in gold. Do not disturb me further. The young girl leaned against the bed and violently tugged at Zhu Ping'an's robe hanging by the headboard, venting her dissatisfaction. Chapter 99. Last Night's Xiao Tao Hong. A song well sung and a life well lived. Whenever the enchantress made noise on the bed, unable to find peace, Zhu Ping'an would pose a riddle, ensuring that for the remainder of the day, the sound of her laughter was absent, as if she were entirely unwell. Why can't a single question be answered? Yet whenever that lad reveals the answer, it imparts a sense of revelation. After several consecutive questions, she began to question her very existence. The enchantress reclined on the bed, observing the boy, who was engrossed in his writing beneath the warm glow of the setting sun, evoking an indescribable feeling within her. As the sun descended, Zhu Ping'an finally completed a piece of strategic writing along with a traditional essay. drying the ink and placing it on the corner of the table alongside a similar Qing dynasty essay from his memory. He intended to thoroughly compare and study it later that evening, examining the strengths of the Qing dynasty essays while scrutinizing his own shortcomings, aspiring to enhance his writing skills. Given his current level, passing the preliminary examination seemed feasible, yet aspiring for success in the provincial examination would still pose some challenges, warranting continued effort for improvement. In the evening, Zhu Ping'an exited the room, returning with some stir-fried dishes and pancakes. Upon re-entering, he divided the food into 2 portions, one for himself and the other for the enchantress. "Where's the wine?" she asked, looking at the meal offered by Zhu Ping'an with a pout. She casually stirred the stir-fried dish with her chopsticks, finding no meat, which intensified her frown. Raising her gaze to Zhu Ping'an, she lamented, "How can you treat a patient this way, with not even a piece of meat? Having something to eat is good enough." "Your medicine has nearly drained my purse," Zhu Ping'an replied with a sidelong glance, then returned to enjoying his meal with great relish. A female thief, quite full of herself, acted as if she were a lady of high status. Meanwhile, Zhu Ping'an relished his meal, thoroughly finishing 3 pancakes alongside the stir-fried dishes. The young girl, after a lengthy period of eating, was left with 1 pancake and a significant portion of the vegetables. Adhering to the principle of minimizing waste, Zhu Ping'an decided to consume the leftover pancake along with the remnants of the dish, savoring every bite until nothing remained. With a satisfied burp, he poured himself a cup of hot tea, gently blowing on the rim before sipping. "Goodness, you truly can eat. You must be born in the year of the pig," the girl remarked with a playful smile, resting her chin on her hand. "I wouldn't dare compete with you for the same zodiac sign," Zhu Ping'an replied coolly. Ignoring her subsequent reaction, he gathered the plates and bowls from the table and took them to the dining hall. Upon his return, he brought back a blanket. The girl felt a slight flush creep to her cheeks. Although she had traversed the martial world for years, this was her first experience sharing a room with a man. Even though he was merely an adolescent with little maturity, it still made her cheeks warm. "You should sleep on the floor," she asserted, quickly taking her place on the bed. "Or do you think I brought the bedding for nothing?" Zhu Ping'an said, not even glancing at the girl claiming the bed. He laid the blanket down on the wooden floor, grateful that they were on the 2nd floor with wooden flooring. Otherwise, the dampness of early spring would have been unbearable. Once he had arranged the bedding, Zhu Ping'an settled down at the desk by the window, lighting an oil lamp and adjusting the wick with a needle before placing it at the corner of the table. He then spread out a treatise he had written and a piece of classical literary work, alongside a copied essay from the Qing dynasty, and began to study them with interest under the lamp's glow. After some time spent comparing notes, he marked and annotated his treatise and the classical work, leaving behind thoughts and insights for future reference. The girl on the bed, fully clothed, dozed off, occasionally opening her eyes to glance at the diligent boy reading by the lamp, her hand firmly clutching a dagger she had hidden in a cup. Still feeling somewhat weak from her recent medication, she soon fell asleep again. She was roused by the sound of rustling clothing, her dark eyes snapping open with vigilance. Assuming someone intended to take advantage of her slumber, gripping the dagger tightly, she was ready for action. Chiding herself for being blinded by the boy's courteous demeanor and diligent study, failing to see through his seemingly respectable facade. What met her gaze was Zhu Ping'an, neatly dressed and methodically slipping a crossbody bag over his shoulder, methodically placing books and a simple brush into the bag. He also tucked a worn black wooden board under his arm, suggesting he had performed this task countless times before. Outside the window, dawn was just breaking, the inky sky still dotted with a few scattered stars. "What are you doing?" the girl asked, her voice hoarse from sleep, yet alluring. "Morning practice," Zhu Ping'an replied without looking up, focused on ensuring nothing was left behind in his bag. His lack of acknowledgement made her feel foolish for having been on edge all night. The young girl gazed at Zhu Ping'an, with his satchel slung over one shoulder and a black wooden board in hand, disappeared into the room. She pouted at the closed door, then closed her eyes once more, surrendering to slumber. Early spring's morning bore a slight chill, as the eastern sky revealed a pale light, suffused with the essence of dawn. Everything felt so pure, uplifting to the spirit, reminiscent of a delicate ink wash painting, wherein the fragrance of morning mist wafted gently. Not far from the inn, Zhu Ping'an encountered a few individuals, swaying and supporting one another as they stumbled from a distance, the pungent aroma of alcohol preceding them. Goodness, I wondered why the street smelled so delightful. It turns out to be the scent of wine. Zhu Ping'an's expression darkened. Memories of last night's revelry with the enchanting Xiao Chui flooded his mind. The inebriated men moved like crabs, their slurred words spilling forth, revealing their intoxicated state. As the group approached, Zhu Ping'an was taken aback to recognize them. The swaying figure was none other than his uncle, Zhu Shouren, while a mound of flesh nearby belonged to his uncle's rotund companion, who appeared thoroughly inebriated. The other three were also fellow villagers, equally unsteady on their feet. "Good morning, uncle. Good morning, gentlemen," Zhu Ping'an greeted with a respectful bow. "Ah, is that not Zhu? Where are you off to?" Uncle Zhu Shouren slurred, his words unclear. Before Zhu Ping'an could respond, a fellow villager chimed in with a drunken chuckle. "I know. The day before yesterday, I noticed young Ping'an leaving. When I finally arose to seek some sustenance, I found him indulging in a delicious spread. He must be craving it again." Laughter erupted among the other intoxicated men. The acrid scent of alcohol mingled with cheap perfume, creating an unpleasant aroma that prompted Zhu Ping'an to step back. "Young'un, are you shy?" the merry group teased as they staggered past him, laughing heartily on their way back to the inn. Zhu Ping'an watched their unsteady forms with a pained expression, feeling a sense of dismay for his family. Chapter 100. Dressed in splendor, the waters of Taihu appeared particularly crystalline in the morning light. Zhu Ping'an sat on a low stone before the lake, unable to resist dipping his finger into the mirror-like surface, a refreshing coolness coursing from his fingertips to his heart, dispelling the earlier discomfort caused by his uncle's antics. He scooped a handful of lake water to wash his face, invigorating and refreshing. Afterward, he spread the black wooden board over the stone, pouring a bamboo tube of lake water into a natural indentation on the rock. From his satchel, he retrieved a cowtail brush crafted by his father, saturating it with the lake water before fervently inscribing characters onto the board. As the sun gradually ascended in the east, it cast warmth and light upon the diligent youth practicing his calligraphy by the shores of Taihu. Once the sunlight became brighter, Zhu Ping'an gathered his brush, bamboo tube, and black wooden board, then extracted a hand-copied manuscript from his bag, immersing himself in its contents. In the distance, where the sky met the water, white sails appeared, accompanied by the distant calls of fishermen at work. By the banks of Taihu Lake, a young boy tidied his belongings and slung his backpack across his shoulder as he retraced his steps, passing through the bustling streets. He purchased 2 servings of tofu pudding and 6 pieces of fried dough sticks, commonly referred to as yozhai in this region, a term that still lingers among the locals. This was a time when people expressed their indignation over the unjust execution of Yu Fei and his son by Qin Hui under baseless accusations at Fengguo Pavilion. Zhu Ping'an returned to the inn, clutching the fried dough sticks and tofu pudding. His room, located in a secluded part of the inn, was relatively inexpensive. Upon entering, he was met with an unexpected scene of lively commotion. As he pushed the door open, a jubilant cheer echoed in the air. "Ah, my husband has returned, and he has brought my favorite fried dough sticks." "Wait, what? My husband?" Zhu Ping'an's mind raced with confusion. What kind of trickery was this? Yet, as he surveyed the room, clarity dawned upon him. Standing within were 3 officials dressed in attire reminiscent of constables, albeit with a touch of elegance. The leader bore a waist knife, its appearance akin to a miao dagger, with a long handle, a straight spine, and a subtly curved blade. Could this possibly be the renowned Sichuan knife? Had something gone awry? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhu Ping'an paused momentarily, only to be enveloped by a fragrant scent. The enchanting woman nestled into his embrace like a sparrow returning to its nest, playfully urging him to sit in a chair while she eagerly took the fried dough sticks and tofu pudding from his hands, exhibiting a demeanor akin to that of a devoted wife. "My husband, these gentlemen from the Jinyui have come for a routine inspection, supposedly seeking out assassins." How frightening. She feigned a delicate demeanor, embodying the image of a frightened maiden. Indeed, they were Jinyui, but unlike the portrayals in television dramas, they were not clad in the flamboyant flying fish robes. Only their leader brandished the Sichuan knife, while the others wielded ordinary blades. "Thank you, esteemed gentlemen, for your diligence in ensuring our safety. We have a modest breakfast remaining. If it pleases you, please partake to warm yourselves." Zhu Ping'an rose from his seat, offering a respectful bow before discreetly slipping a small silver ingot into the leader's hand, expressing his gratitude. Offering a token of silver to the officials was not a sign of guilt, but rather an understanding of social etiquette. If these officials possessed good character, it would be fine. However, should they be of lesser integrity, a a search could lead to considerable inconvenience, perhaps damaging belongings or causing items to be misplaced or pilfered. A small bribe would ensure civility, regardless of their nature. Not at all, young master, you are too kind. We have yet to apprehend the assassin targeting the magistrate. We are merely conducting a routine examination. The leader of the Jinui accepted the silver, deftly concealing it in his sleeve with familiarity, his tone considerably more polite. With such a wealth of books, you must be here to prepare for an examination. We shall complete our inspection shortly and not disturb your studies. Then I extend my gratitude to you, esteemed gentleman, Zhu Ping'an replied with another bow before returning to his seat, leaning against the table as he awaited the conclusion of their visit. The leading Jinji, accompanied by two subordinates, commenced their search with a notable degree of decorum. After a brief examination, during which they found no illicit items such as bloodied garments or weapons, they prepared to depart. Just as they were about to leave, a keen-eyed Jinjui noticed something beneath the bed and approached to investigate. It turned out to be some purchased medicinal herbs. Zhu Ping'an felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back, yet his countenance remained unperturbed, as if nothing unusual had transpired. The Jinji crouched down to inspect further, discovering only a few paper-wrapped bundles of herbs, which he then retrieved. The leader of the Jinjui approached, unwrapping one of the packages and then another, before turning his gaze toward Zhu Ping'an. At that moment, the enchanting woman blushed slightly, feigning shyness as she clutched a handkerchief, playfully leaning against Zhu Ping'an's shoulder. With a coy demeanor, she exclaimed, "Oh, how embarrassing. Those jade butterflies, donkey hide gelatin, aloe, pearl powder, and ginseng are all meant for a lady's health. I simply wish to help my husband produce a son." As she spoke, the alluring woman playfully pinched Zhu Ping'an's waist. The two packages of herbs that the Jinji had opened were indeed intended for beauty and health, specifically for women. The Jinji, possessing a rudimentary understanding of herbal medicine, recognized that the items were not meant for treating wounds or injuries. Seeing the woman's bashful demeanor and hearing her innocent remarks, they felt relieved and, suppressing their laughter, clasped their fists in farewell before departing. The notion of producing a son referred merely to a lad of 13 or 14, likely still in the throes of adolescence. Such a situation might indeed have been a challenge for him. A boy yet to fully mature and a blossoming young woman, coupled with the phrase producing a son, naturally explained the pallor on the youth's face, a consequence of his late-night exertions. The Jinjui stifled their laughter as they exited the building. Once the voices of the Jinji had entirely faded away, Zhu Ping'an exhaled a sigh of relief, disregarding his appearance as he slumped into a chair, pouring himself a glass of cool tea and gulping it down. The enchanting woman scrutinized him from head to toe, covering her cherry lips as she giggled, "My dear husband, look at your pale face and trembling legs. Are you sure you are a man?" Zhu Ping'an could only weakly retort that it was her fault for putting him in such a predicament. After all, in both of his lifetimes, he had been nothing more than a scholar, utterly unaccustomed to such scenarios. Managing to remain composed without soiling himself was already a testament to his mental fortitude. Moreover, he firmly asserted that his legs were not trembling at all. With a playful laugh, she continued, "I truly wonder if you are even a man, sitting at the table." She teased him once more. "Shall I show you to prove it?" Zhu Ping'an shot her a glance and responded coolly. The enchanting woman regarded his words with disdainful amusement. "You little rascal," Zhu Ping'an retorted, swiftly reaching into his bosom. Upon seeing this, the woman's expression shifted, and she took a step back, producing a gleaming dagger seemingly from nowhere. It appeared that should Zhu Ping'an make any untoward move, she would swiftly strike, clean and decisive. Then, Zhu Ping'an produced a travel permit from his pocket and placed it upon the table, pointing to a line of text with a faint smirk. "See here, Zhu Ping'an, a man from Xia Village, a young man." Chapter 101. Trivial matters before the provincial examination. Barely having grown a beard, yet he dares to tease his sister. The young girl, momentarily taken aback by Zhu Ping'an's earlier jest, soon responded with a playful smile. Who was it that drew their knife in fright? Zhu Ping'an returned her a dismissive smile and took a seat at the table, relishing his breakfast. "Aren't you curious why the Jinui came to search but ignored me?" The girl, seated across from Zhu Ping'an, nibbled on a youtiao, ultimately unable to resist raising her head to inquire. Zhu Ping'an paused his chopsticks, shrugged slightly, and replied nonchalantly, "It is merely because you were masked during your assassination attempt, and it was night, rendering your appearance unrecognizable. You are truly dull." The girl retorted, pouting slightly, and returned to her youtiao and tofu pudding. After a brief moment, she playfully kicked Zhu Ping'an's chair. What now? Zhu Ping'an, somewhat exasperated, set down his chopsticks and asked, How much money do you have left? The girl carelessly stirred her tofu pudding, showing a hint of disdain. Why? Zhu Ping'an casually inquired before continuing his breakfast. I noticed there are quite a few fat sheep at the inn. If you could assist me tonight, we could. The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her vitality seemingly restored as if her earlier injuries had vanished. Zhu Ping'an, mid-sip of his tofu pudding, suddenly spewed it forth. The girl quickly shifted her youtiao and tofu pudding to the side, narrowly avoiding the spray. Even rabbits do not eat the grass near their burrows. Yet here you are, thinking of committing a theft right from the inn where you are staying, while the mess from your previous assassination attempt remains unresolved. Do you wish to deprive the Jinui of their rest? They are not to be trifled with, and besides, my uncle and his associates are no strangers to you. They would avoid you like the plague, and yet you pursue them. Had you not been so impoverished, I would not have entertained such thoughts. I am not a fool, unaware that one cannot live without the taste of flesh. The girl placed all the blame squarely upon Zhu Ping'an. Ultimately, Zhu Ping'an did not acquiesce to the girl's proposal, but merely agreed to add a meat dish to their meal one day, provided she wrote an IOU for 10 taels of silver. Time passed slowly, filled with calligraphy practice, morning readings, and the study of the 8-legged essay, as if the incessantly restless girl in the room did not exist. One day, after practicing calligraphy and morning readings, he retraced his steps only to be intercepted by a group of scholarly students. Isn't this Zhu Xian, who flits about like a sparrow among the reeds? What a fortuitous encounter. The first to greet him was a well-mannered young gentleman, a scholar by the name of Xia Luoming from Tongcheng, who had previously received commendation from Zhou Shouren at the Shangshan Poetry Conference. His face bore a humble smile, yet there was an air of arrogance in his demeanor. Zhu Xian, I have long admired you. I am Feng Shanshui from Susong County. Following closely behind Xia Luoming was a young scholar in his early 20s, possessing exceptional good looks that far surpassed those of Zhu Ping'an. Soon, others began to greet one another warmly. Good day, everyone. Zhu Ping'an, clutching a black wooden board, exchanged pleasantries with a few individuals. What a remarkable coincidence. Scholars from various counties have gathered by the shores of Taihu Lake to share insights and compose poetry. This gathering marks the final poetry meeting before the provincial examination, and dear Zhu, you must not miss it. Feng Shanshui from Susong County engaged in light conversation before extending an invitation to Zhu Ping'an to join them for the poetry gathering. Once again, Zhu Ping'an was not inclined to attend such an event. Oh, I apologize, but I have pressing matters to attend to. I am truly grateful for your kindness. Yet I fear I must decline this gathering. He bowed in apology, preparing to turn away. Just as Zhu Ping'an expressed his regrets, Xia Luoming interjected, Dear Zhu, please do not refuse. We are already at Taihu's edge. Why not partake in this gathering? Moreover, the top scholars from several counties are present. You should not miss this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Feng Shanshui chimed in. Zhu, your line about the flying into the reeds truly captures the essence of snow. We have all gathered here, admiring your literary talent, and if you do not showcase even a fraction of it, it would be a disappointment for us all. I truly have pressing matters to attend to, and I am not well versed in this art. Thus, I shall not intrude, Zhu Ping'an reiterated, bowing once more. You are exceedingly modest, Zhu. Your talents are remarkable, whether in farewell verses or snow-themed poetry, and we are all greatly impressed. Why not leave us with a piece of your work today? It would be a lovely memory for us to discuss after the event. Indeed, Zhu. If you could leave us a piece of your work, it would surely become a delightful tale for the provincial examination. Absolutely, let us all go together. The surrounding scholars echoed in agreement. Zhu Ping'an, still holding the black wooden board, gently declined once more, saying, I sincerely apologize, but I am not adept at poetry. It often takes me several days to craft a single piece. I would not wish to embarrass myself at such an occasion. You are being too humble, Zhu. That line about the flying into the reeds has already shamed us all. Yes, please do not be so modest. Join us, the assembled scholars urged, eager to have Zhu Ping'an accompany them to the poetry gathering. I apologize profusely, but I truly have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave now. Zhu Ping'an bowed graciously and maneuvered through the crowd, clutching the black wooden board. As he departed, the gathered scholars began to murmur among themselves. Honestly, what is he so proud about? That poem was a muddled affair, and the only line worth noting was the last one. How ostentatious. Surely he is afraid of failing to produce poetry in public. Never mind, brother Foam, brotherly. Let us proceed to the poetry meeting at Taihu. The murmurs were neither too loud nor too quiet, just audible enough for Zhu Ping'an to overhear. Unfazed by their chatter, he returned to the inn, requesting a simple meal of 2 dishes and a soup, which he placed in a food box as he ascended the stairs. What a poetry gathering. It is all merely trivial nonsense. One would be better off spending their time immersed in books. The poetry gathering by the shores of Taihu is in full swing, with students fiercely competing against one another, presenting poem after poem, and indeed a few remarkable verses have emerged. Naturally, the news of Zhu Ping'an's persistent refusal to participate in the gathering has circulated, interpreted as a sign of his fear of failing to compose poetry, thus adding a layer to the backdrop of this event and contributing in its own way. Time swiftly passes after the poetry gathering, almost in the blink of an eye. The provincial examination is about to commence. Chapter 102. The provincial examination. You are truly annoying, always waking me up. The enchanting maiden in bed, with delicate hands, rubbed her drowsy eyes in irritation. Upon opening her dark, glistening eyes, she discovered that Zhu Ping'an had already donned his attire and was preparing to leave. Curiously, he was not carrying the peculiar cloth bags he usually bore, nor the worn wooden board. His hands were completely empty, piquing her interest. Why are you going empty-handed? She inquired with curiosity. The provincial examination is commencing, and I am off to take the test. I have left 101 on the table. You are responsible for your meals today. Please exercise caution when going out, Zhu Ping'an instructed, glancing back momentarily before departing. Why aren't you taking anything for the examination? The girl continued to question him. Aren't you known as the food bucket Jiaoyu? And why are you not even bringing a pen? The provincial examination differs from the county exam. We are only permitted to bring the examination permit, while all other items are prohibited, as the examination hall will provide what is necessary, Zhu Ping'an replied calmly. Oh, do return with the title of top scholar, the girl said with a cheerful smile as she watched him. Scholar this, scholar that, it is merely a provincial examination, Zhu Ping'an retorted, exasperated, before closing the door behind him and heading downstairs. His uncle and the other students had risen early, preparing a sumptuous feast in the main hall, encouraging every acquaintance among the provincial examinees with pride and enjoyment. Zhu Ping'an, too, relished a rare moment of his uncle's encouragement, although it was evident that his uncle's heart did not align with his words. Zhu Ping'an joined the throngs heading to the examination venue. The streets were bustling with voices, a continuous flow of people, and the Anqing government had dispatched numerous officials and soldiers to maintain order in various locations. The venue for the provincial examination was evidently superior to that of the county exam. It was a grand estate, adorned with a plaque inscribed with the words Anqing Provincial Examination Hall. At the hour of the rabbit, the gates swung open, and the scholars were directed by the officials and soldiers to form 4 lines, where they would undergo a meticulous inspection. Aside from the examination permit, any other items were strictly prohibited from entering. Outside the gates, Zhu Ping'an did not spot any fellow townsfolk among the students. However, he soon encountered Xiang Luoming and others, who appeared quite confident. Upon recognizing Zhu Ping'an, they exchanged glances filled with a competitive spirit, bowed to one another from a distance, and proceeded into the gates with their respective groups. Once inside, the 4 lines of scholars were led by 4 officials holding lanterns to their respective examination halls. At the entrance of each hall stood a simple curtain barrier, where each candidate was required to undergo an inspection before entering. Zhu Ping was also arranged to enter the curtain for inspection, where 4 soldiers were responsible for the checks. He was required to remove his shoes and socks, and to open his clothing for a thorough examination, aimed at preventing any contraband. Even the layers of his garments were meticulously scrutinized. Fortunately, he was permitted to wear undergarments for a cursory inspection, or else the situation could have been rather awkward. Upon entering the examination hall, there were designated personnel to guide the seating arrangements. The seats were independent cubicles, accommodating only a desk and a chair, with 3 walls and an open front. The seating was organized according to the results of the county examination, and Zhu Ping was fortunate to receive a favorable position, far from the restroom and kitchen. After taking his seat, the necessary writing materials and examination papers were gradually delivered to him. The provincial examination consisted of 3 sessions, with the first focusing on the 4 books and 5 classics, lasting an entire day. This portion of the exam was relatively straightforward, divided into 2 segments. The first required writing an essay in the eight-legged style based on questions derived from the 4 books, while the second tested the recitation and memorization of specified passages, requiring interpretation of their meanings. Upon seeing the exam questions, Zhu Ping felt confident. The recitation and memorization segment was his forte, and he could effortlessly recall the passages mentioned in the questions. The essay prompts were not overly difficult either. Although Zhu Ping had never practiced breaking down the essay questions before, he was still able to approach them accurately and appropriately. During the examination, there were 3 breaks allowed throughout the day, during which food and fresh water were provided. The meals, though consisting of 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish, lacked flavor. And there was no soup, just a bowl of plain water, barely sufficient to satisfy hunger. In the midst of the exam, Zhu Ping excused himself to the restroom twice, signaling with a small bell beside his desk to request permission from the proctor, who allowed him to leave, accompanied by a designated attendant. Regardless of the nature of his needs, these attendants remained close, unfazed by the unpleasantness of the situation. As dusk approached, candidates began to submit their papers. Zhu Ping meticulously reviewed his work, ensuring no omissions before ringing the small bell again. When an attendant approached to inquire about his request, he indicated he was ready to submit his paper. Subsequently, 2 individuals arrived, one to cover his personal information on the exam paper with a blank sheet, placing the concealed paper into a wooden box resembling a lunch container, while the other collected all his writing materials into a basket. Afterward, the proctor gestured for the guards to escort Zhu Ping out, where he found the sun had already set. Upon exiting the examination hall, he saw that his companions, including Xiang Ming from Tongcheng, were engaged in lively conversation outside. Noticing Zhu Ping's emergence, Xiang Ming and the others displayed expressions of triumph. "How did you fare, Zhu Xiandi?" Feng Shanshui inquired as he approached. "I have completed all the questions," Zhu Ping replied with a sheepish smile. "Having finished the questions surely means success." "Ha ha ha. I extend my early congratulations to you, Zhu Xiandi, for ascending to the top of the list," Feng Shanshui said with a bow and a grin. "How can I dare to hope for such heights? I only wish to place in the lower ranks," Zhu Ping replied, still smiling. To fall short of the Sun Mountain means to fail the examination, as Sun Mountain refers to the last position on the list. This revealed his true sentiments. He sought not the highest accolades, but merely a place on the secondary list. After all, the provincial examination was merely a qualification test for the academy. Whether one performed well or poorly was of little consequence, as long as a spot was secured. The academy examination was the true main event. There was no need for haste. I dare to wager that Brother Zhu Xian will undoubtedly excel in the imperial examination this time." Feng Shanshui smiled, elegantly waving his folding fan, reminiscent of Zhuge Liang's grace. The others merely chuckled without speaking. However, I was hesitant, thus, I preemptively extend my congratulations to the esteemed gentlemen on their impending success in the examination. I, being unable to endure the rigors of the examination hall, shall take my leave to rest at the inn. Clearly, they were awaiting someone, and as I was not well acquainted with them, I discreetly excused myself with a bow. Ha ha ha, Brother Zhu Xian is likely unable to tolerate the examination hall's fare and has gone off in search of fine wine and delicacies, Feng Shanshui remarked with a laugh. Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's intention to rest at the inn, and Feng Shanshui's jest about his inability to withstand the food of the examination hall, the others could not help but recall Zhu Ping'an's reputation as a glutton and the title of the current chancellor. One by one, they burst into laughter. Unfortunately, Brother Feng's words proved accurate. Zhu Ping'an turned back with a carefree grin, leaving the examination hall amidst their laughter, his figure receding into the distance. Chapter 103. Cannot you remain still for a night? As the crimson hues of the setting sun faded, dusk gradually enveloped the world. Zhu Ping'an strolled leisurely towards the inn. The streets were still alive with the enticing aromas of various delicacies, as vendors sought to maximize their business before the night curfew. The regulations for the night curfew were explicit. The first drum would sound at 3, prohibiting travel. The morning bell at 5 would signal the lifting of restrictions. Those found on the streets during the second, third, or fourth watches would receive 40 lashes. Those caught shortly after the first watch and before the morning bell would be punished with 30 lashes. Exceptions were made for illness, childbirth, or funerals. Of course, as with all regulations, there were ways to circumvent them. If the roads were sealed off during curfew, one might simply venture out in the evening and return at dawn. as was the case with my uncle and others last time, or stealthily slip away through the sewers or bushes, engaging in guerrilla tactics. Moreover, the curfew was only strictly enforced within the inner city, while the outskirts enjoyed a far more lenient approach. As Zhu Ping'an passed a food stall, he was drawn in by an irresistible aroma. Fried silver fish, delicious and reasonably priced. Would you care for some, young master? The vendor, a young couple, called out. Before their stall was a bucket of lively, translucent silver fish, small and soft, with a cylindrical front and a flattened rear. Their heads were long and flat, with thin, semi-transparent bones from which the shape of their brains could be discerned. Zhu Ping'an had heard much of the silver fish since his arrival in Anqing Prefecture. It was said that these fish lived only a year, also known as broken womb fish due to their gruesome breeding method, where they would collide with stones, deliberately using their bellies until they burst, releasing their eggs, after which they would die from the self-inflicted wounds. The silver fish were battered in flour and fried, alongside other seasonings that were not immediately discernible. The finished product was golden and emanated an alluring fragrance. May I sample the taste? Zhu Ping'an halted his steps to inquire. The vendor, responding with action rather than words, presented him with a plate of freshly fried silver fish and a pair of chopsticks, his face aglow with confidence. Zhu Ping'an picked one up with the chopsticks, gently blew on it, and placed it in his mouth, whereupon his palate was awakened by its tenderness, crispness, and delightful flavor, leaving him with an insatiable appetite. The flavors were exquisite. I would like one. No, make it 2 servings, please wrap them up for me. Zhu Ping'an set down his chopsticks, returned the plate to the vendor, and nodded in satisfaction. Initially intending to order just one, he recalled the ravenous vixen at home and decided to ask for 2. Certainly. Young master, please wait a moment. The vendor warmly invited Zhu Ping'an to take a seat. Soon, 2 portions of fried silver fish were wrapped in coarse paper, tied with string, and handed to Zhu Ping'an. He inquired about the price and, after counting out 20 coins from his pocket, handed them to the vendor. The vendor accepted the money and remarked, if the young master enjoys it, do consider returning next time. Additionally, we have our homemade Taihu sealed wine, which pairs exquisitely with silver fish. Zhu Ping'an pondered for a moment, remembering that the vixen at home had been clamoring for both wine and meat for days. Given that the examination had gone smoothly, he thought it wise to indulge her this once. Thus, he paid for a small jar of the vendor's homemade Taihu sealed wine. And in the inn's lobby, he purchased 5 meat buns, 2 bowls of rice porridge, and a plate of crisp vegetables, all packed neatly in a food box to take back to his room. As he opened the inn door, he was met by the ravenous vixen, who lunged at him and snatched the food box from his hands, resembling a famished beggar. Zhu Ping'an hesitated for a moment before realizing that she had already seated herself at the table, daintily yet rapidly consuming the food, a piece of fried silver fish, a small meat bun, and even squeezing in sips of Taihu sealed wine, as if a whirlwind had passed through. What's the fuss? Didn't I have a meat dish every day before? Zhu Ping'an closed the door and said nonchalantly, Is it a spell? You make it sound so easy. The vixen replied, her mouth full, making her words slightly unclear. After swallowing a mouthful of wine, she reiterated her earlier statement. You make it sound so easy. I haven't eaten all day. Your insufferable uncle has been feasting with a few pretentious scholars at the entrance since dawn, and being daytime. I couldn't just jump out the window. Try going a whole day without food or drink. Well, all right then, Zhu Ping'an conceded. The young woman devoured 1 portion of fried silver fish, 2 meat buns, and nearly a full jar of wine, only sipping half a bowl of porridge alongside her side dish before beginning to burp loudly, clearly satisfied, though her appetite was modest. Zhu Ping'an leisurely finished the remaining food, save for the leftover jar of Taihu sealed wine. At this moment, he found himself no better than the vixen. The examination meal had been unappetizing, and he had skipped dinner, leaving him feeling only somewhat full after the few meat buns and the other dishes. Seeing you bought such delicious food, I presume your examination went well? After their meal, the vixen rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Zhu Ping'an as he cleared the dishes, and playfully inquired. It's unlikely I failed, Zhu Ping'an replied without looking up, placing the dishes into the food box. You scholars are always so reserved. If it went well, just say so without the caveat of not failing. Isn't that a bit stifling? The young woman teased, laughing lightly. Upon hearing those words, Zhu Ping'an raised his gaze to glance at the young maiden, offering a faint smile as he remarked, You seem to harbor a prejudice against us. Were I to exude confidence just now, You would have declared that we scholars are the epitome of arrogance. Is there any fault in that? The maiden, resting her chin upon her delicate hand, retorted with a playful smile. This was akin to an ancient version of a passionate youth, Zhu Ping'an thought. Choosing not to continue the debate, after tidying up, he returned the food box to the inn. Upon returning to his lodgings, Zhu Ping'an lit the oil lamp, adjusting the wick to illuminate the dim room, and resumed his earnest study of the now yellowed manuscript. Although he felt well prepared for the examination on the 4 books and 5 classics, he discerned that the questions on the 4 books had become increasingly intricate. Mastery of these texts was essential for him to navigate the challenges ahead seamlessly. Can't you take a break for just one evening? You don't care whether I can handle it or not. The girl, reclining on the bed, had expected that after his exam, Zhu Ping'an would at least rest for a night, allowing her to enjoy a good night's sleep. To her surprise, as soon as she settled into bed, he began reading once more, and she pouted in playful reproach. However, the words, uttered from her enchanting lips, sounded quite peculiar to the ear. By the way, your injury must be nearly healed, for you seem to have gained some weight, Zhu Ping'an said casually while organizing his desk, implying that since her injury had mended, perhaps it was time for her to make a change in her surroundings. Oh, it hurts. My internal injury seems to have flared up again. I must take a quick nap to recuperate. The maiden sighed delicately from the bed, pulling the quilt over herself to recover. As the night deepened into stillness, the only sound in the room was the occasional rustling of pages, while the young woman lay fast asleep, her hand beneath the quilt long since devoid of its former sharpness. Chapter 104. An unexpected encounter at Taihu the following morning. As dawn barely broke, Zhu Ping'an, as per his usual routine, quietly prepared himself, slinging a cloth bag containing a black wooden board over his shoulder before stepping out. The girl on the bed, accustomed to waking at this hour, blinked her sleepy eyes, used to being roused by the late night, early rising youth who fancied himself light-footed, oblivious to the sensitivity honed by her experiences in the tumultuous world. Typically, there were few souls by Taihu Lake, yet on this day, upon arriving at its shores, Zhu Ping'an unexpectedly found an elderly man with a white beard already seated by the water, fishing, right on the very rock where he had once practiced his calligraphy. The old gentleman appeared to be grappling with some vexing matter, which likely led him to seek solace in fishing at such an early hour, Zhu Ping'an mused. And thus he chose not to disturb the elder. The lake was vast. There was no need to fret about finding another suitable stone for practice. Therefore, he quietly circumvented the angler, proceeding along the lakeshore. Not far ahead, he stumbled upon a cluster of scattered stones. Selecting a relatively larger one to sit beside a lower stone, from which he extracted his black wooden board, brush, and bamboo tube, commencing his morning exercises. As Zhu Ping'an diligently rowed on the black wooden board with clear water, he suddenly sensed a presence nearby, and upon looking up, he found the elderly fisherman standing before him, observing with keen interest. The elderly gentleman appears to be troubled by worries. Otherwise, why would he abandon fishing to join in the commotion? How many years has the young lad been practicing calligraphy? The angler, holding his fishing rod, stood before Zhu Ping'an, curious about the youth diligently practicing characters on a black wooden board with water early in the morning. Upon noticing Zhu Ping'an's gaze, he stroked his beard and inquired with a smile. It has been approximately 8 years since I began my studies, Zhu Ping'an replied after pausing to contemplate. Pray tell, why do you practice calligraphy in such a manner? The angler asked, intrigued. During my childhood, my family was impoverished, and this method of practice allows me to save on ink, paper, and brushes, thus sparing my parents some labor. Over time, I have grown fond of this form of practice, Zhu Ping'an candidly explained. The angler nodded, his expression reflecting a growing admiration. After their brief exchange, Zhu Ping'an resumed his practice, while the angler found a stone to sit upon, watching with keen interest, seemingly more captivated by Zhu Ping'an's calligraphy than by fishing. Zhu Ping'an practiced with serene composure, as if the angler's presence was inconsequential. As the sun began to rise and the world brightened, Zhu Ping'an collected his black wooden board and brush, retrieving a handwritten manuscript from his satchel, settling on the stone to read it thoughtfully. My dear boy, your calligraphy has clearly reached a foundational level, and you are but a step away from mastery. However, if you continue in this manner, that final step may prove elusive. The angler observed, noting Zhu Ping'an's actions without intending to disturb him. The diligent and earnest youth piqued the angler's desire to assist him. Hearing this, Zhu Ping'an's eyes sparkled, The elder seemed knowledgeable in the art of calligraphy. He sensed that he had recently hit a plateau in his practice, making only slight progress each day, yet feeling as if he faced an insurmountable obstacle, akin to a towering cliff. Seeing the elder's expression of regret, yet confidence, he decided not to hesitate any longer. "I humbly request your guidance, esteemed elder," Zhu Ping'an said, rising to bow respectfully. The angler gestured for Zhu Ping'an to sit and spoke, stroking his beard with a smile. "Guidance is perhaps too grand a term. It is merely sharing of experience. To practice calligraphy, one must engage in tracing, copying, and understanding the nuances of the forms. To truly master it, one must not only emulate, but also innovate." The angler spoke gently, his extensive experience evident. "I observe that you have begun to innovate, yet this is merely the entry point. To achieve true mastery, further effort is required." Zhu Ping'an listened intently, holding his manuscript, aware that the angler was approaching the crux of his wisdom, leaning forward slightly to absorb every word. To practice calligraphy is to scratch the surface. The essence lies in studying the classics, understanding their depths, which forms the very foundation. True masters of calligraphy, such as Chao Mengde from the Three Kingdoms and Ouyang Sun from the Tang Dynasty, were all avid students of the classics. To study the classics, one must begin with every stroke, meticulously analyzing the techniques of ancient masters in their brushwork, character formation, layout, and the indescribable grace and spirit they convey. To truly grasp the essence of a book, one must perceive its flavors, substance, form, spirit, and emotion. Only when these elements penetrate the eyes and settle in the heart can they flow from the hand and onto the paper. The angler, observing Zhu Ping'an's earnestness, spoke with renewed fervor, akin to a mentor guiding a protege. Upon hearing the elder's words, Zhu Ping'an felt as though he had been enlightened, as if a steep and insurmountable cliff had suddenly revealed a stone step, suggesting that he could ascend with ease. Gratitude filled his heart as he once again bowed deeply in appreciation. The elder, with a gentle smile, accepted Zhu Ping'an's gesture and handed him a weathered tome, saying, "This is a copy of Zhang Jiji's Du Fu calligraphy. Though merely a facsimile, it bears a striking resemblance. Our fates are intertwined, hence I bestow it upon you." Zhu Ping'an took a step back, shaking his head slightly. "Esteemed elder, this volume appears to be of great sentimental value to you. I have already received your invaluable teachings. I cannot accept this treasure." The angler, impressed by Zhu Ping'an's steadfastness in the face of temptation, insisted on bestowing the calligraphy upon him. "A fine blade is a gift for a hero. A worthy scroll must be granted to one who appreciates it. Do not decline the elder's generosity." Despite Zhu Ping'an's repeated refusals, the elder's expression grew more insistent, until Zhu Ping'an, left with no choice, accepted the gift, bowing deeply in gratitude once more. "Thank you, venerable elder. I shall not tarnish its worth." "Oh, I have yet to inquire your name, esteemed elder." "Your kindness shall be etched in my memory," Zhu Ping'an added. The angler waved his hand dismissively, laughing. "Why must we know each other's names? Young man, focus on warming your soul with the text." With that, he departed with an effortless grace, rod in hand. Chapter 105. The startling news of the invaders seizing the moment. Zhu Ping'an, after the elder's departure, settled by the shores of Taihu Lake, meticulously examining the gifted calligraphy. Upon opening the tome, he felt as if a solitary boat was navigating through the tempestuous sea. Each character sprang to life, vivid and dynamic. Leaning against the stone, he diligently studied, tracing the strokes with his finger. Unbeknownst to him, daylight had fully arrived, and the call of fishermen echoed across the lake. Looking up at the sun now hanging high in the sky, his stomach growled in protest, prompting him to reluctantly stow the calligraphy in his bag and gather his belongings, clutching the black wooden board as he made his way toward the inn. As he passed by a street vendor selling rice rolls with meat, the enticing aroma drew him in. He entered the establishment, ordered a portion of rice rolls and a bowl of rice porridge, paid, and patiently awaited his meal. It wasn't long before the vendor presented him with a steaming dish of rice rolls. Zhu Ping'an took a bite, disregarding the heat, and savored the tender, flavorful meat. The rice rolls absorbing the essence of the dish, aromatic yet not greasy. "Kind sir, may I trouble you for another portion to take away?" Zhu Ping'an called to the vendor, offering payment once more. "Of course, I shall prepare it once you've had your fill, so you can enjoy it warm at home." The vendor replied, appreciating Zhu Ping'an's consideration. "Thank you for your thoughtfulness." Zhu Ping'an nodded in satisfaction. You are too kind, sir. The shopkeeper chuckled and proceeded to attend to other patrons. Zhu Ping'an sat at the table, savoring the rice and meat dish, occasionally sipping a warm porridge, truly experiencing a feeling of contentment that transcended the mundane. Just as Zhu was indulging in his breakfast, a few merchants entered the establishment, their faces etched with anger. Each ordered a serving of rice and meat, along with several seasonal side dishes, and soon began to voice their indignation. Those despicable pirates have returned to invade the coast. One exclaimed. Indeed, it was only a few years ago when these scoundrels attacked. Just this morning, I received word via carrier pigeon that 2 carts of raw silk were stolen, and 2 of our shop assistants nearly met a tragic fate. I consider myself fortunate. I was ill for 2 days during my journey and narrowly escaped. Ah, those minuscule nations truly warrant a military response. The diners at the nearby table, intrigued by the conversation, inquired about the latest calamity befalling a region due to the pirates. This time it is Suzhou Prefecture. Although we, in Anqing Prefecture, are situated farther from the coast, it is still a relatively safe haven. Let me tell you, those pirates, bald-headed and barefoot, tread upon wooden planks, chattering in their incomprehensible tongue, fierce and malevolent, feasting upon human flesh, especially relishing hearts and livers. Though few in number, the pirates were ruthless, leaving no one unharmed and ravaging the land. Their devastation was truly horrific. Those listening could not help but gasp in horror, silently expressing gratitude for residing in Anqing Prefecture, knowing that had they been in Suzhou, they might have encountered dire misfortune. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ping'an could no longer continue his meal. A wave of melancholy surged within him, lingering unrelentingly. The pirates, those vile creatures, were all but forgotten. The turmoil wrought by the Japanese pirates during the Ming Dynasty was second only to the atrocities of the Japanese invasion in modern times. A heinous crime committed by that minuscule nation upon the sacred soil of China. The rampage of the Japanese pirates was rooted in their homeland's turmoil. As Japan was ensnared in its warring states period, with warlords clashing incessantly. In such a small nation, even a minor village could claim lordship, leading to endless strife. Having lost their families, lands, and lords, the displaced Japanese peasants, rogues, and destitute samurai turned their avaricious eyes toward the distant shores of China, embarking on perilous voyages aboard their pirate ships. Of course, the ranks of these pirates also included coastal marauders and smugglers from southeastern China, who colluded with the Japanese, launching large-scale incursions, committing unspeakable atrocities that persisted for decades. Zhu Ping'an's hatred for the pirates far surpassed that of his contemporaries, who merely experienced their depredations without comprehending the monumental sins that would befall China centuries later at the hands of that diminutive nation. To even liken them to beasts would be an affront to true beasts. Now, upon hearing news of the pirates ravaging the coast, Zhu Ping'an could hardly contain his indignation, feeling an almost overwhelming urge to abandon his pen for the sword. Yet, reflecting upon his status as a mere scholar, lacking the strength to even bind a chicken, he realized that such a course would likely only result in a single scar from a pirate's blade. Thus, he quelled that thought. Then, he pondered, what of a scholar? One could still strategize and maneuver, wielding a pen as deftly as a sword. Moreover, with a millennium of accumulated wisdom at his disposal, he possessed insights gleaned from the experiences of heroes like Qi Jiguang and Yu Daiyou, as well as those of national heroes who would arise a century later. Their valor forged in blood. A platform is what one truly requires. At present, I am merely a humble village, despite my ambitions and experiences, which find no outlet. Consequently, my yearning for the imperial examination grows ever stronger. The desire to achieve fame and fortune, to don the official S-cap and govern a coastal region, even if it is but a single county. I aspire to exert my utmost efforts to eradicate the invading pirates and safeguard the diligent and kind-hearted citizens of our nation. If only I had a larger platform, it would be even more splendid. I wouldn't mind a repeat of the black ship incident at this juncture, as it is said that the island nation is rich in silver and that its women are rather appealing. Alas, such thoughts are perhaps fanciful and impractical. It is wiser to focus on solidifying my foundation through diligent study and poetry. After hastily finishing my meal, I took away the packaged rice and meat, eager to reach the inn early, allowing myself more time to read and reflect, thereby bolstering my confidence for the upcoming examination. As I walked the streets, I encountered groups of people discussing affairs in Suzhou. Approaching the inn, I once again crossed paths with Xiang Luo Ming from Tongcheng and Feng Shanshui from Susong. Their elegant attire and delicate folding fans exuded a refined charm. "Good morning, everyone," I called out from a distance. Xiang Luo Ming merely nodded in acknowledgement without uttering a word. "Oh, it is you, Brother Zhu," Feng Shanshui replied, noticing the rice and meat in my hand. A hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. The others, recalling my reputation as a glutton, could not suppress their laughter. "Having just finished the examination, why not join us for a few cups of fine wine at the Jingxian Tower?" Feng Shanshui suggested. "I shall not impose. I still have my meal to attend to," I replied, shaking the package of meat with a simple grin. "Then we shall part ways here." Feng Shanshui and his companions bid farewell with a courteous gesture. I reciprocated their gesture and observed as they strolled away, engaging in light-hearted conversation, seemingly oblivious to the troubling news of pirate incursions in Suzhou. Upon returning to the inn, I found my uncle Zhu Shouren and others enjoying their drinks and laughter at a nearby table. I refrained from disturbing them and made my way through the hall, heading towards my quarters with the rice and meat in hand. Chapter 106. The Eastern Hall rankings have been announced. The bustling carriages ascend toward the heavens, as people eagerly await the announcement of the Eastern Hall rankings. 10,000 miles of casual gold. The phoenix soars. The three platforms still borrow the jade and coins. Words float like wine. The rosy clouds shine bright as the sun illuminates the garments, resplendent and vivid. On the 12th street before the pavilions, who does not gaze upon the immortals? Su-in. On the day of results, time flies, and the moment for the first round of provincial examination results has arrived. This round is crucial. Those not listed cannot participate in the subsequent examinations. Once again, I was ushered by my uncle Zhu Shouren and others to the location of the results, which was the entrance to the provincial examination hall in Anqing. At this moment, the list was displayed, resembling the previous county examinations, featuring seating numbers divided into two categories. The area in front of the list was crowded, bustling with students and onlookers, the air filled with lively chatter. Among those gathered were familiar faces, such as the dashing and cheerful Xiang Luo Ming, who wore a broad smile as compliments and congratulations echoed around him, their expressions reflecting that their success was well within expectation. Certainly, there were also several acquaintances who had crossed paths with me at the poetry conference, many of whom wore expressions of pale despair, their former vigor and confidence having vanished entirely, as though they had suffered a grave setback. It appeared they had failed the examination. My uncle and others, as they had done in the past, sought out Zhu Ping'an's seat number and began to tiptoe towards the list with much more enthusiasm than Zhu Ping'an himself. How could I have failed? And yet, Brotherin has once again secured a place at the top. How peculiar. One of my fellow townsmen was the first to scan the entire list, only to find his name absent, which filled him with astonishment and disappointment. Upon discovering Zhu Ping'an's name once more gracing the top tier, his surprise only deepened. From the county examination to the present provincial examination, Zhu Ping'an had consistently excelled. So much so that when my uncle Zhu Shouren finally located Zhu Ping'an's seat number on the list, a sense of resigned astonishment washed over him, despite his high hopes. Approximately 900 scholars from Anqing Prefecture had passed the county examination, yet only 80 were listed in the top tier, with over 200 in the second tier, totaling around 300. This implies that over 600 students who had succeeded in the county examination met with failure. Aside from Zhu Ping'an, only one other fellow townsman had made it onto the list, while the other two had faltered miserably. The two despondent townsmen, now steeped in sorrow, were comforted by my uncle Zhu Shouren and the one fellow townsman who had succeeded, as they collectively sought refuge in a tavern, likely to drown their sorrows in drink. "Oh, it seems Brother Zhu has once again achieved great renown," Feng Shanshui from Susong quipped as he approached with a smile. Zhu Ping'an inclined his head in a polite gesture, replying with a faint smile, "It is merely a stroke of luck. Nay, such luck is mere illusion. It is your true prowess that shines through, Brother Zhu. You are far too modest," Feng Shanshui retorted with a grin, offering further congratulations before being whisked away by his companions to partake in revelry. As the group from Tongcheng, led by Xiao Luo Ming, passed by Zhu Ping'an, he received a slight nod from them, their demeanor still brimming with arrogance. Shortly after their departure, Zhu Ping'an prepared to leave as well, only to be momentarily halted by a commotion. Turning towards the source of the uproar, he beheld a disheveled middle-aged candidate with graying hair, who was vehemently pointing at the list, exclaiming, The scourge of the eight-legged essay is akin to the Qin's burning of books in defiance of Confucianism. Nearby, someone scoffed. Your words carry weight, but they stem from personal grievance over your failure. One can simply study for another year. Why lament so? With his hair already white. The prospect of success seemed bleak. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, the distressed candidate, in a fit of rage, hurled his 4 books and 5 classics to the ground, declaring, "The eight-legged essay will surely doom our nation." Before he could finish, a fellow townsman, accompanying him to the examination, hurriedly intervened, covering his mouth and apologizing to those around them. "Forgive me, my friend has indulged a bit too much and speaks out of turn. Please disregard his words." The crowd, understanding the turmoil of disappointment, chose not to dwell on the matter, allowing those who wished to celebrate to rejoice and those who mourned to grieve. As the surrounding noise resumed its lively cadence, Zhu Ping'an sighed, shook his head, and departed. If one cannot change the times, then one must adapt to them and strive to forge a path at the forefront, influencing the era to come. After the announcement of the first examination results, the second examination commenced the very next day. The procedure mirrored that of the first, albeit with significantly fewer participants, resulting in a swifter pace. This round focused on practical writing skills, particularly through the lens of case analysis. One intriguing question revolved around a case from the Yongle era, which later inspired the renowned Kung Fu opera piece 15 Strings of Cash. Remarkably, Zhu Ping'an had previously encountered a television drama depicting this case in a past life, rendering the writing process rather effortless for him. As dusk approached, candidates who had completed their papers began to submit them and collect their exit passes. Zhu Ping'an, as was his custom, meticulously reviewed his work twice, and by the time he submitted his paper, he was nearly among the last to do so. Upon exiting the examination hall, he overheard several candidates engaged in fervent discussions about the 15 Strings of Cash case, with many expressing that the question posed a considerable challenge. Fortunately, it was merely one question among many. Otherwise, the pressure might have proven overwhelming. Not encountering any acquaintances outside, Zhu Ping'an departed alone, purchasing some snacks on his way back to the inn. Upon entering the inn, the seductive vixen, as he opened the door, eagerly seized the food from his hands, barely pausing to speak before settling at the table to consume it rapidly, yet delicately. Observing his frugality and the wine he had procured, she jested. "It seems your examination went quite well. You won't be failing, will you?" After indulging in her meal, the maiden, having taken a sip of wine, playfully inquired, "My dear benefactor, my young lord, which title do you prefer?" Zhu Ping'an, with his mouth full and unable to respond, could only smile faintly. She continued, teasingly, "Though you may be small in stature, your mind is filled with mischief. Do not think I am unaware. When I first called you my dear benefactor, your expression was stoic. Yet when I addressed you as my young lord, your lips betrayed a flicker of emotion." Zhu Ping'an found himself at a loss for words, realizing that his reaction had been one of surprise rather than anything else. She laughed heartily. "Look at your foolish expression. Do not indulge in daydreams. The tales within those books are mere fabrications. Wake up, little brother." Rolling her eyes, she continued her playful mockery. "You scholars all possess hearts as treacherous as wolves and dogs. Cloaked in human guise, you reveal your true natures when the situation demands, baring your teeth in grotesque displays." As Zhu Ping'an swallowed a mouthful of food, he glanced at the vixen and replied calmly, "You consume my food, drink my wine, share my bed, yet you malign me. Tell me, who truly possesses the heart of a wolf or a dog between us?" The delicate, jade-like hand of the enchanting woman rolled her eyes, twirling her hair with one hand as she replied with a playful smile, "You scholars are the most cunning and treacherous of all. Who knows if you are merely casting a long line to catch a big fish, harboring all sorts of chaotic thoughts." Upon hearing this, Zhu Ping'an could not help but chuckle, choosing to disregard the neurotic vixen. Chapter 107. A surprise. The night was as thick as ink, enveloped in darkness, devoid of any light. At this hour, most people had succumbed to slumber, with only a few rooms in the inn still aglow. Among them was Zhu Ping'an, who was studying diligently by the flickering light of an oil lamp. A collection of books was neatly arranged on his desk, and he held a calligraphy book in his hands, leaning slightly forward to savor its contents. Outside, silence reigned, occasionally broken by the distant calls of cuckoos. The alluring woman, sleeping soundly in bed, opened her eyes briefly to glance at Zhu Ping'an, who was engrossed in his reading, before sinking back into a deep slumber. Zhu Ping'an smiled faintly at the scene and immersed himself once more in the calligraphy book. With repeated readings, he gradually began to grasp the essence of the three flavors spoken of by the old fisherman. Though still vague, it was a tangible sensation now. As the night deepened, all the lights in the inn were extinguished, and the night fully claimed dominion over the world. The following morning, Zhu Ping'an rose much earlier than usual, eager to translate the insights gained from the previous night's study into practice, akin to a new car enthusiast impatient to take their vehicle for a drive. The shores of Taihu Lake were tranquil and deserted. The old fisherman, akin to a fleeting NPC encountered in a game, had not been seen again since their initial meeting. Setting down a slab of black wood, he dipped his brush into clear water, applying gentle pressure to the wrist as the brush touched the wood. In that moment, the brush seemed to possess a soul, and the words flowed effortlessly, as if divinely guided. The characters that formed upon the black wood appeared to have substance, each one leaping forth, eager to be expressed. The long-standing bottleneck had finally been breached. As the sun rose in the east, Zhu Ping'an gathered his blackwood slab and brush, retrieving a handwritten manuscript from his bag, leaning against a large rock to quietly peruse its pages. The second day followed a similar rhythm. When the distant calls of the fishermen echoed, Zhu Ping'an stowed the manuscript in his crossbody bag and returned to the inn, only to be intercepted by his uncle and others along the way, who urged him to check the examination results once more. Arriving early, he found that the list had just been posted. His fellow villager, who had previously survived, was unable to continue his streak of luck this time and had failed. The dejected villager, seemingly lost, suddenly clapped his hands and pointed at the list, stammering. "What's wrong?" Zhu Ping'an asked, concern rising for his compatriot. Fearing he had suffered some shock. "Jier, please tell uncle your seat number again." Zhu Shouren, his uncle, spoke with urgency, his excitement barely contained. Prompted by this, Zhu Ping'an dutifully repeated his number. Once a word is spoken, it appears that a rather stimulated compatriot, who had failed to make the list, clapped his hands heartily. His mood seemingly lifted considerably. "At this moment, I find solace in the fact that I am not alone. My dear friend can accompany me back home," chuckling softly. Despite the absence of a place on the secondary list, and even the primary list, my uncle, Zhu Shouren, stroked his beard with an air of feigned regret and remarked, "Alas, though you have not succeeded this time, do not lose heart. Throughout your journey from the county examination, you have consistently placed on the primary list, which is indeed commendable. Let us return home, and I shall guide you in your studies." After uttering these words, he sighed deeply, reflecting, "Our Zhu family is now under scrutiny. I bear a heavy responsibility and shall not let you down." Two other fellow townsfolk, who are also students, approached to console Zhu Ping'an and another companion, suggesting an evening of revelry at the Drunken Lord Pavilion to lift their spirits. "It should not be so. I performed better than usual this time," Zhu Ping'an murmured to himself, having examined the entire list. Indeed, his seat number was absent from both the secondary and primary lists, which he found perplexing, especially since he felt his performance had improved. Previously, I often observed my friend maintaining a calm and composed demeanor, believing he would remain unaffected by any emotional turmoil. Yet, witnessing his varied expressions after this setback revealed a different side of him. "Do not be disheartened, my friend. It is common for all to express such sentiments upon failing," others chimed in, encouraging him to join them for a drink to dispel their worries. Although Zhu Ping'an spoke softly, his words were overheard, prompting a chorus of consolation from those around him, albeit not all of it was particularly soothing. Uncle Zhu Shouren and the others felt that such reactions were the norm, as if the imperial examination had finally found its rhythm, bringing them a measure of unexpected joy. Zhu Ping'an gazed at the list, still bewildered. As the crowd offered their support, they pulled Zhu Ping'an and another unsuccessful candidate along to partake in a feast. Just as they were about to drag the still staring Zhu Ping'an away from the list, a commotion erupted in the crowd. It turned out that the clerk had just affixed a large red paper, the size of a bowl, at the center of the primary list, proudly announcing the name of the top scorer for this examination, the first place in the second round. The seat number displayed on the red paper was none other than Zhu Ping'an's. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Uncle Zhu and the others could hardly conceal their disappointment, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. Previously, Zhu Ping'an's appearance on the primary list had astonished them. But now, after having seemingly failed to make either list, They could scarcely fathom that the coveted first place would belong to Zhu Ping'an, a dream they had scarcely dared to entertain. Equally astonished, Zhu Ping'an could hardly believe he had achieved the top score. Despite his extensive preparation and familiarity with one of the questions, he had not anticipated securing first place. Though this first position was merely a temporary accolade, lacking significant prestige until all 3 rounds were completed and the final rankings were announced. It did not diminish the difficulty of this achievement, considering he was among over 300 exceptional candidates who had undergone rigorous selection. The dramatic turn of events left Uncle Zhu Shouren and others somewhat unable to accept the situation. Despite their evident disappointment, they felt compelled to invite Zhu Ping'an for a drink. After all, one cannot extend an invitation only to retract it moments later, as that would be akin to striking one's own face. However, their spirits were notably low, particularly that of the unsuccessful local candidate, who wore a long face. Perhaps it was a manifestation of the literary disdain towards one another, coupled with a tinge of jealousy. Or perhaps other more intricate factors that rendered them less than amiable towards Zhu Ping'an. Yet, Zhu Ping'an was perceptive enough to decline the invitation gracefully. Following his refusal, Uncle Zhu Shouren and the others did not press the matter further and instead escorted the dejected local candidate toward the tavern, suggesting a night of revelry was in store. Meanwhile, the group surrounding Tongqing's Xia Luoming regarded the list with disdain, casually discussing it with an air of nonchalance. Though we are unfamiliar with EU, it is clear that this honor does not belong to us or to the top candidates from other counties. One might surmise that he is merely a fortunate soul who stumbled upon good luck. One of them added, "Brothers, do not lose heart. This is but a preliminary assessment, carrying the least weight in the overall evaluation. The final verdict will rest upon the 4 books and 8-legged essays, along with the policy discussions." Their remarks about the so-called fortunate Zhu Ping'an were quite accurate, as he had quietly departed from the announcement venue and was now seeking delicious street food, lured by the enticing aromas wafting through the air. Chapter 108. Conclusion of the provincial examination. The provincial examination resembled a tumultuous army traversing a narrow bridge. This moment was indeed a sprint towards the finish line. The final round of the examination commenced amidst the complex emotions of the candidates. Initially, over 900 scholars participated in the provincial examination. Following the first round, approximately 600 were eliminated, and after the second round, more than 100 were dismissed, leaving only around 200 candidates for the last examination, which would ultimately see over 100 more eliminated. The final examination was a policy discussion, wherein candidates were tasked with selecting a contemporary issue and proposing solutions. For instance, if the topic pertained to flood control, one would need to offer viable methods and rationale surrounding the issue. The discussions could range from the efficacy of black cats versus white cats in catching mice, to critiques of historical figures. While it may seem straightforward, it also posed significant challenges. As long as one could articulate meaningful arguments coherently, success was within reach. In this final round, over 200 candidates were present. Due to his prior first-place standing, Zhu Ping'an was seated towards the front, enjoying a notably favorable environment. His seat designated as Jiazi. However, the seat number bore little significance, as the final rankings would be based on comprehensive scores and announced under real names. As the examination papers were distributed, an invigilator held up a wooden board covered in red paper, inscribed with 3 policy discussion topics. It was said that the subsequent examinations would feature 5 topics. These 3 subjects were relatively broad, encompassing issues such as water management, the welfare of pastoral communities, and ethical governance. The discourse on strategy not only necessitates astute planning, but also demands eloquence that captivates and extols virtues. In the matter of flood control, Zhu Ping'an begins with the legendary efforts of Diyu, extending to the emperor's role in shepherding the people on behalf of heaven, where officials are bestowed titles by the emperor to govern the populace. The essence of integrity emerges from the resolve to be concerned for the welfare of the world before seeking personal joy. With a flourish of exquisite prose, the composition materializes first in the mind before being meticulously drafted in neat calligraphy. As the 3 treatises are completed, it coincides with the mealtime during the provincial examination, where the fare is rather unpalatable, merely enough to sate one's hunger. After a bowl of warm water, he tidies up the table and rests his head upon it for a brief respite. Awakening refreshed after a half hour, he meticulously reviews his drafts, ensuring no errors remain. Dipping his brush in ink, He begins to transcribe his work onto the examination paper with diligence and precision, each character flowing like a dragon riding the winds of the sea, adding vibrancy to his writing. Zhu Ping'an's heartfelt gratitude towards the elderly fisherman from earlier deepens. He feels compelled to repay the kindness of the gift of books in due time. Once Zhu Ping'an has neatly inscribed his 3 treatises on the answer sheet, he notices that others have begun to submit their papers. He thoroughly inspects his own submission twice, affirming its correctness, before ringing the small bell beside him to signal his completion. This submission feels somewhat earlier than previous occasions, with approximately 40 to 50% of candidates already done. Upon exiting the examination hall, he once again encounters the likes of Xiang Luo Ming from Tongqing and Feng Shanshui from Susong, among others, whose faces are familiar though their names escape him. Zhu Xiandi, how did you fare this time? Feng Shanshui inquires, fanning himself with a folded fan. It seems a timeless tradition for candidates to question one another upon leaving the exam hall, and this is the second time he has faced such an inquiry. Revealing a hint of his own insecurity, Zhu Ping'an bows slightly in return, responding with a modest smile. It was satisfactory. Feng Shanshui pauses, seemingly taken aback, recalling a previous exchange where Zhu had merely stated that he had completed all the questions, expressing only a desire to meet the standard. However, upon hearing of Zhu's commendable ranking, he now perceives a marked increase in his confidence, as Zhu's humble reply this time suggests a notable improvement. Meanwhile, Xiang Luo Ming, having overheard Zhu Ping'an's response, feels a slight shift in his demeanor, yet quickly regains his composure, convinced of his own superiority as the frontrunner in this examination. With only Feng Shanshui and a few other top candidates as potential rivals, Zhu Ping'an, though young and possessing talent, is deemed insufficient to contend for the top spot. Brothers, how did you fare in this examination? Zhu Ping'an inquires after responding. Xiang Luo Ming merely smirks, while the others share silent smiles, refraining from elaboration. Standing before him was Feng Shanshui from Susong, who, with a gentle flick of his fan, smiled slightly and remarked, I am merely akin to Brother Zhu in our last endeavor. Failure shall not befall us. The elder brothers displayed excessive modesty. Zhu Ping'an shook his head with an endearing grin and, with a courteous bow, expressed his wishes for their success in the forthcoming examinations before taking his leave. Ha, do go on, Feng Shanshui and the others chuckled, likely reminiscing about Zhu Ping'an's reputation as a glutton and the moniker of the contemporary official. They had grown accustomed to his hasty retreats post-exams in search of sustenance. It was no pretense, as on previous occasions. Others had witnessed him slipping away to haggle with vendors after his tests. This time was no exception. Zhu Ping'an sought out a shop, fragrant and inviting, and after a moment of contemplation, ordered the most popular dishes, 2 meat pies, and purchased a jar of wine to take back to the inn. Upon entering the inn, he discovered the enchanting fox spirit still present. As was customary, the moment Zhu Ping'an pushed the door open, a wave of delightful aromas engulfed him, leaving his hands empty. With wine and meat, it seems our benefactor has fared well, the alluring spirit remarked, seated at a table, holding a jar of wine, her smile bright and inviting. Indeed, not too bad. Zhu Ping'an nodded in acknowledgement. The fox spirit, hearing his response, chuckled playfully. After dinner, Zhu Ping'an resumed his studies by lamplight, prompting playful protests from the fox spirit in bed. You wicked man, having completed all 3 rounds of the provincial examination, yet you deny me a peaceful night's rest. Zhu Ping'an merely shrugged, offering no reply as he continued with his reading. Receiving no response, the spirit playfully huffed and turned away to sleep. As night deepened and tranquility enveloped the surroundings, the only sounds were the call of a cuckoo outside and the rustling of the spirit in bed. Zhu Ping'an, engrossed in his studies, couldn't help but smile faintly at the sounds. It should be soon, he mused. Chapter 109. The top of the provincial examination. In the days surrounding the provincial examination, Zhu Ping'an's routine remained unchanged. He awoke early to practice calligraphy and read, spent his afternoons reviewing and studying the 8-legged essay format, and by night, read under lamplight while observing the post-exam revelries of his peers, poetry, wine, and tea. The fox spirit remained as lively as ever, her laughter echoing throughout the day without pause. When the sun rose for the 3rd time, Zhu Ping'an returned from his morning studies to once again be surrounded by his uncle and enthusiastic locals, all eager to witness the announcement of the examination results. This time, it was the comprehensive results of the provincial examination. a long list combining the scores from the 3 tests, ranking all successful candidates by name, referred to as the long list. The top candidate was designated as the provincial top scholar, with the first list, including the top scholar, admitting 30 individuals. The top 10 shared a common honorific. Top 10 of the provincial examination, while the second list included 70 candidates, culminating in a total of 100 successful examinees. With over 900 participants, a mere 100 succeeded, resulting in an approximate pass rate of 10%. Regardless of whether one appeared on the first or second list, all listed candidates would be granted the title of Tongxing, thereby exempting them from future county and provincial exams. They would only need to participate in the academy examination. In the throngs of eager onlookers, clusters of students gathered, some anxious, some self-assured, and others resigned, exchanging insights about their experiences in this provincial examination. After a brief wait amidst a swirl of complex emotions, the air was suddenly filled with the resounding crackle of firecrackers. 2 rows of officials clad in red marched forward, accompanied by the clamor of gongs and drums, drawing a large crowd of onlookers, creating a vibrant spectacle. Amidst the throng, Zhu Ping'an caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar figure, though it vanished before he could discern it again. Look, the results are about to be announced. His uncle, Zhu Shouren, appeared even more agitated than Zhu Ping'an, shaking him by the shoulders to redirect his attention. The other 2 villagers and his uncle's portly friend stood on tiptoe, their gazes following the officials carrying the results. This time, Zhu Ping'an was the sole representative from Kaoshan town. Amidst the excited crowd, Zhu Ping'an stood quietly, observing the fervor around him, feeling an inexplicable calm that starkly contrasted with the enthusiasm of his uncle and the others. There was no suspense this time. The official in charge of announcing the results delivered a few congratulatory and encouraging remarks before, with the assistance of the attendants, unfurling the long list of names on the announcement wall. Both the top candidates and the subsequent rankings were all displayed on this single list. The top candidate was listed first, with the top 30 names highlighted as the A list, distinctly separated from the remaining 70 names, which formed the B list. The elation among the scholars reading the list was unprecedented, with those whose names graced it nearly beside themselves with joy. These were the youthful scholars, embarking on the arduous journey of the imperial examination, finally taking their first step. Conversely, those who failed were engulfed in despair, many weeping bitterly. Having previously seen their names on the list in earlier examinations, this time their absence felt profoundly disheartening. Failure meant they would have to retake the county and provincial exams, a daunting prospect involving numerous trials and uncertainties. Observing the jubilant expressions of those who succeeded only deepened their sorrow. Once the list was posted, the exclamations of Zhu Ping'an's uncle and companions filled the air, akin to the squawking of a duck whose voice had been seized, a sound almost painful to the ears. They glanced at the list, then back at Zhu Ping'an, as if they were seeing him for the first time. Zhu Ping'an, taken aback for a moment, soon broke into a broad grin. As the ancients said, "Heaven rewards diligence, it does not deceive the earnest." In the midst of the crowded, laughing, and sorrowful assembly, lay the final results of the provincial examination. First place, Zhu Ping'an. Second place, Wang Jin. Third place, Zheng Wei. Fourth place, Xiao Luoming. 10th place, Feng Shanshui. Zhu Ping'an's achievement as the top candidate was indeed remarkable, as the quality of the provincial first place surpassed that of the county level by a significant margin, representing a fierce competition among scholars from 6 counties in Anqing. Although these students had yet to attain the title of Xiaocai, their aspirations soared beyond their wildest dreams. His uncle, Zhu Shouren, and several villagers had toiled for over a decade to barely pass the provincial exam. Yet here was Zhu Ping'an, merely 13 years old, participating in the youth examination for the first time and returning with the title of provincial first, an almost fantastical feat moreover. What incited their envy and resentment was the prevailing notion that securing the top position in the local examinations was almost a foregone conclusion for those who excelled in the imperial trials. This unspoken understanding had persisted through the years. As long as Zhu Ping'an refrained from any indiscretions, his status as a scholar was virtually assured. Zhu Ping'an felt a sense of surprise regarding this local examination achievement, which brought him greater joy than his previous top ranking in the last assessment. Firstly, this time, his success could be attributed to his authentic abilities, rather than relying on the plagiarized brilliance of past scholars. Secondly, While the local examination was merely a preliminary assessment in the imperial examination system, it still posed a certain degree of challenge. Although other students had occasionally belittled his capabilities, it was undeniable that their mastery of the classical texts was formidable. Of course, Zhu Ping'an was not so swept away by joy that he lost his sense of perspective. His attainment of the top position was also partly due to luck. For instance, the question regarding the 15 strings of cash, his serendipitous encounter with the old fisherman, and the fortunate leap in his calligraphy skills might have all contributed to impressing the examiners. Furthermore, this was merely a local examination, a competition amongst scholars of one region. There were still the imperial examinations to face. Even if he succeeded in those, it would only qualify him for further tests, such as the provincial and metropolitan examinations. The long march ahead was just beginning. Zhu Ping'an's achievement astonished not only his uncle and others, but also the local top scholars like Xia Luoming from Tongqing and Feng Shanshui from Susong. The only one who remained unfazed was Wang Jin from Taihu, who, after reviewing the results, maintained his usual demeanor as if the first, second, or third positions were of no concern to him. In contrast, scholars like Xia Luoming and Feng Shanshui were fiercely competing for the top spot. Akin to a pride of lions, each unwilling to yield to the other. Yet, in a blink, an insatiable pig had sprinted ahead to the finish line. It felt as though a punch had landed on cotton. Ahem, Zhu Xiandi, congratulations, Feng Shanshui managed to maintain a semblance of composure. In contrast, Xia Luoming and others were visibly indignant. They merely clasped their hands and departed. Zhir, you have secured the top position? Uncle Zhu Shouren could hardly believe it. Pinching Zhu Ping'an to confirm. Ouch! Zhu Ping'an winced at the sudden pinch. Upon seeing Zhu Ping'an's expression, Uncle Zhu finally accepted that he was not dreaming. His 13-year-old nephew had not only passed his first examination, but had also emerged as the top scholar. Thus, they felt a sense of defeat. The youth are indeed formidable. The other two local scholars sighed, assisting Uncle Zhu as they made their way back towards the familiar tavern, seemingly destined for another night of revelry. With no one to celebrate with, he could only congratulate himself. Perhaps, indeed, he was destined to celebrate alone. On his way back to the inn, Zhu Ping'an purchased some wine and meat, returning to his lodgings. Pushing open the door to the inn, he found the food still in his hands, the room impeccably tidy, with his bedding neatly folded, leaving only a faint fragrance reminiscent of the enchanting woman who had departed. Ah, so she truly is gone. Zhu Ping'an displayed no surprise at the departure of the enchanting woman. Rather, he calmly placed the food upon the table. In truth, he had long anticipated her leaving. Merely uncertain of the exact day. It was merely the early days of spring. Yet the call of the cuckoo echoed through the night, an occurrence typical of late spring and early summer. Did she not realize she had traversed from the mountain village? The repeated calls were nothing more than a signal summoning the enchantress back to her companions. It was no wonder she had tossed and turned, hesitating several times while purchasing her meals, uncertain of her departure and concerned about overindulging in provisions. As Zhu Ping'an set the food down, he noticed a folded letter and a 50-tael silver note concealed beneath a wine jar at the corner of the table. This fox spirit was indeed intriguing, he thought, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. In the 110th chapter, The Enchantress as a Male, the letter was folded into the shape of twin koi fish, presenting a unique aesthetic. Zhu Ping'an moved the wine jar aside and retrieved the letter, only to find the handwriting utterly lacking in finesse, inferior even to his own childhood scribbles. When you read this letter, my dear scholar, I shall be far away. You must be astonished, aren't you? Upon reading this, Zhu Ping'an scoffed, astonished? I have long known of your intent to depart. The cuckoo's discordant calls in early spring were a clear indication. He continued reading. First, allow me to congratulate you, my scholarly friend, on achieving the position of chief in the provincial examination. Who would have thought? In light of your new title, I shall overlook your late-night disturbances that disrupted my slumber. This prompted Zhu Ping'an to recall the fleeting figure he had encountered during the examination, undoubtedly the enchantress in question. Furthermore, regarding the 50 taels, consider it a contribution from this lady who robs the rich to aid the poor. Honestly, are you so miserly as to fret over a meal? Fear not. That man is thoroughly wicked and quite distant. While you may be somewhat of a pedant, I trust you are not entirely devoid of sustenance. Upon reading this, Zhu Ping'an picked up the 50-tael note, inspected it, and found it devoid of markings, safe to spend. He decided to tuck it away for later use at the money exchange. as he had ample need for funds during the upcoming examinations. Moreover, the enchantress's words held some truth. He would not allow himself to be impoverished by this spirit who feasted on simple fare. Lastly, a word of advice: do not be misled by the nonsense in those books. Such words are merely traps for pedants like you. Do not harbor any absurd notions regarding me. Should I discover such thoughts, you would surely regret it. Zhu Ping'an smirked, somewhat exasperated. What nonsense! Who would entertain any thoughts about a fox spirit like you? I am merely 13. During the examination announcements, I heard many remark upon your cleverness, urging their children to learn from you. Do not take it to heart. I know better. You are merely diligent, not clever by any stretch. Ah, that sentiment holds some merit. The earlier lines were rather trivial. Excellence is achieved through diligence and squandered through leisure. Success is formed through contemplation and destroyed through carelessness. This principle has always been etched in my mind. At last, dear bookworm, should you unexpectedly excel in your examinations and secure a position of some authority, I implore you to refrain from engaging in any nefarious deeds, for the dagger in my hand is indiscriminate. Tread carefully, my benefactor. Indiscriminate? Who among us is akin to kin? How absurd! Zhu Ping'an scoffed, feeling rather speechless at the tone of the enchantress's letter that encapsulated the entirety of the correspondence. Followed by the signature, Yuan Nan respectfully. Yuan Nan, a name quite unique. Yet her surname remains a mystery, but I shall let it be. Zhu Ping'an neatly folded the letter and placed it back upon the table. He had indeed overpurchased food, and besides, he was not particularly fond of alcohol. Gazing at the bounty of double portions laid before him, Zhu Ping'an felt a hint of exasperation. After consuming every morsel, he let out a satisfied belch and tidied up the table, only to glance at a book. Perhaps the indulgence in food was excessive, for after a brief period of reading, drowsiness overtook him. Rather than forcing himself to read with diminished efficiency, he decided it would be wiser to rejuvenate himself with a nap before returning to his studies. Finally, he could rest in his bed, clad only in his garments. Zhu Ping'an lay down and succumbed to slumber. Perhaps due to the rarity of midday rests, his sleep was particularly deep. Upon awakening, the sun had dipped low in the sky, casting golden rays into his room. Rising from his bed, he felt invigorated and radiant. Having dined too heartily the night before, he did not sense any pangs of hunger as evening approached. Nevertheless, to be prudent, he resolved to venture downstairs to procure some light refreshments and fruit, lest he grow hungry whilst reading later. As he descended, he was intercepted by an individual whose face appeared somewhat familiar. Young Master Zhu, I have finally located you. I have been searching for 3 days. Before Zhu Ping'an could utter a word, the person produced a 20-tael silver note, stating, Young Master Zhu, this has been entrusted to me for you. Suddenly, he recalled this was the same man who had inquired about his identity in Huaining and had given him the 20 taels. The man pressed the money into Zhu Ping'an's hand and turned to leave. Wait, who has sent you? Zhu Ping'an called out, his curiosity piqued. He was eager to know who had so generously provided him with silver. He could not accept such kindness without understanding its origin. Young master, it's best not to inquire. I have been instructed not to disclose anything, so please do not make it difficult for me. Zhu Ping'an's curiosity intensified. Was there truly a modern-day benefactor who performed good deeds anonymously? While no one would turn away money, he could not simply accept it without clarity. Please convey to that person that I have sufficient funds and truly do not require this, but I am very grateful. Oh, and please hold on a moment. I will break the silver note, and I would appreciate it if you could return the previous 20 taels as well. Do not run off just yet. Before Zhu Ping'an could finish, the man bolted as if pursued by a hound, exclaiming, Young master, please do not trouble me further. I have also been instructed not to engage in lengthy conversations. I hope you understand. Why was it that upon delivery, he was not permitted to converse more? Did he truly seem that fearsome? Zhu Ping'an gazed at the figure departing from him, feeling a twinge of annoyance. After contemplating for a considerable time without arriving at any clarity, he decided not to squander further mental energy and tucked the silver note into his pocket, resolving to return it at a later date. Could it be that fortune smiled upon him today? After all, it was peculiar that one after another had so readily bestowed money upon him. The provincial examination would soon be followed by the imperial examination. It was already mid-April, with the latter scheduled for August. Perhaps it was prudent to tidy up this evening and return home tomorrow. Having been away since the end of the previous month, he had not set foot in his home for nearly 3 months and was beginning to feel a pang of homesickness. He intended to seek out his uncle. But it was likely that his uncle would not be returning, as he was exempt from the county and provincial examinations and only needed to prepare for the imperial examination. If his uncle did not return, Zhu Ping'an resolved to stay at home until July before attending the imperial examination. As dusk fell, the streets bustled with a continuous flow of people. Zhu Ping'an purchased some fruits and pastries from a vendor, carefully wrapping them before heading back to the inn. After placing his belongings down, he knocked on his uncle's door but received no response. He then knocked on the door of a neighboring villager, only to be met with silence once more. It seemed they were likely recovering from a night of revelry. Reluctantly, he decided to inquire in the morning. Returning to his own room, he lit the oil lamp and immersed himself in his studies, occasionally pausing to reflect or to grind ink, finding joy in the endeavor. As the night deepened, the call of the cuckoo faded into silence. Chapter 111. A new storm arises after a night of silence. Zhu Ping'an awoke at dawn, refreshing himself before, as was his custom, heading to the shores of Taihu Lake with his belongings. His uncle and the others had not returned throughout the night and would likely only arrive later, seeking to catch up on sleep. Thus, Zhu Ping'an planned to practice calligraphy and read by the lake as usual, intending to discuss matters with his uncle upon their return. Upon reaching the lakeside, Zhu Ping'an found a spot along the embankment, laying down some dry grass before settling down to face the churning waters of Taihu. He placed a black wooden board on his lap, dipping his brush into the waves as he practiced his writing. While it was less comfortable than writing atop a large rock, it served as a form of exercise. Life seldom follows the path one has laid out. Plans frequently succumb to change, and in such moments, one must not succumb to despair, but rather confront challenges with courage. Observing the tumultuous waters beneath him and listening to the rhythmic crashing of the waves against the embankment, Zhu Ping'an infused his writing with newfound vigor. The generous Taihu, in its farewell, bestowed upon him another gift. After practicing for quite some time without witnessing the sun's ascent, Zhu Ping'an glanced eastward, sensing an air of impending change. Although the sun was obscured, visibility gradually improved. He decided to put away his wooden board and brush, leaning against a tree trunk to delve into his reading. The 4 books annotated by Zhu Shi, when approached from his perspective, were not as obscure as they might seem. In truth, since beginning his studies, Zhu Ping'an had encountered various annotated versions of the 4 books and 5 classics. Yet it was Zhu Shi's annotations that resonated with him the most. Considering his character, the texts became even more engaging. An elderly man, incessantly proclaiming the virtues of celestial order over human desires, found himself embroiled in scandal. Being impeached by the censors for luring a nun into becoming his concubine and for his indiscretions with his daughter-in-law. It is quite amusing to contemplate. The nun, one might chuckle, even the venerable Zhu has a penchant for uniforms. Thus, the more I delve into Zhu's annotations of the 4 books and 5 classics, the more intriguing they become. Zhu Ping'an sat by the lakeside, entranced by his reading, when he felt a sudden chill on his forehead. Raising his gaze, he noticed the sky had turned ominously overcast, suggesting rain was imminent. Seizing the moment before the downpour escalated, Zhu Ping'an carefully stowed his books in his satchel, grasped his black wooden board, and made his way toward the inn. Upon entering the inn's main hall, he ordered a plate of small dishes, a serving of braised beef, 2 steamed buns, and a bowl of rice porridge. He chose a seat by the window, awaiting the arrival of his breakfast. Outside, the rain began to intensify, accompanied by gusts of wind that occasionally sent droplets splattering against the papered window. The inn's atmosphere felt stifling, prompting Zhu Ping'an to crack open a window, allowing the storm's breath to mingle within. "Sir, would you like to change your seat?" the attendant inquired as he delivered Zhu Ping'an's breakfast. Noting the rain encroaching upon the table, "No need for that. This arrangement is quite satisfactory," Zhu Ping'an replied, shaking his head, unperturbed by the droplets on the table, as they served to alleviate the stuffiness of the hall. "Please enjoy your meal," the attendant said, conceding to Zhu Ping'an's insistence and repositioning the dishes slightly away from the rain. As Zhu Ping'an was savoring his meal, a cacophony of hurried footsteps outside drew his attention. He looked up to see a villager stumbling in, and upon spotting Zhu Ping'an, he rushed over as if he had found a savior. "Engur, come quickly to Zue Junlu," the villager exclaimed, pulling Zhu Ping'an, who still had a mouthful of bun, toward the exit. "Wangshu, what is happening?" Zhu Ping'an stammered, momentarily taken aback. "You'll find out if you come with me. Hurry," the villager urged, dragging Zhu Ping'an out of the inn. "Wait, I haven't settled my bill. Zhu Ping'an protested, fumbling in his pocket for a handful of coins and gesturing toward the attendant. Don't bother counting, the villager insisted, hastily snatching the coins from Zhu Ping'an's hand and thrusting them into the attendant's grasp before dragging Zhu Ping'an out into the storm, regardless of the amount. Wang Shu, what is the urgency? Zhu Ping'an called out as he was pulled through the rain, bewildered by the suddenness of it all. Lamenting that he had not even been allowed to fetch an umbrella, already feeling like a drenched chicken. There's no time to explain. Once we reach Zuejunlu, you'll understand. We must hurry. Your uncle is waiting. The villager gasped, pulling Zhu Ping'an along without pause. Could it be that my uncle is causing trouble at Zuejunlu? What a peculiar name. It sounds like a den of iniquity, Zhu Ping'an mused. But with the villager's insistence, he reluctantly adjusted his satchel and wooden board, running alongside him through the rain. The garments draped upon me were thoroughly drenched by the rain, clinging uncomfortably to my skin, and the chill in the air only heightened my discomfort. It felt as though the distance to my destination was increasing, and the surrounding area seemed rather remote, solidifying my conviction that the Zuejunlu was far from a respectable establishment. My uncle, in his folly, seemed to regard the hard-earned money of our family with little seriousness, focusing instead on frivolous pursuits rather than diligently preparing for the impending examination. As I traversed a narrow alley, I soon beheld, through the curtain of rain, a row of low-walled structures with sweeping eaves, bustling with activity even on this inclement day, with an endless procession of sedan chairs. The closer I drew, the more intense the pungent fragrances wafting through the air became, accompanied by the soft, melodic laughter of women, carried along by the wind and rain, as I hurriedly followed my countrymen, who finally exhaled in relief. Despite the downpour, several women adorned with antiquated paper umbrellas greeted each visitor with laughter at the entrance of the low-walled buildings. Observing their deliberately loose-fitting dresses, their infectious giggles, and their alluring expressions confirmed my suspicions. This was indeed a realm of indulgence and revelry. Zuejunlu, a sanctuary of tenderness, it seemed. The ease with which my fellow villagers entered the establishment indicated their familiarity with this place. Preparing for examinations? Such jesting with the seriousness of the tests could certainly explain their repeated failures. Chapter 112. The female scholar outside Zuejunlu. The wind howled and the rain lashed, while within, it was as vibrant as blooming peach blossoms. Zhu Ping'an, drenched and resembling a drowned rat, clutched a piece of broken black wood and slung a cloth bag across his shoulder as he was pulled into the establishment by the villagers. At first glance, he was greeted by the sight of talented scholars and beautiful maidens laughing and chasing one another inside. Looking upward, he could also see elegantly dressed women either leaning against the railings in solitude or laughing in small groups, their mirth accompanied by the sound of stringed instruments. Zhu Ping'an, looking utterly out of place like a wet chicken, stood in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere around him. Who is this sentimental young master? Braving the storm without an umbrella? Why, it is the lovesick young master, clearly just a down-and-out scholar. Why is he here at such a young age? I wonder if he is of any use. The young ladies gazing from the upper levels were the first to notice Zhu Ping'an's woeful state, waving their delicate hands and pointing his way, before bursting into a series of melodious giggles. Their laughter drew the attention of others within the establishment. The well-dressed gentleman glanced at the newcomer, amused by his disheveled appearance, the black wooden board tucked under his arm, and his humble attire. They chuckled. How dare he venture into Zuejunlu, likely unable to afford even 3 cups of wine? And with that, they returned their focus to their own romantic pursuits. Amidst the intoxicating lights and the air thick with decadence, Zhu Ping'an shook his head gently. Following the insistence of the villagers, he ascended the stairs. They seemed quite eager, hardly allowing him a moment to catch his breath or wring out his clothes before hastening him further into the establishment. The upper floor reveals an enchanting world, adorned with an ambience that exudes charm. The women above possess a beauty that surpasses those below by a considerable margin, and the gentlemen upstairs display a refined taste that is markedly superior to their counterparts. As Zhu Ping'an ascended the stairs, he was greeted by a heartfelt cry resonating from afar. "Zhir, my beloved steed, your uncle has long awaited your arrival." Upon lifting his gaze, Zhu Ping'an spotted his uncle emerging from a throng of elegantly dressed individuals. Upon seeing Zhu Ping'an, his uncle's face lit up with joy, arms outstretched, exuding an unprecedented warmth. A sense of impending misfortune washed over Zhu Ping'an, This was not an unfounded sentiment, for his uncle's exuberance often heralded calamity. My beloved steed, are you speaking with an unclouded conscience, having forgotten your oft-repeated words of caution? Brother Wang, I am grateful for your assistance. His uncle hastily approached, bowing deeply before Zhu Ping'an and the villagers. Following him were a few villagers and his portly friend, all of whom regarded Zhu Ping'an with the expression of those who have encountered a savior. Since we are here, let us compose a poem. But do refrain from sullied verses that would offend our esteemed female scholar's sensibilities. Indeed, our female scholar is not one to be easily impressed. Boasting about one's poetic prowess to attract her attention while penning nonsensical verses is a fool's errand. In the distance, a clamor arose as several individuals approached, encircling Zhu Ping'an and his uncle, guiding them into the midst of the elegantly attired assembly. This gathering consisted predominantly of scholars and affluent young gentlemen, eager to engage in this enchanting pursuit, with a few familiar faces from the poetry gathering lingering in the background. At the center of this assembly stood a raised platform, upon which sat a gracefully attired maiden, her visage partially concealed by a veil. Yet, her captivating eyes evoked a profound allure. The young lady exuded an elegance akin to ink, her delicate hands poised above an ancient guqin, presenting a tantalizing invitation veiled in modesty. Could this be the esteemed female scholar spoken of by many? Zhu Ping'an cast only a cursory glance in her direction, redirecting his attention to the table before the crowd, which was adorned with ink, paper, and writing tools. In one corner lay a disarray of fragrant rice paper, the topmost sheet revealing the unmistakable calligraphy of his uncle. The female scholar blooms with grace, a celestial fairy descended from the heavens. Ah, uncle, your poetry is indeed remarkable. From the murmurs of the onlookers, Zhu Ping'an gleaned the unfolding narrative. It turned out that following the announcement of the examination results the previous day, his uncle and the others, feeling disheartened, had resolved to gather here for a few drinks and light-hearted camaraderie to alleviate their melancholy. Initially, they had invited familiar companions for merriment, and the atmosphere had been jovial. However, unbeknownst to them, this day coincided with the monthly opening of the renowned courtesan murmured at the Drunken Lord Pavilion. Scholars and affluent young men surged forward, yearning to catch a glimpse of her and bask in her presence. Although murmured merely engaged in playing the guqin and conversing with guests, her allure stirred a fervor among the crowd. Those with wealth spent lavishly, while the talented composed verses on the spot, all for the chance to share a moment with the illustrious courtesan. The renowned courtesan murmured, whose artistic moniker reveals her exceptional talent, has garnered admiration and adoration, earning the title of the female scholar. Always adorned with a veil to greet her guests, she has become an object of intrigue, captivating the curiosity of many. As her fame soared, her uncle and others gathered around, their hormones ignited by her veiled beauty. They speculated that if she were to unveil herself, she would undoubtedly resemble a celestial beauty. After a few rounds of drink, emboldened by the spirit of revelry despite his lack of wealth, the uncle, in a fit of bravado, proclaimed that his talents far surpassed those of the celebrated candidate, Zhu Ping'an, who had recently achieved the highest honor in the examinations. He boasted that he and his companions could compose verses so exquisite that the female scholar would willingly unveil herself. Murmured, with a playful laugh, only fanned the flames of their enthusiasm. However, when the uncle recited a poem, it fell flat. Not only did murmured remain unimpressed, but even the onlookers failed to acknowledge its merit, questioning the audacity of claiming superiority over Zhu Ping'an. The uncle, undeterred by the murmurs of disbelief, continued to speak with the poise of a seasoned scholar, asserting that Zhu Ping'an was indeed his nephew, and that his brief guidance had led to the nephew's triumph. He claimed that had he not been a mere student exempt from the county examinations, his nephew would not have been so fortunate. In the midst of the crowd's mixed reactions, the uncle had inadvertently included fellow townsmen in his grandiose claims. Eager to witness murmured's true visage, they pressed for poetry, hoping to seize the rare opportunity. Yet, the townsmen, echoing the uncle's earlier folly, found themselves equally lacking in inspiration. As the crowd grew impatient, their enthusiasm turned to mockery, and personal attacks ensued, even extending to ridicule of the surrounding regions. Ultimately, Zhu Ping'an was thrust into the spotlight, forced to confront the crowd. As he stood amidst the throng, soaked and disheveled, whispers of doubt circulated. Is this truly yesterday's top candidate? Some questioned, casting skepticism upon his appearance. Despite his youth and humble attire, which resembled that of a farmhand returning from the fields, someone in the crowd recognized him from the previous poetry gathering and discreetly informed those nearby of his identity. Yet, the murmurs of doubt persisted. With his disheveled appearance and innocent demeanor, Zhu Ping'an bore little resemblance to the charming and dashing figure one might expect of a top scholar. Instead, he appeared more akin to a simple country lad, freshly returned from toil in the fields. Ladies and gentlemen, I beseech you to make way and allow my nephew to take a seat in peace. At this moment, my uncle, Zhu Shouren, transformed anew into a figure of elegance, gesturing with an air of distinction towards the crowd. Amidst a cacophony of murmurs, the throng parted, and my uncle, along with several fellow villagers, escorted Zhu Ping'an to the table adorned with ink, paper, and brushes. With hands grasping at arms and shoulders, they unceremoniously urged Zhu Ping'an to sit before the table. After 10 arduous years of diligent study, is this merely to incite envy among you? Zhu Ping'an regarded their actions with utter disdain, particularly noting his uncle's audacity to meddle without possessing the requisite talent. Seated at the table, Zhu Ping'an surveyed the assembly, his gaze ultimately resting on his uncle and the villagers, shaking his head slightly. He had no desire to engage in such a melodramatic farce. What does this headshake signify? Unable to compose a verse, the pretentious seekers of fame often find themselves lacking when the moment arrives. The spectators grew increasingly agitated, for it was a rare occasion that the esteemed female scholar had finally agreed to reveal her true self after the poetry session, only to see the opportunity slip away once more, inciting their discontent. Zhu Ping'an remained composed amidst the rising tide of grievances from the crowd, maintaining his characteristic demeanor of simplicity and calm. Just as the murmurs of discontent escalated, a delicate voice rang out from the stage. Is this young gentleman the esteemed Zhu Gongzi at the forefront? I have long admired your name. The crowd looked up to behold the ethereal female scholar, gliding gracefully towards Zhu Ping'an, bowing slightly in greeting. The proximity of the scholar stirred excitement among the onlookers, yet they were met with a nonchalant, "Oh, a pleasure to meet you. Who dares to treat our esteemed scholar with such indifference?" The crowd erupted in indignation, turning their attention to the hapless Zhu Ping'an, who appeared rather disheveled at this moment. This pretender, unable to craft poetry, dares to slight our scholar, truly intolerable. Zhi'er, my uncle, unable to withstand the effects of wine. Why not compose a poem for our scholar as critique? At that moment, my uncle stepped forward, adopting a serious demeanor, as if to grant a younger generation an opportunity to shine before the crowd's fury could fully unleash. All eyes turned once again to Zhu Ping'an, while the enchanting scholar, murmured, blinked expectantly at him. The audience eagerly awaited his reaction. I have never been proficient in poetry, and I fear I may disappoint my uncle, Zhu Ping'an replied, shaking his head with a calm demeanor. His uncle's expression faltered, unprepared for such a response. Zhu Gongzi, you are being overly modest. Your poem at the Celestial Poetic Gathering was a marvel, a farewell that captivated us, and we cherish it still. Your unique verses on snow remain unparalleled. Today, as you grace the Zuejun Tower, why not leave behind a masterpiece for murmured to recount to her sisters with pride? The scholarly murmured, standing elegantly at the forefront, pressed her lips together before bowing once more, speaking earnestly. As she spoke, the crowd naturally rallied in support, echoing her sentiments. Indeed, the talent before us surely cannot fail to compose a poem. Come quickly and write. Could it be that you look down upon our female scholars? I shall see who dares to belittle us. Even if it costs me my entire fortune, I shall pursue them to the end. The crowd was stirred, their gazes once more converging upon Zhu Ping'an. This girl is deliberately positioning herself as a weaker party, elevating her own status while rallying the masses to her cause. Yet, one cannot entirely blame her. Survival dictates that a poem or verse from a renowned figure could potentially alter their fates, as even a single line from Lu Yong could effortlessly elevate a courtesan to fame. This, one might say, is the nascent form of the entertainment industry's unspoken rules. However, one wonders why she is so convinced of her ability to craft excellent poetry. Zhu Ping'an glanced at the poised female scholar on stage and then at the fervent crowd. Their passions ignited. It is often said that a woman without talent is virtuous, and it is only natural that this female scholar garners admiration. Yet, this does not concern me. I am merely 13 years old, and my aspirations lie elsewhere. My youth and lack of skill will surely disappoint her. If it were merely to compose essays, that would be one thing, but poetry and lyricism are not my forte, and for that, I must apologize. Zhu Ping'an rose from her seat, clasped her hands in a gesture of slight regret, and said, "My apologies, esteemed elders and gentlemen. Oh, by the way, esteemed elders, I intend to return home today. May I inquire about your plans?" Zhu Ping'an bowed to those around her, seeking their thoughts on her departure. Her uncle and several villagers exchanged glances, shaking their heads, then urged Zhu Ping'an to prepare for the upcoming examinations together. "Dear child, there are only a few months left until the provincial exams. Returning home would consume precious time. It would be far better to prepare together here for a few months before we all head to the examinations," one suggested. "Indeed, time is of the essence," another added. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ping'an looked at her uncle and the villagers, feeling an overwhelming rush of frustration. "How dare you, who indulge in revelry, lecture me on the value of time? Since the county exams, I have yet to see you all sincerely prepare." Longing for home, Zhu Ping'an replied, "Since you all wish to prepare here, I shall return briefly to pack my things. Once the weather clears, I will head home." She bowed to her uncle and the fellow villagers, not casting a single glance at the adoring female scholar, and turned to leave. The female scholar on stage appeared to be on the verge of tears, her eyes glistening with unshed moisture. "How pitiful! This young woman is utterly detestable." The crowd was incensed, encircling Zhu Ping'an, intent on cornering her as if to trample her underfoot until they were satisfied. "This person may look down upon us, but to so brazenly dismiss our female scholars is intolerable. Such arrogance is beyond measure. Rumors abound that this individual, a mere empty vessel, cannot compose poetry and wishes to retreat to their hometown. How lamentable and infuriating." The crowd voiced their indignation, and amidst the uproar, another voice emerged, Zhu Xian. "This is your fault. As the saying goes, the crowd's sentiment is hard to dismiss. Since everyone speaks so, you should not shy away from it. In the exuberance of youth, the practice of tempering one's brilliance is certainly commendable. Yet, is there any harm in indulging in youthful exuberance from time to time? One cannot always conceal their brilliance within the scabbard, lest it succumb to rust. A lamentable fate, indeed. Today let us compose a poem, shall we?" The voice was familiar. As Zhu Ping'an raised his gaze, he beheld the beaming countenance of Feng Shanshui from Susong approaching leisurely. Then another voice chimed in, belonging to the companion walking alongside Feng. "Xia Luoming from Tongqing. Zhu Xiandi, do not refuse. Recent rumors have circulated, claiming that Zhu Xiandi's reputation does not reflect his true merit, asserting that your farewells and verses about snow were mere appropriations from others. Such a grand talent as Zhu Xiandi could not possibly be so. I dismiss these claims with disdain. However, alas, the whispers persist, and it is time for Zhu Xiandi to dispel the rumors. Do not shy away from this." "My friend, what a coincidence." Zhu Ping'an observed the approaching figures, a hint of a playful smile gracing his lips. "I shall assist you in grinding the ink. Whether we compose poetry or not is entirely up to you, Zhu Xiandi. If you find no use for the ink, then simply splash it upon my face." Feng Shanshui reached the table and immediately began to grind the ink, leaving a casual remark in his wake. "Ah, this resembles the customary toast. I shall drink. And you may do as you please. Any leftover, pour it upon my face." With such words uttered, all eyes in the vicinity turned once more to Zhu Ping'an, eager to witness his reaction. Should Zhu Ping'an choose to depart, the stigma of arrogance, neglecting friends, and seeking fame through the appropriation of others' works would surely befall him. A profound silence enveloped the space as the onlookers fixed their eager gazes upon Zhu Ping'an. "In that case, allow me to present my humble offering." Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Zhu Ping'an spoke slowly. He then approached the table, dipped a brush into the ink prepared by Feng Shanshui, and turned towards the fragrant rice paper, casting a glance at the girl at the platform, her eyes glistening with tears. "This poem shall serve as my apology to the lady," he declared. Zhu Ping'an merely glanced at her before lowering his head and putting brush to paper. Feng Shanshui, who stood nearby, observed intently and recited the poem Zhu Ping'an inscribed, the Song of Mulan. His voice resonated clearly, paced just right for all to hear. As the first line was penned, Feng Shanshui's expression shifted, his voice trembling slightly as he read aloud. "If life were only as it was upon first meeting." The opening line of the Song of Mulan, struck deep within the heart, stirring the very strings of emotion. The onlookers' expressions shifted as they absorbed the weight of his words. Apologies for the delay in updates due to circumstances yesterday. Today, a lengthy chapter serves as an apology. Chapter 114. Paths diverged, no alliance to be made. If life were only as it was upon first meeting, the girl at the platform, murmured, felt her heart quiver intensely upon hearing this line. Tears welling in her eyes almost instantaneously. Before the crowd could fully recover from the impact of the first line, Feng Shanshui continued with the second. What sorrow does the autumn wind bring to the painted fan? This line struck even closer to home, evoking memories of a love once profound and deep. Why, then, did they part ways? The vows of eternal fidelity once shared now seemed to be recited to another. On the stage, the once tearful female scholar now had tears cascading down her delicate cheeks. Zhu Ping'an hastened his brushwork, writing fervently. Hearts change easily. Yet one laments the fickleness of old friends. Your disposition shifts so readily. Once you vowed to love me until the end of time. Yet now you treat me as mere grass. If I am to be regarded as such, why then do you scold me for my changing heart? This line resonated deeply within some, who listened intently, their hearts tumultuous. Others, however, furrowed their brows in disbelief. Could such profound reflections on life and love truly emanate from a lad who seemed barely past childhood? Zhu Ping'an was known for his modest demeanor, rarely mingling with others. While his peers in Anqing had produced at least 5 or 6 poems, Zhu had only presented 2 at the Jingxian poetry gathering, and even those raised many questions. He possessed talent, yet the extent of it remained uncertain. After all, such poetry could echo through the ages. How could it be the work of a mere 13-year-old boy? Unknown to the world? Especially when such verses required emotional experience, it was indeed hard to believe they came from someone so young. Standing quietly to the side, Tongqing Xiaoluo was devoid of his usual arrogance, mouth slightly agape as he observed Zhu Ping'an, unable to fathom his depth. The murmurs among the crowd grew louder, mostly filled with skepticism, with few expressing admiration. Zhu Ping'an appeared oblivious to the voices around him and the shifting emotions of the crowd, continuing to write with fervor. Completing the remaining lines, once the words of Lishan are spoken, tears fall like rain in the midnight hour, never harboring resentment. How could one compare to the fickle, brocade-clad youth who once vowed to fly side by side with me? As Zhu Ping'an laid down his final stroke, Feng Shanshui beside him seemed equally moved. Reading the poem aloud once more, the enchanting female scholar on stage gazed intently at Zhu Ping'an, her face now streaked with tears. This poem was perfectly suited for such a romantic setting, expressed through the voice of a heartbroken woman condemning her unfaithful lover, akin to an ancient, elevated, an artistic version of a love transaction. Initially, you were smitten, pledging eternal love, yet in the blink of an eye, you embraced another, only to criticize me for my fickleness. I have wept, felt pain, loved my country, and harbored hatred. Ultimately, I can only utter, if only life were as it was at first sight. Upon the conclusion of the poem, the audience's sentiments were complex. This was undoubtedly a piece that could endure through time, yet it emerged from a boy who had scarcely matured and knew little of love. Such questions lingered. Had he ever experienced romance? How could he craft such tender verses? Moved by the poignant words, the female scholar, murmured, found her veil dampened by tears as she bowed gracefully to Zhu Ping'an, expressing her gratitude for his poem. Some in the audience quickly noticed her gesture, and before she could voice her thanks, one person seized the moment to cast doubt upon Zhu Ping'an. Did you truly compose this poem yourself? Zhu Ping'an set down his brush, glanced at the questioner, and offered a faint smile. Would you have composed it instead? The individual paused momentarily, seemingly taken aback. Before inquiring with an air of certainty, you are but a 13-year-old lad. How could you possibly possess such profound insights into the complexities of love and enmity? Many shared the same curiosity and nodded in agreement. Zhu Ping'an maintained his serene smile and softly asked, would you prefer the truth or a fabrication? Without hesitation, the person replied, naturally, the truth. The truth is, Zhu Ping'an continued, I have never tasted pork. Yet I have often witnessed a herd of plump pigs gallivanting through the hills. Never having eaten pork does not preclude one from having seen pigs run, does it? Throughout history, there have been countless poignant and intense love stories. Tales of dashing scholars and enchanting beauties abound. After a brief moment of contemplation, the individual pressed on. And what of the fabrication? The fabrication is that I have transcribed the works of a man named Nailan Xingda, whose courtesy name is Rongrua, and whose sobriquet is Inshur. Nalanxingda? What an intriguing name. Whence does he hail, and why have I never heard of him? Amidst the crowd's bewilderment, Zhu Ping'an had already turned to depart. Casting not a single lingering glance at the opulent and intoxicated atmosphere of the Zhe Junlu young master, please do not leave. Even the veiled female scribe, who had been the object of admiration for years, placed her hand on her veil, poised to unveil her breathtaking visage. Yet, despite her allure, Zhu Ping'an did not turn back to glance. By the time the onlookers regained their senses, Zhu Ping'an had already descended the stairs, departing without a trace of longing. Subsequently, all that remained was the blurred silhouette of the youth, clutching a black wooden board as he re-entered the tempest. Paths diverge, and thus we must part. Zhu Ping'an murmured softly as he strode purposefully towards the inn. He wondered if the unfinished meal would still be waiting for him at the inn. He had hardly eaten much. The handful of coins he had grasped seemed either too much or too little, as he had been hastily tugged away by the villagers. After the commotion at the Zhe Junlu, his hunger had only intensified. The rain appeared to be falling heavier, and the wind had grown fiercer. His drenched garments clung to him, offering no refuge from the biting chill. He resolved to return to the inn swiftly, to enjoy a bowl of ginger soup, take a warm bath, and don a clean set of clothes. Chapter 115. A yearning for home. The journey from Anqing Prefecture back to Xia village spanned 100 miles, an endeavor not to be accomplished in a day. He would deliberate further upon his return to the inn. Battling the elements, Zhu Ping'an arrived at the inn, thoroughly drenched. "Oh dear, why did you venture out without an umbrella? Come in quickly." The innkeeper, spotting Zhu Ping'an braving the storm, hailed in alarm and promptly opened the door to usher him inside. The dining hall was sparsely populated, as the storm had kept most patrons confined to their rooms. The meals he had set out for himself had already been cleared away, which was only to be expected. "Master Zhu, you are soaked to the bone. Quickly change into dry clothes. I shall have the staff bring you a bowl of ginger syrup. If you require anything else, do not hesitate to let me know." The innkeeper, noticing Zhu Ping'an's sodden state, hurriedly approached, offering a dry towel and instructing the staff to prepare ginger soup and other provisions. After all, Zhu Ping'an was the first esteemed guest to stay at his establishment, a source of pride amidst his competitors in the vicinity, and it was imperative that he be well taken care of. Zhu Ping'an, drenched and chilled, received the dry towel handed to him by the innkeeper with a courteous gesture, expressing his gratitude with words of thanks. As he dried his head and face, he made his way to his room. Upon entering, he found that the attendant had already brought ginger syrup and a modest meal, and the bathwater was prepared. After thanking the attendant, Zhu Ping'an drank the ginger syrup, took a warm bath, changed into a dry set of clothes, and then consumed the food that had been delivered, stretching his back and feeling considerably more comfortable. Outside, the wind howled and the rain poured, making immediate travel impossible. After neatly organizing his belongings into his satchel, he sat at the table to peruse some books. The volumes packed in his bag had become somewhat damp. Despite his efforts to protect them, the pages had stuck together. It took him quite some time to rearrange the books. Fortunately, the calligraphy book gifted to him by the elderly fisherman was of excellent quality, and its pages remained unaffected. The sound of the wind accompanied the rustling of Zhu Ping'an's pages, while thunder echoed in harmony with the dim glow of the oil lamp in the room. And the night enveloped him as he indulged in the art of calligraphy, lost in the tranquility of his studies. He remained unaware of the raucous revelry emanating from several hundred meters away at the Zhe Jun Tower, where the exuberance of intoxicated men threatened to shatter the rooftop. Fueled by the intoxicating allure of the female calligrapher, Mayer, as she unveiled her enchanting visage. As evening descended, the light in his room waned to the point where the characters on the pages became indistinguishable without the aid of a candle. At that moment, his inebriated uncle and several townsfolk stumbled upstairs, knocking loudly on Zhu Ping'an's door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a wave of earthy, alcoholic aroma. As his uncle and companions appeared to have stumbled through mud, their faces smeared with grime. "Ah, Zhu, it is truly regrettable that you departed so early," lamented his uncle, his half-mud-smeared face revealing a wide grin. "You missed the exquisite female calligrapher. One more detail would have made her too long, one less too short. Too much powder would render her face too pale, too much rouge too red, her brows like emerald feathers, skin as white as snow, a waist as slender as silk, teeth like pearls, with a captivating smile that bewitched Yangcheng and enchanted the likes of us." Zhu Shouren, his uncle, was taken aback by Zhu Ping'an's absence, lamenting that he had missed the chance to behold the calligrapher's true beauty. What? You're even carrying the Ding Chu's lustful poem? Zhu Ping'an found himself at a loss for words. Yet, compared to his uncle's friends, who had collapsed onto the floor snoring like a pig, his uncle seemed relatively composed. Indeed, it is a pity, my friend. Yet, we have benefited from your absence, one of the townsfolk chortled, gesticulating animatedly, oblivious to the reality. As if he had a thrilling encounter with the female calligrapher. She intended to invite you for a drink and a serenade, since you were not present. Who do you think we are? Thanks to you, Zhu brother, we took your place in drinking, he laughed. Music, beauty, and fine wine. Another townsman leaned against the doorframe, grinning foolishly. Although it was merely listening to music and sipping a drink, the proximity to the female calligrapher was enough to boast about in front of others. Zhu Ping'an's brother must have referred to his uncle, for none other would act so. Today, all expenses were shared among the crowd. Do not depart, dear brother. Stay here with us to prepare for the examination. The elder uncle promised to tutor you in the spring and autumn annals tomorrow. Zhu Ping'an, observing that he could barely stand, half covered in mud and reeking of wine, could only smile at the absurdity of his own declarations to study alongside the elder uncle and fellow villagers. They were not sent away until the midnight hour. With the assistance of the innkeeper, the next day dawned bright, with the wind calmed and the rain ceased, as the sun rose in the east. Zhu Ping'an, rubbing his forehead with a wry smile, emerged from a pawnshop. Television dramas are truly misleading, he mused, as he contemplated the 100-mile journey from Anqing Prefecture to Xia Village. The terrain was treacherous and, unlike modern times, the safety of the roads was not assured, even in the flourishing era of Jiajing, where the risk of encountering reckless travelers loomed. Recalling scenes from dramas featuring escort agencies safeguarding valuables, he searched in Anqing for such establishments. After a prolonged search with no success, he inquired with passers-by, all of whom shook their heads in ignorance. Only one individual pointed him towards a location claiming to house a pawnshop, though its relevance was uncertain. Zhu Ping'an recognized that a pawnshop was merely a precursor to an escort agency, which only emerged during the Qing dynasty. However, pawnshops existed in the Ming dynasty. As documented in Jin Ping Mei, he speculated that perhaps the television dramas had merely misrepresented the terminology. Upon visiting the pawnshop to inquire about recent routes to Kaohsiung town, he found himself in a rather amusing predicament. Firstly, pawnshops in the Ming dynasty only transported valuable items, generally eschewing ordinary goods. Furthermore, they never provided services for transporting individuals unless they were accompanied by the owners of substantial valuables. Without knowledge of his background, how could they risk taking him on the road? What if he brought trouble upon them? Wealthy individuals would naturally have escorts, while those without means traveled in groups of 3 or 5, rendering escort services unnecessary. Thus, when Zhu Ping'an made his inquiries, he was met with incredulous stares. However, it was not a complete loss. The staff at the pawnshop suggested he head to a carriage and horse agency. Emerging from the pawnshop in mild embarrassment, Zhu Ping'an proceeded to the carriage and horse agency, where he fortuitously learned of an upcoming caravan bound for Kaohsiung town. With his addition, the numbers were nearly sufficient. Zhu Ping'an paid a deposit of 5 coins and received a wooden token inscribed with the image of a horse. With all preparations made, he awaited the following day to visit the carriage and horse agency and embark on his journey to Kaohsiung town, yearning for home. Today, I am reporting to the Research Institute to complete the onboarding process. Updates may occur during my lunch break or in the evening. Chapter 116, On the Road in Ancient Times. Carriage and horse agencies bore resemblance to modern transport companies. As dawn broke the next day, Zhu Ping'an vacated his guest room, shouldered his belongings, and made his way directly to the carriage and horse agency. Upon arrival, he presented the horse token he had received the previous day to the agency's manager, who assigned him to a carriage. A carriage has a capacity for 4 passengers. On board, there was already a rotund merchant, who, upon spotting Zhu Ping'an approaching with his bundle, kindly offered assistance and engaged in light conversation, thus establishing a brief acquaintance. Upon learning that Zhu Ping'an was a scholar traveling to Anqing Prefecture for the provincial examination, the merchant's countenance reflected a newfound respect. Moments later, another young man, attired decently and wielding a folding fan, boarded the carriage, bearing an air of excessive indulgence in wine. After taking his seat, he began to complain about Zhu Ping'an's sizable bundle taking up space. and then expressed disdain for the merchant's strong odor. Before the carriage could accommodate a fourth passenger, the procession set off. The caravan consisted of 5 carriages, accommodating approximately 17 to 18 passengers, with each carriage overseen by a coachman. Additionally, 5 burly men served as guards, briefly doubling as coachmen. Once underway, the young man again grumbled, criticizing the fact that only 1 horse was hitched to each carriage, claiming that his family typically used 2 or 3 horses for their vehicles. The rotund merchant merely chuckled amiably, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. In the hierarchy of transportation, the emperor rides with 6 horses, princes with 5, ministers with 4, nobles with 3, scholars with 2, and commoners with 1, 2, or 3 horses. Who do you think you are? Zhu Ping'an merely smiled faintly, embodying the demeanor of a simple, earnest scholar. The ancient carriages lacked sufficient shock absorption and, coupled with the uneven roads, swayed considerably, leading Zhu Ping'an to abandon the idea of reading during the journey. Instead, he closed his eyes to rest, quietly savoring the poetry and literature he had previously studied. It is often said that merchants are adept at socializing. Within less than an hour, the rotund merchant had struck up a rapport with the overly indulgent young man. Their conversation largely revolved around women and revelry, a topic that, much like in modern times, easily sparked dialogue among men. Zhu Ping'an, not one to be overly pedantic, found no offense in their discussions, having experienced much in the modern world. The caravan traveled by day and rested by night, with a meal break lasting about an hour during the afternoon. The coach service offered simple fare, available for a modest sum, for just 5 coins. One could obtain 2 flatbreads and a bowl of meat broth, sufficient to satiate one's hunger. Following the meal, Zhu Ping'an sat against the carriage on the grass and inquired with the coachman about the duration of the rest. Upon learning they would pause for another half hour, he decided to open his satchel and take out a book, immersing himself in its pages. Ah, still a scholar, are we? What use is reading? It neither fills the stomach nor fills the purse. Judging by your attire, you likely possess little wealth. Truly, a scholar is utterly useless, the young man remarked, his tone dripping with disdain as he observed Zhu Ping'an reading by the wheel. Zhu Ping'an shifted his gaze from his book to the overly indulgent youth, casting a brief glance before simply acknowledging with a nonchalant ahem and returning to his reading. The young man appeared taken aback by Zhu Ping'an's lack of response, pondering whether the scholar had perhaps become foolish from his studies. Did my contempt not manifest clearly enough? Near my residence, there dwells a destitute scholar, a figure of humble means. You may not comprehend the essence of a scholar, as it is evident that you are far removed from such a status. Yet, even if you were to attain scholarly recognition, what would it avail you? Without the means to cultivate connections, all that remains is the mere pretense of a learned man. The successful candidates in the imperial examinations often hail from illustrious families. The examination system, alas, serves only to deceive impoverished students like you. What utility does education truly possess? The youthful revelers, intoxicated by wine and vice, continue to berate Zhu Ping'an, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards the scholarly class. He resembles Tang Sung, incessantly prattling away, while a nearby rotund merchant makes futile attempts to interject. This situation is akin to the Monkey King from the Moonlight Treasure Box, chastising a child for fear of damaging the flowers, reminiscent of the modern-day figure, Brother 100 Yuan, who incessantly laments the absence of even a single $100, rendering the act of reading insufferable. Consequently, Zhu Ping'an lifted his gaze, regarding the young man with quiet intensity, and spoke with measured cadence. In the midst of the myriad splendors of this mortal realm, you may wander, while I shall toast to the peach blossoms with my wine. No bounty of gold or exquisite steeds can rival the crimson bean paste nestled between my brows. The young man was taken aback, unable to fathom the meaning of such words. It is no surprise, for this is modern vernacular. While I merely aspire to embody the essence of a refined gentleman through classical prose. Zhu Ping'an cast another glance at him, subtly shaking his head, denying him the opportunity to respond, and continued, though you persistently belittle the pursuit of knowledge and mock its significance, how can you conceal your identity as a scholar? Indeed, I speak of you. Your lips, tinged with a slight darkness, suggest a habit of moistening your brush with them while writing. The wear on your right sleeve speaks to the hours spent in scholarly endeavor. Your profound disdain for learning likely stems from a disheartening performance in the recent examinations. Your simultaneous admiration and resentment towards noble families hint at a humble origin, Perhaps your heart is entangled with a certain young lady, yet alas, the flowers may have intentions, but the waters remain indifferent. With your recent failures in the examinations, your hopes must have dwindled significantly. The scent of alcohol clings to you, a testament to your attempts to drown your sorrows, and the heavy fragrance of cosmetics, slightly pungent, suggests a companion of questionable virtue. While an army may seize a commander, a man's aspirations cannot be taken from him. One must rise from where he has fallen. To fail is but a prelude to resurgence. With each utterance from Zhu Ping'an, the youthful libertine's countenance grew increasingly despondent, until at last the facade crumbled, revealing a disheartened scholar beneath the guise of a proud young gentleman. Alas, 13 years of toiling in solitude, only to face defeat year after year. The dissipated youth sighed deeply, devoid of ambition, vowing never to immerse himself in poetry or prose again, and resolved to return home to sell himself into servitude for the sake of sustenance. He is indeed a pitiable soul, a casualty of the examination system. Zhu Ping'an could not help but reflect upon those sorrowful scholars, disheartened upon seeing the results. Since fate has brought us together, I cannot merely stand by and witness a scholar descend into servitude. Thus, Zhu Ping'an rose, closed the tome, and gently shook his head, declaring, "Though I am yet young, I understand the truth that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Without accumulating small strides, one cannot traverse great distances. Perseverance holds the promise of success, while relinquishing hope extinguishes all possibility." The disheartened scholar cast a glance at Zhu Ping'an and sighed, "You are still young. This is merely your first failure. How could you comprehend the anguish of my 8 defeats?" Zhu Ping'an, with hands clasped behind his back, gazed into the distance and replied nonchalantly, "Where there is a will, there is a way. Burning one's boats, the formidable Qin Pass shall ultimately belong to Chu. Those who toil diligently shall not be forsaken by heaven. Enduring hardships and persevering, the 3,000 you warriors can indeed conquer Wu." Upon hearing these words, the downcast youth appeared as if struck by lightning. He abruptly lifted his head to look at Zhu Ping'an, silently reciting the couplet once more, his eyes rekindling with light. "Where there is a will, there is a way. Burning one's boats, the formidable Qin Pass shall ultimately belong to Chu. Those who toil diligently shall not be forsaken by heaven. Enduring hardships and persevering, the 3,000 you warriors can indeed conquer Wu. You possess remarkable talent, young brother. Though you may have faltered this time, you shall undoubtedly succeed in the future. I, too, have learned much from you." With renewed vigor, the disheartened scholar bowed deeply in gratitude to Zhu Ping'an. "I am hardly a talent. I merely echo the wisdom of others. This wisdom I acquired from an elder named Pu Songling," Zhu Ping'an said with a simple smile, waving his hand dismissively. "Nonetheless, I must express my gratitude for your enlightening words," the man insisted, bowing once more in thanks. After the carriage resumed its journey, the atmosphere within became harmonious. Chapter 117. Homecoming. As the journey progressed, they bid farewell to the plump merchant and the failed scholar, until Zhu Ping'an found himself alone in the carriage upon reaching Huaining County. The nearer he drew to home, the more his heart swelled with excitement. A caged bird longs for its old forest, a fish in a pond yearns for its familiar depths. There is no place warmer than home, nor any people warmer than family. The outside world may be beautiful, yet I must return home. Upon arriving at Kaoshan town, Zhu Ping'an bid farewell to the carriage service, shouldered his bag, and strolled through the town, purchasing small gifts for his family. He bought a pair of silver earrings for his mother, a small jar of 10-year-old brew for his father, and a pouch of fine tobacco for his grandfather. Having carefully packed his purchases into his bag, Zhu Ping'an made his way toward the town's exit. At the crossroads, he spotted an unusual ox cart, considerably longer and wider than the average, featuring 2 rows of seats and a clean oilcloth canopy to shield from rain and sun. The robust black bull at the front, swishing its tail, bore a large bell around its neck. 5 people were already seated in the cart, and a sturdy bronze-skinned man was holding a water basin to quench the bull's thirst. "Hey, Shui, is that lad approaching us your second son?" one woman remarked as she recognized Zhu Ping'an from a distance. "Madam, this marks the 3rd time you've come this month," the bronze-skinned man replied with a wry smile, continuing to feed the bull salt water without lifting his gaze. "Having been fooled twice already, I would not fall for it a 3rd time. Once the bull is finished, I must hurry home. If I return late, my mother will surely scold me." "This Zhu Ping'an recognized his family's ox cart immediately due to its distinctiveness, and he made his way towards it, bag slung over his shoulder. Zhu Shouren, indeed, is your family's second son. Just a few days ago, there were people in the town who made quite a commotion at your doorstep, celebrating the return of your son. The woman seated on the ox cart gazed intently at the approaching Zhu Ping'an, her belief in her own eyes growing stronger. Overcome with excitement, she reached out and patted the shoulder of the man tending to the ox. Enough of that, dear lady. Once Dehe finishes this bowl of water, I shall take everyone home, the robust man replied with a wry smile, seemingly wary of the woman's exuberance. The lady, bursting with excitement, struggled to articulate how to convince the ox tender of the truth, especially since the others on the cart were not from the village and did not recognize Zhu Ping'an. She continued to pat the man's shoulder repeatedly, exclaiming, "It's true, it's true," though the lady had never heard the story of the boy who cried wolf. Her emotions mirrored those of the shepherd boy in the tale. "Father, I'm back." Just as Dehe was about to finish the large bowl of water, the ox tender suddenly heard a familiar voice from above. It was a voice so recognizable that even covering his ears would not obscure it. The ox tender, who happened to be Zhu Ping'an's father, Zhu Shouren, was instantly filled with excitement. As for Dehe, he had his own perspective on the matter. "I was happily drinking my water, which had a slightly salty taste, quite delightful, really. Just as I was about to finish, unexpectedly, the bowl was thrust onto my nose, causing tears to well up in my eyes." Zhu Shouren, in a moment of exhilaration, pressed the bowl against Dehe's nose, momentarily abandoning his task of feeding the ox. He looked up at Zhu Ping'an, his simple, earnest face breaking into a broad smile, before casually inquiring, "What brings you back?" "Just days ago, someone from the town office came to deliver the joyous news that you passed some examination to become a student. They even mentioned you might continue your studies there and eventually take another exam in the capital." Zhu Ping'an placed his bundle on the cart, greeted the woman and the others, and then took the water bowl from Zhu Shouren to help feed the ox. While tending to the animal, he explained to his father, "The county examination isn't until August. It's only early April now. There is plenty of time. I can study just as well at home, and besides, Mother's cooking is 100 times more delicious than anything outside. The journey would take half a month. It would be better to stay there and study." Zhu Shouren rubbed his hands together, then checked the ox cart's ropes, looking at Zhu Ping'an as he spoke. Before Zhu Ping'an could respond, the woman interjected, "Oh, don't believe your father, Zhu'er. You have no idea how thrilled he was when I first teased him about your return." Cough, cough. "Dear lady, you mustn't speak such nonsense," Zhu Shouren said, feeling a bit embarrassed, though thankfully his dark complexion concealed any blush. After Zhu Ping'an took his seat on the cart, 3 more people joined them, making a total of 9. Zhu Shouren then cracked the whip, urging Dehe onward as they headed toward the outskirts of the town. The atmosphere inside the cart was lively. Upon realizing that the young scholar seated within was the subject of much recent chatter in the town, the passengers surrounding Zhu Ping'an eagerly posed questions to him and his father, inquiring about child-rearing practices, reminiscent of parents crowding around a high-achieving student after the modern college entrance examinations, seeking advice. Zhu's father skillfully maneuvered the ox cart along a serpentine path, delivering villagers from various hamlets to their homes. Having driven the cart for many years, he could almost navigate with his eyes closed, adeptly bringing everyone to their respective destinations. By the time they returned to Xia village, only a talkative elderly lady remained aboard, engaging in conversation with both Zhu Ping'an and his father throughout the journey. As they entered Xia village, they encountered familiar villagers who, upon seeing Zhu Ping'an, offered words of praise. Clearly, the recent celebratory news from the town had made a significant impact. Nearly the entire village was aware of Zhu Ping'an's achievement in becoming a scholar, notably ranking first in the entire Anqing prefecture. It was worth noting that the highest educational attainment in Xia village was merely that of a scholar, and even then, it had taken Zhu Ping'an's uncle many years to achieve a passing score. No one had anticipated Zhu Ping'an's success in the examinations. Yet now he not only passed but excelled, leaving the villagers eager to catch a glimpse of him, marveling at his remarkable accomplishment. Zhu Ping'an greeted each neighbor, bringing them joy and a sense of pride, as such recognition mattered greatly in their community. Due to the time spent conversing with the townsfolk, they arrived home to find his mother, Mrs. Chun, had already prepared a sumptuous meal. Before stepping inside, Zhu Ping'an overheard a conversation between his elder brother and their mother. "Mother, why have you made such a grand feast again? with both chicken and fish. We can't possibly eat it all, his brother's voice complained. What do you know? What if Zhu returns? He isn't as fortunate as you to enjoy my cooking daily. I wonder if he has lost weight, Mrs. Chen replied. Outside restaurants are far tastier, his brother muttered under his breath. What was that, Dechuan? Speak again, I didn't hear you. Mrs. Chen's voice rose in volume. Cough. Cough. I meant to say mother's cooking is far superior to any restaurant, he stammered, evidently cowed by her authoritative presence, suggesting that he had indeed faced reprimands recently. Chapter 118, Mother Chen. Despite his swift change of tone, Zhu Ping'an was quickly reprimanded by Mrs. Chen, leaving him submissive and reticent. So when he saw Zhu Ping'an entering with their father, he could only call out mother, mother, overwhelmed with emotion, unable to articulate anything further, shouting mother so many times. You ungrateful son, you marry a wife and forget your mother. And you haven't even brought her home yet you complain about my cooking, Mrs. Chen remarked, still affected by her elder son's earlier comment regarding the tastiness of restaurant food. Mother, I'm back, Zhu Ping'an declared, carrying his belongings as he stepped through the door, catching sight of Mrs. Chen from a distance. Mother Chen, initially mistaking the voice for that of her eldest son, suddenly realized her error and looked up towards the door, where she spotted her youngest son, weary and burdened, entering with a travel bag. Her first reaction was one of surprise, swiftly followed by anger. In a fit of rage, she approached and delivered a resounding slap to Zhu Shuyi's broad shoulder, her voice echoing like a tempest. Zhu Shuyi, are you blind? Can't you see my son has returned gaunt and famished? After such a long journey, you let him carry his belongings alone, burdening him to the point where he can barely stand upright. With your brawny stature, are you merely for show? He is not emaciated, in fact. He seems a bit plumper to me. Besides, it was Zhi who insisted on carrying the bag himself, Zhu Shuyi replied, feeling wronged as he looked at Chen, rubbing his sore arm from her sharp slap, too intimidated to speak further. Mother, it was my choice to carry it. It has nothing to do with father, Zhu Ping'an quickly intervened, attempting to alleviate the tension. When Mother Chen turned her gaze to Zhu Ping'an, her demeanor shifted dramatically. Her previous coldness towards Zhu Shuyi transformed into a warmth akin to a spring day. Do not defend him. Set down your bag so that I can see you properly. Why do you appear even thinner? Have you been reluctant to eat while away? I've always felt I gave you too little money before your departure. And there were rumors of you being robbed, which worried me greatly. If you hadn't insisted on sending word back, I would have demanded to see you myself. Oh, but how is it that I notice you've grown taller? You have also become quite dark from the sun. Just a few days ago, there were celebrations in the town proclaiming you topped the examinations, and they even sent 10 taels of silver as a reward from the county magistrate. They mentioned you would continue your studies while away, but I disapprove. There's south no place like home, where I can provide you with nourishing meals every day. Mother Chen hurried towards Zhu Ping'an, snatching the bag from his shoulders and forcefully handing it to Zhu Shuyi, casting him a pointed glance before gently pulling Zhu Ping'an close to scrutinize him, as if he had just returned from a battlefield. Zhu Shuyi, clutching the bag, stood alongside his elder brother Zhu Ping'an, both sharing a bond of silent sympathy. They regarded Zhu Ping'an, who was being tenderly attended to by Mother Chen, with unmistakable envy. In their hearts, they likely pondered why, despite being family, there existed such a stark disparity in treatment. Once satisfied with her inspection, Mother Chen dashed to the kitchen, declaring her intention to prepare a nourishing chicken soup to restore Zhu Ping'an's strength, leaving no one able to stop her. Welcome back, Zhi, the elder brother mumbled, fidgeting with his hands before seemingly recalling something and rushing to his room. Moments later, he emerged with a honeycomb, darting back into the kitchen. Mother, I brought honey for Zhi, his voice echoed from the kitchen. Then Mother Chen's teasing laughter rang out. What's this? Isn't this what you went to the mountains to collect for your in-laws? There's plenty more in the mountains, came the shy response from the elder brother. In the courtyard, Father Zhu and Zhu Ping'an exchanged glances, and after a brief moment, Father Zhu spoke, quickly go change into some clean clothes. Your mother has prepared 2 new outfits for you. How could I not miss home? The profound affection enveloping the household could melt the icy barriers of both the North and South poles, and I found myself instantly enraptured in love and the warmth of being loved. Once Zhu Ping'an emerged in a fresh and crisp outfit, Mother Chen had already simmered a pot of chicken soup, rich with aroma, accompanied by mushrooms, greens, and slices of ginger, presenting a feast for the senses. Mother Chen had also prepared 2 additional dishes, resulting in an ample spread that filled the entire table. Zhu Ping'an indulged thoroughly in the meal, feeling so satiated that even a single peanut would have pushed him to the brink of discomfort. He had to waddle as he walked. Yet Mother Chen still expressed concern that he had not eaten enough. Before bedtime, Zhu Ping'an presented the carefully chosen gifts from the town to Mother Chen and Father Zhu. Mother Chen, beaming with delight, adorned her ears with the silver earrings but teased Zhu Ping'an about his extravagant spending. Father Zhu examined the wine jar closely, his face also adorned with a smile. As for the gift for grandfather, that could wait until tomorrow's visit to the ancestral home. That night, Zhu Ping'an refrained from studying. After a refreshing bath, he surrendered his weary yet overstuffed body to the bed, contemplating a visit to the old residence the next day, followed by a stay at his mentor's house. Not only would his body find rest, but he felt as though his very soul had discovered a sanctuary, achieving a profound relaxation that enveloped him from within. As he lay in bed, slumber soon overtook him, deep and comfortable, providing a thorough respite from the tumult of the outside world. When he awoke, the dawn was gently breaking. As was his custom, Zhu Ping'an rose early to practice calligraphy on the large stone in the courtyard. "Zhi'er, why are you up so early again? You've just returned. Go back to sleep a while longer," Mother Chen, the first to rise as usual, remarked with concern upon seeing her son dipping his brush in water to practice his writing. "No need, Mother, I went to bed early last night," Zhu Ping'an replied with a sheepish smile. Mother Chen did not press the matter further. After a quick wash, she set about preparing breakfast. Soon, the family began to awaken, accustomed to Zhu Ping'an's relentless dedication to his practice, regardless of the weather. Early in the morning, Mother Chen laid out a splendid breakfast: leftover stewed chicken from the previous night, 3 freshly prepared hot dishes, a plate of homemade pickled cucumbers, and a pot of fragrant rice porridge. Having spent time away from home, Zhu Ping'an found himself yearning for his mother's pickled vegetables, accompanied by the pickled cucumbers. He consumed 3 bowls of rice porridge, much to Mother Chen's satisfaction. After breakfast, a new day commenced. Chapter 119. The ancestral home. Once breakfast was finished, Zhu Ping'an made his way to the old residence. In addition to the fine tobacco he had purchased in town, Father Zhu had instructed him to carry 2 wild chickens, a plump rabbit, and 2 fish, all of which had been hunted by Father Zhu and his elder brother in the mountains. Though Mother Chen said nothing, her expression revealed a hint of discontent. "I will visit the old residence and my mentor, then return home to devote myself to my studies. In due time, I shall earn a title for my mother." Zhu Ping'an noticed that his mother, Chen, appeared somewhat discontented, aware of her long-standing dissatisfaction with their ancestral home. Before departing, he made a deliberate effort to cheer her up. "Just go. I'll prepare something delicious for you upon your return," he said, knowing that trivial distractions would amuse her. His mother's expression brightened considerably, and she waved him off, urging him to hurry back. After bidding farewell to his mother, Zhu Ping'an set off towards the old residence, carrying a few items. Along the way, he encountered numerous neighbors, who greeted him warmly as uncle and aunt. Similar to the previous day, they inquired about his examination, expressing their pride in the honor he had brought to the village. It was only the initial step in the imperial examination. Yet Zhu Ping'an felt a blush of embarrassment from their praises. The journey from his home to the ancestral house was merely a few minutes. But due to the conversations with the neighbors, it took him over 10 minutes to arrive. Upon pushing open the door of the old residence, he called out for his grandparents. The first sight that greeted him was the swift figure of his Aunt C rushing toward him, her voice exuberant. "Ah, Zhi'er has returned. Mother, come quickly. Zhi'er is back. Oh, and what do you bring? Chickens, rabbits, and fish?" Without hesitation, Aunt C took the wild chicken and rabbit from Zhu Ping'an's hands, having long been deprived of such delicacies. "It's been a while, airport security officer," she teased. "Hello, Aunt C," Zhu Ping'an replied with a sheepish smile. "Wonderful. Zhi'er has truly brought honor to our Zhu family. The other day, there was a celebration with drums and gongs. You cannot imagine how lively it was," Aunt C exclaimed, her hands filled with chicken and fish, her face beaming with joy. Soon, at the sound of her voice, Zhu Ping'an's grandmother emerged from the room, her white hair neatly arranged. "Zhi'er has returned. Your grandfather has been speaking of you for quite some time. Come inside. Old CS family, please bring Zhi'er a bowl of water." Despite her somewhat weary appearance, upon seeing the wild chicken, rabbit, and fish Zhu Ping'an had brought, her expression seemed to brighten a little. Following her was his grandfather, who today donned a nearly new blue cotton robe, meticulously cleaned and arranged. "Zhu is here. Wonderful, wonderful, my good grandson." His grandfather praised him, recalling how visitors from town had celebrated Zhu Ping'an's achievements. At that time, his grandfather had been present, and upon recognizing his relation to Zhu Ping'an, they had effusively lauded him for raising such an exceptional grandson, destined for greatness. As Zhu Ping'an was the youngest scholar in the town and the top student in the entire Anqing prefecture, this flattery had momentarily elevated his grandfather's spirits, though he lamented wearing coarse clothing at the time, which lacked dignity. Henceforth, he had taken to wearing this nearly new robe. Zhu Ping'an then appropriately presented his grandfather with high-quality tobacco purchased from town, further delighting him, who then expressed several compliments. Once inside, his grandparents inquired about the examination, and Zhu Ping'an responded to each question in detail. "From a young age, I saw that Zhu was exceptional. I always knew there would come a day of great promise for him," Aunt C remarked, stroking Zhu Ping'an's head, her tone tinged with nostalgia. "Great promise? Do you mean to say he will achieve great things?" Zhu Ping'an corrected her, chuckling. "If you cannot use idioms correctly, it is better not to use them at all, for they can sound quite ominous. In my youth, you certainly did not perceive any potential for my future success. When I wash my hands, you even remarked that I must have been possessed. It is about achieving greatness," my grandfather emphatically corrected, striking the table with his pipe. "Ah, yes, achieving greatness," my aunt quickly amended, covering her mouth. After a moment, my grandmother, unable to contain her concern, inquired about my uncle, Zhu Ping'an, saying, "How is your elder uncle faring? Has he recovered from his illness?" Zhu Ping'an was taken aback by the question. "What illness? When did my uncle fall ill? He has been living quite comfortably outside. What illness could he possibly be suffering from? Do not conceal the truth from me. Your uncle has written home, stating that he has been unwell and that you have been caring for him. The family has sent him money on 2 occasions through intermediaries. He even instructed you not to inform us, fearing we would worry. However, he has run out of money for medicine, and only then did he reach out to us. The family finances are dwindling. Your aunt went to borrow money from her family yesterday to send to him, and she has yet to return." My grandmother's face was etched with concern. "Ah, so this is the source of my grandmother's anxiety. How unreasonable my uncle has been." Observing my grandmother's troubled demeanor and recalling my aunt's visit to her family for funds, alongside the image of my uncle living extravagantly in Anqing, I found myself utterly speechless at the hypocrisy of my uncle. If he needed money, he could simply ask. Instead, he feigned illness, causing the entire family distress. It was truly a frustrating mixture of disappointment and exasperation. Yet, revealing the truth now would likely overwhelm my grandmother, and given my uncle's meticulous preparations in his correspondence, it seemed futile. After some more conversation, I prepared to take my leave. My grandfather stopped me, insisting that my grandmother and the others prepare the chickens, rabbits, and fish I had brought, urging me to stay for dinner until I mentioned my intention to visit my esteemed teacher, Master Sun, at which point he reluctantly let me depart. "Zhu, study diligently. Your uncle is quite certain to succeed this time, and you must also strive to bring honor to our family," my grandfather admonished at the door. Indeed, my uncle's prospects seemed assured, yet Zhu Ping'an internally scoffed, convinced that such certainty was illusory. Still, seeing the hopeful expression on my grandfather's face, I could not bring myself to disclose my uncle's true circumstances. Bringing honor to the family? It seemed that my uncle could not be relied upon. I would have to depend on myself. Once I finished my silent lament, I caught another glimpse of the fortune hovering above my grandfather and the others. This time, however, amidst the familiar white aura, I discerned faintly some other indistinct elements, though they remained too nebulous to identify clearly. How curious that there were changes. Nevertheless, I found the concept of fortune rather trivial, elusive, and intangible. It offered no tangible assistance in my endeavors. With a slight blink to steady my thoughts, I composed myself and bid farewell to my grandparents, turning to leave. Chapter 120. A reunion with the beloved after departing from the old residence. Zhu Ping'an first returned home. The father had long since set out to tend to the ox cart, while the eldest brother had gone to the mountains to check the traps set the previous day. In the solitude of their home, Mother Chun was busy stitching a pouch. Upon seeing Zhu Ping'an return from the ancestral home, she inquired briefly. When she learned that only a bowl of water had been offered to Zhu Ping'an, her expression darkened. In a bid to ease her concern, Zhu Ping'an deftly shifted the conversation. After a short chat with his mother, He retreated to his room, placing a box of tea leaves he had purchased in Anqing Prefecture into his backpack. He also picked up 2 rabbits and informed his mother of his intention to visit his mentor. Hearing this, Mother Chen fetched a basket and filled it with dried mountain mushrooms from the yard, insisting that Zhu Ping'an take them along as well. Fresh vegetables haven't tea arrived yet. This will add variety to your mentor's meal, she said as she handed him the packed basket. Zhu Ping'an nodded vigorously, appreciating his mother's thoughtfulness. The path from Xia village to Shanghe village was one Zhu Ping'an had traversed countless times, and he had visited his mentor, Master Sun, on numerous occasions, making the journey second nature to him. Master Sun kept his doors open at night, and during the day, Zhu Ping'an needed no knock to enter. Upon arrival, he found Master Sun absent from the courtyard, but his wife was there, busily tending to the bamboo that Master Sun had planted. "Madam," Zhu Ping'an called softly from a distance. Looking up from her toil, Madam Sun smiled upon seeing Zhu Ping'an approach with a basket of rabbits. "Ah, Ping'an has come. Why have you brought so much? Quickly, find a place to sit while I finish here, and then I shall brew you a pot of tea." Zhu Ping'an grinned and stepped forward, taking the hoe from her hands. "I can hardly wait to savor your tea, madam. Allow me to assist with loosening the soil." "You child," she chided playfully, observing Zhu Ping'an with the hoe. He merely responded with a sheepish smile. After washing her hands, Madam Sun retreated indoors to prepare tea, bringing out 2 cups and placing them on the stone table outside. While Zhu Ping'an tended to the soil, he inquired about Master Sun's absence. "Oh, it's all because of you. Your success in the Anqing Prefecture examination has delighted that old man beyond measure. He happened to have an old friend in Anqing who invited him over, and he hasn't returned yet. Meanwhile, he has not forgotten about his bamboo and even sent word for me to tend to it," Madam Sun lamented. Master Sun's bamboo was few in number, and Zhu Ping'an soon finished loosening the soil. After washing his hands, he lifted a cup of the tea that Madam Sun had brewed, savoring a sip and praising her skill. Seizing the opportunity, he presented her with the box of tea leaves he had brought from Anqing. Though she initially declined, she soon accepted, and in return, Zhu Ping'an found several washed apples added to his backpack. After bidding farewell to Madam Sun, Zhu Ping'an exited his mentor's courtyard. After a moment of contemplation, he made his way to another familiar destination in Shanghe village. Approaching the grand residence, he ascended the steps and knocked upon the large door nestled between 2 imposing stone lions. "Knock, knock, knock." There was no response. Undeterred, Zhu Ping'an knocked on the door once more. Shortly after, an impatient voice emanated from within, followed by the door swinging open to reveal a man resembling an elder. "Oh, it's you, young master." The doorman recognized Zhu Ping'an and recalled the recent buzz in town about the youngest scholar in its history, causing his previously dismissive demeanor to shift to one of respect. "My apologies for disturbing your dreams, Uncle Li. I have come to borrow some books again," Zhu Ping'an said with a sheepish grin and a polite gesture. "Oh, don't mention it, young master. Please, come in," the doorman, Uncle Li, replied, pulling the door wider for Zhu Ping'an to enter. Once inside, Zhu Ping'an expressed his gratitude once more with a slight bow and made his way toward the study with familiar ease. As he approached the study, he noticed a youth nearby deep in contemplation. Bathed in warm sunlight, the boy stood before a study constructed at the cost of several hundred taels of silver. Hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at a piece of charcoal worth merely a tael. His mind swirled with thoughts. What is the purpose of life? Is it to amass wealth, or to pursue knowledge and seek a position in government? And once one becomes an official, do aspirations cease? For instance, my father. He was lost in profound reflection when Zhu Ping'an approached from the side, accompanied by a girl with a round face adorned with chubby cheeks and a blue ribbon in her hair. The girl's eyes brightened upon spotting Zhu Ping'an, but she headed towards the boy standing nearby first. Upon reaching the boy, she chided, "Why are you still standing here? Your pay for moving charcoal is 21. Go to the front courtyard to settle your account. This is not a place for you to linger." Yes, yes." The boy nodded eagerly and hurried outside. At that moment, Zhu Ping'an caught sight of the boy clearly and called out, "Junge, weren't you supposed to be with Auntie at your grandmother's house?" Hearing his name, the boy looked up and exclaimed joyfully, "Xiaoji, what brings you here? Hurry, we're not allowed to stay. I was bored at my grandmother's and just came out for a stroll. I didn't expect to be treated like a laborer, but thankfully this family is quite generous. I moved a basket and received 21. Haha. Ah, Zhu Ping'an, what a pleasant surprise. Are you here to borrow books? Come in." The girl called from a distance, then turned to the boy beside Zhu Ping'an, urging, "Hey you, I'm talking to you. Hurry and go settle your account in the front courtyard. You can't stay here." Zhu Ping'an felt as though struck by lightning, his face twitching in disbelief. How could there be such a disparity among those of the Zhu family? Zhu Ping'an, noticing his cousin's shock, explained, "Jun go. I'm here to borrow books." "Hey, he is talking about you. Hurry up and leave. This isn't a place for you to linger. If you don't go soon, they won't settle your payment." The girl pressed once more. "Oh, Xiaoji, I will take my leave now," Zhu Ping'an stammered, bidding farewell to Zhu Ping'an before making his way to the front courtyard under the girl's insistence. No sooner had Zhu Ping'an departed than a melodious voice, as sweet as a lark, filled the air. The voice of the owner approached, and without needing to look, Zhu Ping'an recognized the cunning young lady, Li Shu. By her tone, surrounded by numerous maids, she possessed a striking beauty with white teeth and red lips, her charm capable of ensnaring souls. Yet, such allure was merely superficial. Her inner character left much to be desired, prompting a subtle curl of Zhu Ping'an's lips. Chapter 121. The dandy. What brings you here? Upon rounding the corner, the cunning girl, Li Shu, cast a glance at Zhu Ping'an with her dark, piercing eyes. She extended her delicate hand, rudely poking him, her red lips curling into a disdainful smirk. "What? Have you been so captivated by the frivolities outside that you've neglected your studies to flirt with my maid?" Without waiting for a response, she eyed the maid, who resembled a dumpling, and mockingly remarked. The dumpling maid shook her head vigorously, insisting on her innocence. "This girl must be consuming more than just seafood. Perhaps it's gunpowder." Zhu Ping'an remarked coolly, casting a nonchalant glance at Li Shu. "Do not slander the innocent. I am merely here to borrow a book." "Borrow a book?" Li Shu covered her mouth with her hand, laughing derisively. "Why not enter the study? Why linger outside, chatting with my maid?" "Zhu Ping'an, have you gained some skills during your months away?" "Skills? What nonsense. Is this girl unwell?" Zhu Ping'an retorted, exasperation evident in his voice. "Miss, it was the dumpling maid, Hua who was speaking earlier," the maid explained softly. "Hua have I spoiled you to the extent that you no longer know your place? Have you been granted permission to speak? If it were any other maid, I would have dismissed her at once." Before Hua could finish, Li Shu shot her a glare, delivering a frosty reprimand. "My apologies, miss, I was wrong." Hua resembling a frightened rabbit, repeatedly apologized. "Indeed, you were at fault. Was it I who was mistaken?" Li Shu snapped back with irritation. Watching the perpetually willful and domineering Li Shu, Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but feel sympathy for her future husband. To marry such a woman would be akin to hanging oneself on the southeast branch. What use was beauty, after all? Well, beauty has its merits, but the costs could far outweigh the benefits. "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall have your eyes gouged out." Li Shu noticed Zhu Ping'an's lingering gaze and shot him a fierce glare. "That line again. How many times must I hear it? Can't you come up with something original?" Zhu Ping'an sighed, responding simply, "My apologies," before adding, "Excuse me," just as a hint of pride flickered across Li Shu's face. It swiftly faded into a scowl as she watched Zhu Ping'an walk past her, heading toward the study. Her temper flared. "Zhu Ping'an, stop right there," she commanded. "Is there something you need?" Zhu Ping'an inquired coolly. "You haven't answered me yet. You're quick to escape. Could it be that I struck a nerve?" The cunning young girl gently adjusted the emerald-adorned hairpin atop her head, casting a haughty glance at Zhu Ping'an before scoffing. Zhu Ping'an turned to glance at her, muttering the words crazy almost inaudibly, before continuing toward the study. The sensation was reminiscent of a master observing a cat playing with a ball of yarn. "Hey, Zhu Ping'an, what do you mean by looking down on me?" the cunning girl exclaimed, stomping her foot in indignation as she pointed at his retreating figure. Zhu Ping'an paused at the entrance of the study, turning back to regard the girl with a calm demeanor, and inquired, "Do you wish to hear the truth or a lie?" This question evoked memories from the cunning girl, Li Shu, of her childhood when she would ask him if she was pretty, only for him to pose the same question back, playfully toying with her. Thus, Li Shu responded straightforwardly, "Who has the time for your lies?" "Oh, so you prefer the truth then," Zhu Ping'an remarked, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he stepped into the study. His words infuriated the cunning girl, to the point where she felt an urge to crush him in her mouth, though she quickly dismissed the thought, realizing he was not worth such effort. "My lady, take a sip of water to calm down. How dare he act so arrogantly in our residence?" "Let us not allow him to read," suggested another maid, offering a cup of tea. Li Shu took the cup, shot a glare at the maid. and then abruptly splashed the tea across the maid's face, coldly reprimanding. Pu'er tea again. Were we not told to brew floral tea? When did we ever make floral tea? You were the one who insisted on pu'er, claiming it pairs best with seafood. Of course, the maid did not dare to express her thoughts. Word had it that the eldest brother Wang, who ran errands in the front courtyard, had unknowingly offended the young lady and was sent to the seaside to collect salt yesterday. Why are you still standing there? Go brew another pot of tea, commanded the plump maid, exercising her authority as the head maid and sending the other maid off to prepare tea anew. If the maid were wise, she would take the opportunity to change her attire. Fuming, the cunning girl led the plump maid and others to follow Zhu Ping'an into the study. Inside, Zhu Ping'an was casually flipping through a book on a shelf. As the cunning girl pondered how to regain her dignity, she noticed that Zhu Ping'an was perusing the collection of UFO poetry. Upon closer inspection, she saw he was reading the Ballad of Mulan, a piece she particularly cherished. Being one of the few ancient texts that celebrated women, Li Shu'er had always held a fondness for this ballad, but as she matured, she recognized the significant differences between the female and male forms. Despite never having seen a boy's physique, she was acutely aware of every change in her own body. This piece is riddled with flaws, the cunning girl declared proudly. Zhu Ping'an raised his head and asked nonchalantly, where are these flaws? Hua Mulan, as a woman, mingling among a troop of men without revealing her identity is simply impossible, he countered. The cunning girl pointed out the flaw and expressed her deep disdain for Zhu Ping'an's failure to notice such an obvious inconsistency. Zhu Ping'an cast a glance at her and replied nonchalantly, what flaw are you referring to? What do you mean there's no flaw? The cunning girl scoffed at Zhu Ping'an, pouting in disbelief. What normal man would expose her? Zhu Ping'an closed the book of verses and shrugged. What does that mean? The cunning girl paused, seemingly coming to a realization, and her face turned crimson as she shot Zhu Ping'an an indignant glare, exclaiming, you rogue. The nearby maid, War, was bewildered by the sudden accusation against Zhu Ping'an until an older servant chuckled and explained the situation, prompting her to blush just like her mistress, pouting, what a scoundrel. Chapter 122, a display of affection. Come on, what is this? If I were to recount some of those modern innuendos, they would surely drag us off to the authorities. The cunning girl and the maid felt both embarrassed and flustered, chiding Zhu Ping'an. However, this provided Zhu Ping'an with a moment to select books. As he quickly scanned the array before him and chose two, one was a collection of insights from Zhuzi on the 4 books and 5 classics, while the other was a compilation of classical essays from the current dynasty. These essays had been preserved since, in ancient imperial examinations, the test papers were returned to the candidates, allowing these classic pieces to endure. Zhu Ping'an yearned to take both volumes home to transcribe at leisure. Yet he was bound by the rule of selecting only one, leaving him at a loss. If he could choose both, they would require him to continue the unfinished tale of demigods and semi-devils. Just as Zhu Ping'an pondered his decision, the maid, influenced by the cunning girl, spoke up. Naturally, Zhu Ping'an would not refuse. Thus, they settled down with peanuts and sunflower seeds, particularly the cunning girl, Li Shu, who instructed the little maid to bring in the seafood that had been kept chilled and set up a small iron stove, placing the expensive silver smoke charcoal within to grill the seafood. Once the silver smoke charcoal ignited, it produced no smoke, and the grilled seafood, devoid of the acrid scent of smoke, emanated a pure and rich flavor, drawing Zhu Ping'an's attention from his storytelling. Of course, the cunning girl seized the opportunity to tease him for his lack of composure. Such a pitiful sight. Your voice is mingled with drool. She glanced at Zhu Ping'an and chuckled, then waved her hand dismissively, instructing the maid, War, to select a dish of freshly cooked seafood to present to Zhu Ping'an. The maid brought a small plate and, seemingly harboring resentment from the earlier Mulan anecdote, shot Zhu Ping'an a glare as she placed the delicately prepared seafood on his desk, her tone brimming with mock authority. You got lucky. This silver smoke charcoal and seafood were just delivered today by the master. You really hit the jackpot. Mind your tongue, the cunning girl admonished, silencing the maid's chatter, and turned to Zhu Ping'an with a haughty expression. Wipe your mouth. The sound of your drooling is utterly revolting. Zhu Ping'an gazed at the fragrant plate of seafood before him, slightly astonished. These were all fresh delicacies preserved with ice, and he never expected to enjoy seafood in a mountain village. It seemed the cunning young girl's constant air of aloofness had its reasons. He had heard tales of old Master Li, who had been engaged in lucrative salt and rice trade with some merchants from Huizhou, never realizing he was so extravagant. To satisfy his youngest daughter's cravings, he would spare no expense to have seafood transported from the coast, kept fresh on ice. What he had initially thought to be the life of a mere local magnate now appeared to be a significant underestimation. In this era, the profits from salt and iron were beyond his imagination. The Ming dynasty marked a crucial period for the formation and expansion of salt merchant capital. Historical records indicate that during the third year of the Hongwu era, 1370, the Ming government implemented policies encouraging merchants to transport grain in exchange for salt, leading to a flourishing of salt merchants, particularly the Huizhou merchants. The prominent merchants among them were often salt traders. The operational territory of ancient Huizhou merchants conveniently included this area, which likely explained the Li family's wealth. It was surprising that this corpulent local magnate was indeed a major salt merchant, maintaining a remarkably low profile, perhaps drawing lessons from the experiences of Shen Wansan. Nevertheless, this had no bearing on him. Zhu Ping'an picked up a piece of grilled squid, seasoned to perfection, which retained the seafood's original freshness. The texture was exquisite, and combined with the aromatic sauce, the flavor was unparalleled. Enough already. If you don't stop talking, I'll throw you out. And you'll never set foot in here again, the cunning girl remarked, observing Zhu Ping'an savoring the grilled squid, relishing it to the point of distraction. Resembling a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. You really lack patience. Good food requires it. Each morsel has its own character. Under her urging, Zhu Ping'an began to narrate once more. In demigods and semi-devils, every character is exceptionally crafted, and the plot is a series of climaxes. This time, Zhu Ping'an recounted the battle at the Shaolin Temple, where Qiao Feng single-handedly faced 3 opponents, showcasing his unparalleled martial prowess. After hearing this tale, the cunning girl was filled with excitement and unable to contain her emotions. That's enough for today. I must return to my studies, Zhu Ping'an declared, rising to register at the door before bidding farewell. Don't go yet. There's more, the eager listeners, including the attentive maid and young servant, implored. Zhu Ping'an merely turned back, offering a smile and promising to continue next time before he departed. Upon returning home, he found that dinner time was not far off. His mother, Chen, was already busy preparing, and his elder brother, Zhu Pingchuan, had returned from the mountains with 2 wild rabbits and a small basket of wild delicacies, including wood ears and bamboo shoots. Once in his room, Zhu Ping'an laid out the borrowed books on the desk by the window, prepared his writing materials, and diligently began to copy them word for word. The initial transcription consists of the classical 8-legged essays that have been handed down through the ages. While copying these texts, one can discern that the 8-legged essays from the Ming dynasty are somewhat inferior compared to those from the Qing dynasty, which have been refined over several centuries, whereas the Ming versions have only a brief history of a little over 100 years. The vigor of the Ming era is evident, yet the Qing dynasty exudes a greater maturity. Upon completing the 3rd essay, the sound of bells echoed from outside, signaling the return of Father Zhu, who was driving the ox cart. Perhaps by some unspoken connection, Mother Chun had also just finished preparing dinner. The evening meal was particularly sumptuous, with Mother Chun seeming eager to feed Zhu Ping'an, as if she wished to see him grow plump after just one hearty dinner. The table was lavishly adorned with chicken, rabbit, and fish, filling Zhu Ping'an's bowl to the brim. After dinner, Zhu Ping'an intended to assist his mother with the dishes, but was promptly shooed away by Chun, citing the principle that a gentleman should avoid the kitchen. Just as Zhu Ping'an was ushered out, Father Zhu, who had been enjoying the evening in the courtyard, was summoned to scrub the pots. Isn't it said that a gentleman should keep away from the kitchen? Came his voice of protest from the kitchen. Oh, spare me. What kind of gentleman are you? Just answer me. Are you scrubbing or not, Zhu Shui? Mother Chen's commanding voice resonated from the kitchen. Scrubbing, Father Zhu replied succinctly. Then, the sound of Mother's subdued laughter reached Zhu Ping'an's ears. Listening from outside the kitchen, Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but think, what a display of affectionate antics. Returning to his own room, he lit the oil lamp and diligently resumed his transcription endeavors. Each meticulously crafted character sprang to life beneath his pen, arrayed beautifully upon the rice paper. As the moon reached its zenith and the night deepened into a profound stillness, Zhu Ping'an finally organized his desk, extinguished the lamp, and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 123. Gained weight again. What can be accomplished in a span of over 2 months? One could finish reading the entire Demigods and Semi-Devils, review the 4 books and 5 classics 3 to 5 times, complete the transcription of 10 volumes, or even transform a slightly lean Zhu Ping'an into a somewhat plumper version of himself. Of course, this transformation is largely due to the efforts of Mother Chun. After all, indulging in a rotating feast of chicken, duck, and fish is bound to yield results. This little struggle with indulgence is a minor yet delightful dilemma for a foodie like Zhu Ping'an. Master Sun returned after Zhu Ping'an had been home for a month, and upon his return, he summoned Zhu Ping'an for special lessons, dedicating each morning to imparting the teachings of the 8-legged essays and the 4 books and 5 classics. This continued for about a month. As the saying goes, a teacher opens the door, but the cultivation lies within the student. Having lived 2 lives and possessing a degree of innate wisdom, Zhu Ping'an derived immense benefit from this month of instruction. Goodness, Zhu Ping'an, how is it that you seem to have gained weight again? One afternoon, while Zhu Ping'an was returning a book to the Li household, the maid Baozi, named Huarer, spotted him from a distance and exclaimed in surprise, "How could this be? It's only been 2 days since we last met, and yet the change is so evident." "It's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask the young lady," the maid insisted, nudging her mistress forward. "Humph. What does it matter to me whether he is fat or not?" The cunning young lady, Li Shu, arrogantly tilted her head skyward, refusing to glance at Zhu Ping'an. "It's really true that he has gained weight," the maid Huarer said, puffing her cheeks. "Young lady, do take a look." At the persistent request of the dumpling maid, the cunning young girl cast a haughty glance at Zhu Ping'an, then pouted slightly, acknowledging, "Oh, perhaps a little." Suddenly, she smirked, resembling a toad, and giggled. Was it possible that a quantitative change had led to a qualitative one? Otherwise, why did her mother smile with such a sense of accomplishment upon seeing her this morning? Nonetheless, she merely considered herself to be slightly plump, nothing more. It was of no consequence. Her mother's happiness was what mattered. After returning the books today, "I shall embark on my journey to Yingtian tomorrow," Zhu Ping'an remarked as he retrieved 2 borrowed books from his bag while walking. The dumpling maid could not suppress an exclamation. "What? Are you reluctant to part with this toad? Should I show some benevolence and sell you to him, so you can serve as his warm bed companion?" The cunning girl narrowed her eyes at the dumpling maid. The dumpling maid quickly shook her head, resembling a rattling drum. No, I still want to be a handmaid for my lady's dowry." Zhu Ping'an merely smiled and shook his head slightly as he walked past them towards the study. "What are you being so proud about? You're merely a lowly student. Who knows if you'll even pass the scholar's examination? Even if you were to pass by some stroke of luck. Do you think this gluttonous toad could ever achieve the status of a provincial graduate, or even a palace scholar? Umph, as if you see yourself as someone significant." The cunning girl watched as Zhu Ping'an walked past her, shaking his head without sparing her a glance, and felt a twinge of annoyance. She had specially donned a new dress to dazzle this insufferable toad. "I never claimed I would definitely pass," Zhu Ping'an replied coolly as he turned back. The cunning girl found herself momentarily speechless by his retort. Consequently, an unfortunate little maid bore the brunt of Zhu Ping'an's misfortune. Upon entering the study, Zhu Ping'an was met with the cunning girl's imperious reprimand and the trembling, pitchy voice of a certain maid. "This is the Ming dynasty," he mused. After returning the books, Zhu Ping'an attempted to leave, but was blocked by the cunning girl and her maid. "Is there something you need?" Zhu Ping'an asked indifferently. "Of course there is. You haven't told us a story yet," the dumpling maid asserted, performing her role as the devoted maid by voicing the cunning girl's desires. "I shall be leaving tomorrow, and the story remains unfinished," Zhu Ping'an replied with a resigned gesture. "Being unattractive is one thing, but you can still tell a short story," the dumpling maid insisted without any reservations. "A short one, then," Zhu Ping'an murmured, touching his ear contemplatively before nodding in agreement. Thus, peanuts, melon seeds, and small tidbits were neatly arranged as the maids eagerly awaited Zhu Ping'an's narration. Once upon a time, there was a local wealthy landowner who fell gravely ill and was nearing death. The physician summoned the landowner's children and asked him, "What is your last wish? Speak quickly, for time is of the essence." Zhu Ping'an paused here, refraining from continuing the tale. "Please continue," the dumpling maid urged, having only heard a fragment. Zhu Ping'an glanced at the assembled audience and inquired, "What do you think the landowner's last words to his children were?" "Surely, he called them to his side to impart his final instructions." "Exactly, and he must have revealed the location of his hidden treasure, lest they forget it in the future. Either the local magnate has an illegitimate child outside, instructing his offspring to care for one another, or he may use a pair of chopsticks, asking them to break one, and then have them try to break another together. Ultimately, when they fail to do so, the magnate imparts a lesson on the virtues of unity and the perils of internal strife. The maids and servants exchanged various opinions, eventually directing their gaze towards Zhu Ping'an. The magnate suggested whether it might be prudent to change to a different doctor and give it another attempt, believing there was still hope for recovery. Zhu Ping'an mimicked the tone of the suggestion, eliciting laughter from the study. The cunning young lady, after laughing, cast a disdainful glance at Zhu Ping'an, deeming the entire matter tedious. What nonsense is this? Such things are hardly credible. It would be a miracle if you succeeded. Spare your parents the expense. What an unlovable girl. Very well, allow me to tell another story. Zhu Ping'an maintained an unruffled demeanor, seemingly impervious to the young lady's sarcasm. Naturally, no one would decline. A young man, having traversed treacherous mountains, finally discovered a reclusive monk. Eagerly, he inquired, "I am unattractive, what should I do?" The monk, stroking his prayer beads, smiled enigmatically. Observing the monk's calm and unperturbed demeanor, the young man suddenly grasped the meaning. The master suggests I should cultivate a tranquil heart and focus on self-improvement? Nonsense. Being unattractive means one should swiftly seek refuge in the mountains like I did, instead of uttering such foolishness, oblivious to one's own shortcomings. Upon finishing this tale, the young maids erupted into laughter. The contrast was simply too amusing, a novelty they had never encountered before. Yet, one individual did not join in the mirth. Instead, she glared at Zhu Ping'an with a murderous gaze, the cunning young lady, while others failed to perceive it. She recognized that Zhu Ping'an was mocking her appearance and her words. Blind as a bat, a treacherous wolf. The cunning young lady shot Zhu Ping'an a fierce glare before indignantly turning to leave. "Ah, miss, wait for me." The maid, Huar, who was slow to catch on, exclaimed as she hurriedly lifted her skirts to follow. Chapter 124. The arrival of the plum rain season. Dark clouds loomed ominously, shrouding the heavens, while lightning split the sky with a deafening crack, followed by the rumble of thunder. Then, a torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens, as if the celestial canopy were neglecting its duties to spy on Chang'e, causing the heavenly river to burst its banks. In the distance, along the official road, a horse-drawn cart covered with oiled cloth swayed precariously in the storm, its sturdy steed drenched like a water buffalo, panting heavily as it struggled through the muddy path. "Young master, less than 3 miles ahead is Yingtian. The wind and rain are too fierce. Let us take a brief respite until the storm subsides before continuing our journey." The coachman, clad in a raincoat and hat, turned to inquire within the carriage. Perhaps the tempest was too loud, for his voice was barely audible. Silence enveloped the carriage. The coachman asked again, this time louder. After a moment, a lazy voice, as if just awakened, emerged from within, an innocent-sounding youth. "Oh, that is fine, of course. It's fine, whatever Brother Zhao decides." Hearing this, the rain-soaked coachman chuckled heartily, jesting, "I truly admire the young master, even in such weather. You can manage to sleep soundly." The rhythmic sound of wind and rain enveloped me, lulling me into a slumber I could not resist. The clumsy voice within the carriage seemed to shyly explain, "My lord, do not jest. While others may not rest, I certainly can." In the past, my lord would often read during our journeys, but today, with the weather obscuring visibility, it was an opportune moment for repose. However, I must admit, it is quite admirable that my lord can find sleep amidst such tumultuous weather. The driver halted the carriage by the roadside, draping a straw mat over his horses while cheerfully conversing with the youth inside. Though he cherished his steed, he dared not seek shelter under the trees during this thunderstorm, opting instead to pause at the roadside for a brief respite. "Zhao, come inside and escape the rain." A slightly plump, naive young man peered out from beneath the carriage's curtain. Upon surveying the torrential downpour, he addressed the driver outside. With the flash of lightning illuminating the scene, it became evident that this somewhat rotund youth was none other than Zhu Ping'an, who had come to Yangzhou for the imperial examination. The driver, clad in a raincoat, shook his head. "That won't do. I am drenched and cannot enter." Zhu Ping'an, undeterred, waved dismissively. "It's quite all right. Zhao can simply join me in the carriage with his raincoat, as I have stowed away our belongings and scrolls in my bag." After some hesitation, the driver acquiesced to Zhu Ping'an's repeated entreaties and, shedding his raincoat, entered the carriage for a brief rest. The occurrence of this carriage ride was indeed fortuitous. Unlike modern times where direct transportation is commonplace, During the Ming Dynasty, one could not expect a carriage to travel to any desired destination. Zhu Ping'an had fortuitously encountered this driver, who was en route to Yangzhou to deliver goods. After a brief negotiation, the driver readily agreed to carry Zhu Ping'an for a modest fare. In ancient times, under the constraints of social etiquette, it seemed that there were more benevolent souls. A river of smoke and a city full of wind-blown willow fluff, rain falling during the plum season. The tempest outside howled as wind and rain lashed down with unrelenting vigor. Zhu Ping'an gazed through the carriage window at the watery world outside, deepening his impression of the plum rain in Jiangnan. Previously, he had only encountered its description in textbooks. The lower reaches of the Yangtze River experience overcast and rainy weather every June and July, coinciding with the ripening of plums, thus earning the moniker plum rain during this season. Now, Zhu Ping'an felt a more profound connection to the plum rain, having traveled for days without witnessing a single sunny day. From morning until the afternoon, the wind and rain showed no sign of abating, only diminishing slightly in intensity. Zhao, the driver, donned his raincoat once more and continued to guide the carriage along the official road. The path was muddy and waterlogged, causing the carriage to sway and progress slowly. Even the ancient official roads could not compare to modern highways, even those of inferior quality. After traveling for nearly 3 miles, which took over an hour, they finally arrived at Yangzhou, present-day Nanjing. As Zhu Ping'an lifted the curtain of the carriage door, he was immediately awestruck by the grandeur of Nanjing. The majestic and grandiose city walls of Yingtian resemble a colossal dragon, gracefully winding its way through the landscape, safeguarding the city, stretching for dozens of kilometers. These newly constructed walls appear rejuvenated under the cleansing rain, completed only at the end of the Hongwu era. The walls stand as the largest that Zhu Ping'an has ever seen, more imposing than those in Xi'an, nearly deserving the title of the largest city wall in the world. However, at this juncture, Shuntian, Beijing, is likely the largest, yet this does not diminish Zhu Ping'an's sense of wonder. As rainwater cascades from the city towards the drainage outlets of the walls, it flows through several protruding dragon headstone carvings, creating a spectacular sight akin to a true dragon spouting water. This sight deepens Zhu Ping'an's reflections. Outside the gates of Yingtian, despite the inclement weather, a steady stream of pedestrians and vehicles continues to traverse the streets. Among them are scholars, holding paper umbrellas, marveling at the dragon's spout, undeterred by the torrential downpour. Inspired to compose poetry, while their attendants struggle to shield the ink and paper from the rain. Shortly after entering Nanjing, delays caused by the heavy rain compel Zhao, a horseman eager to procure goods, to drop Zhu Ping'an off in front of an inn, offering a hasty apology before departing with his cart. Zhu Ping'an stands outside the inn, waving farewell to the departing cart, expressing his gratitude aloud. Is that not Zhu Ping'an, the top scholar? After several months apart, how has he grown so plump? A familiar voice emerges from among a group of scholars returning from witnessing the dragon spout. One of them, after a moment of puzzlement, recognizes Zhu Ping'an. Indeed, he has lived up to the moniker of the glutton. His absence has evidently led to some weight gain. Upon hearing the comments, Zhu Ping'an glances over to see a familiar face, though he cannot quite place it. Perhaps it belongs to someone from the Xianxian poetry gathering or a patron of the Zuijuan Tower in Yingtian. How dare I claim the title of top scholar? It was merely luck, he replies with a humble smile. I have indeed put on some weight. My mother's cooking is simply irresistible. Zhu Xinbei is too modest. The man responds, offering a courteous bow. After exchanging a few whispered remarks with his companions, several of them cast skeptical glances toward Zhu Ping'an. With such fierce wind and rain, it is best if you find rest, my young friend. I shall visit you another day. The man bows once more before departing with his peers. Standing outside the inn, Zhu Ping'an gazes at the bustling city of Nanjing, where the streets teem with life. Even as the rain pours down relentlessly, who could believe that this thriving metropolis would one day endure unimaginable atrocities? The rise and fall of the world is the responsibility of every individual, Zhu Ping'an muses, his gaze resolute as he turns and enters the inn. Inside, patrons crowd the space, and the staff bustle about, overwhelmed with activity. Even the innkeeper has lent a hand. On such a rainy day, it seems many prefer to remain indoors. Spotting Zhu Ping'an, a server scurries over, inquiring, "Will you be dining or seeking accommodation, esteemed guest?" "I would like a room," Zhu Ping'an replies as he unburdens himself of his travel pack. Upon hearing this, The shop assistant displayed an apologetic expression and, with a hint of embarrassment, said, "I'm terribly sorry, esteemed guest, but all the rooms in our humble establishment are fully occupied at the moment. Oh dear. Could it be that I am destined to stay in a shed once more?" Zhu Ping'an halted his motion of unburdening his pack, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Observing the shop assistant's contrite demeanor, he slung his bag back onto his shoulders and chuckled good-naturedly. "No worries, no worries. I shall seek accommodations at another inn." Upon hearing this, the shop assistant seemed inclined to say more, yet hesitated. "What else is there to discuss?" Zhu Ping'an inquired, noticing the assistant's pained expression. "Recently, numerous scholars have come seeking lodgings, and coupled with the incessant rain, many merchants have also lingered within the city. I fear that all the inns nearby are fully booked. If you wish to find a place to stay, you may need to venture towards the southern city and try your luck there." "Oh, it seems I truly am on the path to yet another shed." Zhu Ping'an, clutching an oil umbrella, treaded cautiously along the stone-paved path in the direction indicated by the shop assistant towards the southern city. The umbrella in his hand, purchased a few days prior, boasted 21 ribs and a canopy crafted from oilcloth. It was not as sturdy as modern umbrellas, and he felt it might falter against a stronger gust of wind. Nanjing was vast, and after wandering for quite some time and questioning a passerby, Zhu Ping'an realized he was still in the western city. Observing his thoroughly soaked shoes and the substantial dampness of his blue robe, he couldn't help but reminisce about the conveniences of modern public transport. He mused that if he could expand his father's ox cart business into the major cities of the Ming dynasty, it would surely yield significant profits. Having hitched a ride on an ox cart belonging to a kind elderly gentleman who was delivering wine to the southern city, Zhu Ping'an finally arrived before nightfall. After bidding farewell to his benevolent companion, he set foot in the southern city. The southern city was bustling and vibrant, surpassing the western city, infused with the aroma of wine and cosmetics. Nearby, a river filled with pleasure boats flowed, exuding a fragrance reminiscent of women's perfume. From across the river, the faint sounds of laughter could be heard, and from time to time, a man, with a rather dubious demeanor, could be seen crossing the bridge towards the opposite bank, umbrella in hand. After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Ping'an suddenly realized, goodness, this is the renowned Qinhuai. Among the men heading across the river, there were also scholarly students. Perhaps many were well-versed in classical literature. However, standing at the edge of the bridge, Zhu Ping'an had no intention of crossing. Upon the stone bridge connecting both banks of the Qinhuai River, an unclear couplet was inscribed. "A gentleman does not cross the bridge. Crossing the bridge is unbecoming of a gentleman." This saying struck a chord with Zhu Ping'an. The narrow Qinhuai River flowed gently, with ambitious aspirations on the left bank and romantic pursuits on the right. In the midst of the wind and rain, Zhu Ping'an turned abruptly, searching for an inn to rest upon this side of the river. The thoroughfare was frequented by countless pedestrians, and there were plenty of taverns and shops. Yet inns were scarce, likely overshadowed by the allure of the romantic establishments across the river, where one could not only find a bed but also warmth and beauty to accompany it. What could possibly compete with that? After inquiring at 2 inns, both were fully booked. The availability of rooms seemed even tighter than in the western city. While on his search for lodging, he noticed a magnificent Confucius temple, humorously contrasting with the romantic venues across the river. Further along, he spotted a sprawling complex built along the river, inscribed with the words Jiangnan Gongyuan. Oh, this was to be the examination hall for his imminent imperial examination. The Jiangnan Gongyuan is situated here, which explains why numerous scholars have recently crossed the river. It is likely that the presence of the Gongyuan and the Confucius temple has contributed to the prosperity of the Qinhuai River area. Zhu Ping'an inquired at 3 inns consecutively before finally locating a place to stay. While it was not a storeroom, it was hardly better. It was a loft on the uppermost level of the inn, quite different from the grand pavilions of the Tungwang, Huanghe, or Yang towers. This loft was merely a cramped space created by the arch construction above the inn. Nevertheless, Zhu Ping'an felt quite satisfied. This loft was priced a mere tael of silver less than a standard room, and it boasted a large window, although certain areas were too low to stand upright. The central section offered decent space, and the large window allowed ample light and a pleasant view of the lights across the Huai River. After placing his belongings in the loft, Zhu Ping'an changed into clean clothes and shoes before descending to the counter to settle his monthly rent. This inn, being near the Gongyuan, primarily housed students who had come to participate in the imperial examinations. The common hall was filled with scholars enjoying their dinner, engaging in laughter and lively conversation, creating a warm and joyful atmosphere. The loft upstairs, due to its cramped nature, had remained unoccupied, as one could easily bump their head. Upon hearing that Zhu Ping'an had taken residence in the loft, the scholars exchanged amused glances, with some kindly warning him of the inconveniences that come with such a confined space. Despite its limitations, they remarked that the height of the room could be seen as a good omen. Zhu Ping'an hastily explained that it was already dark, and after searching through so many inns only to find them fully booked, he had little choice, and he was content with the room he had found. Just as he finished speaking, a stout young man, around 17 or 18 years of age, rose abruptly, exclaiming in excitement, "What are you doing?" Zhu Ping'an turned to see a plump fellow adorned in fine clothing with a gold pendant around his neck and rings on his fingers. His face a mix of enthusiasm and regret. "How did I not think of this? If you're high, then I'll be high too," the stout man lamented, then called out to Zhu Ping'an, "Hey, my good fellow, would you consider swapping rooms? You can have my spacious room, and I'll take your loft. I want to take advantage of you. I'll add another tael of silver to the deal. What do you say?" Moreover, he insisted on treating Zhu Ping'an to a feast, demonstrating earnest goodwill. Unable to refuse such hospitality, Zhu Ping'an acquiesced. The stout man, overwhelmed with gratitude, hurried upstairs to pack his belongings, as if fearing Zhu Ping'an might change his mind. The onlooking scholars were left dumbfounded. At this point, Zhu Ping'an had not yet unpacked. He had merely changed his attire, making the transition quite easy. However, as he opened the door to the loft while shouldering his bag, the stout man was already outside, grinning widely while holding a large bundle, flanked by 2 staff members also carrying items, all looking puzzled at the stout man's exuberance. "Ah, my good fellow, you are indeed a man of your word," the stout man exclaimed, squeezing inside with his large parcel, clearly anxious that Zhu Ping'an might reconsider. Upon entering, the rotund man exclaimed with great enthusiasm, clearly impressed by the height of the room, seemingly quite satisfied. Zhu Ping'an also found himself exceedingly pleased with the accommodations provided for the portly gentleman. The superior guest room was even more spacious than the man had described, measuring approximately 30 square meters, which was considered quite commendable within the inn. The furnishings within the room were both elegant and immaculate, particularly the writing desk, which brought immense satisfaction to Zhu Ping'an. Upon it lay a couple of silver coins, pressing down a beautifully inscribed note adorned with the 4 characters, "Gratitude beyond measure." It evoked a sense of familiarity reminiscent of Fanwei. Returning to the inn's lobby, Zhu Ping'an discovered that the innkeeper had already arranged a sumptuous feast for him, tantalizing aromas wafting through the air. At that moment, the rotund man descended the stairs, expressing his gratitude profusely upon seeing Zhu Ping'an. He enthusiastically pulled Zhu Ping'an to the table laden with food, displaying remarkable warmth. "Great kindness does not require thanks. It is all embedded in the meat," he declared, as he voraciously bit into a chicken leg, the sound of tearing echoing amidst the onlookers. It was no wonder that no one had dared to share a table with him earlier. Zhu Ping'an smiled gently, unperturbed, and proceeded to take a steamed dumpling, savoring it as he expertly inhaled and swallowed it whole, leaving only the delightful aroma lingering in his mouth and chest. He then closed his eyes in blissful reminiscence. When it comes to eating, he had never shied away from a challenge. Without a modicum of confidence, how could one dare to call themselves a gourmand? Indeed, one large meat dumpling at a time. Consequently, the very individuals who had cast sidelong glances at the rotund man now began to do the same towards Zhu Ping'an. Kindred spirits, they mused, as they observed the two. You tackle a chicken leg, while I indulge in a salted duck. You devour a crab, and I shall have a shrimp. In the throes of their culinary revelry, the two raised their heads from their plates, exchanging knowing smiles, evoking the sentiment that 1,000 cups of wine would not suffice for true camaraderie. I am Xue Qi from Fengyang Prefecture, Guozhou, with the courtesy name transformation. Indeed, my father has relied upon my name to vindicate his own disgrace. Can you believe it? My father toiled for 18 years without passing the examination for a scholar, until my grandfather generously bestowed upon him the status of monitor student. My father was quite indignant. Thus I was born, and my name reflects that. My courtesy name is a source of embarrassment at the academy. My father, insistent on my studying, could have simply arranged for me to be a monitor student, but he refused outright. By the way, may I inquire how you are addressed? The rotund man set down his crab, wiped his mouth, and inquired, revealing his loquacious nature. Although his manner betrayed a certain nouveau riche quality, one could sense his genuine warmth. Zhu Ping'an swallowed a mouthful of lobster and sipped his tea. Smiling slightly as he introduced himself, "I am Zhu Ping'an from Xia village in Anqing Prefecture, and I currently do not possess a courtesy name. Ah, I shall remember that. We must cultivate a closer friendship henceforth. Oh, by the way, have you heard of my forebears? They hail from Boizhou. Chao Mingda, he too is from Boizhou. Surely you have heard of the divine physician Hua Tuo, who is also one of ours. Not to mention, our founding ancestor took away 18 riders from Boizhou, Duke Su, Duke Feng, Duke Qian," the rotund man exclaimed, gesticulating with his greasy hands, spittle flying, as if he were recounting tales of kinship. This man was indeed one of strong character. Zhu Ping'an, momentarily lifting his gaze from the delectable spread, concurred, truly a place of exceptional talent and beauty. As the portly Su Qi spoke, a broad grin spread across his face, reminiscent of a bulldog. Thanks to Su Qi, Zhu Ping'an's belly was round and full, and as he ascended the stairs, he had to protrude his stomach, almost as if he might regurgitate lobster or crab meat. Upon reaching the upper floor, night had enveloped the world, and without the oil lamp lit, one could scarcely see a hand in front of them. After climbing the stairs, Zhu Ping'an sprawled across his bed for a moment's respite, and when his stomach felt less strained, he rose, opened his satchel, and retrieved his oilcloth-wrapped book bag. He turned to his writing desk, which was crafted from Wangwali wood and bore a strong Ming Dynasty style, simple yet exquisite. The desk was positioned by the window, and Zhu Ping'an placed the oil lamp at the right front of the desk, arranged his ink, paper, and brush, and then opened a scroll, casually selecting a line from the Great Learning, attempting to compose an essay in the classical 8-legged format. Outside, the wind and rain pounded against the window, the incessant sound reminiscent of a modern music player stuck on a single track of rain-esque melody. Zhu Ping'an dipped his brush into the ink and began to write, allowing a waft of ink fragrance to drift through the window, meandering across the horizon. After completing his 8-legged essay, he read it several times, identifying 2 awkward phrases, which he meticulously refined until they flowed smoothly. At that moment, the watchman's call echoed, signaling the 3rd watch of the night. In the 3rd watch, the lamps burn bright, and the rooster crows at the 5th. Indeed, it is the time for a man to study. Though this may be true, one must also balance work and rest. The 3rd watch roughly corresponds to 11 o'clock. It was time to sleep, without proper rest. How could one strive for success the following day? Just as Zhu Ping'an was about to settle down, a sudden, loud recitation of a text pierced through the wind and rain outside, igniting a visceral urge to fling open the window and unleash a tirade. To learn and practice what one has learned, is it not a joy? This phrase repeated itself ad nauseum, a relentless loop of 9 characters, the sound hardly pleasant. How could one only recite a single line? Overcome by a fit of rage, a scholar unable to restrain himself threw open the window and shouted towards the source of the noise, expressing his exasperation in no uncertain terms. The translation of his outburst would be something like, "For heaven's sake, how utterly annoying. Have you not the sense to reflect upon yourself in the mirror? You are human, not a beast. How dare you howl at this hour?" Afterward, silence fell outside, leaving only the sound of the rain. Finally, Zhu Ping'an could sleep. He extinguished the oil lamp and, guided by the flashes of lightning, made his way to the bed, shedding his garments and drifting into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 127. By the Qinhuai River indeed, the heavens showed favor. Upon awakening, Zhu Ping'an discovered that the rain had ceased and the eastern horizon glowed faintly red, suggesting the sun might soon rise. This morning was particularly precious, as the persistent rain had lasted nearly a month, and at last, the skies promised to clear. Zhu Ping'an donned his clothes, performed a quick wash, and gathered his linen, bamboo tube, practice sheets, calligraphy brush, and a scroll he had recently transcribed at home. Placing them all into his satchel, he slung the bag across his shoulder, grasped a piece of black wood, and stepped out of his room. In the early hours, the scholarly students were not solely represented by Zhu Ping'an. Several other unfamiliar scholars had also risen to push open their windows, some engrossed in their morning studies while others were writing by the window. Unlike the howling of wolves from the previous night, this morning's reading was of a more acceptable nature. Upon seeing Zhu Ping'an exit with a peculiar cloth bag slung over his shoulder and a black wooden board in hand, they cast him a sideways glance, somewhat surprised. Zhu Ping'an, with a simple smile, greeted them, eliciting a mix of astonishment and nods of acknowledgement in return. The atmosphere of the academy examination felt elevated, with candidates displaying a quality surpassing both the county and provincial tests. Unlike the previous two instances rife with a mix of talent and mediocrity, those who had come to participate in the academy test were all holders of the Tongxing title, each possessing at least a modicum of skill. Upon leaving the inn, Zhu Ping'an made his way toward the Qinhuai River. The previous evening had not prepared him for the awe he felt standing on the banks of the Qinhuai today, marveling at the vibrant beauty of the 10-mile stretch of the river. Every 10 steps revealed a building, and every 5 steps a pavilion, all in splendid array, teeming with visitors, a truly magnificent sight. After a month of unrelenting rain, the sun had finally graced the day, bringing life to the opposite bank. There, young maidens chased one another playfully, while others sang softly in Wu dialect as they washed their handkerchiefs. Some spirited girls, having been teased, exchanged sharp words with the young gentlemen on the pleasure boats, embodying a freedom atypical of their gender. In this southern region of beauty, known as the imperial city of Jinling, Zhu Ping'an found a relatively secluded spot along the riverbank. He wiped the green stone slab with the tattered burlap from his bag and settled down, extracting his writing materials. Placing the black wooden board on a high stone step, he filled a bamboo tube with Qinhuai water. After studying his writing book for a moment, he rolled up his sleeves and began to practice his calligraphy. As Zhu Ping'an immersed himself in his writing, a girl of about 15 or 16, her hair styled in a fallen horse bun, approached from across the river. She was quite lovely, elegantly attired, and while bending down to wash her handkerchief by the water's edge, she suddenly noticed Zhu Ping'an dipping his brush into the river water to practice his calligraphy. The girl giggled, turning to call out, "Sister, come quickly. There's a half-learned scholar across the river practicing calligraphy with the river water." Responding to her voice, an 18 or 19-year-old girl in light gauze sauntered over to her side, casting a glance at Zhu Ping'an, and couldn't he help but laugh. "Hey, that poor scholar. Look over here. Why are you using our foot-washing water to practice?" The older girl cupped her hands into a trumpet shape and shouted towards Zhu Ping'an, bursting into laughter once more. It seemed that he could no longer practice here. He would have to find another spot tomorrow. Hearing the commotion, Zhu Ping'an paused his writing, glanced across the river, and then lowered his head once again to continue his practice. "How rude. Have you lost your hearing or your voice, scholar? My sister is speaking to you," the younger girl protested, pointing an indignant finger at Zhu Ping'an. Zhu Ping'an remained oblivious, continuing his calligraphy. "Hey, scholar, are you deaf or mute?" the older girl inquired playfully. "What's with your silence? Believe me, I'll cross the river to have a word with you," she added with a laugh, noticing Zhu Ping'an's continued indifference. Indeed, the younger girl across the river giggled in agreement. "Do not gaze upon what is indecent. Do not listen to what is improper. Do not speak of what is inappropriate, and do not act upon what is unbecoming." Zhu Ping'an replied with a gentle shake of his head. The two girls on the opposite bank, one older and one younger, burst into a fit of laughter upon hearing his words. "Oh, what a pretentious scholar. Such a sour disposition." After their laughter subsided, the older girl flashed a coy smile at Zhu Ping'an, exuding charm. "Hey, you sour scholar. Would you be so kind as to visit my room today and share some teachings? We could indulge in music together and perhaps gaze at the rain-drenched window while watching the mandarin ducks. And me. I can play the flute too. I'll join my sister in listening to your teachings," chimed in the younger girl, giggling at Zhu Ping'an. The banks of the Qinhuai River are indeed a realm of romance, not a place for scholarly pursuits. Zhu Ping'an collected his brush and wooden board. Stowing away his writing materials in his satchel, he casually waved farewell to the two giggling maidens before departing from the riverside. "Hey, don't leave just yet, young scholar. Come play with us," the two girls called out, their laughter echoing behind him. The allure of gentle beauty captivates many scholars, leading them to forsake their grand aspirations. The Qinhuai River, adorned with opulent establishments, saw Zhu Ping'an slung his satchel over his shoulder, departing from the riverside and wandering in another direction. Not far along his path, he discovered a secluded grove. With his satchel still draped over his shoulder, Zhu Ping'an entered the woods and found a stone to sit upon, retrieving his recently transcribed texts to peruse in tranquility. As the sun ascended to its zenith, Zhu Ping'an packed his belongings once more and made his way toward the inn, still carrying his satchel and wooden board. The culinary offerings in Yingtian are diverse, particularly in the Confucius Temple area of Qinhuai, where delectable street food abounds. Yet, nothing surpasses the delightful and affordable guotai, or pot stickers, found on every corner. Zhu Ping'an ordered a portion of the hearty meat pot stickers, and at the proprietor's suggestion, added a bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup, settling at a street-side table to enjoy his meal. Upon receiving the steaming pot stickers, Zhu Ping'an took a hearty bite. Perhaps too large, as juices dribbled down his fingers. "Haha, young man, is this your first time in Tian?" chuckled an elderly gentleman seated nearby, who then proceeded to instruct Zhu Ping'an on the proper way to eat pot stickers. "When enjoying our pot stickers, you must treat them as you would soup dumplings. Take a cautious bite. Too large and the juices will spill. Too fierce and they'll squirt. Too small, and you won't savor the flavor." "Oh, thank you for your guidance, sir," Zhu Ping'an replied, undeterred by the heat, as he followed the elder's advice and took another bite. The savory filling and rich juices were a delight, especially when paired with the duck blood vermicelli soup that the pot sticker vendor had brought. The meal was truly a feast. The pot stickers resembled dumplings, and Zhu Ping'an quickly found himself left with only two. "Excuse me, could I trouble you for another serving of pot stickers?" Zhu Ping'an called out. "Certainly, young sir." "Just a moment," the vendor replied with a smile, assuring him that after this visit, he would surely return for a second round. Before the second portion arrived, a voice of complaint rang out. "Oh dear, Zhu, how could you discover such a delicacy without inviting me?" Zhu Ping'an turned to see the rotund Xueqi bounding over, still adorned with the airs of newfound wealth, his neck adorned with a hefty gold chain, and his fingers boasting rings that dazzled the eye. Chapter 128. Prosperous brothels. As soon as the rotund Xueqi settled himself, he reached for a large meat pot sticker from Zhu Ping'an's bowl, taking a hearty bite that left oil dripping from his mouth, only to wince from the heat. Slurping contentedly, he exclaimed loudly, "Ah, what a delightful dish! Truly, Zhu brother knows how to indulge in the pleasures of the palate. Innkeeper, bring me 3 portions, no 4, and do include that exquisite broth he has. Yes, it is quite delectable. Let us share the costs, simply charge it to my tab." It appeared that Xueqi had little concern for money, perhaps due to a family fortune that rendered him indifferent to numerical values. "This cannot be. You treated me to a lavish feast yesterday. Let me cover the cost of today as modest fare," Zhu Ping'an insisted, reaching into his pocket for his coin purse and summoning the innkeeper to settle the bill. "Nonsense. Zhu brother, you've generously offered me a house with favorable feng shui. What is this small sum in comparison? Remember our agreement. Innkeeper, collect double from me," Xueqi declared, shaking his head vigorously as he brandished a piece of silver towards the innkeeper. Naturally, a merchant driven by profit would not refuse the prospect of receiving double payment, so the innkeeper promptly turned his attention to Xueqi upon hearing his offer. "No need to look further. Just ensure you bring us more of your delicious offerings. Your establishment truly serves remarkable cuisine," Xueqi complimented, handing over a corner of silver while praising the flavors of the snacks. "Very well, please wait a moment, gentlemen," the innkeeper replied, accepting the payment and departing to prepare the order. Thanks to Xueqi, what began as breakfast felt akin to a lavish lunch. Though Xueqi was merely 17 or 18, only slightly older than Zhu Ping'an, he was still considered youthful among the scholars preparing for the imperial examination. The older students often looked down upon Xueqi's nouveau riche demeanor, thus encountering someone with whom he felt a kinship. Xueqi regarded Zhu Ping'an with a sense of familiarity, already considering him a confidant. As they returned to the inn, they inevitably passed by the Qinhuai River, where Xueqi gazed at the opulent brocaded buildings across the water, his thoughts seemingly wandering. "Zhu brother, do you know why the other side is so vibrant and prosperous?" he inquired with an unrefined grin. "Because of the peaceful and flourishing era we live in," Zhu Ping'an replied with a glance at Xueqi's unrefined demeanor, chuckling softly. "Heh, Zhu brother, you still possess a youthful naivety. Allow me to enlighten you," Xueqi smirked, adopting a tone akin to that of a mentor eager to impart knowledge about the world of romance and revelry. Having finally found a like-minded companion, he felt compelled to ensure that Zhu Ping'an did not become a mere bookworm. At that moment, Xueqi, overhearing Zhu Ping'an's innocent repetition of his earlier words, responded with a teasing tone, "Where there is prosperity, there are brothels." Initially, Xueqi did not grasp the full implication, but upon Zhu Ping'an's mocking inflection, he suddenly comprehended the meaning. "Ah, indeed, it seems quite astute. Heh, Zhu brother, You are quite well versed in this matter, Xueqi said, playfully nudging Zhu Ping'an's shoulder. His eyebrows dancing in amusement, a smirk plastered across his face. Who do you think you are? Zhu Ping'an exclaimed, utterly speechless. Come on, brother Zhu. Let me show you something extraordinary. The rotund Xueqi nudged Zhu Ping'an playfully, his demeanor utterly shameless. A picture of indecency that even the Marshal of Heaven would find more composed than himself. At that moment, Zhu Ping'an felt an overwhelming impulse to stomp on his pudgy face. In my youth, I was unable to accompany Brother Xue. Zhu Ping'an declined politely. Ha ha ha, Brother Zhu. That's not quite right. By your age, I had already explored the depths of Boizhou's pleasure houses. The hefty man chuckled with pride. I truly fail to understand the source of your satisfaction. Zhu Ping'an firmly refused Xueqi's invitation, slinging his bag over his shoulder, intent on returning to the inn. As for Xueqi, he was free to go wherever he pleased. Zhu Ping'an had no interest in such matters. What significance did age hold if one achieved fame and success? Why rush for fleeting pleasures? Wait for me, Brother Zhu. If you're not going, then neither will I. Xueqi panted as he hurried to catch up. On their way back to the inn, Xueqi continued to regale Zhu Ping'an with tales of his exploits in Boizhou and along the banks of the Qinhuai River. His pride reminiscent of a victorious general boasting before his troops, as if he had single-handedly chased the enemy for miles. Zhu Ping'an, however, could hardly muster a response, as Xueqi's enthusiasm was uncontainable. As they walked, the boastful chatter of Xueqi suddenly ceased, and Zhu Ping'an turned to see him staring intently at something across the street. Following Xueqi's gaze, Zhu Ping'an spotted a strikingly dressed woman seated at a street-side table, sharing breakfast with a scholar. The woman exuded an air of worldly allure, a captivating presence that likely drew the attention of young men like Xueqi. Young sir, if you wish to stare, you need not be so discreet, the alluring woman remarked, noticing Xueqi's unabashed gaze, her tone teasing yet playful. Alas, sister, you are quite amusing. My trousers are still on. How could I gaze at you so openly? Xueqi shot back, his face quivering with indignation. Goodness! To think of such disgrace, seducing before a woman's companion. That scholar, clearly a man of letters, would value his reputation above all else, and you dare provoke him? Indeed. The scholar sitting opposite the enchanting woman suddenly sprang to his feet, pursuing Xueqi down the street. In that instant, Xueqi was not alone in his flight. Embodying the agility of Liu Xiang or Usain Bolt, moving with surprising swiftness despite his ample frame, eluding his pursuer, Zhu Ping'an watched the scene unfold, bemused. As it seemed, Xueqi frequently found himself in such predicaments. Could it be that this fellow engages in such antics regularly in Boizhou? He pondered, shaking his head slightly as he continued on his way to the inn, bag slung over his shoulder, lost in his own thoughts. Upon returning to the inn room, Zhu Ping'an meticulously organized the contents of his backpack before retrieving his scrolls and returning to his writing desk. He carefully arranged his ink, brushes, paper, and inkstone, commencing his daily preparations for the examinations. Having experienced the county and provincial tests, Zhu Ping'an increasingly recognized the formidable challenges posed by the ancient imperial examination system. In his previous readings of time travel novels, he had observed modern individuals effortlessly achieving the status of jinshi upon their return to the Ming and Qing dynasties. Now, he could only dismiss such notions as sheer nonsense. The imperial examinations were grounded in the 4 books and 5 classics, and bore no resemblance to contemporary education. Regardless of one's accomplishments in university, master's, or doctoral studies, the subjects tested in the imperial examinations diverged entirely from modern curricula. Mastery in language, mathematics, and foreign languages meant little. One could possess extraordinary skills, yet remain ill-equipped for the exam's demands. The imperial tests were centered on classical texts, and returning to the past necessitated a gradual immersion in these teachings. The phrase 10 years of bitter study was not merely a platitude, and crafting an essay in the prescribed format required years of accumulation, typically 5 to 6 years at a minimum. Furthermore, the examination primarily evaluated the 8-legged essay, a challenging form of writing that modern individuals might not inherently possess the talent to execute, let alone in the classical style. Additionally, the selection process was contingent not only on writing talent, but also on luck. One's writing style had to resonate with the examiner's preferences, alongside the nature of the questions posed, one's performance on the day, and the performances of others, all of which were fraught with uncertainties. Thus, The best course of action was to prepare diligently, for preparedness was paramount. Chapter 129. The uncle seeks financial assistance. Having arrived in Yingtian for a week, Zhu Ping'an found that less than 10 days remained until the next round of examinations. His studies had increasingly focused on the 4 books and the 8-legged essays. Throughout this period, he was frequently interrupted by the portly Shui, who would often descend from the attic, his forehead adorned with bruises, yet always cheerfully proclaiming that it was a sign of impending success. Shui, displaying a degree of sensitivity, typically sought out Zhu Ping'an around mealtimes, ensuring that he did not overly disrupt Zhu Ping'an's studies. One day, while Zhu Ping'an was diligently reviewing by the window, a knock resounded at the door. Assuming it to be Shui, he casually called out that the door was unlocked and invited the visitor to enter. However, sensing something amiss, Zhu Ping'an looked up to find a figure behind the shop assistant, who was tilting his head in mild confusion as he regarded Zhu Ping'an. "Uncle!" Zhu Ping'an exclaimed, astonished at his unexpected arrival. He had presumed that, given the vastness of Yingtian, he would only encounter his uncle during the examinations. Yet, here they were, reunited so soon. His feelings towards his uncle were far from favorable, particularly after witnessing the efforts of his grandfather, grandmother, and aunt in raising funds for him, which only intensified his resentment. Zhu Shouren, his uncle, recognized Zhu Ping'an upon seeing him raise his head, confirming that the youth inhabiting the first-rate room was indeed his nephew. "Zhi, it truly is you. I thought I had mistaken you for someone else. You've grown a bit chubby since we last met, which brings me some relief," his uncle remarked. After acknowledging Zhu Ping'an, he dismissed the shop assistant and entered the room, approaching Zhu Ping'an with a familiar air as he engaged in casual conversation. "When did you arrive in Yingtian?" Zhu Ping'an paused in his writing to inquire. His uncle's visits were typically marked by a lack of good tidings, and thus Zhu Ping'an instinctively heightened his guard upon seeing him. "Dear uncle, I have been in Yingtian for a while now. Recently, I was preoccupied with my studies and thus did not seek out Zhi." With a serious demeanor, you examined Zhu Ping'an's residence repeatedly, hands clasped behind your back. "Zhi, this house must be quite costly, I presume?" you inquired, shifting the topic. "Oh, this house? I am not entirely certain. Initially, I resided in the attic above, which was significantly more affordable. However, the owner of this house insisted on a swap, believing that my high attic was a fortuitous omen," Zhu Ping'an replied, somewhat evasively. Unaware of your true intentions, Uncle Zhu Shouren, however, was not convinced. "Such luck is hard to come by. It sounds like a fanciful tale," he thought, yet refrained from voicing his skepticism, instead engaging Zhu Ping'an in a roundabout conversation. Holding a brush, Zhu Ping'an observed as you meandered through your thoughts for quite some time. Realizing that this would prevent him from studying, he directly asked, "Uncle, how have you been? Is there a matter that brings you to seek out Zhi?" It appeared as though you had been anticipating this very question. "I have a splendid opportunity for you, my dear nephew. A friend of mine, whom you have met, has a mentor who happens to be a teacher at the county school. Through this connection, my friend has obtained some insider information. His mentor can, in fact, provide the exam questions a day in advance," you said, glancing cautiously out the window and at the door to ensure no one was eavesdropping before continuing with a conspiratorial tone. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ping'an rolled his eyes. "Oh please, uncle, you have mentioned such things for years. After so many attempts, I have yet to see you pass the examination. Thank you for your kind intentions. But for your sake, it is best if fewer people are aware of such fortunate news." "There is no need to inform Zhi," Zhu Ping'an interjected calmly, interrupting your flow of conversation. That is not the reaction I expected," you remarked, taken aback by his indifference. "Cough, cough, Zhi. This time the exam questions are exceptionally reliable," you asserted confidently, stroking your beard. "Is that so?" Zhu Ping'an replied nonchalantly. "Indeed, there is hope," you exclaimed, a glimmer of joy illuminating your expression, only to be quickly dimmed by Zhu Ping'an's next words. "Is that right? Well then, I shall extend my congratulations in advance, uncle." Zhu Ping'an replied coolly, dismissing the significance of the so-called insider information. You were utterly unprepared for Zhu Ping'an's lack of enthusiasm, leaving you momentarily speechless. However, being a man of resourcefulness, you decided to shift your approach. "Zhi, have you been managing your finances well lately? I have incurred some expenses while studying and find myself a bit short. My friend S. Menor is arriving in Yingtian tomorrow, and I was considering inviting him to a meal at a restaurant to discuss the details. This time, the examination should be within our grasp. For the sake of our Zhu family and for us, Could you lend me 10 or 8 taels to treat our esteemed guest? I shall repay you upon my return home, you proposed, painting a vivid picture of the triumph that awaited after passing the examination, as if it were already within your control. 10 or 8 taels. You mentioned so casually, as if it were but a mere trifle, hardly worthy of notice. Unbeknownst to him, his family toiled for half a year for the mere sum of 10 taels, unaware of the countless early mornings and late nights, the endless sweat shed in pursuit of this modest amount. Just as he was lost in thought, his grandfather had entrusted someone to deliver money to his uncle. Oh, I was momentarily distracted. Could you kindly repeat the previous sentence, uncle? Although Zhu Ping'an's face betrayed no emotion, his heart was quite displeased. For the sake of the Zhu family, and for us, his uncle, Zhu Shouren, mistakenly believed Zhu Ping'an was touched and began to prepare to repeat the earlier statement. Not that one, the one before it. Zhu Ping'an shook his head. His uncle's friend's mentor was to arrive in Yingtian the next day, and Zhu Shouren contemplated inviting him to dine at a restaurant. He then repeated the previous statement once more. Zhu Ping'an still shook his head. Ah, Zhu, are you financially comfortable these days? I have spent a bit on study materials recently, so that must be the first sentence, Zhu Shouren said, reiterating the initial statement. Just as he spoke, he was interrupted by Zhu Ping'an's naive voice. Oh, I'm not exactly well off, uncle. Zhu Ping'an looked sincerely at his uncle and earnestly replied. Zhu Shouren stared at Zhu Ping'an for a few seconds, momentarily taken aback. However, being an extraordinary individual, he quickly regained his composure. Oh, if Zhu is not well off, then it matters not. Why not send a letter home, requesting a bit of assistance? After all, this is for the Zhu family, and I believe your second brother would understand. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ping'an felt as though thunder had struck him. His uncle was indeed exceptionally astute to come up with such a solution. If he were to send a letter home, his uncle could also reach out to the ancestral residence, where there were more people and hence greater financial resources. Zhu Ping'an looked up at his uncle and remarked on how he was certain his uncle had previously used this excuse to acquire funds from the ancestral home. Zhu Shouren, rather straightforwardly, replied, Your grandfather has already sent me money. However, I have recently incurred expenses for my studies, and you know how fiery your grandfather's temper can be. Sending a letter to the ancestral home might be troublesome, which is why I request you to write to your immediate family. Zhu Shouren feared his grandfather, and Zhu Ping'an feared his mother. Zhu Ping'an replied nonchalantly. His uncle, appearing relaxed, patted Zhu Ping'an on the shoulder, saying, What is there to fear? You are still young. You can withstand it far better than I could. Besides, once we become scholars, your mother will be overjoyed. Uncle, where has your dignity gone? I cannot seem to find it. Sending a letter home would take time and money, and it would surely miss the opportunity tomorrow. Zhu Ping'an calmly suggested. Perhaps you should seek another way. Disappointed, his uncle returned. Chapter 130. A thick face after bidding farewell to his uncle. Zhu Ping'an continued to study diligently until the light dimmed, stretching lazily and stopping to gaze out the window, where the evening glow painted the western sky as the sun dipped below the mountains. Zhu Ping'an tidied his desk, washed his face, and then ventured out for dinner. Growing weary of the inn's meals over the past few days, he aimlessly wandered the streets, seeking enticing eateries. As a food enthusiast, he would never deprive himself of culinary delights when circumstances permitted. Yingtian is renowned for its abundance of delectable snacks. Without wandering too far, Zhu Ping'an stumbled upon a restaurant with a pleasant ambience and a considerable number of diners. The waiter recommended the establishment's signature dish, chicken broth with shredded tofu, which Zhu Ping'an had specifically come to savor, and he readily accepted the suggestion. This dish requires exceptional knife skills. It had been featured in A Bite of China, showcasing the necessity of finely slicing the ingredients into delicate strands, followed by the addition of specially crafted seasonings. Just before serving, a touch of green vegetables is added for visual appeal, creating a dish that is not only exquisite in appearance, but also delightful in flavor. When the waiter presented Zhu Ping'an's serving of chicken broth with shredded tofu, he eagerly grasped his chopsticks, blowing gently on the morsel before placing it into his mouth. Instantly, a symphony of flavors erupted on his palate, as a medley of seasonings melded together in a manner that was not merely an accumulation of tastes, but rather a fantastical reaction, enchanting and utterly captivating. As he neared the end of his meal, a voice of surprise rang out from outside, slightly tipsy. Brother Zhu, what a coincidence! Ah, it smells divine. If I hadn't stumbled upon this, you would have enjoyed this delicacy all to yourself. Recognizing the familiar voice, Zhu Ping'an looked up to see his plump friend, Shueqi, waddling toward him, his chubby face flushed, likely from drink. The rotund figure appeared to be evading someone. It soon became apparent who Shueqi was dodging. "Hey, you glutton! Stop right there!" A woman clad in vibrant attire, exuding a hint of allure, pursued him, catching up before he could enter the restaurant. "Run? Where would I run to? I merely walk faster," Shueqi retorted, displaying his usual bravado despite having indulged in a bit too much. All right, adversary, let us say you didn't run. What did you promise me last night? Wasn't it to take me home?" The glamorous woman stood in front of Shueqi, grasping the gold chain hanging around his neck, her fragrant presence captivating. Zhu Ping'an recognized the woman blocking Shueqi. She was the very same alluring figure who had been pursued through the streets days prior. It seemed that Shueqi had indeed struck a chord, perhaps even a home run. In both ancient and modern times, affluent heirs often find it easy to woo women. And Shueqi, by all accounts, fit the bill of a typical wealthy heir. Even if Shueqi's claims of having frequented the famed taverns of Boizhou were exaggerated, he was nonetheless experienced. Wealth combined with experience had surely aided him in his endeavors. However, it appeared that he had promised to take her as a concubine before their dalliance, a promise he had evidently failed to fulfill, leading to this confrontation in the street. One might ponder how it was that a woman could so boldly intercept a man in a time when societal norms were exceedingly restrictive regarding female propriety. In the ancient world, a woman's reputation was of utmost importance, and any public display could lead to harsh judgments. Women were expected to maintain a demure demeanor, keeping their heads lowered and smiles concealed. So, what allowed this striking woman to approach Shueqi so freely? Indeed, the reasoning is quite simple. This resplendent woman is a courtesan from the ancient entertainment industry, where reputation and decorum are trifles, perhaps even welcomed with open arms. Much like modern-day starlets who seek scandal to amplify their influence. My transgression of indulging in another's meal is already excessive. Must I also carry away their pot? In that moment, the rotund fellow stood as a paragon of integrity, embodying the virtues of nobility and altruism, seemingly earnestly considering the plight of the alluring woman. His words resonated with an air of righteousness. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ping'an could not help but admire the shameless spirit of the rotund man. However, as the saying goes, flies do not alight on a seamless egg. While the rotund man may be shameless, the enchanting woman is hardly deserving of sympathy. "Bah, you men are all scoundrels." She spat at him, delivering a stinging slap before storming out amidst the onlookers' gaze, visibly incensed. The rotund man, clutching his stinging face, called out to the gathered crowd, All right, the drama is over. Everyone can disperse now." His psychological resilience was commendable. For just 2 seconds later, the inebriated Shueqi approached Zhu Ping'an, his breath reeking of alcohol, as he beckoned the innkeeper and ordered a dish of chicken broth with dried tofu, identical to what Zhu Ping'an had. Many patrons in the establishment cast disapproving glances at the rotund man, and their eyes towards Zhu Ping'an were hardly more favorable. Zhu Ping'an wished fervently to distance himself from this fellow by 100 meters. Although the inn was bustling with business, there was no need for the innkeeper to serve personally, yet perhaps due to the earlier spectacle outside, the innkeeper, curious about the rotund man's appearance, delivered the dish himself. Seizing the opportunity, the innkeeper glanced at the rotund man. "Tell me, how is it that a grown man, after consuming a bit of alcohol, cannot seem to control himself?" At that moment, the rotund man, with bleary eyes, looked at the innkeeper, expressing his dismay in a slurred manner, much like a tipsy individual lamenting to a close friend. The innkeeper chuckled knowingly and reassured him, "It's nothing to worry about. Men will drink a bit, indulge in revelry, and engage in frivolity. That's entirely normal." "You truly believe that's normal?" the rotund man asked, belching again. "Perfectly normal. Don't overthink it. This is Qinhuai River," the innkeeper replied, giving his shoulder an encouraging pat. "Oh, then I can rest easy. Please, innkeeper, have someone clean up. It appears I've lost control and urinated in your establishment." A little over 10 minutes later, on their way back to the inn, Zhu Ping'an, feeling a twinge of compassion, asked the rotund man, "Hey, brother Shuai, are you sure you're all right? I still have some medicine for injuries." The rotund Shueqi, swaying beside Zhu Ping'an, repeatedly shook his head. I'm fine. What is this to worry about?" In the last rays of the setting sun, one could faintly discern several footprints on the back of the rotund man. Not from a beating by the innkeeper, but rather from the surrounding diners who found his behavior utterly repulsive and could no longer contain their disgust. By the way, Brother Zhu, I've given it some thought and believe your medicine might still find some use. Very well, let us retrieve it shortly, Zhu Ping'an replied. Chapter 131. The scholar of divine proportions. These rascals have been excessively harsh. It must be envy of my handsome visage. In the inn, the rotund Xueqi sat on a chair, his chubby face twitching. Zhu Ping'an, who was applying ointment to the corpulent fellow, couldn't help but twitch his lips in disbelief at Xueqi's unwarranted confidence in his appearance. Were it not for the family's modest wealth, Zhu Ping'an would seriously question the fellow's prospects in love. Here, take this medicine home. Apply it once a day, and you should recover in about 3 days. After finishing the application, Zhu Ping'an tossed the used cotton swab into a bamboo basket designated for waste, sealed the container, and tossed the medicine bottle into Xueqi's lap. Thank you, Brother Zhu. Xueqi rose from his seat to express his gratitude. Spare me the thanks. Zhu Ping'an waved dismissively, then added, the exam is just around the corner. Do take care of yourself. Is the exam coming so soon? Xueqi exclaimed, his pudgy face contorting in distress. After seeing off the unsteady, inebriated Xueqi, Zhu Ping'an gazed outside. The moon hung low over the willow treetops, and dusk had settled. Due to the curfew, nights in the Ming dynasty were notably quieter. The world was enveloped in stillness, the streets deserted. Everyone was either out or fast asleep at home. To achieve success, one must endure solitude. There are no shortcuts to triumph. Zhu Ping'an sat by the window, lighting an oil lamp, reflecting on the Qing dynasty's top scholars' examination papers he had previously perused. He selected one essay from the set of 8-legged essays and began to transcribe it onto his writing paper. The essay he chose was titled To Gather All Goods and Ensure Each Receives Their Due, derived from the I Ching, specifically the Shizhi section. It speaks of noon as the time for a marketplace, drawing the populace together to trade goods and return home with their needs. A notion inspired by the Shi-Ke hexagram. This work belonged to Liu Chunlin, the last top scholar of the Qing dynasty, showcasing profound insights and a mastery of the 8-legged essay form. After diligently transcribing the piece, Zhu Ping'an studied it repeatedly. He then attempted to compose his own version for comparison, identifying areas for improvement. It was not until deep into the night that he extinguished the oil lamp and succumbed to slumber. As the night deepened, all fell into the realm of dreams. The inky sky quietly nurturing the dawn to come. Upon waking in the morning, Zhu Ping'an washed up briefly before, as usual, strapping on his satchel and clutching a black wooden board as he stepped outside. The early rising scholars in the inn had long grown accustomed to his appearance. As fellow diligent students, they exchanged nods of acknowledgement, which Zhu Ping'an reciprocated. Navigating through the hall, he made his way along the banks of the Qinhuai River toward the grove where he habitually practiced his calligraphy. As he crossed the bridge connecting to the opulent establishments on the opposite shore, he noticed several gentlemen returning from their indulgences, their faces a mix of satisfaction and fatigue, clearly having labored through the night. After filling a bamboo tube with the water from the Qinhuai, he turned away from the riverbank and headed towards the grove. Hey, you half-grown scholar, are you planning to sneak back and drink our foot-soaking water? On the opposite bank, 2 young maidens, one tall and one petite, stumbled upon Zhu Ping'an while washing by the river, and could not help but tease him with laughter. The unconventional women of the world, unbound by the constraints of feudal propriety, should not be underestimated. Yet, their quips were oftentimes repetitive, a sentiment that Zhu Ping'an had grown weary of. Next time, remember to bring some sugar. Zhu Ping'an did not turn around, merely swaying his bamboo tube casually, leaving behind a light remark. The younger maiden giggled, playfully rebuking. You are just a blockhead. It turns out you have a sharp tongue after all. The younger girl, covering her cherry lips, chimed in with a playful tone. Little brother, we don't put sugar in foot-washing water. However, I do love to add sugar to my bath water. Come play with me, and after my bath, we shall drink together. The elder maiden was also amused by Zhu Ping'an's retort, laughing heartily. She found his ambition refreshing, his demeanor lively yet not overly rigid, principled yet not pedantic. It had been quite some time since she had encountered such an interesting scholar. Listening to the laughter of the maidens behind him, Zhu Ping'an found himself doubting whether he was truly in the Ming dynasty, realizing that these worldly women possessed a charm that could rival modern-day sisters enamored with youthful beauty. Disregarding their banter, Zhu Ping'an made his way toward a secluded grove. Arriving at the stone where he often practiced his calligraphy, He placed a black wooden board upon it and retrieved his brush, commencing his writing practice. Since his last encounter with an elderly fisherman by the lake, Zhu Ping'an's skills with the brush had markedly improved, beginning to hint at a distinctive style of his own. Although the chosen grove was quiet, it was plagued by a multitude of mosquitoes, particularly the vicious black-striped ones, whose bites would leave swollen welts. After a short while of writing, Zhu Ping'an found himself besieged by these pests, stinging both his hands and neck, causing irritation and distraction that hindered his practice. Burning mugwort could effectively repel mosquitoes. Yet the grove was not entirely safe. Zhu Ping'an resolved that after breakfast, he would make a trip to the apothecary to procure some herbs such as huixiang, mint, perilla, acarus, lemongrass, star anise, dried tangerine peel, and orange peel to place in the sachet his mother had made for him, which would serve as an effective deterrent against the insects. After completing his writing, Zhu Ping'an rose and, while walking, began to silently recite the 4 books and 5 classics, in order to avoid further bites. As he immersed himself in his readings, another scholar entered the grove, also clutching a scroll. Zhu Ping'an greeted him from a distance and continued with his silent study. Soon, the tranquil grove was filled with the resonant sound of the scholar's voice reciting aloud. "Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar?" The phrase echoed through the trees, repeated dozens of times, with the first 5 words recited repeatedly before the latter 4 were enunciated in similar fashion. Zhu Ping'an was taken aback, contemplating how this sounded reminiscent of past nights filled with howling wolves, as he glanced at the scholar, who was passionately engrossed in his recitation. After what seemed like dozens, if not hundreds, of repetitions, the scholar finally shifted to a new phrase. "Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar?" This too was repeated in the same manner, with the first part recited countless times before the latter half was reiterated, without the phrases being articulated together. He is truly a remarkable scholar. This method of recitation is nothing short of divine. Throughout the entire morning, Zhu Ping'an was accompanied by the incessant repetition of this scholar's readings of the 4 books and 5 classics. Yet, astonishingly, he had only uttered 5 phrases in total. The imperial examination, the civil service examination, one cannot help but ponder how such a person would fare if he were to traverse the solitary bridge of the imperial examination. Surely, this forest may not welcome him again come tomorrow, Zhu Ping'an mused as he gathered his belongings and departed after his morning studies. Chapter 132. The examination schedule is announced. Time is precious. A day comprises 24 hours, without an extra moment to spare. Even though Zhu Ping'an treasured time dearly, the widening gaps between his fingers allowed it to slip away stealthily. The heavens can be mended, the seas can be filled, and the southern mountains can be moved. Yet, the sun and moon have passed, never to return. As Zhu Ping'an diligently prepared for his examinations, the footsteps of the academy tests approached ever closer. Zhu brother, we must hurry." Fatty Xueqi rapped loudly on Zhu Ping'an's door. While Zhu Ping'an was engrossed in his studies, he opened the door to find the excited face of the plump Xueqi, adorned with a bump on his forehead, as if he had stumbled upon a great fortune. "What is the urgency? If you break my door, you shall pay for it," Zhu Ping'an exclaimed, his focus disrupted by the incessant knocking, his thoughts scattered. "What is it?" "The esteemed examination commissioner has just announced the examination schedules for each province at the entrance of the Tribute Academy. Everyone has gone out to see. Come, let us hurry, or we may miss the best spots." Fatty Xueqi's face quivered with excitement as he spoke. Traditionally, the examination commissioner presides over the civil service exams in the Jiangnan Tribute Academy, as the southern Jiangsu region encompasses 14 prefectures, including Yingtian, Suzhou, and Fengyang. Given the number of candidates this year, including those who have passed in previous years, the total is considerable. Thus, despite all candidates congregating in the Yingtian Jiangnan Tribute Academy, they are examined in batches. Typically, the examinations are conducted in 2 groups. The first batch consists of candidates from the prefectures surrounding Yingtian, followed by the second batch from the remaining prefectures. There is no need to worry about the leakage of exam questions, as the questions for each batch differ. Furthermore, concerns regarding discrepancies in difficulty level affecting fairness are unfounded, for all candidates from a specific prefecture receive the same questions, and the results are announced separately for each prefecture. Each prefecture has a fixed quota for successful candidates, categorized into large, medium, and small based on local literary standards and population. The larger prefectures, such as Yingtian, Fengyang, and Suzhou have more spots, while smaller ones have fewer, 40 for large prefectures, 30 for medium, and 20 for small. Tradition is tradition. Yet no one can guarantee that changes will not occur this year. After all, plans often fall short in the face of change. The order of examinations is determined by the schedule announced by the examination commissioner. Why are you dawdling? We must go, Fatty Xueqi urged, his round face animated with impatience. With Fatty Xueqi's persistent urging, Zhu Ping'an closed the door and descended the stairs alongside him, heading toward the Jiangnan Tribute Academy. Before reaching the Jiangnan Examination Institute, I could already hear the bustling crowd, engaged in animated discussions, seemingly regarding alterations in the examination schedule for this year across various provinces. As I approached the institute, the throng made progress impossible. The sheer number of candidates from different prefectures had gathered to view the announcement of the examination dates. Despite the wide entrance of the Jiangnan Examination Institute, it could hardly accommodate the multitude. The announcement was meticulously transcribed, word for word, with each copy costing 21. At that moment, astute vendors had hurriedly copied hundreds of the announcements to sell on-site, reaping substantial profits. "Give me 2 copies," the plump fellow exclaimed, brandishing a handful of coins at the vendor. After receiving the payment, the vendor handed over 2 copies to him, which he casually shared with Zhu Ping'an. Zhu Ping'an, without hesitation, accepted the copy and began to read. Indeed, the Commissioner of Education had made significant adjustments to the examination schedule for various prefectures. Although the examinations were still divided into 2 batches, they differed greatly from previous years. The Commissioner had categorized the 14 prefectures into 2 groups. The first batch consisted of 7 prefectures: Yingtian, Fengyang, Huaiyan, Yangzhou, Suzhou, Anqing, and Qizhou, with examinations scheduled for the following day. The second batch included the remaining prefectures: Songjiang, Changzhou, Zhenjiang, Luzhou, Taiping, Ningbo, and Huizhou, set for 3 days later. Candidates were required to assemble at the entrance of the Jiangnan Examination Institute at the hour of the tiger, approximately between 5 and 6 a.m. on the day of the exam for roll call and entry. Ha ha ha, Brother Zhu, we can take the exam together in the same batch. The plump Xueqi beamed at the announcement, his joy nearly obscuring his eyes. Indeed, Zhu Ping'an replied nonchalantly, "To celebrate our joint examination, I shall treat you. We shall not return until we are intoxicated," Xueqi insisted, attempting to drag Zhu Ping'an to a tavern. At this, Zhu Ping'an could scarcely suppress the urge to deliver a forceful kick to Xueqi's face. "Tomorrow is the examination. How can we indulge in such revelry?" he retorted. "I have just finished my breakfast. I shall pass. That is quite all right. Come, let us toast to our successful passage of the imperial examination. We will not return until we are drunk." Xueqi remained fervent, the gold chain around his neck sparkling in the light. "Not returning until drunk. Tomorrow I have an exam," Zhu Ping'an replied coolly. "I purchased a pouch last year." "A pouch? A money pouch? What are you talking about? Let us go." Xueqi remained undeterred, showing no concern for the impending examination. "Enough of this. The ancients would not comprehend the intricacies of our situation. I must return to my studies." Zhu Ping'an resolutely refused to indulge Xueqi's frivolity. "Ah, you are diligent enough as it is. A day's effort won't make a difference now that the examination is upon us," Xueqi lamented, with a hint of resignation. "I advise you to return to your books as well. We must rise early tomorrow for the roll call at the institute. Your revelry can wait until after the examination." Zhu Ping'an patted Xueqi on the shoulder and headed toward the inn. Oh, Brother Zhu, wait for me." The portly Xueqi hurriedly chased after Zhu Ping'an, calling out, "Let us make a pact. After the exam, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Hee. I will take you across the river to broaden your horizons." Ultimately, persuaded by Zhu Ping'an, the rotund fellow returned to the attic to study. As for the effectiveness of his study, that remained uncertain. Zhu Ping'an returned to the inn and sat at the table, recalling all his past memories regarding the 8-legged essay. Thanks to his rebirth, his memory was remarkably sharp in this lifetime. The other scholars in the inn were similarly engrossed in their studies, preparing for the impending examinations. Business at the opulent establishments across the Qinhuai River had dwindled significantly, with only the truly exceptional individuals indulging in their pleasures, those either brimming with confidence or steeped in arrogance. For how else could one linger in such a realm of tenderness? To advance is to embrace boundless possibilities. To retreat is to face ignominy. As the night deepened, the inn was aglow with lights, and the scholarly students, rare in their diligence, sat by the windows, poring over their books in preparation. That night, countless scholars likely lost sleep. Chapter 133. The entrance. In the fleeting moment before dawn, the sky succumbed once more to darkness. Yet the inn was ablaze with light. The scholars rose, washed, and gathered their belongings, ready to confront a pivotal battle in their lives. Brother Zhu, have you finished washing up? Hurry up. The boisterous voice of the portly Xue Qi echoed from afar. Puffing and panting, Xue Qi reached Zhu Ping'an's door. Just as he raised his hand to knock, the door swung open. Let us go, Zhu Ping'an said, stepping out. Leading the way, Zhu Ping'an was closely followed by Xue Qi, who huffed and puffed, his portly frame hindering his speed. Both of them carried nothing. Xue Qi had even left behind his gold chain and 2 rings. The examination was akin to the provincial tests, with all necessary materials provided at the venue, ensuring strict adherence to examination protocols to prevent cheating. Along the way, they encountered fellow scholars heading to the Jiangnan examination hall, most of whom bore serious expressions, with few appearing relaxed or jovial. Cough, cough, wait for us, Zhi. A voice called from a distance. Zhu Ping'an paused and turned to see several familiar scholars, panting as they crossed the bridge connecting both banks of the Qinhuai River. Among them was his uncle, Zhu Shouren, accompanied by fellow villagers, including his uncle's rotund friend. Zhu Ping'an watched as his uncle and the others approached from across the bridge, unsure of what to say. Even with the examination looming, they were still caught up in their daily affairs. Due to the urgency of time, Zhu Ping'an did not take a moment to introduce Xue Qi to them, and simply proceeded towards the Jiangnan examination hall. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Jiangnan examination hall, the dawn's first light painted the eastern sky crimson, foretelling a day of fierce contention for the scholars. Nearly 100 stern-faced officials were stationed at the entrance, maintaining order, while several armored soldiers stood resolutely at attention, adding to the gravity of the atmosphere. Candidates were grouped according to their respective prefectures, forming 2 lines under the direction of the officials. At the entrance, several tables were set up, each manned by 2 officials in uniform, checking the candidates against their rosters. In the attendance register, each individual's place of origin, age, appearance, and lineage across 3 generations are meticulously recorded. This information must be pre-validated by the designated guardians, with signatures required, rendering the process even more rigorous than that of the provincial and county examinations to prevent impersonation and other forms of deceit. The supervising official sits centrally at the entrance, while rows of recognized guardians stand beside the candidates. As the official calls out names from the register, the candidates step forward to respond, boldly announcing who has vouched for them. At this moment, the respective guardians of the candidates step forward to verify their claims. Should any discrepancies arise, the supervising official will promptly address the matter as an act of impersonation, with severe consequences. If the guardians confirm the candidates' identities, they must loudly declare their endorsement, thus completing the roll call and granting the candidates permission to enter. Zhu Ping'an from Hehe village is endorsed by the scholars Sun Hongzhi, Lu Chuanwen, and Zhang Fengwen. When it is Zhu Ping'an's turn, he approaches, bows respectfully, and announces his endorsement with clarity. Soon, the voices of his esteemed teachers and acquaintances resonate in support. Guardian Sun Hongzhi, Guardian Lu Chuanwen, and Guardian Zhang Fengwen. After the endorsements are concluded, the official nods, signaling Zhu Ping'an to enter, providing him a moment to converse with his mentors. On this occasion, the gaze of his teacher, Master Sun, reflects a sense of approval. After a brief exchange of glances with Master Sun, Zhu Ping'an hastily surveys the supervising official, a dignified man in his 50s, exuding authority with a square face and a long beard, embodying a sense of fairness. Having only glanced at him, Zhu Ping'an is prompted by a guiding attendant to proceed. The entrance to the Jiangnan examination hall features a grand 3-arch gate, constructed of wood, allowing pedestrian passage while the sides remain enclosed. The main entrance spans 5 sections, with a plaque inscribed with Jiangnan examination hall above the central door, flanked by the inscriptions "Open to the learned" and "Seek the talented." On either side of the main entrance stand imposing stone lions, complemented by 2 archways that proclaim the mission of selecting scholars for the nation. Accompanied by the attendant, Zhu Ping'an enters the Jiangnan examination hall. After traversing less than 2 meters beyond the gate, he encounters 2 stone pavilions, one adorned with neatly carved red characters, while the other bears the solemn inscription "Seriousness." The attendant leads Zhu Ping'an a short distance further, and he is awestruck by a magnificent edifice, a square, 3-story structure. The entrance is crowned with the golden characters Mingyuan Tower. The ground floor is enclosed by walls, each featuring a circular doorway, supported by 4 pillars that reach toward the heavens. Each level is punctuated by numerous windows, ensuring ample visibility for those within to oversee the examination hall, where the supervising official and invigilators will command the proceedings. Truly, this venue stands as a worthy arena for the provincial examinations, far surpassing the dilapidated structures of county assessments. Stop gazing and hasten to the examination rooms. Others are waiting. The attendant, accustomed to the wonder of first-time candidates, reminds Zhu Ping'an, though he remains diligent in maintaining the schedule. Awakening from his reverie, Zhu Ping'an follows the attendant toward the examination rooms. The so-called examination rooms are indeed the venues for the students' assessments. Zhu Ping'an, guided by the attendant, navigates around Mingyuan Tower to the western section, as there are examination rooms on the eastern side as well. However, Zhu Ping'an's designated room lies in the west. As Zhu Ping'an beheld the examination hall, his mind was consumed by but 2 words, constricted and fair. The hall stood approximately 1.8 meters tall, measuring 1.2 meters in depth and about 1 meter in width, with walls towering over 2 meters, devoid of any doors. Each hall, nearly 100 in total, faced south, separated by brick walls. Above the entrance of each hall, the title was grandly inscribed, with the numbering determined by the sequence of the 1,000-character classic. "What's taking so long? Hurry inside," urged the guiding official as he led Zhu Ping'an to one of the halls. Under the official's insistence, Zhu Ping'an entered, surveying the interior. The walls were constructed of brick, rising about a foot or so from the ground, with upper and lower brick supports allowing for the placement of wooden planks above and below. The 2 layers of wood were staggered, with the upper plank positioned forward, serving as a desk, while the lower plank, set back, functioned as a bench. The simplicity of the arrangement was striking. Your examination is manageable. Each session lasts but a day. However, if it were a provincial exam, it would span several days. By nightfall, the upper plank is removed and placed atop the lower one, transforming it into a bed, the guiding official briefly explained before departing. Seated within the hall, Zhu Ping'an could not escape the feelings of constraint and fairness. The former arose from the cramped quarters, where one could scarcely stretch their legs or relax their back, and had to be cautious to avoid bumping their head while standing. The latter stemmed from the egalitarian nature of the examination process. Whether one was the son of a magistrate or a commoner, whether wealthy or impoverished, all candidates were subjected to the same circumstances, a true reflection of fairness. This sense of constraint inevitably brought to mind the corpulent Xue Qi, and Zhu Ping'an chuckled to himself, imagining how the man would surely suffer in such a confined space. Soon after, someone delivered a basket containing examination supplies. Zhu Ping'an graciously accepted it and began to organize his materials, quickly preparing his brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. With everything in place, he awaited the commencement of the examination. In the 134th chapter, the words of Confucius resonate. As Zhu Ping'an finalized his arrangements and awaited the distribution of the examination papers, fellow candidates gradually entered the hall, filling the neighboring spaces with scholars. After about half an hour, a metallic sound echoed from the direction of Mingyuan Tower. Looking up, Zhu Ping'an observed several flags waving atop the tower, followed by indistinct announcements emanating from the main entrance. Entry completed, doors locked, all must remain silent. The metallic sound had signified the striking of the cloud board, and Zhu Ping'an realized that the gates were now secured. The striking of the cloud board marked the official commencement of the examination, which was governed by stringent rules. Numerous officials and soldiers monitored the halls, ready to impose severe penalties for any misconduct, such as changing seats, exchanging papers, tossing crumpled notes, conversing, or reciting from memory. Consequently, the atmosphere in the examination hall became notably hushed. The examination comprised 2 sessions, the main session and the supplementary session, with the current day designated for the main event. Following the striking of the cloud board, the officials began distributing the examination papers, each candidate receiving 5 sheets of rough paper alongside their test. The examination questions, akin to those of the county and provincial tests, were affixed to wooden boards, with several officials traversing the hall, holding the question placards for the candidates to review. As the officials began to pace back and forth in the examination hall, brandishing the question placards, Zhu Ping'an distinctly perceived the surrounding tumult. Then, A soldier standing armed barked a command for silence, warning that any further disturbances would result in accusations of cheating. Under the soldier's stern authority, the examination room gradually fell silent, though the muffled sounds of suppressed gasps still echoed around. Could it be that today's examination questions were particularly perplexing? As Zhu Ping'an dipped his brush into the freshly ground ink, a wicked thought crossed his mind. Surely the questions wouldn't be as absurd as those from a novel he once read, where a candidate was tasked with drawing a circle and composing an essay in the eight-legged format. He recalled that upon reading that story, he had researched the historical context, discovering that the candidate who topped that examination had ingeniously interpreted the task as follows: "At the beginning of a sage's education, there is nothingness," a phrase that perfectly encapsulated the essence of a circle. If today's question were indeed that one, he would undoubtedly bask in reflected glory. However, when the official finally presented the placard before Zhu Ping'an, he glanced at the question and immediately understood the source of the reactions from his peers. The examination comprised 3 questions, 2 from the 4 books and 1 from the 5 classics. The question from the 5 classics was relatively straightforward, akin to a fill-in-the-blank exercise from his school days, merely requiring candidates to cover the ends and leave a line blank for answers. This particular question was essentially an elongated fill-in-the-blank format, and as Zhu Ping'an frequently reviewed the 4 books and 5 classics, he could easily answer it. He believed that for his fellow scholars, it would not pose a significant challenge. Yet the 2 questions from the 4 books were, well, how should one say it? Utterly bewildering. The first question consisted of just 2 words, the master said. Merely gazing at the first prompt was enough to induce a headache, the master said. What on earth did Confucius actually say? How was one to compose an essay from such a vague prompt? However, upon seeing this question, Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, this was a question he had encountered before in a modern article titled An Appreciation of the Eight-Legged Essay from the Ming Dynasty, which cited this very prompt and provided a standard interpretation. Although this question was not the circle one he had initially envisioned, it was nonetheless familiar to him. Thus, upon reading the question, he did not share the confusion and grim expressions of his peers. Instead, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. Oh, it seemed that this candidate had been driven to the brink of laughter by the absurdity of the question. Perhaps he was the one most tormented by it. The official holding the placard cast Zhu Ping'an a sympathetic glance, unaware of the sympathy directed towards him. Zhu Ping'an neatly transcribed the first question in fine script onto a scrap of paper before moving on to the second question. This one was considerably more straightforward. Presenting the prompt, "The noble man reaches upward, while the petty man descends." This quotation was derived from the Analects. The master said, "The noble man reaches upward, while the petty man descends." With 3 questions in total, the fill-in-the-blank from the 5 classics was something everyone could tackle without significant disparity, making the crucial differentiators clearly the 2 questions from the 4 books. While the first question indeed left many in a state of confusion, the second was more reasonable. Otherwise, no amount of armed officials would be able to maintain order. In contrast to others who are racking their brains and feeling overwhelmed, Zhu Ping'an appeared remarkably relaxed and at ease. He picked up his pen and immediately began to tackle the subject on a piece of draft paper. The first prompt was the master said, which, in the context of the imperial examination, is considered a minor topic. Major topics typically consist of multiple sentences or entire chapters, whereas minor topics may comprise just a phrase or a few characters, as exemplified by this 2-character prompt. The act of deciphering the prompt is the most crucial aspect of the 8-legged essay. If the examiners are negligent, they may merely glance at the prompt. To break the topic, in simple terms, involves analyzing what the prompt entails. The 8-legged essay has specific requirements for this analysis, mandating it be expressed in 2 lines. Although there are instances where 3 lines are used, they appear as a long sentence with pauses, resembling 3 distinct lines. One must encapsulate and elucidate the meaning of the prompt without explicitly stating it. Breaking the topic marks the commencement and essence of the 8-legged essay. A well-broken topic leads to twice the results with half the effort. The common man is a teacher for 100 generations. A single word becomes the law for the world. Zhu Ping'an inscribed these 2 lines on his draft paper, representing the quintessential breakdown of the prompt. The phrase teacher for 100 generations refers to the master, while law for the world pertains to the saying. Together they form the master said. A profound interpretation that is both clear and commanding. Following the breakdown, he proceeded to develop the topic. Although Zhu Ping'an, in modern times, had only glanced at the prompt and the breakdown, he had nonetheless undergone 8 years of systematic study during the Ming Dynasty, with the topic thoroughly analyzed. The subsequent steps, expounding the topic, the 8 comparisons, and the conclusion, became significantly easier. After a brief period of contemplation, Zhu Ping'an began to write with meticulous small script on the draft paper. In less than an hour, he completed the first essay in a flowing, standard small script. Just as he set down his brush upon finishing, he heard 3 drum beats emanating from the Mingyuan building, followed by the expressionless voice of a nearby constable announcing, "Feel free to drink tea or use the restroom, but do not create a commotion. Violators will be considered cheating." This announcement signified a break for tea, water, and restroom use. At the entrance of the examination hall, a large water jar awaited those who wished to quench their thirst. Though one had to rise and signal to the patrolling constables, and speaking was strictly prohibited. At the far end of the hall was a latrine containing a bucket, which served as the restroom. At that moment, Zhu Ping'an felt no thirst, but rather a slight urge to relieve himself. He rose to signal his intent to use the restroom. The patrolling constable confirmed that no one was present at the latrine and granted Zhu Ping'an permission, handing him a sign. Zhu Ping'an accepted the sign with both hands, noticing that it bore inscriptions on both sides. One side read, "Entering stillness," and the other, "Exiting for relief," a phrase that likely traces its origins to ancient practices. Holding the sign to his chest, he was finally permitted to exit the cramped examination hall. Cautiously, Zhu Ping'an stepped out, careful not to disturb the ink, paper, or brush. As he emerged, a constable shadowed him closely, maintaining a constant proximity. While Zhu Ping'an understood their intentions were merely to prevent any cheating, he could not shake the feeling of being afforded a sort of VIP treatment. Chapter 135. The unfortunate child. As one drew closer to the foul pit, the noxious stench intensified, accompanied by the persistent buzzing of flies and mosquitoes. This odor was utterly unbearable. A retching sound echoed, and Zhu Ping'an turned to see the unfortunate child huddled in the stall adjacent to the pit, his pale visage and vacant gaze betraying his misery as he leaned against the wall, heaving. It was a scene of utter despair. Upon noticing Zhu Ping'an approaching with the sign indicating his need for privacy, the unfortunate boy shuddered, akin to a young girl cornered by a towering figure in the dead of night. His lifeless eyes seemed to convey a silent accusation. How could it possibly get any worse? "Dear sir, I sincerely apologize. It is not my intention to exacerbate your unfortunate predicament." Zhu Ping'an could only express his regret through his gaze. The details of the pit are best left unspoken. Suffice it to say that under the sweltering heat, with the acrid scent and the incessant buzzing of insects, the act of relieving oneself became a torment. Upon hearing that Zhu Ping'an was utilizing the small privy, the gentleman next door could hardly contain his desire to give him 100 accolades. After finishing his business and cleansing his hands, Zhu Ping'an emerged from the pit, only to be met with the grateful glimmer in the eyes of the unfortunate boy, leaving him momentarily perplexed. However, upon reflection, he found solace in the thought. One can only hope that this ill-fated lad does not succumb to the overwhelming stench and falter in his performance, as the saying goes. Before great responsibilities are bestowed upon an individual, their spirit must be tempered through trials, their body tested through labor, and their resolve steeled through adversity. May he achieve commendable results, though judging by the way he rolled his eyes in disgust, it might prove to be quite a challenge. Returning to his quarters, Zhu Ping'an returned the privacy sign to the supervising official and resumed his examination. He had already drafted the first of the 8-legged essays and proceeded to tackle the next prompt, a simple piece that required little time. Soon, he meticulously inscribed his thoughts onto the draft paper. Having completed the essay on the scriptures, he moved on to the second 8-legged prompt, which read, "The gentleman reaches upward, while the petty person descends." This phrase, derived from the Analects, conveys that the noble pursue righteousness, while the ignoble chase after fame and wealth. Although he had never attempted to dissect this topic before, it seemed quite standard, presenting no significant challenge, merely a test of one's literary flair. Zhu Ping'an paused, contemplating for a considerable time before finally dipping his brush into the inkstone. He then carefully transcribed his polished prose in small script onto the draft paper. Once all 3 drafts were completed, Zhu Ping'an stretched his limbs and gently moved his body. Writing in such a constricted environment was undeniably detrimental to one's health. After a brief exercise, he glanced out at the Mingyuan Tower, allowing his eyes a moment of respite. For in ancient times, one could not rely on spectacles for nearsightedness. "Hey, you there. No looking around," admonished a patrolling official upon noticing Zhu Ping'an's wandering gaze. I was merely looking straight ahead, if you please." Though such thoughts lingered in his mind, Zhu Ping'an obediently averted his gaze. The ancients were oblivious to the theories of eye protection, and engaging in a debate with him at this critical juncture would be akin to a longevity deity consuming arsenic, inviting death. Under the watchful eyes of the officials, Zhu Ping'an dutifully redirected his attention, immersing himself solely in the composition of the eight-legged essay. Once he withdrew his gaze, he bent over his desk and began to meticulously transcribe the first essay onto the examination paper, pouring forth his utmost effort to showcase his calligraphy in neat small characters. Upon completing the first question, he heard 3 drum beats, followed by the arrival of attendants bearing dishes and fresh water for each candidate. The lunch consisted of a meat dish, a vegetable dish, and a generous bowl of rice, accompanied by a bowl of plain water. This was the midday meal for the candidates. The vegetable dish was rather bland, while the meat was excessively salty. However, the rice was glistening and exquisite, offering a delightful texture and flavor. Typically, one would eat rice alongside the dishes, but today he found himself savoring the rice with the vegetables. During this time, Zhu Ping'an felt as though his palate had become somewhat spoiled. Fortunately, the bowl of rice allowed him to satiate his hunger. Once the meal was finished, the attendants came to clear the table and provided a clean and tidy examination space for the candidates. After dining, Zhu Ping'an inexplicably thought of the unfortunate candidate in the latrine, wondering how his lunch fared. Unbeknownst to Zhu Ping'an, the candidate in the latrine had immediately vomited upon seeing the meal, waving his hands as if confronted by a monstrous flood. It was a wonder anything could be consumed in such an environment. After the wretched child had expelled his meal, a deep sense of anxiety set in. What if everyone else had eaten their lunch? Would the latrine once again become lively, prompting another bout of nausea? After the meal, Zhu Ping'an began transcribing the second question. Midway through, he heard 3 drum beats, followed by 3 strikes of the cloudboard, and then the proctor's voice rang out, urging the candidates to transcribe their final answers, akin to modern invigilators reminding examinees to manage their time wisely. It was around 1 to 2 o'clock. Zhu Ping'an leaned forward, continuing to transcribe the second 8-legged essay. The content of the essay was not extensive, and it did not take long for him to complete it. Subsequently, he transcribed the scriptural text as well. Once he had finished transcribing all the questions, Zhu Ping'an diligently reviewed his work. At this point, some candidates had already submitted their papers and proceeded to the waiting area for the release of their permits. Ignoring those who had submitted their work, Zhu Ping'an continued his thorough inspection, reviewing it twice to ensure its accuracy before rising to signal to the proctor that he was ready to submit his paper. When the official arrived, he instructed Zhu Ping'an to remove the floating sign bearing his name from the exam paper and write his seat number. Only then did the official accept Zhu Ping'an's paper and hand him an exit pass. After receiving the exit pass, Zhu Ping'an, guided by the attendants, made his way to the waiting area for the release of permits. The first group of candidates had already been allowed to leave. Zhu Ping'an and his group waited for about a quarter of an hour before they were permitted to exit the examination hall. At the entrance, a small clerk collected a pass for each departing candidate. Zhu Ping'an joined the line, submitted his pass, and stepped out of the Jiangnan examination hall. Once outside, he glanced back at the entrance, feeling as liberated as a bird released from its cage, and a wave of ease and comfort washed over him. Brother Zhu, you have finally emerged. Before Zhu Ping'an could savor a couple of breaths of fresh air, he was met with a wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Without needing to look, the sound alone revealed the identity of the culprit, the portly Xue Qi, as Zhu Ping'an began to greet him. His words faltered upon witnessing the shocking sight of the rotund figure before him. Reminiscent of someone who had been unceremoniously thrashed in a secluded grove by a band of burly men, all without a single coin exchanged. It was truly a spectacle of snot and tears. Approaching with an exaggerated display of misery, Xue Qi was a veritable fountain of tears. An accompanying wave of foul odor wafted through the air. Good heavens, have you been bathing in a toilet? Zhu Ping'an recoiled, regarding his companion as a veritable disaster. This remark struck a nerve, and Xue Qi's tears flowed anew. Brother Zhu, I was assigned to the foul group, sob sob sob, and I've spent the entire day retching. He lamented, his snot and tears flowing freely as he waved his chubby hands. bemoaning the unfairness of the examination that relegated him to a stinky group, which rendered him only able to perform at 10% of his potential. In Chapter 136, the re-examination, and Chapter 161, a thorny issue, the narrative continues. I feel that the leading figures on the monthly ticket rankings are playing a jest on me. Every time I sense a glimmer of hope, they sprint away with a flourish, leaving me in the dust. Therefore, I have decided to besiege for monthly votes for individual chapters, hoping that you, dear readers, will lend a hand to the humble. I yearn to toss a bar of soap in front of these two titans of the literary world. As the month draws to a close, with only 3 days remaining. If you possess any monthly tickets, I urge you not to hoard them, regardless of the outcome. I am certain there will be a small surge in activity over the weekend. The thought of that graceful parabolic arc excites me immensely. In Chapter 177, however, the rotund fellow has already seen through it all. Xueqi, like a dedicated shadow, followed Zhu Ping'an everywhere, claiming, "My father instructed me to learn from you." Learn what? Pray tell? Zhu Ping'an thought, wishing he could deliver a swift kick to that chubby visage. While I toil over my books at night, you slumber at the desk. When I practice writing in the morning, you doze against a tree. During the day, as I engage in rigorous study, you drool at the table. What exactly are you learning? Yet, despite his propensity to nap, Xueqi proved to be a loyal companion, insisting on accompanying Zhu Ping'an to return a book to the wealthy Li family. Upon arriving at their doorstep, Xueqi marveled at the stone lions flanking the entrance, pointing animatedly. "Goodness, do not frighten me. The craftsmanship is exquisite, glossy, and translucent. Such fine jadeite. To create such grand stone lions must have cost a fortune, leaving them here at the entrance without fear of theft?" With unrestrained enthusiasm, Xueqi approached the lions, inspecting them closely, lamenting as if he could transform into a mighty figure capable of hoisting them away. Jadeite. In the village. Who was familiar with this? Had it not been for the chubby fellow's words, Zhu Ping'an would have never imagined that the stone lion casually discarded at the entrance of the wealthy Li family's estate could leave a rich second generation like him utterly astonished. Is it too much to expect some ambition? Zhu Ping'an cast a scornful glance at the chubby man and then stepped forward, ascending the stairs. Upon reaching the entrance, he knocked on the grand door. There was no response. It seemed that Master Li was once again away from home. If he were present, Uncle Li, the doorman, would not dare to be so lethargic in his duties. After another knock, the door finally swung open. I was just thinking that young Master Zhu might arrive. And to my surprise, he indeed has come. Please, come in. Just yesterday, our master departed, and he instructed me not to neglect young Master Zhu's visit. Uncle Li, the doorman, opened the door and began to speak incessantly, much like the monk Tang's son. Enough of this. How could Master Li possibly give such instructions? Zhu Ping'an was not convinced. When he saw the chubby man, Uncle Li paused momentarily. "This is my friend, Xueqi from Fengyang Prefecture," Zhu Ping'an introduced. "Having heard of your esteemed collection of books, he wishes to pay a visit. Since he is a friend of young Master Zhu, it poses no issue." After a brief contemplation, Uncle Li allowed Xueqi to enter. Once inside the courtyard, Xueqi was as enthusiastic as Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden, pointing excitedly at various items in the yard, exclaiming about the redwood corridor, the rosewood window frames, and even the ornamental fish in the pond, calling them exquisite treasures. Who is making such a ruckus? Does she not know that the young lady is reading? The door to the study suddenly swung open, and the maid Baozi, pouting, emerged with a handkerchief in hand, scolding in an indignant tone. Upon seeing Zhu Ping'an, she momentarily hesitated, having thought he was the thoughtless young servant. Yet, her brow furrowed, as Zhu Ping'an had always been courteous and never acted this way before. "Wow, how beautiful! Much prettier than the maids in my home." At that moment, the chubby man, with his loud voice, burst out. Baozi's attention was drawn to the rather rotund figure clinging to a pillar in the corridor, causing her to startle and quickly hide behind Zhu Ping'an, feeling both embarrassed and angry. "Who are you? Who permitted you to enter? Do you not know that outsiders are not allowed here?" Baozi peered from behind Zhu Ping'an, partially concealing her face with her handkerchief, pouting in indignation. "Outsider?" the chubby fellow murmured, and then, as if struck by lightning, he pointed a quivering finger at Zhu Ping'an, exclaiming, "Brother Zhu, you truly lack integrity. You've hidden this for so long. I wondered why you weren't enjoying the moonlight by the Qinhuai River. Turns out you have a beautiful wife at home. And such a stunning beauty at that. How enviable. What are you saying?" Zhu Ping'an was left speechless. Baozi's face flushed crimson as she retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Who is his beautiful wife?" The chubby man looked at Zhu Ping'an and Baozi with a knowing glance, as if to say, "No matter how you disguise it, the astute chubby fellow has already seen through your facade. You still refuse to acknowledge it. Just now, you stated that outsiders are not permitted entry. And yet you did not mention Zhu, which implies that Zhu is indeed one of your own. This indicates that you all are akin to a family." The rotund Xueqi appeared to embody a detective, presenting his reasoning with undeniable logic. "What nonsense are you spouting?" exclaimed the maid Baozi Huar, blushing with both embarrassment and anger. "Huar, are you itching for trouble? You cannot even handle such trivial matters." At that moment, a melodious voice reminiscent of a lark resonated from the study, enchanting to the ear. Instantly, Xueqi's chubby face turned towards the doorway of the study, and through his lewd gaze, a stunningly beautiful young lady emerged. The maid, who had considered herself remarkably lovely, appeared but a mere star next to the moon in comparison to this girl. Even a celestial being would feel a sense of shame in her presence. Beyond her beauty, her aura was intoxicating, ensnaring all who beheld her. This young lady bore no resemblance to any girl Xueqi had encountered before. Those he had known were all demure and graceful, while this one could only be described as enchanting. Upon witnessing her, he felt that all other girls were but lifeless figures, whereas she possessed a vibrant essence. Who is this rotund pig? Does he not understand that outsiders are not allowed? Someone, please usher him out. The cunning young lady, Li Shu, had just stepped out, casting a disdainful glance at Xueqi before issuing commands to the maid, Huar. Outsider. Upon hearing this term, Xueqi's heart shattered, and he gazed at Zhu Ping'an with a mixture of envy and jealousy, lamenting, "This too is your own, sob, Zhu. You truly are the envy of all, sob, sob. One must not gaze upon what is forbidden." Wailing, he turned his head away, refusing to look at the cunning young lady and the maid. After all, these were all Zhu's women, and he could not betray his friend. Truly, Xueqi was endearingly naive. Zhu Ping'an could not help but chuckle at him. "What nonsense are you uttering, you fat pig? Who is that toad's own?" The cunning young lady's cheeks flushed as she pointed at Xueqi, berating him vehemently. Then, casting a glance at Zhu Ping'an, who was grinning, she could not help but reveal her small tiger teeth in irritation, approaching Zhu Ping'an to pinch him, scolding, "Ah, Zhu Ping'an, why do you grin like that? Stop daydreaming." In the midst of a public display of flirtation, someone timidly interjected. A certain lewd fat man shielded his eyes with both hands, looking up to the heavens with a sigh, embodying the essence of someone who, despite your attempts at concealment, had already seen through it all. To be continued. Chapter 185. One surname is Yan, and the other is Zhang. The light drizzle from last night ceased just as Zhu Ping'an concluded the second part of his strategy against the Japanese invaders. In the early morning, after refreshing himself, Zhu Ping'an opened the window and was instantly greeted by a wave of invigorating air. Indeed, the rain had washed the airborne dust from the sky, rendering the air quality infinitely superior to that of the heavily polluted modern metropolis. Zhu Ping'an placed his calligraphy practice sheets and a handwritten book into his messenger bag, then retrieved the oil cakes made by his mother, Chun, which had developed a faint sourness after just over 2 days. However, the thought of his mother tirelessly preparing fried dough sticks throughout the night compelled Zhu Ping'an to wrap the remaining 2 dough sticks along with some pickled vegetables in paper, clutching the black wooden board as he descended the stairs. In the lobby, he ordered a bowl of congee and devoured it alongside the fried dough and pickles. After breakfast, Zhu Ping'an casually slung his backpack over one shoulder, balancing the black wooden board, and leisurely made his way to the banks of the Qinhuai River. Due to the recent heavy rainfall, the waters of the Qinhuai had risen significantly, nearly covering the first step of the stone staircase. Zhu Ping'an retrieved a bamboo tube from his backpack, filled it with river water, and headed towards the grove where he usually practiced calligraphy and reading. On the opposite bank of the Qinhuai River, a young maiden with a falling horse bun, dressed in resplendent attire, opened her window after rising and suddenly became animated. She extended her delicate hand to tug at the arm of a girl about 17 or 18 years old who was applying her makeup, exclaiming with excitement, "Sister, do you see that figure? Could it be our benefactor?" The girl beside her, momentarily distracted from her cosmetics, hurried to glance outside. Yet her view was only filled with passing pleasure boats, devoid of any recognizable figures. "Dear sister, please do not tease me any longer. We have misidentified him twice already." That gentle, Jade-like young man is beyond our reach, the girl lamented, turning away from the window, attempting to dissuade her companion. But, sister, I really think I saw him just now. The girl with the falling horse bun pouted in protest. You said the same thing the last 2 times. The 17 or 18-year-old girl retorted, then pulled the girl with the falling horse bun to the dressing table to help her with her grooming. Leaves blanketed the entire grove, obscuring the ground entirely. Even the stone on which they practiced calligraphy was covered with foliage. Nevertheless, the air within the grove was invigorating, imbued with the fresh scent of earth, refreshing and revitalizing. Zhu Ping'an picked up a twig to clear the stone of leaves, placed the black wooden board atop it, and set a thick piece of coarse cloth on a smaller stone to sit upon as he commenced his writing practice. Zhu Ping'an's calligraphy had now developed its own distinctive style, worthy of first prize in any contemporary calligraphy competition. Gradually, dawn broke in the east, and the sun began to rise. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, casting a soft golden halo around Zhu Ping'an as he bent over his writing. Beautiful characters. Exquisite characters. A sudden voice startled Zhu Ping'an, causing him to nearly drop his brush. Looking up, he beheld an elderly man clad in Taoist robes standing beside him, praising the characters he had inscribed on the black wooden board. Despite his white hair, the old man appeared rosy-cheeked and ethereal, adorned with a purple cap and wearing a bagua robe. His sleeves fluttered gently in the breeze, exuding an unmistakable air of mystical wisdom. By the heavens! When did this old charlatan arrive? Zhu Ping'an thought, still recovering from the shock of the man's unexpected exclamation. After regaining his composure, he scrutinized the old man from head to toe, slightly curling his lip in skepticism at the authenticity of the Taoist attire. What are you? A Taoist or a snake spirit? What nonsense is this? Poor review. Zhu Ping'an silently scoffed, observing the astonished expression of the old Taoist, inwardly lamenting that the next words from the old man would undoubtedly be, "Young man, your countenance is remarkable, full of promise. You must be extraordinary." Indeed. The very next moment, the old man's voice rang out, "Young sir, your features are truly exceptional." It seemed that, for centuries, the same formula had persisted. Unable to contain himself, Zhu Ping'an chuckled, "Master Taoist, how much do you require for your divination? I fear I might disappoint you, as I am rather impoverished. With empty pockets and no means to offer you a donation for your services, I inquire only of fate, not finances," replied the old man, shaking his head with an air of inscrutable wisdom, stroking his long beard while exuding an aura of mystique. "It appears you do not place faith in my words?" The old diviner inquired calmly. Rising to his feet, Zhu Ping'an clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, sincerely nodding as he said, "To be honest, Master Taoist, I do not believe in such matters. I possess only a few coins, which I would like to offer as a modest meal for you. I have my studies to attend to and must beg your pardon." As he spoke, Zhu Ping'an retrieved a handful of copper coins from his bag, presenting them to the old man, suggesting he use the money for breakfast and leave him undisturbed for his studies. However, to Zhu Ping'an's surprise, the old Taoist, displaying a commendable sense of ethics, shook his head in refusal, not even glancing at the coins, and muttered incantations. The head is honored among the yang. The face embodies the essence of the 5 elements, housing the spirits of the 100 meridians, connecting with the divine pathways of the 5 organs. Only with the harmony of the 3 talents can one ascertain the gains and losses of a lifetime. The youth's countenance is indeed extraordinary. I have only encountered 2 such visages. As he spoke, the old man extended 2 fingers, still shrouded in an air of mysticism. Zhu Ping'an had no interest in the identities of the 2 individuals the old man mentioned. His sole desire was to hasten the departure of this old diviner so he could return to his studies. "Master Taoist, please refrain from revealing heavenly secrets." Under normal circumstances, Zhu Ping'an would have inquired about the identities of those 2 individuals, but at that moment, he was wholly focused on his studies, disregarding conventional expectations. Despite Zhu Ping'an's words, the old man appeared entirely unperturbed, maintaining his calm demeanor. "It matters not if you do not believe in my words. Frankly, I too harbor doubts, for your countenance surpasses that of the 2 individuals I previously encountered." Is the old man still lingering? Zhu Ping'an mused, glancing at the tome in his hand with some exasperation. The old Taoist, noticing the book, smiled and shook his head, exuding an air of mysticism as he proclaimed, "This book is unworthy of matching your exceptional features." At this, Zhu Ping'an was rendered speechless. The book he had copied was Zhu Shi's edition of the 4 books and 5 classics, a humble text from which he hoped to prepare for the imperial examination. Just moments ago, the old man had praised his remarkable features. How could he excel in the examinations without such a foundation? It seemed contradictory. Was the Taoist attempting to persuade him to purchase more books? As this thought crossed Zhu Ping'an's mind, he suddenly saw the old man produce 2 well-worn tomes from an unknown source, presenting them to him with an air of divination. Indeed, Zhu Ping'an thought, bewildered. These tomes are truly worthy of your outstanding countenance. The old man insisted, placing the books firmly into Zhu Ping'an's hands. Is this an act of coercive salesmanship? However, what transpired next was beyond Zhu Ping'an's expectations. Before he could utter a word, the old Taoist placed a book in his hands and gracefully departed. The humble monk had observed 2 individuals, one surnamed Yin and the other surnamed Zhang, whose name was Mountain Tiger. The young tiger enters the forest. May you take care of yourself, young master. To be continued. Chapter 193. Composed response upon hearing Zhao Wenhua's inquiry. Zhu Ping'an was somewhat astonished. Just moments ago, the previous gentleman only required him to recite a passage from the spring and autumn annals. Despite his surprise, Zhu Ping'an swiftly adjusted his demeanor, allowing his mind to race, responding with poise. The query posed by Zhao Wenhua derived from Mencius, Li Lu. Part 2. The unceremonious ceremony, the unjust justice. A gentleman does not engage. The emphasis of this topic is not merely on ceremony, but on the concept of an unceremonious ceremony. In answering, one must distinctly differentiate between true ceremony and the unceremonious ceremony. Only then can one genuinely comprehend the essence of this topic and Mencius's teachings. Zhu Ping'an quickly seized the crux of the question, and almost immediately after Zhao Wenhua finished speaking, he replied nonchalantly. The ancients regarded this as ceremony. Yet if I must adhere to it today, it may not align with the ancient ceremonies. The ancients deemed this as justice. Yet if I must follow it today, it may not align with the ancient justice. Zhu Ping'an chose to approach the matter from a temporal perspective, highlighting the distinctions between ancient and modern interpretations of ceremony and justice. He pointed out that if the practices deemed ceremonious or just by the ancients are blindly followed by contemporary individuals, they may indeed become unceremonious and unjust. In accordance with the rigid structure of classical essays, when addressing the concept of unceremonious ceremony, one is expected to respond solely to this phrase without digressing. It is particularly frowned upon to include the subsequent phrase regarding unjust justice. Zhu Ping'an, however, included both phrases in his response due to the inextricable connection between ceremony and justice, which has precedence in classical writing. Having completed his first statement with barely a pause, Zhu Ping'an continued. Mencius said, the unceremonious ceremony, the unjust justice, a gentleman does not engage. This reflects the similarity in appearance yet disparity in essence. An unceremonious ceremony, such as marrying a wife and paying respects morning and evening, exemplifies this. An unjust justice, such as seeking revenge through borrowed connections, is another instance. If the actions of marrying a wife and paying respects, or seeking revenge through borrowed connections, are those which the common man would not undertake, should one not wait for a gentleman to refrain from such actions? In this, one also misinterprets Mencius's intent. In my humble opinion, I hope the esteemed gentleman will not hesitate to provide corrections. Zhu Ping'an succinctly concluded his response regarding the unceremonious ceremony, bowing respectfully as he expressed, excellent. A nearby instructor, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed in admiration after Zhu Ping'an's response. Realizing his impulsiveness, the instructor then bowed in apology to Zhao Wenhua. It matters not. Let us appreciate the fine discourse. Zhao Wenhua waved his hand dismissively, displaying remarkable grace. After comforting his subordinate, Zhao Wenhua stroked his beard and addressed Zhu Ping'an. You may rise and speak. Thank you, esteemed sir. Zhu Ping'an stood up, bowing in gratitude. Ritual arises from righteousness. Righteousness is the essence of ritual. Injustice reveals itself clearly. The discourse on adaptability also offers unique insights. Your words resonate deeply with me, Zhao Wenhua remarked, thoroughly pleased with Zhu Ping'an's response. All credit goes to the guidance of the esteemed gentleman, Zhu Ping'an replied insincerely. Though this fellow may be a treacherous minister, he still holds the key to his own success in the imperial examination. Zhu Ping'an is not a person of rigid principles. He understands the significance of timing in conversation. In life, It is wise to be both accommodating and principled, maintaining one's core values while navigating the world with a certain finesse. As the saying goes, gentle as the spring breeze, solemn as the autumn frost, embodying the idea of being outwardly accommodating yet inwardly principled. Zhu Ping'an's words proved effective, as Zhao Wenhua's gaze immediately softened upon hearing them. Do not credit this official's guidance as your own merit. It is the emperor's grace that you must remember. Zhao Wenhua earnestly corrected the error in Zhu Ping'an's previous statement, yet his eyes twinkled with mirth. After rectifying Zhu Ping'an, he shifted the conversation, adopting a tone befitting an elder, encouraging him to diligently prepare for the imperial examination. The preparation for the imperial examination is akin to discerning the subtle meaning behind a melody. Zhu Ping'an's face brightened at this, and he clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, I shall heed your esteemed guidance, my lord. Nodding approvingly, Zhao Wenhua took up a brush and inscribed remarks on Zhu Ping'an's examination paper. Your writing is refined, exhibiting elegance. Your clarity stands apart from the clamor. Your words are both heartfelt and beautiful. Your responses reflect profound thought and precision. You are undoubtedly of the highest rank. Achieving the highest rank ensures a stable passage through the examination, allowing participation in the subsequent provincial assessment, which is further commendable. After expressing his gratitude to Zhao Wenhua, Zhu Ping'an followed the attendant down from the platform, where he spotted his portly friend, Xueqi, waiting below. The rotund figure stood there, his thighs trembling, with a serious expression on his chubby face. Upon seeing Zhu Ping'an descend, his face broke into a smile reminiscent of a bulldog. Zhu Ping'an offered a reassuring glance to his friend as they proceeded towards the main entrance under the attendant's guidance. At the entrance, there were already 8 individuals waiting, making a total of 9, and it was anticipated that they would be allowed to leave once the portly fellow submitted his paper. Zhu Ping'an waited for approximately 10 minutes before Xueqi, guided by the attendant, bounced over, his face alight with joy. His gait suggested he might take flight at any moment. Due to examination regulations, they could not speak while waiting, but Xueqi stood beside Zhu Ping'an, grinning and making playful gestures. Without needing to look closely, it was clear he had successfully passed. Indeed, Zhao Wenhua remains true to his historical reputation. Regardless of the facade he presents, his treacherous nature cannot be concealed. With Xueqi's arrival, the number of candidates waiting at the door reached 10. The instructors at the entrance counted the individuals and reported to the high platform. Following a sound of the gong, the gates slowly opened, and the instructors verified each candidate's identity against the submission roster before granting them passage. Once outside, Xueqi, in a conspiratorial manner, led Zhu Ping'an to a secluded corner, his large hand clapping on Zhu Ping'an's shoulder. Beaming like a jubilant bulldog, he exclaimed, Brother Zhu, you are truly remarkable. Achieving the highest rank. Ha ha ha, let us see what my father has to say now. Easy there. Zhu Ping'an gasped, rubbing his shoulder. Oh, my apologies. The thought of my father's sour face made me lose control. The portly fellow, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation, sheepishly apologized. Brother Zhu, what rank did you achieve? Surely it must be the highest. It was only at this moment that he remembered to inquire about Zhu Ping'an's examination results. Zhu Ping'an shook his head. The rotund man was taken aback, repeatedly shaking his chubby face in disbelief. Impossible. You must be joking. Zhu Ping'an, with utmost seriousness, replied. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. The chubby fellow seemed as if struck by lightning, muttering to himself, how could this be? With Brother Zhu's talent, how could he not rank at the top? I merely surpassed you by 1 rank, Zhu Ping'an stated coolly. Upon hearing this, the rotund man's face transformed into a mask of profound grievance, exclaiming, it would have been better if I had sent you my results. Be content with what you have. Zhu Ping'an held the man's behavior in disdain. After some contemplation, the rotund man reverted to his bulldog demeanor, asserting, though the results have yet to be announced, you and I are assured of victory as brothers. Come, my treat. Let us venture to the tavern across the river, or rather, let us indulge at this side until we are inebriated. To be continued. Chapter 199. The 72 Worthies of Confucius. Early the next morning, Zhu Ping'an awoke from his slumber, lifting the rabbit fur blanket and opening his eyes, only to be met with an overwhelming chill. To his astonishment, he discovered that it was snowing heavily outside, with a flurry of white snowflakes cascading from the heavens, blanketing rooftops, the ground, trees, and all surfaces with a pristine white layer. The outside world was transformed into a snowy wonderland, resembling a vast white carpet, with occasional footprints visible, likely left by soldiers changing shifts. I am a wolf from the north, yet in Nanjing, I freeze like a dog. Previously, in modern times, this statement had perplexed him. How could Nanjing, a southern city, be so frigid? However, now he was experiencing the biting cold firsthand. Indeed, it was not merely cold, but excruciatingly so. As Zhu Ping'an threw off the covers, he shivered from the cold, thankful that he had prepared adequately with sufficient clothing. After rising, he rummaged through his belongings and donned a rabbit fur coat, finally feeling some warmth. After washing his face, he enjoyed breakfast by the charcoal brazier. He tidied up his quarters, restoring it to a semblance of order with tables and chairs, and then immersed himself back into his studies. His solitary neighbor, fully clad in all his garments, still trembled from the cold, occasionally warming his hands over the fire while attempting to write, all the while being cautious not to let his runny nose soil the exam paper. At that moment, he envied the plump youth who had entered with a large bundle on his back. The heavy snowfall persisted throughout the day, and by its end, Zhu Ping'an had completed the remaining 4 essays. The final piece was finished at dusk, utilizing a small candle. All 4 essays adhered to the classical 5 texts, and none were particularly challenging. However, one question stood out for its intrigue. In the depths of my thoughts. This phrase originates from the Book of Documents, Oath, wherein the depths signifies a quiet contemplation, meaning I am quietly pondering in my heart. This topic is also linked to a modern jest, noting that during the late Qing dynasty, an examination topic was similarly titled In the Depths of My Thoughts, likely inspired by this very provincial examination. It is said that one candidate, having never read the Book of Documents, the Oath, mistakenly believed that the text referred to a younger sister, resulting in an entire essay filled with declarations of affection, comparing the elder brother and younger sister. The examiners, upon reviewing this, were left both amused and perplexed, with one quietly noting, "Dear brother, you are mistaken," which soon became a topic of light-hearted conversation. I wonder if anyone else made the same error during this examination. On that evening, the snow had ceased, yet the following day brought even colder temperatures. It is a well-known fact that while falling snow is not particularly frigid, the melting snow certainly is. By approximately 5 o'clock on the 3rd day, Zhu Ping'an had neatly transcribed all 7 essays onto his examination paper. After several thorough checks, he was ready to submit his work. This was the first and most crucial round of the provincial examination, with the grading primarily based on the initial 7 essays, which would then be considered alongside the subsequent rounds to determine the final results. The submission day was divided into 3 batches, one in the morning, one in the afternoon, and one in the evening. For each paper submitted, the receiving official would issue a token to confirm receipt. The exam papers were anonymous, and prior to grading, the copies were transcribed in red ink. The examiners would then review the papers using blue ink. Zhu Ping'an managed to submit his paper just before evening, gathering his belongings and exiting the Jiangnan examination hall alongside the throng of candidates. As he left the hall, he noticed that some candidates were still racing against the clock. For the provincial examination mandated clearing the venue by the hour of Su, roughly between 7 and 9 in the evening. Those who had not finished by then would face disqualification. Good luck to you all, Zhu Ping'an silently wished them as he exited. Upon leaving the examination hall, he observed small groups of people congregated together, discussing the exam. Naturally, the primary focus was on the questions, with participants eagerly exchanging opinions. The debates grew heated, and soon one individual turned pale, realizing something was amiss. Why bother with such discussions at this moment, lacking the mental fortitude to withstand the pressure? Shaking his head slightly, Zhu Ping'an smirked and strode confidently towards the inn. Zhu brother, wait for me," came the voice of the plump candidate trailing behind. Zhu Ping'an paused, turning to see the chubby fellow approach, shivering and sniffling, clearly affected by the cold. As the plump candidate reached Zhu Ping'an, he caught sight of the rabbit fur coat draped over him, his eyes sparkling with envy as he lunged forward, clamoring for a piece to wear. Lamenting about favoritism from his foster mother. "I have another one in my bag. Consider it a gift," Zhu Ping'an replied, stepping aside and tossing his satchel into the plump candidate's arms. The chubby fellow eagerly rummaged through the satchel until he found the rabbit fur coat, hastily draping it over his shoulders. Instantly, warmth enveloped him, and his eyes squinted with bliss. With another examination scheduled for the following day, Zhu Ping'an and the plump candidate enjoyed a simple yet hearty dinner at the inn before retreating to their respective rooms to rest. In the early hours of the next day, Zhu Ping'an and the other candidates once again formed a line outside the Jiangnan examination hall, this time carrying more supplies, including additional clothing. Around 3 o'clock, the hall began to check candidates for entry, and by approximately 6 o'clock, Zhu Ping'an arrived at the same examination room as the previous day. This examination, the second session of the provincial test, comprised a discourse on a single topic, 5 adjudications, and a section on edicts, memorials, and essays. The difficulty of this particular examination was minimal, predominantly revolving around bureaucratic writing. Zhu Ping'an completed this session with a sense of ease, submitting his paper on the afternoon of the third day with commendable quality. Subsequently, in the early hours, he queued for the third examination, which posed a considerably greater challenge, featuring 5 questions on the classics and strategies. The first strategic essay was manageable, but upon encountering the second question, 80% of the candidates appeared on the verge of despair. The query about the 72 sages of Confucius left many bewildered. How can one speak of their capabilities when I cannot even name them all? This perplexity led to widespread frustration among the examinees. However, Zhu Ping'an found amusement in the question. For someone with his exceptional memory, it presented little challenge. He had previously sought out information regarding the 72 disciples of Confucius online, including records from the family of Confucius and the Spring and Autumn Annals. Notably, the records of the Grand Historian states that Confucius, through poetry, history, rites, and music, taught 3,000 disciples, among whom 72 were well-versed in the 6 arts. Thus, this question posed negligible difficulty for Zhu Ping'an. Yan Hui, Confucius's most cherished disciple, was known for his diligence and benevolence. Min Sun was renowned for his moral character. Ranqiu was celebrated for his diverse talents and political acumen. Zai Yu excelled in eloquence, and Duan Muxi was distinguished for his exceptional political and diplomatic skills, as well as his outstanding financial acumen. Besides this strategic essay, another intriguing inquiry pertained to the strategy for managing the Japanese threat. Zhu Ping'an, with little hesitation, refined a previous strategy he had devised and transcribed it onto the draft paper. As dusk fell on the third day, the creaking of the Jiangnan examination hall's doors shattered the stillness at the street corner. A youthful figure clad in a rabbit fur coat emerged, pausing intermittently to glance back at the grand entrance of the hall. A confident smile graced his lips, revealing a hint of innocence, before he vanished into the swirling snow. To be continued. Chapter 203. The Pursuit of a Son-in-Law. Despite finishing at the bottom of the rankings, Zhu Ping'an nonetheless achieved the distinction of being a successful candidate, a status that marked a significant elevation in his social standing. Regardless of the envy or disdain cast upon him by his peers at the inn, the reality remained that he had succeeded. One by one, fellow students approached Zhu Ping'an to express their gratitude, to which he responded with respectful bows. Messages of congratulations flowed continuously from the entrance, leaving the waiting students in eager anticipation. However, it was not long before 2 more heralds of good news entered the inn. The provincial examination results announced that Zhu Shouren, an esteemed elder from Suzhou, had secured the 89th position. Another candidate within the inn also achieved success, sharing the same surname as Zhu Ping'an but ranking significantly higher at 89th, and was notably older, at least in his 40s. The atmosphere in the inn shifted dramatically. Apart from the stout fellow, the students who had previously surrounded Zhu Ping'an now surged towards Zhu Shouren, offering their congratulations and seeking connections. Brother Zhu, your success is no mere stroke of luck. Indeed, Sima Xiangru and Lin Xiangru share the same name, yet they are not on equal footing. The scholars surrounding Zhu Shouren. Some go so far as to subtly disparage Zhu Ping'an in order to exalt Zhu Shouren, insinuating that Zhu Ping'an's status as a successful candidate was merely a stroke of luck, whereas Zhu Shouren's triumph is genuine. What nonsense! The portly fellow, feeling discontent, cast a disdainful glance at those gathered around Zhu Shouren. Why bother with such trivialities? Come, let us extend our congratulations. Zhu Ping'an, unfazed, lifted the corners of his lips in a half-smile, rising to casually address his companion. As Zhu Ping'an and his companion approached Zhu Shouren to offer their felicitations, he discerned a sense of arrogance and subtle disdain in Zhu Shouren's gaze. Although Zhu Shouren returned the greeting with utmost humility, his eyes betrayed the truth. What is there to be proud of? Only half buried in the earth did he achieve success, hardly deserving of our admiration. Upon returning to their seats, the portly fellow glanced at the self-satisfied Zhu Shiming, curling his lip in contempt. Zhu Ping'an, observing Zhu Shiming's inflated ego, merely smiled faintly and shook his head, recognizing that such hubris is limited in scope. It is merely a local examination. The path of scholarship and officialdom is long and arduous, and this is just the beginning. The announcement has been made. The announcement has been made. Soon, jubilant cries erupted from outside the inn, reigniting hope among the scholars within. The newsbearers may not have delivered all the tidings promptly. Perhaps mine has not yet arrived. Thus, the scholars rushed eagerly towards the entrance of the inn. Come, let us see for ourselves. The portly fellow, brimming with enthusiasm, pulled Zhu Ping'an along to witness the announcement at the Jiangnan examination hall. Not wishing to miss such a historic moment, Zhu Ping'an followed closely behind. The Jiangnan examination hall was teeming with people, festooned with decorations, and alive with excitement. As Zhu Ping'an arrived, he beheld the crowd beneath the honor roll, as if scalded by boiling water, clamoring incessantly. Hurry, hurry! Someone is capturing a son-in-law. At that moment, a mischievous shout clarified Zhu Ping'an's confusion. It turned out that someone was indeed seizing a son-in-law. Filled with curiosity, Zhu Ping'an found a stone to stand upon. Gazing down at the bustling throng, among the crowd, he spotted a young scholar clad in academic robes being tugged and pulled by several uniformly dressed attendants. A venerable gentleman, appearing to be around 50, stroked his beard as he observed the scene, occasionally addressing the attendants with remarks. This worthy son-in-law, please come to my home, and I shall bestow upon you 10 taels of silver. Under the promise of such generous rewards, the attendants, as if invigorated by a surge of energy, swiftly ushered the young scholar into a sedan chair. The elder smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude towards the crowd, while another attendant scattered coins among the people as a gesture of celebration, before the elder entered another vehicle, carried by servants as they made their way home. Did you see? The one being captured as a son-in-law is none other than our esteemed Chao Yang, the successful candidate from Yingtian. How enviable it is for us. Do you know? That venerable gentleman is none other than Lord Zhao, a 5th-rank official in our Yingtian prefecture, and I hear he has 3 daughters, each as lovely as flowers. Today he has achieved fame on the honor roll, and tomorrow he shall celebrate in marital bliss. How we envy him. Upon returning, we must study diligently. Alas, why is it not us? Listening to the envious and resentful murmurs of those around him, Zhu Ping'an realized that the individual who had been designated as a son-in-law was none other than the renowned Chao Yang, the successful candidate of this examination. Although Chao Yang appeared youthful, he must be at least 23 or 24 years of age, an age at which one would typically be married in ancient times. The notion of being chosen as a son-in-law provoked curiosity about how Chao would respond to this unexpected turn of events. Not far from this scene, in an elegant private room on the upper floor of a nearby tavern, 2 examiners dressed in plain attire sipped their drinks while gazing out the window at the spectacle of the examination results being announced at the Jiangnan Gonyuan. Chao Yang ought to express his gratitude to Brother Zhang, remarked Wang, one of the examiners, with a sly smile as he observed the spectacle of the son-in-law selection. Zhang, the other examiner, shook his head, wearing a wry smile that rendered him momentarily speechless. To effortlessly acquire a successful candidate, Wang mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Brother Wang, tread lightly with your words, Zhang cautioned, shaking his head with a bitter smile. It is merely the 2 of us here. Everyone else has gone to view the results, so there is no need for caution. Wang continued, in my opinion, Brother Zhang, your intentions are commendable, yet the execution seems somewhat skewed. A candidate who should have been rightfully celebrated now finds himself at the bottom of the list. If only he could comprehend my earnest intentions, he would undoubtedly be grateful in the future, Zhang replied, stroking his beard with an air of serenity. The examples of squandered talent are countless. I do not wish for such a gifted youth to become a cautionary tale for future generations. And how can you be certain that this young man is not equipped with perseverance and diligence? Wang inquired further. I have acted out of necessity. Such talented youths are truly the pillars of our nation, and my actions are intended to ensure his future success, Zhang responded, maintaining his calm demeanor. As the 2 examiners engaged in their idle banter, the crowd in front of the Jiangnan Gonyuan swelled, and after much effort, Zhu Ping'an and his portly friend finally managed to squeeze their way to the front of the gathering. The results unveiled. 1st place, Chao Yang. 2nd place, Su Tianshou. 3rd place, Lu Ruqing. 4th place, Yang Wenda. 5th place, Jiang Yuyo. 6th place, Li Yuza. Zhu Ping'an craned his neck to read the names, noting that the first few were unfamiliar to him. It wasn't until he reached the 20th name that he recognized Wang Jin, and subsequently, he spotted Lu Qian and Guiziyu at 63rd and 79th places, respectively. Beyond that, no familiar names appeared. As for Feng Shanshui, Xia Luoming, and others who usually accompanied them, they were conspicuously absent from the list, either having failed to sit for the examination or having not achieved a passing mark. Young Master Zhu, it is truly you. A jubilant voice broke through his thoughts, and Zhu turned to find two familiar young ladies approaching, one with her hair styled in a falling horse bun and the other slightly older. Young Master Zhu, please do not be disheartened. Though you did not succeed this time, I am certain you will excel in the next examination, the girl with the falling horse bun said, her large sympathetic eyes wide with compassion as she fiddled with the hem of her garment. The other girl echoed a similar sentiment. You should not mock young Master Zhu. Do you not understand how hard he worked? Failing this time does not define him. He will surely succeed next time. The girl with the falling horse bun pouted, clearly displeased with the laughter of Zhu's friend. Congratulations, Zhu Shouren. At this moment, another voice emerged, and Xia Luoming, Feng Shanshui, and others approached alongside Lu Qian and Guiziyu. With a somewhat complex expression, Xia Luoming extended his congratulations to Zhu Ping'an. What a stroke of luck. Although you ranked at the bottom, you still made it, didn't you? You must offer extra incense to your ancestors upon your return. Guiziyu also congratulated Zhu Ping'an, but his tone dripped with sarcasm, and his demeanor exuded arrogance, making his disdain quite evident. Isn't Master Zhu's surname Zhou? The girl with the bun was momentarily taken aback. Another elder girl cast a gloomy glance at Zhu Ping'an, but as Xia Luoming and the others approached, the elder girl hurriedly pulled the bun-haired girl away before she could verify with Zhu Ping'an. Just moments ago, they had taken advantage of the crowd to observe the rankings. But now, those approaching Zhu Ping'an were either scholars or candidates, clearly beyond the company of two courtesans. To be continued. Chapter 223. The proudly shoe before me stood a girl, languid and enchanting, with snowy fingers entwined in dark hair, her large, watery eyes rolling dramatically. What an arrogant and impudent little girl. Zhu Ping'an thought to himself. Hey, Zhu Ping'an, are you made of wood? The girl's discontent was evident as she frowned upon his silence, pouting her tempting, rosy lips. Then you must be a sparrow, making all this noise, Zhu Ping'an retorted, casting a casual glance at the languorous girl. You are the one who resembles a scruffy sparrow. The lazy girl, resembling a Persian cat whose tail had been stepped on, fluffed up in indignation, springing to her feet and confronting Zhu Ping'an, glaring at him with puffed cheeks. Too close for comfort. Zhu Ping'an could distinctly see the fine fuzz on her flawless, petite face, catch the faint scent of orchids emanating from her, and hear the soft clattering of her teeth behind her alluring lips. Then, Zhu Ping'an reached out his hand. This sudden movement startled the fierce girl, causing her to retreat several steps, glaring at Zhu Ping'an with intensity. The words "lecher" were on the tip of her tongue, but she abruptly halted. In her eyes, Zhu Ping'an was smiling gently as he naturally reached into his satchel, retrieving a thick tome bound with thread and paper. The title "The Legend of the Heavenly Sword" inscribed on the top page. The girl's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, yet she haughtily waved her slender hand, instructing her chubby-faced maid, Hua to take the thick book from Zhu Ping'an. Aside from the cunning girl, the others in the study, including the matron and several maids, gazed at Zhu Ping'an with admiration and reverence. In their eyes, a scholar was akin to an official, a person of great stature, someone they could only look up to. Upon receiving the legend of the heavenly sword, the cunning girl finally settled down, enjoying fruits while engrossed in her reading. Zhu Ping'an wandered behind the bookshelf in the study, perusing the tomes he sought. After a considerable interval, he noticed that the collection at Li Da's estate had nearly doubled since his last visit. The bookshelf had expanded by 3 additional rows, predominantly filled with texts related to the imperial examinations. As he flipped through the pages, he often stumbled upon the volumes he required. I shall change my clothes. Do not follow me, the cunning young lady stated after a brief period of reading. She rose and approached the door, dismissing the eager maidservants, including the plump girl Huayer, who wished to accompany her. Alone, she exited the study. Zhu Ping'an continued to sift through the shelves, meticulously selecting the books he intended to borrow, oblivious to the passage of time. Upon choosing 3 volumes, He emerged from behind the bookshelf just as the cunning young lady returned to the study. Their eyes met unexpectedly. You? Zhu Ping'an blinked in surprise upon seeing her. The young lady's dark hair was elegantly tied with a pale lavender ribbon, with a few rebellious strands cascading over her shoulders, accentuating her porcelain complexion. Her face, untouched by cosmetics, radiated a refreshing allure. However, something about her seemed amiss. A second glance revealed the peculiarity, a small dark smudge on the tip of her nose. Perhaps a remnant of eyebrow pencil from her makeup routine. What do you mean? The young lady, sensing Zhu Ping'an's scrutiny, deftly wiped away the smudge with her delicate hand, restoring her flawless complexion in an instant. She then discreetly rubbed her hands with a handkerchief. This swift action went unnoticed by the returning maidservants who hurried over to attend to their mistress. Zhu Ping'an approached the desk. Registering the titles of the books he borrowed in a ledger before placing them into his satchel, preparing to leave home in search of a tranquil spot to read. He anticipated numerous visitors at his residence, engaging in the customary exchanges that could extend indefinitely. With the upcoming examinations looming, he would be competing with talented individuals from across the nation, necessitating thorough preparation. Huire, please fetch some snacks from the kitchen. Zhu Ping'an heard the young lady's nonchalant voice, laced with a hint of sarcasm, just as he finished stowing the books in his bag. Is she acting strangely? He lifted his gaze to regard her. What are you staring at? Don't overthink it. Consider it a reward for this, she said, waving the book The Heaven's Sword and Dragon Saber. Soon, the maidservant Huire returned carrying a food box, from which she extracted 3 platters of delicacies. Under the young lady's direction, one platter was offered to her as a snack, another to the other maidservants, and the remaining one was presented to Zhu Ping'an. The platter brought to him contained sweet and sour ribs, paired with a cup of clear tea. The dish appeared delectable, and although he initially intended to decline, he reconsidered. Enjoying food while reading in this serene setting seemed quite appealing. Thank you. Zhu Ping'an nodded slightly in appreciation towards the young lady. Just know that, she replied. The cunning girl murmured with a hint of arrogance, casually glancing at Zhu Ping'an before lowering her head to skewer a piece of candied fruit with a toothpick, savoring it with delight. This wretched girl, Zhu Ping'an thought to himself, truly had no idea which unfortunate soul would end up marrying her. Despite his inner musings, he maintained a serene demeanor, sitting at the table and picking up a piece of sweet and sour ribs to taste. The meat was tender, glistening with a rich hue, and the flavor was a delightful symphony of sweetness and crunch. It was truly exquisite, seemingly surpassing even the dishes he had enjoyed at the Li family's home in the past. Have you changed chefs? Zhu Ping'an inquired curiously after relishing the taste for a moment. What do you mean? The cunning girl responded with a hint of nervousness, her large, watery eyes fixed intently on Zhu Ping'an. Is the rib not to your liking? She seemed a bit distressed. It tastes wonderful, Zhu Ping'an replied earnestly, shaking his head. Although this insufferable girl had a temperament that was a complete mess, her fortune was undeniably remarkable, born into a wealthy family and surrounded by such talented cooks. She seemed to monopolize all the good fortune. Really? A flicker of joy sparkled in her glistening eyes, and a radiant smile broke across her red lips, her excitement causing her cheeks to flush. Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but internally critique. Why are you so thrilled over my compliment to your family's chef? Has the kitchen improved its flavors? I had no idea, she mused, then commanded her maid, Huire, reward each person in the kitchen with a coin, and have them prepare a sample for me this evening. The cunning girl quickly returned to her usual aloof demeanor after her brief moment of excitement, issuing her order with a nonchalant air before burying herself in her book, as if her earlier exuberance had been merely a figment of Zhu Ping'an's imagination. Have them prepare a sample for me this evening? It seems this girl is also a foodie. Zhu Ping'an felt a sense of relief. To be continued. Chapter 256. Making friends through literature. Thanks to you for accompanying me along this journey. Buddha once said, 500 glances in a past life can yield a fleeting encounter in this one. Since the first chapter of Cold Door was uploaded, it has garnered over 1 million clicks, each click representing boundless warmth and companionship. 500 glances may yield a single encounter, but such generous support and companionship surely requires at least 1,000 glances. Behind each click lies the weight of 1,000 past glances, and behind those glances, one cannot fathom how many years of cultivation are needed. Thus, it appears that a single click of fate requires centuries of endeavor. Reflecting on Cold Door, the millions of clicks can only convey one sentiment. The depths of the peach blossom pond cannot compare to the affection of the readers who behold me. I am grateful for every reader's click, collection, and recommendation, for every subscription, reward, and monthly vote, and for the boundless support from each reader throughout this journey. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the two esteemed benefactors of this book, Luzhou Guaishushu and Wuxing, for your generous support, which has moved me profoundly and provided me with countless cherished memories. Thank you. I shall continue my diligent efforts. I am especially grateful to the protector of this book, Lidong Yoxiao, for your considerate and meticulous support, which compels me to strive harder. My sincere appreciation also goes to the 5 Hall Masters, Long Tai 20202, Jieru, Long Long Tian Xiao, Feng Zhong Piao Su, and Xingix, for your unwavering support throughout this journey. I shall persist in my endeavors. I express my deep gratitude to the 24 stewards and the 14 attendants, as well as to each and every reader of this book. As a humble author on Qidian, I owe my modest success to your companionship along this path. Thank you. I will continue to strive. Your presence has fostered an atmosphere of warmth and kindness throughout this journey, enabling me to navigate the challenges faced by one from a humble background. To be continued. Chapter 258. My name is Rendi. May I enter? At the entrance, Zhu Ping'an's innocent smile stood in stark contrast to the constipated expression of the shop assistant. He had never anticipated that this impoverished country boy would possess knowledge of Du Fu's poem Guest Arrives, leaving him regretting the simplicity of the couplet he had devised. No matter how one assessed it, this country lad's capabilities seemed woefully inadequate, akin to the nonsensical ramblings of an imbecile. It was truly a miscalculation to allow him to seize this opportunity. The patrons in the lobby were not at all surprised by Zhu Ping'an's ability to respond with the couplet. The shop assistant's offering was more akin to the recitation of an ancient poem, devoid of any challenge. It was entirely normal for a simple-minded shop assistant to be outmatched by a country boy. The combat prowess of these two was negligible, rendering the spectators' amusement merely a fleeting smile. Come in, if you don't mind the trouble. After all, you will have to exit shortly, the shop assistant remarked disdainfully. Viewing Zhu Ping'an's success as a stroke of luck, perhaps gleaned from a chance encounter with an obscure village scholar. Gold will eventually shine. But a clod of earth remains just that. This time, the country lad was merely fortunate. Once he entered the lobby, he would surely emerge with his tail between his legs, as the well-read elites would easily outshine him. Surely, it would be embarrassing for a mere country boy to match wits with them. The sun does not rise in the west. Please help me take the horse to the backyard, Zhu Ping'an said with a gentle smile, handing the reins of the striking black horse to the shop assistant. Better leave it tied outside. After all, you will need to leave again shortly. It would save us both some trouble. The shop assistant rolled his eyes and remained rooted in place. Zhu Ping'an squinted at him with a faint smile before turning to tie the horse to a prominent flagpole outside the inn. Why are you tying it there? The shop assistant complained, clearly displeased. Since you will have to untie it later anyway, Zhu Ping'an replied with a calm smile, proceeding directly into the inn. Well, at least you have some self-awareness. Although the tethering was rather unsightly, it was only for a brief moment. So the attendant decided to overlook the peculiar black horse tied to the flagpole. Zhu Ping'an stepped into the inn. The exterior of the inn was adorned with exceptional opulence, while its interior exuded a poetic charm. The lobby was exceedingly spacious, and upon entering, one felt as though they had wandered into a lush forest glade. It was astonishing that in this era, such exquisite design could exist, harmonizing humanity with nature. Within the lobby, potted plants formed a verdant forest, with flowers and grasses in abundance, and even a rockery waterfall graced the space, resembling a miniature woodland within the inn. The furnishings, seemingly crafted from stone, were actually made of oak, and even the teapots and wine cups appeared to be sourced from the very forest itself, rendering the entire lobby exquisitely elegant. It was both rich in poetic imagery and possessed an air of high refinement. This and would undoubtedly be considered a 5-star establishment in ancient times, especially situated in the imperial capital beneath the emperor's gaze. One might expect to pay at least a couple of taels of silver for a single day's stay, not to mention the cost of 3 meals a day, perhaps totaling 2 taels by day's end, Zhu Ping'an mused, slightly clicking his tongue in astonishment. The lobby was filled with approximately 50 to 60 patrons, all dressed in attire of considerable distinction, some exuding scholarly grace while others radiated a commanding presence. Clearly individuals well-versed in the classics, brimming with talent. In stark contrast, Zhu Ping'an's clothing was faded and bore 2 holes, making him feel quite out of place as he entered the lobby. "Pray, what is your name? I must register you," called the innkeeper, trailing behind Zhu Ping'an as he entered the lobby. In truth, he had little desire to record the name of someone he deemed inconsequential. But the proprietor mandated that all guests must be registered, and the attendant dared not defy this rule. "My name is Ren, with Ren meaning benevolence and Di referring to the nomadic tribes," Zhu Ping'an replied, pausing to meet the gaze of the impatient attendant behind him, a slight smile gracing his lips, revealing a hint of earnestness. "Ren, such a rustic name," the attendant muttered, turning to the counter to register the name. Most of the people in the lobby shared a similar sentiment regarding Zhu Ping'an's name, though a few discerned something in his voice, observing the attendant as he recorded the name, prompting a series of subdued chuckles. "Haha, Wensheng. I wager this lad's name is not truly Ren," remarked a well-dressed youth, nudging his companion named Wensheng, unable to contain his laughter. "Why is that?" Wensheng casually inquired, still preoccupied with the couplet he had yet to decipher, oblivious to the earlier exchange. "This fellow appears simple-hearted, yet there's a cunning spark within him," the well-dressed youth replied with a chuckle. As Wensheng contemplated the couplet, he gazed at his companion in confusion. "Ren, haha, beneath is more fitting." He mocks that attendant for his inability to see beyond appearances. And the attendant, foolishly, has indeed registered him. How utterly hilarious. The well-dressed youth laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. To look down upon others, the attendant's narrow vision of Ren. "Oh, it seems this young man is no ordinary fellow. He is intriguing." The young man named Wensheng shifted his gaze towards a plain-looking, honest boy in the lobby, slightly pursing his lips, intrigued. Several discerning individuals in the lobby, having caught the undertone of Zhu Ping'an's voice, couldn't help but chuckle. The clerk engaged in registration, hearing the laughter from the lobby, cast a puzzled glance, mistakenly believing the laughter was directed at the name of Zhu Ping'an, whom they deemed to have a rather rustic name, Ren. He then returned to his serious task of registration. Nevertheless, despite the laughter, the majority of those present maintained their earlier opinions of Zhu Ping'an. They simply regarded him as a poor country boy with a modicum of cleverness. After all, clever children could be found in the countryside, able to pull weeds by the age of 3 and tend sheep by 5. They considered him merely a clever lad, but nothing more than that, with no significant future ahead of him. Regarding Zhu Ping'an's act of raising his head to observe the couplets hanging in the lobby, they deemed it nothing more than a display of bravado, scoffing at the notion that he could achieve anything worthwhile. It was merely an act to avoid embarrassment when he would inevitably leave in disgrace. Regardless of the crowd's thoughts, once Zhu Ping'an exited the inn's lobby, he looked up at the couplets suspended within. The couplets, inscribed with cinnabar on silk nearly 2 feet wide, cascaded from the 3rd floor to the 1st, their vertical calligraphy flowing like water in motion. The first couplet bore only 7 characters, seemingly simple, yet upon closer inspection, concealed profound meaning. "The mountain spring atop Jingquan remains tranquil, waiting to be continued." In the 267th chapter, the disputes before the dining establishment concluded, and the people showered praises upon the 2 Jin Wei for their fair adjudication. The humble youth expressed his gratitude through repeated bows. Yet when everyone recalled the honest boy who had spoken up earlier, they realized that he had vanished without a trace. Regrettably, they had hoped to establish a connection with him. The Jin Wei in their feathered garments searched high and low for the boy who had spoken out, sighing in disappointment at his absence. Meanwhile, the honest youth they longed for had already slung his satchel over his shoulder and crossed onto another street, carrying a black wooden board. As Zhu Ping'an retraced his steps back to the inn, 3 large ships sailed smoothly down the Yangtze River. These vessels resembled a fusion of an official boat and a pleasure craft, robust and sturdy, yet adorned with pavilions and towers, offering safety, beauty, and comfort that far surpassed ordinary passenger vessels. Upon one of these grand ships, furnished with a carpet made of brocade and animal furs, a languid girl reclined against the railing, her snowy white hands delicately holding a scroll, on the cover of which a verse read, "The mountain has trees, and the trees have branches. My heart delights in you, yet you remain unaware." With crimson lips and pearly teeth, the girl exuded a captivating charm, appearing like a bewitching fox spirit as she leisurely flipped through her book, idly passing the time. On the carpet, a round-faced maidservant knelt, her slender hands gently massaging the long legs of the languorous girl, her expression earnest, rhythmic, and precise, her rosy cheeks flushed with effort. A few robust matronly figures lounged on stools beneath the loft, gazing at the Yangtze River while casually discarding sunflower seed shells into the water. Further down, dozens of guards, clad in uniform attire, were stationed along the ship's railing, their curved sabers at their waists, vigilantly observing the passing vessels, while a sharp-eyed man, armed with a longbow, stood at the bow, alert to the surroundings. Although ordinary blades were not regulated during the Ming Dynasty, bows, crossbows, and armor were indeed classified as controlled weapons. Carrying a longbow in the Ming era was akin to wielding a modern rocket launcher. Yet, the man at the bow of this grand ship boldly flaunted his longbow, demonstrating his audacity. Any vessel that encountered these three large ships would instinctively steer clear, and no checkpoint along the route dared to impede their passage, promptly granting them passage and even supplying fresh water and provisions. Thus, these three ships journeyed downstream at a speed exceeding that of ordinary vessels by more than double. "Miss, look, there's a massive fish swimming over there," exclaimed the diligent maid, Baozi, who was vigorously massaging. She had spotted a large, spindle-shaped fish, over 2 meters long, swiftly gliding through the water, suddenly leaping out as if it were a galloping steed. Baozi's mouth fell open in excitement, chattering animatedly. Upon hearing this, the languidly enchanting young lady shifted her gaze from her book to the river. She glanced at the sizable fish and lightly tapped the scroll in her hand against Baozi's forehead, a smile playing on her lips. "Silly girl, what is so remarkable about that fish? It's merely a chiji, resembling a sturgeon with a fish-like tail, as described by Guopu in his annotations of area. The filthy fishermen here call it a river horse, just like you, lacking in knowledge." "Miss, you are so clever," Baozi exclaimed, holding her forehead in admiration, her eyes sparkling with adoration. "I've told you to read more." The enchanting young lady gently tapped Baozi's head with her scroll once more. "It hurts, miss. I want to read too, but every time I do, I just end up falling asleep." "It's so strange," Baozi pouted, looking up at her mistress with a sense of grievance. Hearing this, the enchanting young lady couldn't help but roll her eyes in amusement. This silly girl had the audacity to complain, yet every time she was asked to read, she would nod off like a head-bobbing insect. "Oh, miss, that big fellow at the bow said we'll reach Yingtian by evening. It's only been less than 2 days. How fast?" Baozi counted on her fingers. "Naturally, it's swift downstream, but once we transfer to the Grand Canal from Yingtian, it won't be as quick," the enchanting young lady remarked, her gaze shifting from the Yangtze to the north. "Really? What if we missed the old lady's 60th birthday? They were originally," Baozi began, but suddenly recalled that as a maid, she should not speak ill of her mistress's family, hastily covering her mouth with her chubby little hands, stifling her words and emitting muffled sounds. The languidly enchanting girl, seemingly unfazed, curled her lips into a playful arc. Her snow-white fingertips glided through her lustrous black hair, and her obsidian eyes rolled dismissively. It had been quite some time since she last encountered that old witch. How delightful it was to find that the old hag had become even more vivacious. "My dear granddaughter must prepare an exquisite gift. By the way, I wonder how my elder and second cousins are faring." The languidly exquisite girl chuckled softly, her dark eyes glancing around. The diligent little maid, who was fervently massaging, shuddered at the sound of her mistress's laughter. The loft was filled with joyous sounds, while below, the old maid, munching on melon seeds, instinctively shrank her neck, sensing an unexpected chill in the air. "Miss, the guide reports that a storm is brewing, and the weather is about to change. It is advised that you return to your room and take care of your health." The man at the bow of the ship, bearing a longbow, respectfully cupped his fists and announced loudly to the loft. The ship's guide, an old fisherman familiar with the Yangtze River, had warned of the impending storm, and such warnings were rarely unfounded. Recalling the instructions given by his master before his departure, the bow-bearing man dared not overlook any details. Upon hearing the guide's words, he promptly conveyed the message. "Understood. Please ensure your safety as well. Once we arrive in the capital, I shall request a reward on your behalf from my father." A voice as melodious as a lark resonated from the loft. "Thank you, miss." The bow-bearing man expressed his gratitude with a bow before turning to organize the affairs on the ship, for a storm necessitated considerable preparation. "Miss, do you think our son-in-law will be taken aback upon seeing us?" The little maid, Baozi, suddenly remarked while tidying up, her large eyes fixed on her mistress. Who has the time to see him? The languidly enchanting girl closed the scroll in her hands and replied nonchalantly. But we are heading to the capital. We will inevitably meet, Bowsy pouted. Just a toad. Who cares to see him? The languidly exquisite girl rose, pursed her lips, and descended from the loft. To be continued. Chapter 275. In the stench, I have a mask once the ink had dried. Zhu Ping'an carefully collected the examination papers and placed them in the designated folder. Hanging it on the wall nearby, the sky had darkened, the night thick like ink, as if one could dip a brush into it. Accompanying the arrival of night was the howling northern wind, fierce and relentless, causing the proctor standing outside to shiver uncontrollably. Of course, along with the north wind came an unpleasant odor from next door, with the stench being most profoundly felt in the designated area. A familiar sound of retching echoed from a distance, starkly audible in the stillness of the night. Perhaps it was another unfortunate soul suffering the same fate as himself. What of being in such a foul place? One could simply fashion a mask. Zhu Ping'an tightened his rabbit fur coat, pulled his bag closer from the bed, and rummaged through it, retrieving a cotton pillowcase. This pillowcase had been lovingly crafted by his mother, Chun, from leftover fabric used to make his clothes. He extracted the pillowcase from his satchel and procured a small knife, meticulously cutting 2 oval-shaped pieces of cotton fabric to fit the contours of his face. Layering the 2 ovals atop one another, he proceeded to carve 4 elongated strips and punctured 4 small holes on either side of the overlapped fabric. Threading the strips through these holes, he secured them in place. Thus, a rudimentary double-layer mask was fashioned. Zhu Ping'an donned this makeshift mask, finding it surprisingly effective. As the unpleasant odors had nearly dissipated, in the stillness of the night, it was an opportune moment for slumber. However, he decided to review the second essay topic on the 4 books, contemplating as he drifted into sleep. The second topic was relatively straightforward. In winter, one knows the pines and cypresses are the last to shed their leaves. This phrase, from the 20th chapter of the Analects, is one often recited. After perusing the prompt, Zhu Ping'an placed the examination paper into the designated envelope, hung it on the wall, tidied his quarters, extinguished the candle, and pondered quietly as he succumbed to slumber. In truth, the topic posed no significant challenge. It merely conveyed that, during winter, it becomes apparent that pines and cypresses are the last to lose their foliage, symbolizing their indomitable spirit and integrity. Zhu Shi's commentary on this chapter was succinct. In a well-governed society, the petty person may appear no different from the gentleman. Only in the face of profit and adversity do the gentleman's principles become manifest. In times of hardship, one recognizes true loyalty. Thus, those who aspire must cultivate virtue. Therefore, the essay could be interpreted as an allegorical reflection on the steadfast resilience of pines and cypresses in winter, paralleling one's own aspirations for lofty ideals. Soon, Zhu Ping'an had conceived a structured essay and quietly surrendered to sleep. As dawn broke, the tranquil morning light gradually illuminated the examination hall, stirring the slumbering candidates. In fact, even before the first rays of light had pierced the horizon, Zhu Ping'an had risen early to freshen up. His motivation lay not in vanity, but in the knowledge that this hour was the coldest of the day, with a lingering morning frost outside. The chill rendered the neighboring odors faint, and due to the early hour, most candidates had yet to awaken and relieve themselves. Thus, the unpleasant aromas were at their mildest. Having eaten only once the previous day, Zhu Ping'an now felt an acute pang of hunger, his stomach grumbling audibly. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon individuals, and thus, one must first temper their resolve, labor their sinews, and starve their bodies, leaving them impoverished and disheveled, to cultivate resilience and enhance what they cannot yet achieve. Wearing his mask, Zhu Ping'an quietly recited this sentiment from the Mencius, retrieving the rationed meat that had been meticulously cut by the inspecting soldiers. He speared it with a metal rod and placed it over the charcoal fire to roast. Carefully, he peeled back a corner of the mask to take a bite, swiftly replacing it afterward. Thus, he chewed laboriously. As for preparing a noodle soup like the previous day, that was regrettably beyond his means today. The first day had been different. He had been among the earliest arrivals, and the neighboring restroom was yet to be in use, leaving no foul odors, which allowed for a warm soup. Today, however, that was not feasible. Once again, as he had done the previous day, it was imperative that he consume something before his stomach rebelled. Thus, Zhu Ping'an heated some jerky and placed it into his mouth. chewing with a mask on to stave off hunger. He would roast a piece, then place it behind the mask, swallowing it with remarkable speed, consuming copious amounts. The supervising soldier outside stood in stunned silence, having just returned from a shift. Bewildered by the bizarre sight before him, this candidate had wrapped a tattered cloth around his face and was merrily munching away, his mouth never ceasing its motion. The night before, during the shift change, word had spread that candidates in another section had succumbed to nausea, particularly one unfortunate soul who had fainted after an evening bout of collective illness in the lavatory. The chief examiner, often referred to as the president in ancient times, had deemed the situation grave enough to send him to Mingjing Building, rendering his exam null and void. Yet, in stark contrast, this candidate under supervision had not only avoided such dire consequences, but was instead full of vigor. No matter how others perceived him, I, as the proctor, was thoroughly impressed. In the span of a short while, Zhu Ping'an had managed to stuff nearly a pound of jerky into his mouth, his hunger long since abated. Yet he felt compelled to consume more. In these extraordinary times, one could never be too full. Meanwhile, another candidate, unable to contain the surging sensation in his stomach, donned a jacket and ventured from his cell to the restroom for a brief respite. Accompanied by the proctor, he walked the path to the lavatory, immensely grateful not to have been assigned to the foul section, reflecting on how many candidates shared his plight. This soon turned into a sense of schadenfreude towards those trapped in the stench-ridden area. One could only imagine their torment. As he passed the unfortunate section, a scene unfolded that shattered his preconceived notions. The candidate he had expected to be writhing in agony was instead skewering meat on an iron rod, grilling it with a tantalizing sizzle, and savoring it with delight. The sight triggered involuntary retching in the candidate on his way to the restroom. Was this individual intentionally throwing up at his doorstep? Zhu Ping'an glanced outside, shaking his head in disbelief, discarding the meat into the charcoal pit to burn away, and began tidying up his cell. As dawn gradually broke, Zhu Ping'an, still masked, organized his belongings, washed his hands, and rearranged his writing materials, resuming his pursuit of success in the imperial examination. When the nauseous candidate emerged from the restroom, Zhu Ping'an was already fervently transcribing his second piece of prose on a draft paper, the ink flowing effortlessly, as if the words were born from his very soul. Even amidst the chaos of the foul section, his creativity surged forth. The candidate who had just exited the lavatory was utterly dazzled by Zhu Ping'an's brilliance. To be continued. Chapter 296. Li Shu, my heart yearns for you, as Zhu Ping'an listened to the chubby child boast with a plump face about the lean divine turtle. Within the courtyard of the Marquis's residence, the second young lady's boudoir was filled with the melodious chatter of Li Shu and several unmarried young ladies of the Marquis's family. After paying their respects to the matriarch, they gathered to converse on topics befitting young maidens. Their discussions predominantly revolved around the backgrounds of their betrothed, how illustrious their family fortunes were, and the high-ranking positions held by their fathers in the court, wielding considerable power. They subtly criticized Li Shu's fiancé, deeming him merely a puffed-up figure, lacking in influence and authority. They remarked how, despite barely passing the imperial examination and being assigned to the lowest rank, it was merely a stroke of misfortune for Zhu Ping'an, suggesting that he might have better luck next time. They comforted Li Shu with notions that even if he failed to succeed, their own husbands could lend a hand in supporting Zhu Ping'an. Seeking a sense of accomplishment through Li Shu's circumstances, Li Shu held a profound disdain for her sister's attitudes, firmly believing that marriage was a union with a husband, not a connection to his father. What purpose did it serve to focus on the future father-in-law? Was her happiness to be dependent on him? Engaging in discussions about future marital life without genuinely understanding their own husbands was a folly she could not fathom. Unbeknownst to them, her indifference was misinterpreted by her sisters as a sign of her being overshadowed, prompting them to converse even more animatedly. The conversation soon shifted to the eldest daughter of the Marquis, their elder sister's impending marriage. The eldest daughter, cherished by her parents, was about to wed the firstborn son of a noble family, inciting admiration and a tinge of envy among the younger ladies. They offered their condolences to Li Shu, lamenting her own situation. As the dialogue continued, they meandered into discussions about cosmetics, beauty rituals, and the latest fashions, reflecting the limited scope of their sheltered lives. Topics of marriage and familial background were significant, yet how could one expect a blissful union if they remained oblivious to the true nature of their husbands? They were, indeed, a pitiable lot. Regardless of how splendid their appearances might be, they were mistaken if they believed that a lasting bond could be forged solely through marital ties. Should their husbands prove unworthy, the strands of their beautiful hair would ultimately serve only to ensnare themselves, an unfortunate ignorance of their reality. It was almost ludicrous. Had they not heard the tragic ancient tale? The formidable leader of the Ba people, a king among men, embarked on a journey with his fleet, traversing the waters to the saline depths, where he fell in love with the goddess of salt water. In a romantic gesture, he severed his hair to present to her as a token of their bond, vowing that their hair would be entwined, symbolizing their eternal commitment. Yet, how beautifully he spoke, only to later return to battle, ignoring the goddess's pleas for him to stay. With a mere flicker of his eyelids, he shot her with an arrow, ending her life while she clutched the hair they had intertwined together. You may be uncertain about whether your future husband will become the chief of the Ba people, but I am certain that the wretched toad certainly will not. For many years, I have understood that loathsome creature all too well. Just as the poem suggests, the young man rides his bamboo horse, circling the bed to play with the green plums. Li Shu cast a disdainful glance at her sisters. Once she exited the boudoir of the young ladies at the Marquis's residence, she instructed her maid, Baozi, to prepare a few red envelopes. She asked Baozi to relay a message to the innkeeper at the establishment where Zhu Ping'an once stayed, informing him to direct any inquiries about Zhu Ping'an to the Marquis's residence, including any announcements of good news. After all, the Marquis's household also deserves joyous tidings. Does it not? With a playful smile, Li Shu returned to her quarters, lazily reclining on the embroidered bed. She retrieved a scroll of text that she had carelessly placed beneath her pillow the previous night. As she gazed at the handwriting left by that wretched toad, a smirk played upon her lips. "All right, I am weary and wish to rest. You may all leave," she declared, lowering the scroll and waving her hand dismissively at the weary maidservants in the room. "Yes, miss," they replied, and the maidservants and the old matron complied, departing. The last of the maidservants kindly closed the door to prevent any disturbances from the outside. After the sound of footsteps faded, Li Shu donned a fox fur cloak, lifted the silk quilt, and, holding the scroll, descended from the bed. Approaching her writing desk, she placed the scroll with the toad's handwriting atop the table, then spread a sheet of pink paper. With delicate fingers, she dipped a brush into the ink and studied the characters for a moment before beginning to write. "Li Shu, I am enamored with you. I only wish for our lives to be intertwined, to hold your hand and grow old together." She signed it, Zhu Ping'an of the Lower River. If one were to examine the characters on the pink paper, they would find them identical to the handwriting in the scroll, as if penned by Zhu Ping'an himself. Once she finished writing and allowed the ink to dry, she furtively slipped the pink paper into the scroll, then, on tiptoe, hurried back to the embroidered bed and tucked the scroll beneath her pillow, once more reclining against the bed's soft surface. A few moments later, within the same room, a beautiful maiden reclined languidly, her attire slightly disarrayed, her skin as pale as cream. Her hair cascaded softly to one side, as if she had just awakened. With delicate fingers, she retrieved the scroll from beneath her pillow and gently opened it. To her surprise, a pink paper fell out. The maiden's small mouth formed a slight frown, as if she had never encountered such pink paper before. She picked it up and read its contents. "Li Shu, I am enamored with you. I only wish for our lives to be intertwined, to hold your hand and grow old together." Signed, Zhu Ping'an of the Lower River. A smile blossomed on her youthful face, sparkling eyes gleamed with delight, and her cherry lips parted to exclaim two cheerful words. She held the embroidered pillow in her arms, giggling for quite some time. "Wretched toad, I shall stew you and feast upon you." Eventually, she murmured, reluctantly tossing the pink paper into the nearby brazier. As the paper was consumed by the flames, a light, cheerful footfall was soon heard from outside. "Miss, I have returned." In the next moment, the voice of the maid, Baozi, resonated at the door, followed by another maid's attempt to obstruct her, seemingly informing Baozi that the young lady was resting. Soon afterwards, Baozi's voice was heard, filled with regret for having spoken so loudly, fearing that she might have disturbed the young lady's repose. "Come in," murmured the figure within the room, her lips parting gently as she called softly towards the entrance. To be continued. If you find this work enjoyable, I warmly welcome you to lend your support on the platform, for your encouragement serves as my greatest motivation. Mobile users may access the reading through the app. To be continued. Chapter 306. Such accomplishments. worthy of recognition silence. Please provide a written explanation and submit it to the clerk beside you. Should this occur again, strict penalties will be imposed. Upon hearing Su Jie's reprimand, the co-examiner's fervor gradually cooled, restoring his usual composure and calm. Indeed, he had almost forgotten the proper procedures for paper evaluation, particularly for high recommendations. There existed a specific protocol. What a close call, he thought, realizing that any oversight on his part could jeopardize the integrity of this examination. Steady now, I must maintain my composure. Taking a deep breath, the co-examiner adjusted himself to optimal focus, nodded firmly, and resumed his seat. Opening the examination paper once more, he understood that to recommend this paper highly, he must articulate clear reasons. One could not rely solely on a single essay, but rather must read the entire submission thoroughly. The first essay was truly extraordinary, standing out among many like a crane among chickens, soaring freely in the wild. Moving on to the second piece, In the Cold of Winter. One knows the resilience of pines and cypresses. This essay, using metaphor to convey aspiration, struck at the heart of the matter, marking it as another rare gem. As he approached the third essay, reminiscent of the first, the co-examiner noted the opening phrase, "The great way is profound and foundational. Scholars must approach it gradually." This line succinctly encapsulated the essence, shining like a brilliant meteor across the night sky. The co-examiner's previously subdued excitement surged once more, nearly compelling him to rise and applaud. Were it not for Su Jie's admonition still echoing in his ears. With patience, he diligently read through the entire manuscript from beginning to end, exhaling deeply once he finished. To not recommend this paper would be a disservice to His Majesty. Our dynasty, encompassing the northern and southern capitals, reflects the grand scale of the world, and the legacy of virtuous rulers who have nurtured the foundation for millennia truly resides here. The eloquence of this work resonates with the hearts of the people, embodying the Confucian ideals of rightful governance, and is particularly insightful. Such accomplishments are indeed worthy of recognition. The co-examiner swiftly pinned the rationale for his high recommendation and cautiously handed it to the clerk who had been waiting patiently, who would then present it to the chief examiner, Yan Maoqing. This is the procedure for paper evaluation. The co-examiner makes the recommendation, and subsequently, the chief and deputy examiners review the submission in succession. In truth, it is the chief and deputy examiners who ultimately hold the fate of this paper in their hands. The deputy examiner first reviews the recommended papers submitted by the fellow examiners. If the deputy examiner finds a paper worthy, he will inscribe a character using a black brush on the red paper. Subsequently, the chief examiner will continue the review, and if he too endorses it, he will write another character on the exam paper, thus designating it as selected. However, should the deputy examiner disapprove of the recommendation, he may veto it, resulting in the paper being discarded. At this juncture, the chief examiner possesses the authority to rectify the decision and potentially select the paper anew. Nevertheless, the chief examiner typically refrains from exercising this right, as it would be a significant affront to the deputy examiner. When the paper fell into Yan Maoqing's hands, he opened the highly recommended submission and focused on the fellow examiner's comments. "It is merely an exam paper. Why the excessive excitement?" he thought, dismissing the fellow examiner's fervent reaction with disdain. However, upon perusing the body of the paper, his composure began to waver. If it were merely a competent submission, it could be easily selected. The issue was that this particular paper was extraordinarily exceptional, to the extent that it could compete for the top honors. Since the beginning of the review, few papers had shone as brightly as this one. If this paper were selected, what would become of the esteemed elder Yan's eldest nephew? Yet, if it were not selected, his personal bias would be glaringly evident, especially as Su Jie, that crafty fellow, was casting frequent glances at this very submission, clearly showing his interest. Damn it, it is all the fault of that fellow examiner's overzealous reaction, drawing everyone's attention to this paper and making it difficult for me to act covertly. Yan Maoqing mused. What do the fellow examiner and Su Jie amount to? Clinging to Elder Yan's coattails is the true path. No, this paper must not be selected. However, if it is not chosen, a justification is necessary. Crafting a rationale would not be difficult. He excelled at nitpicking. Just because the first paper was well done does not imply the others were equally commendable. Thus, Yan Maoqing turned to the second paper in the collection, which showcased impressive bureaucratic writing, so adept that it could be described as masterful. He found no flaws at first glance and continued his review, soon encountering the pivotal section of the paper, a passage of elegant prose. Such eloquence is not easily achieved by the average writer. Yan Maoqing had once labored over similar prose himself, aspiring to ascend the ranks like Elder Yan, yet found his own attempts lacking. He was convinced he could unearth some criticism within this work's eloquence. However, matters did not unfold as he anticipated. As his gaze settled on the prose section, his expression shifted dramatically. With the heavens' wrath, let the winds and thunder be commanded, as 10,000 horses thunder forth in admiration. We beseech the divine to invigorate its spirit, bestowing talent without constraint. Such flattery could hardly escape the emperor's discerning heart. Forget it. It appears that this examination paper cannot be disregarded. After all, the final decision regarding the top candidate will only be made in the last 2 days of the grading period. At that time, I shall lend my support to the esteemed elder brother of the esteemed Lord Yan. Yan Maoqing still believes in his ability to sway Su Jia. With this thought in mind, Yan Maoqing smiled slightly under the gaze of those around him, inscribing the character for accept on the red paper before handing it to Su Jia. The co-examiner who had been observing intently displayed a look of delight, as the strokes clearly indicated that Yan Maoqing had written the character for accept. Su Jia, known for his affable demeanor, beamed even more broadly as he reviewed the examination papers. He nodded repeatedly, thoroughly satisfied with this submission. As the chief examiner of this session, many of the questions were crafted by him. The literary quality of this paper speaks for itself. Yet the clarity of thought aligns almost perfectly with his original intentions in designing the questions, which is truly commendable. Furthermore, the ingenuity of the Qingzi stands out remarkably. Admittedly, the remark by the co-examiner that such talent could be widely recognized seems somewhat exaggerated, yet I cannot be more pleased. Su Jia examined the paper with much more ease than Yan Maoqing, and upon completion, he inscribed the character for excellent, placing this red paper alongside the one that Yan Maoqing had endorsed, as well as 2 others. The papers set aside are all contenders for the title of top candidate in this examination. To be continued. Chapter 314. Your magic surpasses mine. Surrounding the ranking of the final 10 examination papers, the examiners engaged in a strenuous and exceptional debate. Voices raised and arguments exchanged fervently. Ultimately, the rankings for 7 of the last 10 papers were established, though the top 3 remained undecided. These 3 papers garnered support from several examiners. Among the 8 co-examiners, 3 favored the paper pointed out by the vice chief examiner Yan Maoqing, while 3 others aligned with the chief examiner Su Jia, who passionately recommended another paper, which, despite the excessive praise of its literary style, was undoubtedly a strong contender for the top position. The remaining 2 co-examiners had their sights set on yet another paper, which also exhibited solid craftsmanship and remarkable Qingzi. A truly exceptional piece. In this final ranking, Yan Maoqing remained unusually quiet, while the 3 co-examiners behind him fervently defended their positions, all being members of the Yan faction. Su Jia, known for his amiable nature, spoke little, but his status carried weight. The other 2 co-examiners, though equally assertive, were mindful of the numbers against them. Ultimately, the 3rd ranking was established, which belonged to the paper favored by the remaining 2 co-examiners. Now, only the papers supported by Su Jia and Yan Maoqing's factions remained, embroiled in a heated dispute over 1st and 2nd place. At this critical moment, Yan Maoqing remained exceptionally composed, allowing the 3 co-examiners behind him to argue passionately with Su Jia while he remained silent. What does Lord Yan think? Su Jia inquired, turning his gaze toward Yan Maoqing, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After Su Jia had finished his inquiries, Yan Maoqing finally took action. Under the watchful eyes of the examiners, he adjusted his hat, ensuring it was perfectly positioned, then straightened his attire, smoothing out every crease, before adopting a solemn expression. What was Lord Yan up to? The officials in the courtroom watched in confusion as Yan Maoqing, after tidying himself, approached the long table where the last 2 examination papers were placed and picked one up. This paper was precisely the one favored by Su Jia. The 3 fellow examiners behind him gasped in astonishment. What was happening with Lord Yan? Had he forgotten the arrangements made by Lord Yan? Amidst the astonished murmurs of the examiners, Yan Maoqing placed the paper favored by Su Jia squarely in the center of the table, and then he performed an even more astonishing act. He pressed his left hand over his right, concealing both within his sleeves, raised his hands to his forehead, bowed at a 90-degree angle, then rose. aligning his hands once more before lowering them. What was happening? Why was Lord Yin showing such a grand gesture towards this examination paper? The officials in the courtroom could hardly believe their eyes. Yin Maoqing was paying respects to the paper favored by Su Jie. This seemed excessively flattering. Surely it could not be warranted. After all, Su Jie was merely 2 ranks above him. Such sycophancy was unprecedented. The 3 fellow examiners behind him were equally bewildered, their hearts racing. Had Lord Yin made a mistake? Was this a joke? Did he not recall that the signal they had agreed upon was for Yu Xiuzai, and that they were to designate this paper as the top candidate? This would have been a significant achievement before Elder Yin. Had they not all been aligned with Elder Yin? Why was he aligning himself with Su Jie? As the astonished gazes of the onlookers remained fixed upon him, Yin Maoqing completed his ceremonial gesture and spoke softly, his voice low yet imbued with an unspoken gravity. This paper is indeed exceptional, he declared. The 6 words he uttered hung in the air, each syllable resonating like a chilling winter wind in December, leaving the 3 fellow examiners feeling as though they were being battered by a blizzard, penetrating deep into their hearts. Oh, Lord Yin, how could you say that this paper is exceptional? Had you forgotten Elder Yin? Aside from the 3 fellow examiners, the other officials were equally perplexed, unsure why Yin Maoqing had suddenly changed his tune to declare the paper commendable. However, as he continued, Yin Maoqing, with a serious demeanor, pointed to a specific section of the paper, stating, "These 2 characters denote my father's name. These 3 represent my mother's name." And this phrase, Yin Zhuan, signifies the name of Elder Yin. My father, my mother, and Elder Yin's esteemed name are all mentioned within this paper, which is why I had no choice but to perform this grand gesture. Yin Maoqing solemnly concluded, then placed the examination paper favored by Su Jie to one side of the long table, lost in thought for a long while. Upon the utterance of Yin Maoqing's words, the examiners exchanged murmurs among themselves, realizing that the matter had become rather troublesome. In the Ming dynasty, there existed a profound reverence for avoiding names, categorized into 4 distinct classes, the first being the names of emperors, the second those of high officials, the third the names of sages, and the fourth the names of elders, specifically the avoidance of parental and grandparental names. The avoidance of parental and grandparental names is easily comprehensible. For instance, there was a renowned poet during the Tang dynasty named Du Fu. If you find yourself with a moment's leisure, you might consider searching for Du Fu's poetry collection. I can assure you with utmost certainty that within the extensive works of this prolific poet, the character for leisure will never be found. This is simply due to the fact that Du Fu's father was named Du Xian. Thus, to avoid the character Xian, Du Fu refrained from using it in his poetry, as doing so would be deemed disrespectful towards his father. Similarly, the character for Begonia does not appear in Du Fu's works, as it was the name of his mother, and thus he avoided referencing her directly. Moreover, the illustrious poet Zhu Shouren from the Song dynasty also ensured that the character for preface never graced his poetry, nor that of his father or brother, as it was the name of his grandfather. Now, the presence of Yin Maoqing's parents' names on this examination paper is already troubling enough. But to find the name of the esteemed Yin Song, father of the current chief minister, also inscribed upon it is quite another matter. Yin Maoqing, upon seeing his parents' names on the paper, was compelled to perform a profound bow. One must ponder what would occur if Elder Yin were to behold this. Fortunately, the emperor's name was absent from this examination paper. Had it been present, it would have constituted a grave act of disrespect. Aspiring for recognition would have been a mere fantasy, for imprisonment would have been the likely consequence. Indeed, while the emperor's name is not present, the name of the Prime Minister Yin Song is, which raises the question, can this examination paper be awarded the honor of being the best? To allow Elder Yin to see his father's name on the top candidate's paper, would that be permissible? The 2 examiners, who initially held a neutral stance, now shifted their allegiance, supporting Yin Maoqing's desire for the paper to be recognized as the top candidates. The other examiners, who had previously supported the paper, now hesitated, acknowledging its merit while grappling with the implications of honoring Yin Song's name. In contemplation, the 2 examiners ultimately sided with Yin Maoqing. A masterstroke indeed. I have misjudged you. The 3 examiners behind Yin Maoqing were thoroughly impressed, bowing in profound admiration. Minister Yin, though it may seem somewhat forced, we are selecting talents for the emperor's realm, and, aside from the emperor and sages, there should be no taboo. This paper is truly exceptional, far surpassing the others. It must be recognized as the top candidate. One examiner, who had previously championed this paper, remained steadfast in his position, his face flushed with fervor. "What say you, Master Su?" Yin Maoqing inquired, echoing the question that Su Jie had posed to him earlier, casting it back to Su Jie untouched. All eyes turned to Su Jie, who maintained his calm demeanor, as if the weighty stone cast by Yin Maoqing had stirred not a single ripple in the depths of his composure. Thus, the examination paper shall be designated as a draft. Su Jie spoke calmly, picking up the paper that Yin Maoqing favored, where the characters Yuxiu Zai were still visible. The co-examiner who had recommended another paper displayed a look of discontent, attempting to voice an objection, but was restrained by another co-examiner behind him, ultimately letting out a long sigh. "Master Su, your insights are profound. We are in agreement," came the response. Upon hearing this, a victorious smile blossomed on Yin Maoqing's face. The prestigious position of the Grand Master, the uncle of Elder Yin, was secured. It seemed that Yin Maoqing could already envision the approving smile of Elder Yin, as if he could see the four salt districts of Liangzhe, Lianghuai, Chonglu, and Hudong beckoning to him. "Let us fill in the rankings," Yin Maoqing said with a smile. Yes, let us hasten to fill in the rankings. After so long of grading papers, my old back can hardly bear it," echoed several co-examiners behind him. Everything appeared to be under tight control, and Yin Maoqing's spirits could not have been higher. However, just as they were preparing to finalize the rankings, believing that all was settled, the chief examiner Su Jie chuckled and spoke again. "Do not be hasty. Before this examination, the emperor summoned me to the Western Garden, instructing that after I complete the grading, the top 10 papers should be presented for His Majesty's review prior to finalizing the rankings." Su Jie chuckled, looking at Yin Maoqing with a smile. "Your cunning may be a foot high, but I am a yard taller." "What?" Yin Maoqing's expression paled, and the other co-examiners were equally astonished, whispering among themselves. "This is a civil service examination, not the palace examination. Why would the emperor wish to review the top 10 papers? They had never encountered such a precedent before. Is there anything amiss?" "The emperor is also the one who set the questions for this examination," Su Jie remarked meaningfully as he gazed at the group of examiners. "Oh, indeed." The second session's Qingxi was set by the emperor himself. Not one of the examiners dared to voice dissent against the emperor's wishes, all nodding in agreement. To be continued. Chapter 315. The midnight arrival in silken attire. In the stillness of the night, the world lay in serene slumber. From the southeast of the capital city came the sound of urgent hoofbeats, as a group clad in uniform galloped past, their weapons glinting faintly in the cold moonlight. It was already past midnight, and the entire capital was under a night curfew. The guards stationed at the Southern City Military Command had erected barriers at the intersections, wielding weapons and patrolling the streets, forbidding passage to all, as the guards prepared to seek refuge from the wind with a drink to warm themselves. They heard the rapid approach of hoofbeats growing nearer. Soon, a group on horseback appeared, one rider hastening forward, adorned with a spring knife at his waist and brandishing a tasseled token. "Imperial Guard on official duty, clear the way," the rider proclaimed loudly to the patrolling soldiers of the Southern City Military Command. The Southern City Military Commission was under the command of a junior officer overseeing the night patrol, consisting of over 10 men. Upon glimpsing the insignia adorned with tassels held by the officer of the Jinui, the junior officer's complexion turned pale and his body trembled. This insignia was not an ordinary token of the Jinui. From a distance, he noticed that the Jinui was escorting a distinguished figure clad in a bullfighting costume. With no time to hesitate, he promptly instructed his subordinates to clear the barriers obstructing the path. According to the old Ming regulations, the first rank donned the bullfighting attire. The second rank wore flying fish, the third rank was adorned with pythons, while the fourth and fifth ranks displayed unicorns, and the sixth and seventh ranks were represented by tigers. The presence of such a costume indicated the imminent arrival of a high-ranking official. The junior officer dared not delay, urging his men to clear the way. However, their urgency only led to further chaos, compounded by the weight of the barriers, leaving the Southern City Military Commission personnel in a fluster, unable to properly remove the obstacles. As the Jinui drew closer, the 40-something gentleman in the bullfighting attire lightly coughed, evidently displeased with the unfolding situation. At the sound of the cough, the Jinui bearing the insignia jolted, instinctively stowing the token in his bosom. Like a great bird, he leaped from his horse, his feet scarcely grazing the ground before he sprang again, swiftly navigating into the throng of soldiers attempting to lift the barriers. "Lift!" he bellowed, the veins on his forehead pulsating. Under the astonished gaze of the Southern City Military Commission personnel, he seized the entire barrier with a flick of his wrist. He propelled it aside along with several soldiers, clearing the path. The trailing Jinui, without a glance back, urged their horses through the newly created gap. Immediately, the Jinui who had forged the path remounted and galloped after them. In truth, from the moment the Jinui displayed the insignia to their swift departure, no more than a minute had elapsed. The guards at the street corners stood dazed, watching the Jinui rush past, momentarily rendered speechless until two unfortunate souls, who had been inadvertently pushed aside with the barrier, groaned in pain, jolting the others back to reality. What business do the Jinui have at this hour? One inquired, observing their retreating figures. If you value your life, do not ask. The junior officer shot a fierce glare in response, then commanded his men to thoroughly clear the road. One could not rule out the possibility that these gentlemen might return. One could never know the nature of the imperial errands they were undertaking. In this dynasty, the Jinui wielded immense power, far surpassing that of the Eastern Depot. Thus, he dared not provoke their ire. Before long, a cadre of uninvited guests arrived at the southern capital's Shuntian Examination Institute, the very Jinui who had galloped from the street. The institute had strict regulations to maintain the integrity and solemnity of the imperial examinations. Once the examination commenced and the candidates entered, the main gate would be securely locked until the conclusion of the exams, allowing no entry or exit for anyone other than the examinees. After the candidates emerged, the gate would close once more, remaining shut until the grading was completed and the rankings finalized. Initially, it was assumed that the Jinui would encounter resistance. Yet upon presenting a decree, the Examination Institute's gates swung open, granting them entry. Without my command, not a single ant shall be permitted to crawl out. The middle-aged man clad in a bullfighting outfit, accompanied by several guards of the Jinui, entered the Shuntian examination hall and issued instructions to his subordinates. This imposing figure, in his 40s, possessed a tall and robust physique, exuding an aura of strength and valor. His complexion was unusual, with a fiery hue that seemed to emanate from within. Casting a subtle reddish glow upon his skin, he moved with the grace of a crane. Thus, several of the accompanying Jinui stationed themselves at the entrance of the hall, faithfully fulfilling their duties. Lord Lu arrived late at night, an oversight in welcoming him, indeed. Inside the grand hall, examiners Su Jie and Yin Maoqing, upon the arrival of this distinguished guest, promptly rose from their seats to greet him. How could Su Jie and Yin Maoqing not advance to offer their respects? The visitor was no ordinary individual. He was a favored confidant of the reigning emperor, a figure of immense power, and the foremost leader of the Jinui, Shi Lu Bing. This man was not merely high-ranking. He was exceptionally astute, well-versed in political machinations, and possessed a remarkable ability to navigate the corridors of power. Under his leadership, the Jinui flourished. In past dynasties, the Eastern Depot had overshadowed the Jinui, dictating their actions. However, under Lu Bing's command, the Jinui reversed this dynamic, rendering the Eastern Depot gasping for breath. The director of the Eastern Depot would bow in reverence upon encountering Lu Bing. He constructed an impenetrable network, infiltrating the entirety of the Ming dynasty. Any whisper of unrest would reach his ears first. Furthermore, Lu Bing shared a unique bond with the current sovereign, being the son of the wet nurse who had nurtured Emperor Jiajing, having grown up alongside him and earned his unwavering trust. Additionally, Lu Bing had once saved the emperor's life. In the 18th year of Jiajing, when the emperor, unusually refraining from alchemy, ventured beyond the capital to survey the realm, Lu Bing accompanied him with the Jinui for protection. One fateful night in Hunan, a fire erupted in the emperor's temporary palace, raging uncontrollably. While all the officials and guards fled in panic, one individual, wrapped in a damp quilt, bravely charged into the inferno, rescuing the terrified Emperor Jiajing from the clutches of death. Though Lu Bing emerged from the flames with burns, the emperor remained unscathed. The contrast between Lu Bing's selfless act and the cowardice of the fleeing officials was stark. How could the emperor not be devoted to him, not elevate him in rank? Thus, Lu Bing rose to the highest position in the Jinui. His remarkable prowess, the emperor's favor, and the formidable respect he commanded from his subordinates left all officials in the court wary. Consequently, both Su Jie and Yin Maoqing, along with others, rose to greet him, exchanging various courteous phrases. Lord Su, Lord Yin, esteemed officials, Your diligent efforts in reviewing the examinations are commendable. His Majesty has sent me to convey his regards to you all. Liu Bing, however, exhibited no airs of superiority, addressing Su Jie and the others with utmost politeness and a warm smile. Not at all, Lord Liu. It is you who bears the burden of duty at this late hour, Su Jie and the others replied, engaging in polite exchanges. After exchanging a few cordial pleasantries, Liu Bingyan steered the conversation back on track, inquiring of Su Jie and the others about the progress of their examination papers, as the emperor had been pondering over them for several days. What a fortunate coincidence. The grading had just concluded, and the preliminary list was freshly compiled. Su Jie replied with a chuckle. The examiners placed the completed preliminary list along with the top 10 candidate scrolls into a paper bag adorned with various seals. At Su Jie's gesture, they handed it over to Liu Bingyan with both hands. I shall not disturb you further, as His Majesty awaits your report. I trust that by tomorrow, you shall all return home to rest comfortably, Liu Bingyan remarked as he accepted the bag, bowing slightly in farewell to Su Jie and the others. Upon departing from the Shuntian examination hall, Liu Bingyan hastened on horseback towards the Western Garden, where Emperor Jiajing engaged in alchemical pursuits. The Shuntian examination hall would once again secure its doors, awaiting the emperor's review the following day, after which the results would be announced, allowing the examiners to conclude their duties and return to their respective homes. To be continued. Chapter 316. How to recruit talent. The sun hung high in the sky, casting its golden rays upon the Linhuai Marquise, which was resplendent in the morning light. Red lanterns, verdant potted plants, intricately embroidered screens, and incense burners shaped like phoenixes adorned the estate, creating a strikingly fresh ambience. The maidservants of the Linhuai Marquise rose early, donning the newly bestowed garments and jewelry from their masters, busying themselves with preparations for the day ahead. Today marked the 60th birthday of the old matriarch, prompting the servants to rise at dawn to clean the courtyard and attend to their mistress's morning rituals, all under the guidance of the steward, ensuring that the estate was immaculate and ready for the celebration. Zhu Ping'an, as was his custom, arose to prepare for the day. Changing into a new robe brought by the young maidservant the previous day, a water-ink patterned garment paired with white deer-hide boots, his hair simply tied up. Though his features were unremarkable, the attire lent him an air of subtle nobility, albeit not quite on par with that of young Master Zheng. Young Master Zheng stood at the entrance of Zhu Ping'an's courtyard, hands clasped behind his back, clad in sumptuous attire with flowing sleeves, a bone fan in hand, exuding an ethereal elegance that rendered him a picturesque sight. With numerous distinguished guests expected at the matriarch's birthday banquet, he cautioned Zhu Ping'an. You may lack the refinement and possessions that befit our house. It would be wise to remain unobtrusive in a corner to spare our cousin Shuer any embarrassment. Having delivered this admonition, young Master Zheng turned away, his solitary figure embodying the essence of a solitary master. What a morning to be accosted at the door merely to hear such a remark. Observing his gait, it was evident that his prolonged posing had likely resulted in a cramp. Very well, for your attitude alone, I would grant you an 80. Zhu Ping'an chuckled to himself as he watched young Master Zheng depart, his legs trembling slightly. As Zhu Ping'an arrived at the front courtyard, he discovered that he had indeed been relegated to a corner, left unattended. The Marquis's residence had prepared several courtyards, along with the Grand Hall, as a venue for hosting guests, setting up dozens of tables for the banquet. Yet, Zhu Ping'an's solitary table in the corner was so inconspicuous that it could easily go unnoticed. Early in the morning, the second master of the house, who had been busy outside for days on end, returned to the Linhuai Marquise, reeking of perfume. He hurried back just in time to pay his respects to the matriarch. As the birthday celebrant, the old lady's chamber was adorned with symbols of longevity. Images of the goddess Ma Gu were standard decor, and a table by the window displayed a white jade carving of an aged immortal presenting a peach. The old immortal beaming with delight as he held a lifelike peach in his hand. Naturally, a grand character for longevity dominated the room, its calligraphy embodying an ethereal quality. The floor was covered with a crimson carpet, embroidered with a large longevity character, while a rosewood table stood at the center, atop which an incense burner emitted fragrant smoke. Flanked by two thick red candles, each as robust as a child's wrist, also inscribed with the longevity character. The atmosphere was saturated with the essence of longevity, a joyful celebration of life. The old matriarch, clad in a vibrant red longevity robe, sat gracefully in the room, attended to by a maid who styled her hair. The son approached his mother to pay his respects. Upon entering the matriarch's chamber, the second master cheerfully knelt before her to offer his greetings. "You mischievous scamp. You still remember to come home. What need is there for such formalities? Your presence alone should alleviate any concerns," the matriarch scolded playfully. Waving her hand to dismiss the maid tending to her hair, brandishing a jade ruby in a mock threat towards her second son. The mother had unjustly accused her son. During this time, he had not strayed. He had sought out the most efficacious temple, diligently practicing abstinence and prayer, kneeling before the bodhisattva to chant scriptures. These teachings were specifically imparted by a Zen master, who assured him of their potency for prolonging life. Last night, he had recited the sutras several times. Eager to return in time for his mother's birthday, if being reprimanded would ease his mother's worries, he would gladly endure her chastisement every day. The second master, aware that the matriarch would not genuinely strike him, leaned forward with a grin, adopting a demeanor of playful victimhood. "At your age, you ought to feel some embarrassment. Were it not for the presence of guests today, I would certainly have loosened your skin a bit," the matriarch replied, unable to suppress her laughter at her son's antics. "There is no need for you to lift a finger, mother. Just say the word, and I shall handle it myself to ensure your satisfaction," the second master retorted with a grin. "Such a wayward son. We shall settle accounts another day," the matriarch chided, her laughter ringing through the air. "May your days be filled with joy and health, vibrant as pearls and jade. I wish you, my dear mother, a longevity as vast as the eastern sea, with the brightness of the sun and moon. May the cranes and pines bring you eternal spring, and may your years be as enduring as the southern mountain, with happiness that lingers far and wide." Kneeling on the ground, the second master took a small silver pot from the maid's hands, poured a cup of tea, and presented it to the matriarch in celebration of her longevity. "Very well, that will suffice. Now go help your elder brother in the front courtyard. You must not be idle," the matriarch said, taking a gentle sip from the teacup. With that, the son took his leave. As the second master announced his departure, he rose and exited the room. Just before crossing the threshold, he discreetly caressed the small maid's derriere, who blushed at the unexpected touch, her heart fluttering as she nodded at him, seemingly in silent accord about some unspoken matter. Shortly after the second master took his leave, the second young lady of the Ho residence led a procession of young ladies, including Li Shu and the portly Zhou, along with the mischievous little girl, into the room. They entered in a single line, giggling and kneeling before the matriarch to pay their respects on her birthday, while the members of the Ho family took turns kneeling to offer their birthday greetings to the matriarch, a pale, beardless young envoy, accompanied by a retinue of imperial guards. Arrived once more at the southeastern examination hall of the capital, he presented a sealed bag of documents to the examiners, including Su Jie. After Su Jie and the others ceremoniously unsealed the package in the envoy's presence, he took his leave, escorted by the guards. Upon unveiling the contents, the examiners discovered not only their submitted drafts for the Emperor's review and previous examination papers, but also a note. It simply read, "How to select talents." This note, consisting of merely 6 characters, held no additional information, and the draft bore no annotations from the Jiajing Emperor, not even a single ink mark. This type of note was a unique method of manipulation employed by the Jiajing Emperor, utilizing coded language to exert control over his ministers. One must concede the emperor's political acumen. His mastery of court intrigue was unparalleled, and this note exemplified his deft handling of state affairs. However, the Jiajing Emperor's control was not solely reliant on this method, as it was merely one of many tools at his disposal. Nonetheless, this coded language was undoubtedly the most emblematic of his techniques. The wording on such notes was highly unorthodox, reflecting the emperor's capriciousness while simultaneously conveying his intentions. If one could not decipher the meaning behind the emperor's coded messages, how could they possibly fulfill their duties to his satisfaction? A lack of satisfaction from the emperor would preclude any hopes of promotion, and even escaping punishment would be a stroke of luck. Thus, during the Jiajing era of the Ming dynasty, understanding the emperor's coded language was an essential skill for officials. Among those who excelled in this discipline was Yin Song. Known for his profound comprehension of the emperor's implicit messages, it is said that Yin Song's son, Yin Shifan, surpassed even his father in this skill, with some of the emperor's codes eluding Yin Song's grasp, while his son could interpret them flawlessly, thereby securing Yin Song's position as the prime minister. The phrase "how to select talents" ostensibly questions the selection process for candidates, yet it subtly inquires about the ranking of this particular examination paper. In essence, it is asking where this paper should be positioned among the others. As Yin Maoqing and his colleagues scrutinized the note, they found themselves perplexed, pondering the emperor's intentions. However, Su Jie, upon reading the note, could not suppress a knowing smile. Realizing that the 6 characters were not merely a query about selection, but a directive regarding the ranking of the examination paper in question. It is evident that the emperor inquired about the ranking of this examination paper, which is imbued with the talents of Qingzi. Why pose such a question? The emperor's intention is crystal clear, is it not? To be continued. If you appreciate this work, I warmly invite you to support it with recommendations and monthly votes at Qidian. Your encouragement is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please visit M for reading. To be continued. Chapter 318. The Announcement of Results in Progress, Part 2. In preparation for the matriarch's birthday celebration. The Linghuai Marquisate has invited the most renowned opera troupe in the capital, setting up a stage in the garden to perform the latest popular operas, their melodious tunes resonating through the air. Those in attendance were thoroughly engrossed, applauding enthusiastically, yet only Zhu Ping'an found the performances rather dull. Having been immersed in Hollywood blockbusters and the refreshing narratives of domestic films, how could he possibly be moved by these incomprehensible operatic forms? A performance of Washing Silk brought the birthday feast to its zenith. The third master of the Marquisate had prepared 3 baskets brimming with coins. Upon hearing the conclusion of the aria, the matriarch, in her delight, uttered a command for rewards. The second master promptly instructed the servants to scatter the coins from the baskets onto the stage. A shower of coins fell like rain on the performers. The matriarch beamed with joy, her spirit uplifted, for it was no wonder that the lanterns had erupted in a splendid display the night prior. Today was the culmination of those festivities, a heartfelt tribute to the venerable matriarch. The leading lady of the troupe gracefully acknowledged the matriarch's generosity with a bow. Among Zhu Ping'an's table, being the youngest, he found himself serving tea and pouring wine, as no one else attended to this duty. The atmosphere at the table grew warm and congenial. This table was filled with the impoverished relatives of the Marquisate, and noticing Zhu Ping'an's hearty appetite, they assumed he, too, was one of their ranks. Thus they spoke in hushed tones about the clandestine affairs of the Marquisate, emboldened by a shared sense of grievance. Over the years, the Marquisate had focused solely on climbing the social ladder, looking down upon their less fortunate kin. As they recounted the secrets of the Marquisate, their personal feelings seeped into the conversation. Zhu Ping'an soon found their tales far more captivating than the operatic performances. Discussing matters such as the Linghuai Marquis's dubious relationships with the maids, the second master's flirtations with a novice from the nunnery, and the elder master's conspiring against the third master's ventures abroad, all vividly illustrated with expressive gestures. As the birthday feast reached its crescendo, a commotion arose from outside, gradually permeating the Marquisate like a cascade of dominoes, eventually reaching the very heart of the celebration. The results of the imperial examination were being announced. The news of the results spread rapidly throughout the gathering, for everyone had relatives or acquaintances participating in the examinations, and thus, the atmosphere bristled with excitement. It seemed that the announcement of results had come a few days earlier than usual. Su Laosan truly possesses an uncanny ability to gather information. For today's results have indeed been announced. At the table of the corpulent Zhou, a young scion expressed his sentiments. The announcement of the imperial examination results bears resemblance to that of the provincial examination, both commencing with the swift delivery of news by designated couriers who convey tidings of joy to inns or residences. Only after all notifications have been delivered is the official list displayed before the Shuntian Gonyuan in the southeast of the capital. To pass the provincial examination is to become a Jiren, while success in the imperial examination elevates one to the rank of Gongshi, the top honor being Yuan. The term Gongshi implies a tribute, signifying a remarkable ascent to become a favored student of the emperor, soaring towards greatness. It is noteworthy that those who attain the rank of Gongshi are subsequently eligible to participate in the palace examination, presided over by the emperor himself, regarded as a grand assembly for discerning talent. The palace examination is not a filtering process. All Gongshi are guaranteed to pass, albeit with some variations in ranking. Securing a place in the imperial examination heralds a promising future, with the possibility of achieving the highest honors such as Zhuangyuan, Baiyan, or Tanhua, paving the way for a ministerial position with a high likelihood of success. This imperial examination aims to admit 400 candidates, a considerable number, and the couriers bearing good news galloped forth from the Shuntian Gonyuan in a continuous stream. Upon receiving the news of the imperial examination results, the guests at the birthday banquet eagerly peered outside, dispatching their attendants to gather information. The matriarch of the Ho family and others similarly awaited news, as Zhou, the corpulent one, was also among the candidates. Suddenly, the distant sound of galloping hooves resonated through the street, each beat echoing within the hearts of the assembly, strikingly vivid and stirring. In an instant, excitement surged among the guests at the banquet. The clarity of the hoofbeats signified the arrival of the bearer of good tidings. They hastily sent forth several attendants to inquire further. One such attendant dashed outside, only to return shortly, panting, with the report that it was merely the son of the Duke of Chung passing by, not the herald of the examination results. A wave of disappointment washed over the crowd. How unfortunate that the Duke's son chose this moment to ride forth. Yet, their spirits were soon rekindled by another flurry of hoofbeats approaching from outside. The announcement resounded. Congratulations to Master Li Yinyi of Baoan County, Guangzhou, for achieving the 396th rank in the imperial examination. The joyful proclamation echoed far and wide. The results are typically announced in reverse order, and now they had reached the 396th position. Upon hearing this, Zhou's excitement peaked. He craned his chubby face towards the outside, as though anticipating the next announcement would be for him. Ha ha ha. Zhou, why are you so agitated? It's futile to worry over trivial matters, someone jested. With your caliber, there's no need to fret. You stand no chance. When heaven closes one door, it slams another upon your head. Accept that the path of the imperial examination is not for you. Instead, join your companions in seeking a position in the capital. There, you can look out for one another. Another chimed in. Indeed, if by some miracle you do succeed, I shall perform a plate-eating act for everyone. The young scions indulged in mockery of the stout individual, ridiculing him without restraint. One of the young lords, flashing his teeth, even wagered with a plate, claiming that if the stout fellow could succeed, he would perform the act of consuming the plate. It had been a while since the last joyous tidings echoed through the streets before the Linhuai Marquis' residence. As the 400 successful candidates from the civil examination were scattered throughout the capital, not necessarily traversing this very street. However, the household of the Marquis was well informed about the progress of the announcements, thanks to the little servants dispatched to gather news, who returned one after another with updates to the banquet. Thus far, the joyful announcements had reached the 188th candidate. Ha ha ha, it's already over 100. Zhou, you might as well give up. If there were 300 names, perhaps if the examiners were blind, there might be a chance, but with just over 100, it's futile to hope. The young lords seized the moment to deride the stout man. Oh, there's still time. Why rush? Zhou, the stout individual, scoffed, still harboring considerable hope for his own candidacy, his small eyes sparkling with anticipation as he gazed outside. Give it up. You haven't yet given in to despair. If you were to succeed, I would eat my own words. The young lords continued their relentless jests, exchanging banter at Zhou's expense, utterly disbelieving in his prospects. In a moment of respite from her conversation with her sisters, Li Shu caught wind of the joyous announcements and furrowed her brow slightly. She then summoned her little maid, Baozi, whispering instructions to her to find Wang Shaoer and send more hands to intercept the messenger bearing the good news for Zhu Ping'an. She instructed them to discreetly offer red envelopes, ensuring that when they reported to the Marquis' residence, they would refrain from mentioning any names, simply stating that the young master had succeeded. Just say it without naming names, and the reward shall double. Watching Baozi scurry off, a faint smile crept onto Li Shu's lips. Ah, better to enjoy together than alone, she mused, the story far from over. Chapter 337, Two Sleeves of Clear Wind. Yin Maoqing Zhu Ping'an and his companions did not linger long at the Su residence, having made a familiar acquaintance. They soon departed. This was partly due to other newly appointed tribute scholars arriving for visits, and partly because Su Jie, Zhang Juzhing, and Yang Jixing evidently had matters to discuss. Those with lofty aspirations should work diligently and remain unyielding. The sea of knowledge is boundless. One must always be observant and seek to enhance wisdom. Learn from books to benefit the people, and beware of becoming complacent or arrogant. Su Jie encouraged Zhu Ping'an and his companions before their departure, his earnestness palpable. Upon leaving the Su residence, Zhu Ping'an and his companions hastened to the abode of Yin Maoqing, discussing Zhang Juzhing and Yang Jixing along the way. Their impressions of Yang Jixing were unanimous, while opinions on Zhang Juzhing varied. I find Zhang Juzhing to be somewhat inscrutable, making him difficult to approach. Wang Shizhen articulated his perception of Zhang Juzhing. Oh, what makes you say that? Zhu Ping'an inquired with interest. Inscrutable, indeed. When I inquired about the poetry societies in the capital at the Su residence, his demeanor was unremarkable, and he earnestly recommended several societies to me. However, the disdain in his eyes was unmistakable, even if fleeting. I am certain I did not misinterpret it. Wang Shizhen reflected softly, recalling the moment. You must be mistaken, Wen Sheng. I did not perceive anything of the sort, came the retort. Despite Zhang Juzhing's few words, when he speaks, he always strikes at the heart of the matter, exuding an air of humility. At least from today's perspective, I do not perceive any depths to his character. Zhang Siwei slightly shrugged. Zihu, what is your view? Wang Shizhen disregarded Zhang Siwei and turned his inquiry towards Zhu Ping'an. Zhang Juzhing is indeed a man of considerable depth, inscrutable in nature, and his future prospects are boundless, Zhu Ping'an remarked softly, relaying historical evaluations of Zhang Juzhing. Zhang Siwei expressed surprise. He had been astonished when Wang Shizhen suggested Zhang Juzhing possessed depth, and now Zhu Ping'an claimed he was profoundly inscrutable, which only heightened his astonishment. Wang Shizhen also felt this way. He merely sensed that Zhang Juzhing had depth without harboring such optimistic views regarding his future development. To earn Su Shi's esteem is no small feat. Though he speaks little, his words invariably hit the mark. And how could his depth be shallow? The Hanlin Academy, the abode of the Chancellor, should not be underestimated, Zhu Ping'an elucidated slowly. Ha. I cannot predict Zhang Juzhing's future, but Zihu's trajectory is undoubtedly limitless. After the palace examination, Zihu will also enter the Hanlin Academy, and I believe that with your abilities and tactics, a bright future awaits you, Zhang Siwei jested. Indeed. We must cling to Zihu's coattails, Wang Shizhen added with a chuckle. If you wish to cling to my coattails, you must first win me over, Zhu Ping'an responded, feigning an air of arrogance, strutting about like a crab. Alas, it is a pity we are not skilled in flattery, Zhang Siwei exaggeratedly sighed. Exactly. I can never manage to flatter anyone. Wang Shizhen sighed as well, observing Zhu Ping'an spreading his hands, indicating his desire to cling to coattails, yet lamenting his utter lack of flattery skills. In truth, I am easily swayed. If you lack stars, a few hundred taels of silver to appease me would suffice, Zhu Ping'an said, extending a claw-like hand and mimicking a money-counting gesture, winking playfully. Uft! Wang Shizhen and Zhang Siwei burst into laughter, unable to contain themselves. This Zihu, appearing simple and honest, was in fact astute enough to sell you out while counting the coins himself, and his humorous nature made him endearing and approachable. The trio continued their banter, and before long, they arrived at Yin Maoqing's residence. Though Yin Maoqing's mansion could not rival Yin Song's, it was far more opulent than Su Jie's. The grand red-painted door was crowned with a black golden thread Nanmu plaque, upon which the characters Yin Fu were inscribed in a flamboyant style. Throughout the annals of Ming history, there are many illustrious figures, yet also a fair share of notorious corrupt officials, with Yin Maoqing shining as one of the more brilliant among them. Yin Maoqing, styled Jingxiu, hailed from the eastern bank of Quangang village in Fengcheng, and was the most notable among Yin Song's infamous allies. His notoriety stemmed not merely from being Yin Song's sycophant, but from his insatiable greed, akin to a mythical creature that only consumes without ever giving back. His life was adorned with luxurious tapestries and opulent decorations, complemented by exquisite artifacts, and attended by 12 maidens who bore his grandeur. He was not only avaricious, but also maliciously slandered the virtuous. The historically notable incident of Hai Rui's dismissal from office was orchestrated by him. With keen interest, Zhu Ping'an followed Zhang Siwei and Wang Shizhen to the residence of Yin Maoqing, where they presented their formal greetings. Shortly thereafter, the doorman announced their arrival, and the trio was ushered into the Yin residence. Inside, the layout exuded extravagance. Although they did not witness the lavishly adorned lavatories the moment they stepped in, the opulence was palpable. A garden filled with rare flora, a vast pond, and imposing walls embellished with guardian beasts. The courtyard was lined with intricately designed rooms, resplendent in their grandeur. Yin Maoqing received Zhu Ping'an and the others in his study, where only he was present. The trio performed their ceremonial bows in accordance with etiquette. Enough, enough. Look at you all, bringing gifts again. Old Zhang, how could you? Haven T, I repeatedly instructed that gifts are not to be accepted. Yin Maoqing remained seated, gesturing for Zhu Ping'an and the others to rise. Upon seeing the gift boxes they had brought, he adopted a stern expression and began to lecture them, likening his words to a steadfast moral compass. Yin Maoqing expressed his sentiments, which can be paraphrased as follows. I, Yin Maoqing, have consistently emphasized both within and outside my residence the importance of refusing gifts. I have reiterated this several times. As a leader, one must maintain integrity and purity, prioritizing the concerns of the people before seeking personal enjoyment. If one craves indulgence, they should not seek office. To govern is to endure solitude. We must be accountable to the emperor above and the citizens below, practicing frugality and avoiding extravagance and waste. His discourse was reminiscent of a nostalgic reflection on hardship. Yin Maoqing was indeed a skilled performer. Had Zhu Ping'an not been aware of his true character, he might have been deceived by Yan's poignant display of virtue. This shall not happen again, he stated emphatically, reiterating his admonition while discreetly pushing the gift boxes to the side of the table. As he glanced at the contents, his demeanor shifted upon realizing that Zhu Ping'an and the others had presented ink. A clear expression of disappointment and disdain crossed his face. Yin Maoqing was well acquainted with such matters. What were a few boxes of spring green ink to him? He could easily procure them from Luo Wenlong, the adept ink maker, who had previously gifted him over a dozen boxes that now lay in storage. Consequently, the once virtuous visage of Yin Maoqing, who extolled simplicity, now resembled someone who had been wronged of a significant sum. Especially towards Zhu Ping'an, his demeanor grew impatient, and he soon dismissed them under the pretext of urgent official business, neglecting to offer any parting words of encouragement. To be continued. Chapter 341. As long as I am well, you remain the backup. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the readers for their unwavering support and encouragement. Yesterday marked the rebirth of the Cold Door, and I am deeply thankful that despite my past mistakes, you all continue to stand by me. Your encouragement and support have truly moved me. The rewards and monthly votes have brought joy back to my household. I would like to express my appreciation to the new alliance leader, Chasing Freshness, and D Sharp Lemon, as well as to the newly appointed elder, Cold Door Helper 068, and Li Dongyuxia. Thank you to every alliance leader, elder, hall master, branch master, steward, and disciple for your generous contributions. Without your support, the Cold Door would not exist. It would have crumbled and vanished into oblivion. Without you, there would be no rebirth or resurgence. I am immensely grateful for your support, and I promise to diligently and sincerely continue with the Cold Door. The journey requires your presence and cannot thrive without you. Thank you all. I shall strive to provide more updates as a token of my appreciation. The story continues. Chapter 346. The Palace Examination, Part 4. With quills dancing upon parchment. The scholars in the Grand Hall pour forth their aspirations and strategies for governing the realm, investing their heart and soul into their compositions. Exhilarated and agitated as they wield their pens, having mastered the arts of literature and martial prowess, we await this very moment, Your Majesty. The sound of writing fills the air, an unstoppable flurry. In stark contrast to the fervently scribbling scholars, Zhu Ping'an remains composed, having grasped the essence of Emperor Jiajing. He finds the examination question considerably more approachable. Suggestions? I beg your pardon, my knowledge is insufficient to propose any. Under the sagacious leadership of our extraordinary and unparalleled Emperor Jiajing, the realm flourishes and peace reigns across the seas. The great Emperor Jiajing cares for the populace, worries over the minor troubles of the northern barbarians and southern pirates, and possesses a vision that encompasses the world, qualities befitting a timeless sovereign, a blessing for all. Though Emperor Jiajing's wisdom surpasses that of all, even collectively, we scholars cannot equate to a fraction of his brilliance. As scholars, we must rally around Emperor Jiajing, implementing his governance strategies to ensure lasting peace and tranquility throughout the realm. As for the existence of the northern barbarians, southern pirates, and other minor troubles amidst this great peace, I believe it stems from the failure of the officials to execute the emperor's commands effectively. They have not grasped the emperor's intent nor implemented it faithfully. Essentially, the emperor is wise. The fault lies with those below him, officials who have failed to carry out his strategies adequately. However, Zhu Ping'an does not merely flatter. One cannot attain the top position through flattery alone. It is a principle. While the emperor is not at fault, the shortcomings lie with the officials. From this perspective, Zhu Ping'an contemplates and proposes his views and suggestions regarding governance, integrating modern political experience alongside the future reforms of Zhang Zhuzhing, addressing aspects such as the selection of officials, management, evaluation, streamlining, and supervision in a systematic manner. Well, that seems to encapsulate the essence. Zhu Ping'an swiftly conjured a rough outline of the current affairs strategy in his mind. Just as eunuchs and palace maids presented breakfast for the imperial examination in the grand hall, the maid, maintaining a steadfast gaze, placed the meal upon Zhu Ping'an's examination table, performed a respectful bow, and gradually retreated. Upon inspecting the breakfast, Zhu Ping'an felt a tinge of disappointment. The meal comprised 2 vegetarian dishes, a bowl of porridge, and 2 steamed buns, rather austere, devoid of any meat. Could it be that Emperor Jiajing, in his quest for immortality and alchemical pursuits, abstains from meat? That seems improbable. If he were to adhere strictly to the Taoist precepts, not only would he eschew meat, but he would also shun female companionship. Yet, it is said that Emperor Jiajing had an extraordinary appetite for the pleasures of the flesh, indulging in nightly revelries, and even engaging in physical activities during the day when the mood struck him. Why, then, were Xiao Yuanjie and Tao Zhongwen favored by the emperor? Was it not because they argued that matters of intimacy would not detract from one's spiritual cultivation, but rather enhance longevity and amplify one's virtues? Given such tendencies, it would seem that Emperor Jiajing ought to be an Epicurean, thus his meals should not be so frugal. Moreover, even should one choose a vegetarian diet, it seems unnecessary to impose such austerity upon us all. Surely, he is not economizing for the sake of alchemical pursuits. Zhu Ping'an mused as he took a bun, picked up his chopsticks, and sampled a piece of tofu. In that moment, he was momentarily entranced, pausing for several seconds before closing his eyes and taking a deep breath to savor the taste. My apologies, I have misjudged the emperor. This tofu is no ordinary fare. Its exquisite flavor rivals that of bear's paw, which he had once tasted at the banquet hosted by Yin Shifan. This tofu's taste was unlike anything Zhu Ping'an had ever encountered. Even the finest delicacies of modern gastronomy could not compare. The royal chef's reputation is indeed well-deserved. Such accolades are not unwarranted. This particular dish of tofu was crafted through a meticulous process involving 20 bear paws, simmered over a low flame for 10 days to extract the most refined essence combined with various precious ingredients, resulting in a honeyed delicacy. Zhu Ping'an consumed both dishes with great relish, leaving not a single leaf uneaten, an act that drew varying glances from those observing in the grand hall. Regardless of the opinions of others, Zhu Ping'an felt invigorated after his breakfast, and after a brief respite, he began to draft his responses. Your servant humbly submits. My talents are meager, my intellect limited, making it difficult to address your majesty's profound inquiries. Your majesty, a paragon of literary and martial prowess, possesses exceptional capabilities, presiding over a tranquil realm and a well-governed nation. Your concern for the people's welfare, your deep compassion, and your earnestness in addressing their troubles truly exemplify the characteristics of a wise sovereign, bringing fortune to the realm, blessings to the populace, and favor to your servants. However, we now face threats from the northern barbarians and the southern pirates, coupled with the calamities of farming. Why do we suffer from such adversities? Is it that the officials are unable to convey your majesty's strategies? Or perhaps they lack the efficacy to implement them? This is what I fear. The governance of officials reflects the sentiments of both the lower and upper echelons, a matter of utmost significance to the state. To honor the sovereign's authority, to select the right officials, to assign them their duties, and to supervise their actions, ensuring fair rewards and punishments. This is my earnest desire. I also wish to address the strategies pertinent to current affairs and discuss matters of governance, economy, and military. Yet I would not dare to present hollow and insipid arguments that might mislead your majesty. Should your majesty find my words empty and insincere, please entrust my proposals to the appropriate authorities for assessment and punishment. I shall don plain garments to await my fate without complaint. It is indeed a great fortune for me to present these heartfelt words to your majesty. As a novice, I stand before your divine authority, overwhelmed with trepidation. I humbly submit. In approximately an hour and a half, Zhu Ping'an meticulously composed a draft of the current affairs strategy on a sheet of paper. Even though it was merely a draft, Zhu Ping'an exerted himself fully, pouring his utmost dedication into crafting his finest calligraphy. His efforts bore fruit, resulting in a masterpiece that was both immaculate and elegant. The characters exhibited vitality and strength, embodying an indomitable spirit. The entire manuscript resembled a sail propelled by the wind, almost as if it yearned to break free from the paper and soar forth, infused with a sense of righteous energy. Undoubtedly, in terms of calligraphy alone, no other candidate present could rival his work. As Zhu Ping'an completed his draft, the sun had risen high outside the hall, and the other candidates were also nearing the completion of their manuscripts. Some highlighted the flaws in the current military system, producing a striking military strategy. Others, having immersed themselves in the teachings of sages, proposed a lengthy strategy on alchemy and immortality, a bold endeavor that, if survived the imperial examination, would indeed be miraculous. At the moment Zhu Ping'an finished his draft, an official from the Ministry of Rites ambled over, discreetly casting several glances at Zhu Ping'an's manuscript, etching certain phrases and distinctive features of the characters into his memory before casually drifting away. He encountered Yen Song, an elder overseeing the examination, and engaged in a quiet exchange in a corner of the hall before resuming his duties. Opposite Zhu Ping'an, Ouyang Zisher was fervently writing, his face alight with excitement. He cast disdainful glances at the other candidates, including Zhu Ping'an, and finally grasped the implication of his uncle Yen Song's subtle hints after the official's second, albeit more blatant, reminder. Empowered and emboldened, Ouyang Zisher felt a surge of confidence, convinced that, aside from himself, no one else in the hall could fathom the implications. The title of the top scholar in the imperial examination was destined for him. With exhilaration coursing through him, Ouyang Zisher wrote with fervor. As the sun set and the sky blazed with hues of red, the day-long examination came to an official close. The gates of the Western Garden swung open once more, and the candidates, invigorated and brimming with ambition, filed out of the palace. Who would claim the coveted prize? The answer would only be revealed 3 days hence. Nevertheless, the candidates emerged from the palace gates utterly relaxed, for after 10 years of diligent study, the imperial examination had reached its conclusion, regardless of the outcome. They were assured a place on the list, and since no one would be eliminated, completing the examination was an event worthy of celebration. To be continued. Chapter 358. Announcement of Results. 3. First place in the top tier, Zhu Ping'an. The second resounding announcement from the guards jolted Ouyang Zisher, who had been moving mechanically like a zombie, back to reality. He suddenly realized, wait, how did I get here? How did I take 2 steps forward? What is happening? You are Zhu Ping'an? Please follow me. Just as Ouyang Zisher regained his senses, the official from the Honglu Temple, witnessing one of the 400 newly minted scholars stepping forward, naturally assumed that the individual emerging was Zhu Ping'an. The officials of the Honglu Temple acted in strict accordance with the ceremonial protocol. According to the established procedures, the first-place scholar, known as the top scholar or Zhuangyuan, is required to chant the announcement 3 times consecutively. The officials from the Honglu Temple were to guide the newly crowned Zhuangyuan to kneel on the left side of the imperial path to express gratitude for the emperor's grace. As the official descended, he noticed the new Zhuangyuan, Zhu Ping'an, appeared so overwhelmed with emotion that he stepped forward before the second chant had concluded. This prompted the official to approach Zhu Ping'an with admiration and lead him to the imperial path for the acknowledgement of gratitude. However, the official was taken aback to see Zhu Ping'an, seemingly struck by a sudden flush of embarrassment, his pale face now crimson as if it had been filled with blood. The official pondered the cause of this reaction. Could it be that the joy had overwhelmed him? No, I am not, Zhu Ping'an stammered. I am Ouyang Zisher. His face was so flushed it seemed he might bleed, wishing desperately to disappear into the ground. Fortunately, they were merely a few steps away, and since they were outside the main hall, the dignitaries within could not see them. The guiding official, aware of Ouyang Zisher's connection to the esteemed Yen Song, chose to overlook his discomfort, as did the supervising censor. The newly appointed Jinsher candidates waiting nearby were no better off than Ouyang Zisher. Although they did not exhibit the same level of distress, their astonishment was palpable. How could it be Zhu Ping'an? He had only achieved 7 O's, and he had chosen the Golden Rooster. It made no sense for him to be the Zhuangyuan. This collective incredulity alleviated some of Ouyang Zisher's embarrassment. The exceptions to this general surprise were Zhang Siwei and Wang Shizhen, who, after a brief moment of astonishment, sincerely rejoiced for Zhu Ping'an. Zhu Ping'an himself was not overly surprised, maintaining a demeanor of calm composure. However, in the eyes of the onlookers, especially Ouyang Zishu, Zhu Ping'an's tranquility appeared to be a facade. He seemed excessively excited and astonished while feigning nonchalance. "I am Zhu Ping'an," he declared promptly upon Ouyang Zishu's words. Bowing respectfully to the Honglu Temple official and deftly redirecting the attention of the crowd towards himself. "Ahem, please follow me." The official, feeling somewhat awkward, cleared his throat and led Zhu Ping'an towards the imperial path. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Zhu Ping'an stepped out of the ranks and onto the imperial path. The imperial path, as its name suggests, is reserved solely for the emperor's passage. Only during the announcement of the palace examination results are the Zhuangyuan, the runner-up, and the third place granted this exceptional honor. At no other time is this privilege extended. Walking upon the imperial path is an unparalleled honor. And as Ouyang Zishu watched Zhu Ping'an ascend, a torrent of envy and resentment surged within him. The Honglu Temple official guided Zhu Ping'an to the left side of the imperial path, where he paused to indicate that Zhu Ping'an should kneel and express his thanks. "I, Zhu Ping'an, humbly thank you for your benevolent grace," he proclaimed. Zhu Ping'an, embodying a spirit of humility, knelt in reverence on the left side of the imperial path, expressing his gratitude. With this gesture, a new scholar of the highest rank emerged. The first place of the top examination was announced thrice, followed by the announcement of the second place, repeated 3 times as well. Second place, Han Yuping. Another official from the Honglu Temple descended the steps, leading Han Yuping out of the ranks to kneel in gratitude behind Zhu Ping'an, positioning himself closer to the right side of the imperial path. Subsequently, the announcement for the third place followed suit, also repeated thrice, with another official guiding the third place scholar to kneel behind Zhu Ping'an and Han Yuping in thanks. After hearing the third place announcement, Ouyang Zishu felt utterly crushed, his face ablaze with embarrassment. Not the top scholar, nor the second, and certainly not the third. What is happening? Reflecting on the flattery he received before the results and contrasting it with his current predicament, he wished fervently for a crevice to hide in. It was not only Ouyang Zishu. Even the venerable Yin Song within the hall was left astounded, struggling to catch his breath as the announcements continued. However, this time, the names were called only once, and officials from the Honglu Temple did not guide anyone else out. Such honors were reserved for the top 3 scholars, and the others had yet to earn that privilege. When the second place of the second group was announced, Ouyang Zishu finally heard his name. Yet, this belated recognition brought him no joy. Instead, it deepened his sense of humiliation. His gaze fixated on the youthful figure at the forefront of the imperial path, his heart churning with resentment. That should be my place. It is rightfully mine. Once the announcements concluded, the herald led the top 3 scholars of this imperial examination forward once more, proceeding to the steps leading out of the hall, where they awaited the official announcement of their achievements. Zhu Ping'an held a unique position, standing at the forefront, centered, slightly ahead of the second and third place scholars, forming a triangular formation among them. While awaiting the announcement, Zhu Ping'an noticed the distinct stone beneath his feet on the imperial path, intricately carved with a giant turtle, its back bearing a dragon. His foot rested precisely upon the turtle's head. Perhaps the turtle and dragon were one and the same, as legend spoke of the giant turtle being a dragon's head, a turtle's body, and a cheilant's tail. Regardless of the interpretation, the craftsmanship was lifelike, evoking a sense of standing atop the turtle's head, braving the waves of the ocean. Indeed, he had claimed the top position, a fitting metaphor, Zhu Ping'an mused, a smirk playing on his lips. The gentle breeze was neither cool nor harsh, as sunlight bathed him in warmth, creating an atmosphere that stirred his emotions. Memories of his childhood, herding cattle at the foot of the southern mountain, sneaking glances at lessons beyond the schoolhouse, practicing calligraphy on wooden boards, and the rhythm of morning and evening routines flooded his mind. The journey from a humble village to the grand Golden Lawn Hall seemed surreal, both unexpected and yet entirely fitting. Before the hall, he had presented a plan for the prosperity of the realm and now stood as the top scholar. I have arrived in the Ming Dynasty. To be continued. Chapter 361. Praising the official in the street dusk, I extend my heartfelt wishes for the birthday of our esteemed moderator. Today marks the birthday of our great moderator, a day akin to a divine fire in paradise. How magnificent is our hall! Happy birthday! When paradise ignites, it illuminates the world, much like Prometheus who stole fire. As exceptional as you are, may you bask in everlasting happiness. I wish for our great moderator an eternity of bliss, longevity equal to the heavens, and may you always be in good spirits, with the days ahead adorned with joy. Chapter 366. The anomaly. Do not fear, dear sister. Let my laughter be your amusement. Upon seeing these confections, I am tempted to taste them. You wouldn't mind, would you? Li Shu, with eyes as dark as ink, sparkling with mischief, smiled as she surveyed the sixth young lady of the Marquis's residence. Her lips parted slightly, releasing a charming giggle. Without waiting for a response from the sixth young lady, Li Shu approached the close attendant trailing behind her and gracefully took the sweet soup from her delicate hands, gazing at the sixth young lady with her glistening eyes. How considerate of you, dear sister, the sixth young lady replied. Her complexion a delicate blend of pink and white as she used her embroidered handkerchief to cover her cherry-red lips. Though she spoke thus, her inner thoughts remained a mystery. However, seeing Li Shu's radiant smile, it was evident that she sought only the superficial. The sixth young lady's true feelings were entirely beyond Li Shu's contemplation. Upon receiving a reply, Li Shu smiled gently, her delicate hand grasping the spoon. With her lips slightly parted, she elegantly savored a spoonful of the sweet soup, closing her eyes in satisfaction as she relished the moment. My dear sister has truly outdone herself. This sweet soup is simply irresistible. Yet, knowing it was prepared for someone special, I shall not covet what is not mine. Li Shu smiled gracefully, carrying the sweet soup to Zhu Ping'an, placing it before him. Fortune favors you, dear sir. The taste bears a resemblance to the floral honey I once let you sample in our youth. Do not waste it, Li Shu remarked meaningfully, setting the bowl down with emphasis. Floral honey? Upon hearing those words, Zhu Ping'an's gaze fell upon the exquisite ceramic bowl. In his childhood, while studying at school, Li Shu once coaxed him into telling her stories in exchange for floral honey. This was no ordinary honey. It was a specially crafted beverage from antiquity, akin to a vintage cola or Sprite. After tasting it once, Zhu Ping'an had indelibly imprinted its flavor in his memory. Thus, when Li Shu likened the sweet soup to the floral honey of their youth, Zhu Ping'an could not resist the urge to taste it. Initially, he had no intention of indulging in the sweet soup, but Li Shu's words compelled him to take a spoonful and savor it. Alas, deceiver! This flavor is leagues apart from the floral honey of my childhood. Though the taste was delightful in its own right, it bore no resemblance to the floral honey he had once enjoyed. After a single taste, Zhu Ping'an, feeling somewhat disenchanted, returned the spoon to the bowl, deciding to wait until he was thirsty to indulge further. Upon witnessing Zhu Ping'an using the spoon that had previously belonged to her, Li Shu felt a faint blush grace her cheeks. However, her obsidian eyes sparkled with an undeniable brilliance, particularly as they swept over the sixth miss of the Ho residence, where her radiance became even more pronounced. That woman, truly a village girl with no sense of propriety. How shameless of her to imply that she seduced her brother-in-law at such a tender age, even before marriage. Right before my very eyes. She dares to offer him a spoon she has used herself. It is akin to an indirect kiss, utterly brazen. She is indeed a vixen, luring men in and displaying such a shameless demeanor. The sixth miss of the Ho residence, observing this scene, nearly crushed her delicate embroidered handkerchief in her grip. In her heart, she swiftly categorized the vibrant Li Shu, standing before Zhu Ping'an, among the ranks of those who were utterly shameless and lacking in dignity, conveniently forgetting her own recent actions. In truth, Zhu Ping'an's choice to use Li Shu's spoon was merely a matter of habit. Whether in the academy or at Li Shu's home, he had grown accustomed to utilizing the utensils she provided for the meal she prepared. In his youth, such distinctions were of little consequence, and over time, this practice became second nature. However, to the sixth miss of the Ho residence, this tableau resembled a scene from a risque film, and her disdain grew. Following this encounter, Li Shu and the sixth miss engaged in a cordial exchange in Zhu Ping'an's room before departing in succession. Before leaving, Li Shu reminded the sixth miss not to forget to send her a portion of sweet soup to sample upon her return. Not long after Li Shu made her way to the rear courtyard, the sixth miss dispatched her devoted maid to deliver a serving of sweet soup to Li Shu's quarters. Fifth miss, this is a gift from my mistress, something not available in the countryside. If you find it to your liking, my mistress has insisted that you may have as much as you desire. The maid, a close attendant of the 6th Miss, had witnessed the earlier events alongside her mistress. Thus, as she delivered the sweet soup, her words dripped with veiled sarcasm, subtly mocking Li Shu's rustic origins while highlighting her own mistress's refined status as a lady of the capital. "Oh, is that so? Please extend my heartfelt thanks to 6th Sister upon your return," Li Shu replied, seemingly oblivious to the underlying tone in the maid's words, her demeanor cheerful. "Come, let us savor this together," she urged, her eagerness palpable. The maid obediently handed the bowl of sweet soup over to Li Shu, who appeared particularly enamored with it. As she accepted the bowl, she reached out gracefully for the spoon, ready to indulge. Yet, at that very moment, an unforeseen mishap occurred. Perhaps it was her profound affection for the sweet soup that caused her hand to tremble when she took it. With a resounding clatter, the accompanying spoon slipped from her grasp, shattering upon the ground into 2 fragments. The maid who delivered the sweet soup was startled by the crisp sound of a spoon clattering to the ground. Instinctively, she glanced down and was taken aback to see the spoon shattered in 2. As the maid lowered her gaze to the broken utensil, Li Shu smiled gently at her, discreetly flicking her little finger, then graciously offered a reassuring smile, saying, "It's quite all right, no need to worry, it was merely my clumsiness. I shall simply fetch another spoon." With that, Li Shu turned to the small maid carrying buns and instructed, "Huar, please bring me my silver spoon." Once the maid hurriedly returned with the exquisite silver spoon, Li Shu accepted it with a soft smile, remarking, "No wonder the spoon broke, it must be fate. Only this silver spoon is worthy of the sweet soup meticulously prepared by my 6th sister." Watching the cheerful Li Shu, the maid who had delivered the sweet soup rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking, "What is the big deal about a silver spoon? Such ostentation." Just as the young lady said, "She is truly a country bumpkin, lacking worldly experience. In this Marca residence, one would see golden spoons aplenty." Just as the maid was lost in her thoughts, an unexpected change occurred before her eyes, as Li Shu dipped the silver spoon into the sweet soup and stirred it a few times. The once gleaming silver spoon began to darken at a visible pace upon contact with the soup, transforming from light to a startling shade of black. To be continued. Chapter 403. Communication through sight. Zhu Ping'an and Zhang Siwei were en route to the Dali Temple when they encountered Wang Shizhen, who was also heading there. Intending to join Zhang Siwei for the evening's welcoming banquet, the 3 chose a modest yet clean tavern to dine, ordering 4 dishes and a soup, accompanied by 6 steamed buns. Upon learning of Zhu Ping'an's assignment at the Hanlin Academy, Wang Shizhen was momentarily astonished, soon expressing indignation on Zhu Ping'an's behalf. He believed that Lord Li Mo had acted hastily, failing to investigate thoroughly before treating Zhu Ping'an differently. Like Zhang Siwei, Wang Shizhen comforted Zhu Ping'an and suggested his father, an inspector, could intercede on his behalf with Lord Li Mo, an offer Zhu Ping'an declined. The heavens bestow great responsibilities upon individuals only after testing their resolve, strengthening their will, and refining their abilities. Zhu Ping'an smiled, reassuring both friends. "Perhaps this is the universe's way of preparing me for greater tasks. Look at Ziyu." Zhang Siwei chuckled. "Wensheng, it seems we are merely anxious while the emperor remains unconcerned. Enough of that. You can become a eunuch, but I shall not." Wang Shizhen shook his head, and the 3 exchanged amused glances, bursting into laughter. Wang Shizhen and Zhang Siwei admired Zhu Ping'an's optimism, recognizing that they themselves would likely struggle to maintain such an open-hearted demeanor under similar circumstances. After their meal, Wang Shizhen proceeded to the Dali Temple, while Zhu Ping'an and Zhang Siwei returned to the Hanlin Academy, each to their respective workspaces. Upon returning to the library, Zhu Ping'an brewed a pot of tea, then ascended to the 3rd floor with a teapot and cup in hand, heading straight for the Yongle de Dian. The attendant responsible for cleaning the library noticed Zhu Ping'an, who was so engrossed in his reading that he seemed oblivious to the world around him. As the attendant swept the floor, he occasionally glanced at Zhu Ping'an, who remained completely unaware of his presence. In the eyes of the attendant, Zhu Ping'an was a remarkably unique official, having served in the library for over a decade. He had encountered 6 or 7 different scholars in charge, yet he had never seen one so devoted to his book as Zhu Ping'an. It was only when the attendant approached that Zhu Ping'an finally noticed him. "Oh, it's old Li come to clean again. Would you like a cup of tea?" Zhu Ping'an set down his cup and greeted him. They had already met that morning, and Zhu Ping'an was familiar with this attendant named Li. He had intentionally brought extra cups upstairs so he could offer tea to anyone who might come to visit. "Old Li, who diligently cleaned the library daily, deserved a refreshing drink to soothe his throat. "Please, sir, I couldn't possibly accept," replied the attendant, taken aback by the warmth of Zhu Ping'an's greeting, which felt more like a casual conversation than a formal exchange. "What is there to refuse? There are only a few of us in the library, and we will need your assistance in the future." Zhu Ping'an smiled gently, pouring a cup of hot tea and placing it on the windowsill. "It's just the tea from the courtyard. Let us make do with it." "That's too generous. Thank you, Sir Zhu, but I can't accept such kindness in the future." Old Li felt the fatigue in his back from sweeping the floor dissipate with the gesture. In all his years at the Hanlin Academy, he had never encountered an official as unpretentious as Zhu Ping'an. The former officials he had known either looked down their noses at others or maintained an air of superiority, even during polite exchanges. "Please, do not mind me," Zhu Ping'an said after pouring the tea, moving his chair to the area Old Li had just cleaned, and then lost himself once more in his reading. Zhu Ping'an was captivated by the book in his hands, which focused on ancient detective methods. Within its pages, he discovered many techniques and approaches applicable to solving cases in ancient times, along with numerous classic anecdotes. It became evident that in ancient investigations, the use of torture was not the sole method. While over 30% of the book included scenarios involving some form of coercion, there were numerous other investigative techniques as well. The insights he gained from this book provided him with a preliminary understanding of ancient investigative methods, including an intriguing anecdote about a magistrate who mastered lip reading and used it to unravel complex cases. Curiosity piqued, Zhu Ping'an returned the book in his hand to its original place and endeavored to search for volumes regarding lip reading in accordance with the Hangwu phonetic principles. To his surprise, he discovered a volume categorized under the arts. The lip reader substitutes sight for sound, perceiving through observation rather than hearing, during the spring and autumn period. A person from Wei named Ear AI excelled in this skill. This volume provided an introduction to lip reading and meticulously compiled nearly all relevant materials on the subject. Within its pages, Zhu Ping'an came across a well-developed resource on the pedagogy of lip reading. The Yongle Dadayan is characterized not by original composition, but by the meticulous transcription of various classical texts, noting their sources, volumes, and authors, an exercise in narration rather than creation. The instructional material on lip reading originates from a classic entitled The Chronicles of Performers. Lip reading serves as a performance technique employed by storytellers to captivate their audience, a skill refined over centuries from the teachings of Ear AI during the Wei state. This instructional text is comprehensive, primarily deciphering language through the movements of the face and lips. It elaborates on various situational factors influencing lip reading, such as ambient noise, the linguistic habits of the individuals involved, dialects, lighting, and distance, providing varied strategies to address these considerations. The book also identifies a particular type of individual most adept at mastering lip reading. The resolute, the avid reader, and the reticent are deemed most proficient. Zhu Ping'an found himself fitting this description. A smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Why not learn? Mastery of diverse skills is never burdensome, and lip reading appeared particularly advantageous, its mere auditory allure exuding sophistication. Thanks to his nearly photographic memory, Zhu Ping'an swiftly perused the volume, returning it to its rightful place as he mentally synthesized the teachings on lip reading. In truth, lip reading is not overly complex. Once the principles are grasped, proficiency is achieved through diligent practice. The methods outlined in this instructional material were not arduous, and Zhu Ping'an quickly grasped the relevant techniques. Yet, despite his acquisition of these sophisticated skills, he could not claim complete mastery of lip reading. It is a skill that demands continuous accumulation and connection. Zhu Ping'an had merely touched the surface, having learned the approach but requiring further practice for true comprehension. To be continued. Chapter 409. Ping'an solves the case. Respect the spirits while keeping your distance. In ancient times, during the spring and autumn period, Confucius traveled with his disciples across various states to promote his political ideals, having attempted twice in the state of Wei without success. Consequently, he decided to venture to the state of Chun, hoping for better fortune. However, while passing through the states of Song and Zheng, he encountered calamity. His disciple, Sima Niu, fell gravely ill, slipping into unconsciousness multiple times. Soon after, Confucius himself succumbed to a similar ailment, experiencing several lapses into unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, his beloved disciple, Zilu, urged him to pray to the spirits. Confucius, steadfast in his belief that life and death are predestined and that wealth and nobility are determined by fate, rejected Zi Lu's counsel, articulating the principle of respecting the spirits while maintaining a prudent distance. This sentiment reflects the prevailing attitude of ancient civilizations towards the supernatural. At this moment, had it not been for the esteemed Lord Zhou Hojia recounting the extraordinary incident of a ghostly encounter at the Yamen, the scholars of the Hanlin Academy would have found it utterly implausible. Yet, the mere utterance from Lord Zhou's lips instilled a degree of belief within them. It is well known that Zhou Hojia possesses a reputation for both integrity and capability throughout the capital, and his mental faculties remain unblemished. Moreover, he has never been known to utter a single falsehood. His vivid description of the event resonated deeply, and even those present at the academy, who had not personally witnessed the occurrence, felt as though they had experienced it alongside him, a chill creeping down their spines. Li Chunfang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. To think that a tale of the supernatural, typically relegated to folklore, could manifest in reality was astounding. He recalled stories of vengeful spirits seeking the judgment of the revered Bao Gong. This case bore a striking resemblance, suggesting that even the realm of the ethereal acknowledges Lord Zhou's unassailable reputation for integrity. Yuan Wei, cradling a warm cup of tea, took a sip to stave off the chill that enveloped him merely from listening to Zhou Hojia's account. Not at all, Zhou Hojia replied with a wry smile. Shaking his head, Zhang Jujing, stroking his chin in contemplation, seemed to harbor a differing perspective on the ghostly encounter recounted by Zhou Hojia, albeit with a tinge of uncertainty. After all, the esteemed reputation of Zhou Hojia cast shadows of doubt upon any skepticism. He found himself ensnared in thought, unsure of how to approach the matter. Beside Zhu Ping'an, Zhang Siwei exhibited a blend of skepticism and belief, yet the conviction in Zhou Hojia's declaration, coupled with his renowned standing, inclined him more towards faith than doubt. I urge you, my lord, to reflect carefully. The evidence in this case is irrefutable. The apprehended criminal is undoubtedly the perpetrator, and Zhang Daling bears no connection to this affair, urged the magistrate of Wanping, seated beside Lord Zhou. Irrefutable? What of the mud from the pond found on the shoe, and the bloodied weapon discovered at Zhang Daling's doorstep? How do you explain that? Zhou Hojia pointed out several discrepancies he had uncovered while reviewing the case files and conducting interrogations. The magistrate of Wanping attempted once more to persuade Zhou Hojia. Enough. Mountains can be moved, and seas can be filled, but this case cannot be reopened, Zhou Hojia resolutely declared. This case shall surely become a tale of merit. Yuan Wei remarked, greatly admiring Zhou Hojia's stance. I seek neither fame nor fortune, only a clear conscience, to render justice for the deceased, Zhou Hojia asserted. Shaking his head, his expression resolute with integrity, his heartfelt words resonated deeply, imbuing the hall with an atmosphere of righteousness and positive energy. However, amidst this noble spirit, an incongruous voice pierced the air. Excuse me, Lord Zhou, how did the deceased spirit depart? The assembly turned to find Zhu Ping'an, his eyes sparkling with an almost crystalline clarity, his lips curling into a slight smile as he posed his question to Zhou Hojia. Is this truly the moment for such curiosity? Thought the others, dismayed by his lack of decorum in disrupting the solemn atmosphere. Yuan Wei and the others from the Hanlin Academy cast reproachful glances at Zhu Ping'an, yet he remained unfazed. He scaled the wall to leave, Zhou Hojia replied. Albeit perplexed by Zhu Ping'an's query, yet he chose to address it nonetheless. Indeed, upon hearing the response from Zhou Hojia, Zhu Ping'an's lips curled into a smile. Unlike others, Zhu Ping'an found it difficult to believe Zhou Hojia's account of the ghostly encounter. Having undergone 2 decades of atheistic education in the modern world, Zhu Ping'an was at a loss to explain his presence in the Ming dynasty through an atheistic lens. Although the peculiarities surrounding fate were undeniably strange, his deeply ingrained atheistic beliefs led him to instinctively dismiss the notion of encountering ghosts. Moreover, after years of personal observation and experience in the Ming dynasty, he had come to the conclusion that this world, too, was devoid of deities, at least devoid of ghosts. Naturally, one could not impose atheistic reasoning upon others, for such a declaration could lead to dire consequences, such as being bound to a pillar and reduced to ashes. How audacious to speak against the existence of deities, especially considering the emperor's endeavors in alchemy and transcendence. Such heresy could not be forgiven, Even immortals would be powerless to intervene. Oh, but then again, there were no immortals to save one if one were an atheist. Despite the inability to rationalize through atheism, the charade of ghosts inevitably left traces. And Zhu Ping'an had grasped this notion. For instance, the question he posed to Lord Zhou was pivotal in unraveling the mystery of the ghostly encounter. Zhou Hojia's response did not disappoint Zhu Ping'an, which is why a knowing smile graced his face. However, it was evident that most individuals present did not comprehend the significance of Zhu Ping'an's inquiry. For example, Yuan Wei regarded Zhu Ping'an with discontent, perceiving him as a troublemaker with excessive curiosity. Yet there were exceptions. Zhang Jujing's eyes sparkled with interest, and a smile crept upon his lips as he regarded Zhu Ping'an with a newfound seriousness. It seemed the ghost was but a fabrication. Following Zhou Hojia's reply, Zhu Ping'an laughed and confidently declared his conclusion. What? The ghost is a fabrication? A chorus of astonished voices erupted in the hall, with the majority expressing serious skepticism towards Zhu Ping'an's assertion, accompanied by a cacophony of hisses. Why would the top scholar make such a statement? Zhou Hojia was equally dubious. Ghosts possess form, yet lack substance. They are elusive, appearing and vanishing without a trace. If they truly existed, they could easily pass through walls or float beyond them. How could they scale a wall? Zhu Ping'an spoke calmly, highlighting the crux of the matter. His words struck like a bolt of enlightenment, prompting Zhang Siwei to exclaim as he suddenly grasped the truth of the situation. Others, too, appeared contemplative, their expressions shifting to one of understanding. If I am not mistaken, there should be footprints left on the walls of the magistrate's office where Lord Zhou is currently stationed. It had rained that day, leaving the ground damp, and it is inevitable that mud would have stained the shoes, thus leaving footprints if one were to climb over the wall. I suspect that if Lord Zhou were to send someone to investigate, they would surely find evidence. Zhu Ping'an added, articulating his hypothesis. Excuse me for a moment, Lord Zhou exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. After offering his apologies, he swiftly led the county magistrate of Wanping out of the hall. Approximately an hour later, Zhou Hojia re-entered the Hanlin Academy, his face alight with gratitude and a smile, specifically to express his thanks to Zhu Ping'an. After Zhou Hojia returned, he indeed discovered fresh footprints on the wall of the rear courtyard. Additionally, he found more subtle footprints on several other walls outside. Consequently, Zhou Hojia ordered the rearrest of the suspects released yesterday and, after rigorous interrogation, uncovered that one suspect had ingeniously bribed a remarkably agile thief to impersonate the deceased. This ruse was orchestrated to stage a phantasmagorical act of vengeance the previous night, all in an effort to overturn the case. However, due to the suspect's own cleverness, he inadvertently exposed himself and, under intense questioning, confessed to the crime. Today's events are largely thanks to Ziho. Otherwise, not only would my illustrious reputation be tarnished, but the wrongful conviction of an innocent would be a grave injustice. I have already submitted a memorial to commend Ziho for his contributions. Zhou Hojia is truly a man of integrity, unwavering in his resolve to add Zhu Ping'an to the commendation, regardless of the objections raised. Chapter 413. A note from the Jiajing Emperor. Among the numerous architectural complexes in the Western Garden, one cannot overlook a particular cluster, where the air is suffused with tantalizing aromas. This establishment is none other than the Imperial Kitchen. The Jiajing Emperor, engrossed in his pursuit of immortality and alchemical endeavors day and night, has been bestowed with countless celestial titles that are too lengthy to recite in one breath. Yet, devoid of any divine attributes, the corporeal Jiajing Emperor cannot survive solely on ethereal sustenance. He is inextricably bound to his daily meals. Hence, the Imperial Kitchen stands as a crucial department within the Western Garden. Originally located in the southeast of the Forbidden City, the Imperial Kitchen's placement aligns with the I Ching's trigrams, where the east represents wood and the south represents fire, wood giving rise to fire. Thus, it is inherently associated with the fire element. However, following the Jiajing Emperor's retreat to the Western Garden, the Imperial Kitchen relocated to the southeast of this new residence. The Imperial Kitchen primarily serves the Jiajing Emperor, producing some of the world's most exquisite delicacies. Though it caters solely to the Emperor, its scale is impressive. The Imperial Kitchen is an independent grand hall, encompassing over 30 spacious rooms. Within, there are more than 20 royal chefs, all masters of their craft, alongside 50 kitchen assistants responsible for tasks such as washing vegetables, cutting meat, and preparing dough. Additionally, 30 laborers undertake physical tasks like fetching water and transporting ingredients. Beyond these roles, there are over 80 eunuchs tasked with serving meals, as the royal chefs are not permitted to roam the Western Garden. These eunuchs are responsible for delivering dishes, attending to service, and managing the kitchen's operations. It is noteworthy that the Jiajing emperor is relatively frugal in his culinary preferences, with the overall staff count being over 100 fewer than that of his predecessors like Shunga. Compared to the later Qing dynasty, where Empress Dowager Cixi would often demand feasts of over 100 dishes, the Jiajing emperor's culinary approach could certainly be described as modest. By now, midday has passed, and the sun casts a kaleidoscope of colors upon the glazed tiles of the imperial kitchen. At the entrance, two eunuchs anxiously peer outside, pacing with incense in hand, their gentle sighs echoing in the air. The two attendants had been waiting here for over an hour, yet the young eunuch sent to deliver the meal list had yet to return. They had already dispatched two other eunuchs to inquire about the situation, but the messages received were merely temporary updates. The emperor had not dined for 2 consecutive meals. One could only imagine the distress this would cause for the imperial health. One slightly shorter kitchen attendant paced back and forth, sighing heavily. Indeed, it was quite concerning. My heart is in turmoil. Could it be that something went amiss in our kitchen? The other kitchen attendant echoed his anxiety, compounded by an undeniable sense of worry. Do refrain from invoking ill omens. The shorter attendant retorted. Last night, we were rewarded for our service. He waved his hand dismissively, as if to sweep away any bad luck. Yes, you are correct. Master Liu, the other attendant nodded repeatedly, feeling somewhat reassured. It was understandable for him to be apprehensive. Emperor Jiajing was known to be one of the most severe rulers towards eunuchs, second only to the great emperors Hongwu and Yongle. He held a low opinion of eunuchs, believing they were suited only for the most menial tasks, such as cleaning the toilets. If the emperor were to discover any missteps on the part of the eunuchs, even a harsh beating would be considered lenient. May I inquire, esteemed sirs, has the meal list not yet arrived? What dishes are to be prepared? At that moment, Chef Liu emerged from the imperial kitchen, bowing respectfully to the two attendants at the door. My lord, we are even more anxious than you. Today is unlike any other. The emperor has gone without 2 meals. We must ensure everything is in order before he can dine. If the dishes do not suit his palate, the punishment we face is trivial compared to the grave matter of the emperor's hunger, the kitchen attendant replied urgently. The emperor has been on a vegetarian diet for half a month. He must be replenished with meat, Chef Liu remarked. I comprehend your concerns, but the meal list has yet to be returned. Perhaps, Master Liu, you might begin preparing according to the list we submitted, the attendant suggested after a moment's contemplation. That may be the only course of action, Chef Liu nodded, preparing to return to the kitchen and commence the meal preparations. Just then, another kitchen attendant's excited voice broke through. Hurry, look, little Daji has returned. Little Daji was the young eunuch dispatched to deliver the meal list. He sprinted back, breathless yet exhilarated, akin to a victorious general, and solemnly handed the meal list to the waiting kitchen attendants. As the kitchen attendant received the meal list and eagerly perused it, his expression shifted to one of confusion. Upon Chef Liu's glance at the list, the reason for the attendant's peculiar expressions became clear. The return meal list bore no resemblance to the one they had submitted, with not a single dish in common. Braised pork with bamboo shoots, steamed fish head, braised eggplant, oil-braised chicken, fish-flavored shredded pork, stewed chicken legs, steamed crab, without salt, sweet and sour fish, spicy chicken wings. Chef Liu scrutinized the menu, increasingly perplexed. These dishes were rather unrefined and not typically served at court. It was unclear why the emperor would suddenly crave such fare. Nevertheless, at last, they knew what needed to be prepared. Chef Liu, clutching the meal list, hastily returned to the imperial kitchen, circulating the menu among the esteemed chefs. Thus, the machinery of culinary creation commenced its delightful operations. True to their craft, the chefs quickly transformed the items on the menu into a feast, each dish presented with exquisite color, aroma, and flavor. The menu comprised 9 dishes. While such a selection might be deemed lavish for the common folk, it was, alas, insufficient for the emperor's palate. To enhance the imperial dining experience, the chefs prepared an additional 6 dishes, culminating in a grand total of 15, which were subsequently delivered by the head steward to the palace of Emperor Jiajing. As Zhu Ping'an was organizing his 10th bookshelf, Zhang Siwei arrived once more, bearing tidings of another note from the emperor. Upon hearing of this new missive, Zhu Ping'an set aside his book and followed Zhang Siwei to the hall of the Hanlin Academy. This time, the bearer of the note was a young eunuch named Feng Bao, a familiar face to Zhu Ping'an, as opposed to the morning-esque courier, Huang Jin. Indeed, Huang Jin, being a favored figure close to the emperor and newly appointed to oversee the Eastern Depot, had little time for such errands. Upon entering the hall, Zhu Ping'an sensed an unusual atmosphere, as the scholars of the Hanlin Academy regarded him with keen interest. "Sir Zhu, this is a message from His Majesty," Feng Bao announced, unfurling the small note in his hand. For me?" Zhu Ping'an realized the peculiar atmosphere was due to the fact that the emperor had personally sent him a note. Having just arrived, it was quite remarkable to receive such a missive from Emperor Jiajing. Curiosity piqued, Zhu Ping'an knelt to receive the note. After taking the note and unfolding it, he found himself both amused and perplexed, for it contained but a single, simple sentence: "Sweet and sour fish pairs well with rice." To be continued. Chapter 4:15. A fire in the court, affecting the Hanlin. How shall the cabinet deliberate on the matter? After listening to Huang Jin's account, Emperor Jiajing closed his eyes for a moment, his expression inscrutable. He casually inquired, "What say you?" "Your Majesty," came the reply, "the cabinet is divided in its opinions, and I shall relay them. One faction asserts that the maritime ban is an ancestral decree that must not be violated. Fishermen may operate in inland lakes and rivers, but no sail should venture into the sea, especially given the threat posed by pirates to our merchant vessels. Thus, the maritime prohibition must remain strictly enforced." Conversely, another faction contends that the rise of the pirates is not a consequence of the ban on merchant vessels, but rather due to the lucrative sea trade pursued by the people of Fujian and Zhejiang, which has led to a gathering of brigands and a surge in rebellious plots. In previous years, they only raided coastal areas, but following the cessation of merchant shipping, they have now penetrated further inland. Reports indicate that the actual number of pirates is fewer than 1,000, primarily comprising local bandits from the Zhangzhou and Wenzhou regions, akin to the northern invaders leading our own dissenters. Should the maritime ban be relaxed, coastal residents would benefit from trade beyond our shores, and former pirates could transform into legitimate merchants, thus restoring order and significantly enriching the national treasury. However, it is acknowledged that among the pirates exist those who are dedicated criminals, and such individuals shall not be spared, facing the full wrath of our forces. The cabinet's lack of consensus was not a novel occurrence. Historically, when differing opinions arose, they would be catalogued for the emperor's final judgment. "What is your opinion on the matter?" After hearing this, the Jiajing emperor inquired further. Weizhong is the courtesy name of Yin Song, and the emperor's reference to Yin Song by his courtesy name signifies the considerable weight Yin holds in Jiajing's esteem. At this juncture, Yin Song and the Jiajing emperor were still in a honeymoon phase, enjoying a harmonious relationship. In the eyes of the Jiajing emperor, the loyal, diligent, and cautious Yin Song was far more preferable than the previously hot-headed Zhang Song, who would easily pound the table and puff his cheeks in anger. Yan's obedient demeanor made him a more suitable servant, one who was willing and capable of undertaking tasks. In response to His Majesty, Elder Yin stated, "The maritime restrictions are reasonable, and leniency in these restrictions is also acceptable. My thoughts are in disarray, and I humbly request Your Majesty to decide on the merits of each." Huang Jin meticulously read Yin Song's opinion aloud. "Ha ha, this old fellow," the Jiajing emperor chuckled mockingly. Such was Yin Song's style. Being timid and cautious by nature, he adeptly avoided offending anyone on this incendiary issue. Without overtly supporting either stance, he deftly shifted the responsibility onto the Jiajing emperor, suggesting that his own thoughts were chaotic and leaving the decision to the emperor's wisdom, thus both shirking responsibility and subtly flattering the sovereign. This was a testament to Yin Song's acumen. He had skillfully discerned the Jiajing emperor's preferences, managing to evade blame without inciting the ruler's ire. Huang Jin, along with the ministers of the cabinet, the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of War, and the Ministry of Works, were summoned to the palace for an audience. After a moment of contemplation, the Jiajing emperor instructed Huang Jin to notify the aforementioned individuals to enter the palace. The servant complied. After bowing, Huang Jin rose to instruct the young eunuchs to inform these ministers to attend the audience. The debate regarding the strictness or leniency of maritime restrictions had been a pressing issue in both the court and the public for several years without resolution. Observing the Jiajing Emperor's demeanor, it seemed he intended to resolve this matter on that very day. Soon after, several young eunuchs, holding ceremonial staffs, hurriedly exited the Western Garden. Before long, prominent officials began to arrive from various offices, led by the young eunuchs to a hall to await the emperor. Once gathered in the hall, the officials subtly divided into two factions, one led by Li Mo, the Minister of Personnel, and the other naturally led by Yin Song and his son. Interestingly, at some point, Su Jie had developed a close rapport with Yin Shifan, and the two were engaged in hushed laughter within the hall. Li Mo cast a disdainful glance towards Su Jie, who he had initially thought would ally with him against Yin Song. Li Mo had even entertained the notion that, together, they might achieve a balance of power with Yin Song, or perhaps even surpass him with diligent effort. However, to his dismay, Su Jie, whom he deemed cowardly, had chosen to ingratiate himself with Yin Song. What truly repulsed Li Mo was that, recently, Yin Shifan had taken a young concubine, and Su Jie, disregarding his own status as Minister of Rights, had eagerly presented gifts, shamelessly proclaiming Yin Shifan's 2-year-old son as exceptional and expressing his intention to betroth his granddaughter to the young heir of Yin Shifan. When Yin Shifan announced that his 2-year-old son had been betrothed, Su Jie shamelessly suggested that his own granddaughter could become a concubine. I had been blind to think Su Jie possessed integrity. He turned out to be a cowardly sycophant, groveling for favor. Truly, he is without shame. Li Mo cast a glance at Su Jie, snorted coldly, and stood tall at the forefront of his faction, his posture erect, contrasting sharply with the frail, stooped figure of Yin Song. After the young eunuch reported to Emperor Jiajing that the ministers had assembled, the emperor kept them waiting for quite a while, calmly meditating for several cycles before he slowly concluded, sipped his tea, and leisurely made his way to the hall. Taming these ministers resembled the patience required in training a hawk. This was the emperor's style, a self-taught master of psychology. Your subjects pay their respects to your majesty. Long live our emperor. The ministers, parched and weary from waiting, quickly knelt to greet the tardy Emperor Jiajing. Huangban, present the memorials, commanded the emperor as he took his seat on the dragon throne. He surveyed the dispirited ministers below and nodded in satisfaction before instructing Huang Jin to present the documents. Huang Jin had already prepared several copies and, upon receiving the emperor's order, descended from the platform to distribute the memorials to the ministers awaiting in the hall. The document they received was a memorial submitted by the Zhujiang censor Dong Wei, requesting a relaxation of the maritime ban to facilitate fishing and logging, thereby enriching the state. This memorial had long been anticipated by Yin Song, and his faction had been forewarned to prepare in advance. However, Li Mo and his associates only realized that the discussion today would revolve around the maritime ban. Nonetheless, they were quite familiar with the topic, having deliberated it for several years, and thus did not find themselves at a significant disadvantage. Speak freely, do not hold back. Today's discussions shall not be pursued as offenses. You are all my trusted ministers. Express your thoughts freely, for I am all ears, the emperor proclaimed from his throne, inviting the ministers to share their opinions regarding Dong Wei's request to ease the maritime ban. Upon the emperor's words, the ministers bowed in compliance. The emperor's grace is vast. We bask in his benevolence and must strive to alleviate his burdens. The maritime ban is a long-standing issue with extensive implications. I urge you all to commit wholeheartedly to the discussions, Yin Song remarked as he bowed before the emperor, then leisurely surveyed the court officials to set the tone for the deliberations. He then turned to Li Mo, saying, Masterly, do you have any profound insights to share? As soon as Yin Song finished speaking, Li Mo raised his head and declared, the maritime ban is a vital ancestral decree. The laws of our forebears must remain unchanged. The current turmoil with the Wokou serves as a clear testament to this. The ban must be strictly enforced, with a prohibition on boats, rigorous protection of the coast, and the apprehension of traders. No sail should venture into the sea. The Maritime Trade Office must not be reopened. Any suggestion to ease the ban is an act of treachery, and those like Dong Wei deserve severe punishment. Upon concluding his remarks, Zhao Wenhua from Yin Song's faction countered. What Masterly states is that the Wokou menace began with the relaxation of the maritime ban. I must respectfully disagree. Even during the strictest enforcement of the ban, the pirates were already rampant. It is believed that Lord Li, in his efforts to maintain order and hunt down traders, has been informed about the so-called Japanese pirates. In truth, The actual number of these pirates does not exceed 1,000. They are merely a band of coastal brigands from the Zhang and Wen regions, who have conspired together. The chaos caused by these pirates did not arise from the cessation of maritime trade, but rather from the lucrative opportunities that the people of Fujian and Zhejiang found by venturing into the seas and engaging with foreign merchants, leading them to gather in large numbers and hatch reckless schemes. At this point, Zhao Wenhua succinctly summarized, when commerce flourishes, pirates transform into merchants. When trade is suppressed, merchants become pirates. Upon hearing this, Yin Song nodded in approval. Li Mo's supporters, unwilling to concede, quickly countered with an example of the maritime prohibition decreed by the founding emperor, igniting a lively debate within the court. The discourse evolved from discussions of maritime bans and pirates to intricate exchanges of classical references, each minister striving to outwit the other. Observing the ministers passionately quoting texts to refute one another, Emperor Jiajing maintained his composure, intrigued by the fervent exchanges below. This was indeed a moment to showcase their knowledge and prowess. The ministers, in their fervor to overwhelm their opponents, unearthed their most profound insights, referencing increasingly obscure texts, many of which had scarcely been heard of before. Ultimately, the debate transformed into a contest of obscure classical knowledge. The emperor, captivated by the discourse, discovered several texts that he had never encountered before, piquing his interest. He thus penned a note and instructed a young eunuch to deliver it to the Hanlin Academy, requesting that the texts listed on the note be retrieved from the library and presented to the Western Garden. When the note reached the Hanlin Academy, its members were taken aback by the obscure titles inscribed upon it. Feeling a surge of frustration, the conflagration in the court had now reached them. Chapter 416. Have you colluded with the emperor? Looking at the two titles on the slip of paper, the scholars at the Hanlin Academy wished to slap the note on the face of the young eunuch who delivered it. Can you even pronounce the title of the first book? How are we supposed to locate it? They lamented. If you can find it within a year, I will concede your brilliance. Suddenly, it dawned on them that the responsibility of locating the texts belonged to the library, which was under the purview of Director Li Mo, who had already assigned Zhu Ping'an to manage it. As the members of the Hanlin Academy contemplated their frustrations, they then recalled that the task of finding books lay with the library, overseen by Zhu Ping'an, not them, and they could not help but feel a sense of relief. A friend in need is a friend indeed, they mused, as this grand principle came into play once more. As long as they were unharmed, they need not concern themselves with the rising tide of trouble. Well then, please pass this note to Master Zhu Ping'an of the library. Matters of literature fall under his jurisdiction, Yuan Wei said with a smile, returning the note to the young eunuch while indicating the direction of the library. Meanwhile, a look of schadenfreude danced upon his face. Others nodded in agreement. This was hardly the time to showcase their erudition. The titles were nearly foreign to them, let alone attempting to locate them among the vast collection of over 100,000 volumes in the library. Moreover, they had overheard the little eunuch mention that at this moment, the emperor was indeed awaiting a matter of great significance. His Majesty, together with the ministers of the cabinet and various departments, was convening in the Grand Hall, a sight not witnessed for several years. Should they inadvertently offend these esteemed figures, even a beating with the ceremonial staff would be a light punishment. Sweet and sour fish is rather appetizing. But let us see if the ceremonial staff is equally delectable. Yuan Wei gazed at the figure of the little eunuch making his way towards the library, and could not help but reminisce about the scene where Zhu Ping'an was pinned to the ground by the Jinyui, receiving blows from the ceremonial staff. TSK. It seemed his spirits were lifting. Perhaps he would venture out for a couple of drinks this afternoon, accompanied by some small dishes and roasted chicken. How delightful life could be. The little eunuch arrived at the library with a note. After delivering the note to Zhu Ping'an, he explained its context, stating that the Jiajing emperor was currently discussing maritime restrictions with the cabinet and the ministers. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ping'an felt an overwhelming urge to rush to the court and enlighten them about the European age of exploration. In the latter part of the Jiajing era, there were fluctuations in maritime restrictions, yet the predominant approach remained one of strict regulation. Whether it was the proponents of stringent enforcement or those advocating for leniency, in essence, both factions were part of the maritime restriction camp. The so-called advocates of leniency merely sought to open one or two shipping offices. It was not true openness. Compared to the maritime era of the Song and Yuan dynasties, the current situation was vastly different. At this juncture, on the other side of the globe, Europe had already embarked upon the age of exploration, with maritime trade and colonial expansion flourishing. Countless European sailing ships laden with the blood-stained gold, silver, spices, and gems from colonies braved the waves. Merchant vessels filled with enslaved individuals were engaged in the abhorrent trade of human lives. A certain pirate knelt on the deck, receiving a knighthood from the queen, while many more pirates roamed the seas in search of enemy merchant ships. Yet here we were, still deliberating whether the maritime restrictions should be stricter or more lenient. The prevailing tide was one of exploration, my friend. Others were embracing the real-life adventures of pirates, while we remained ensnared in discussions about maritime prohibitions. Never mind, this is history. A mere minor Hamlin cannot alter the course of events. However, it is truly disheartening to think that in 200 or 300 years, we might be besieged by foreign powers wielding formidable ships and cannons, with our nation reduced to a target for anyone inclined to strike, especially considering a certain diminutive island nation. It seems this nuisance is currently wreaking havoc along our coasts. Speaking of which, this island nation is embroiled in a tumultuous era of warfare. If only, but alas, it is futile to dwell on such thoughts. Perhaps it is best to wash up and retire for the night. After all, I am but a minor Hamlin, and my voice goes unheard. By heavens, I must seize power, wield authority, and gain the ability to speak with influence. Cough, cough, as Zhu Ping'an oscillated between despair and indignation. The little eunuch observed with a touch of sympathy. He understood that those in the Hamlin Academy had thrust this note upon Zhu Ping'an with ulterior motives, merely seeking to redirect the storm elsewhere. Suddenly, gazing at the relatively youthful Hamlin official, the little eunuch felt a pang of compassion. In the eyes of the little yellow gatekeeper, the reason for Zhu Ping'an's apparent distress was undoubtedly the difficulty in locating the books listed on that small piece of paper. One could discern from the expressions of the other members of the Hamlin Academy that upon encountering the titles, their eyes brimmed with frustration. Furthermore, the first two characters of the initial book on the list were entirely unfamiliar to him. Ahem. The task of procuring books falls squarely within the purview of our esteemed library. We appreciate your diligent efforts, Lord Zhu. When the little yellow gatekeeper approached Zhu Ping'an to deliver the note, several curious Hamlin scholars trailed behind, eager to witness the predicament of the top scholar, Zhu Ping'an. Fear not, Zhu. Once we conclude our current tasks, we shall assist you, Yuan Wei, who had arrived at some point, declared with a concerned demeanor, promising to lend a hand once he was free. However, anyone could discern that this was mere pretense. By the time he finished his tasks, the opportunity would have long since passed. Such idle banter is easily spoken by anyone. Upon hearing Yuan Wei's words, the surrounding Hamlin scholars brightened, rallying around Zhu Ping'an in a show of camaraderie, each offering their assistance in various forms. One would say they would help him once they completed their historical records, while another would promise aid after finishing up with 10 edicts, an endeavor that could stretch over several days. Everyone was exceedingly enthusiastic, drawing Zhu Ping'an into their warm embrace of support, engaging in endless chatter. Gentlemen, if you would kindly wait a moment, I shall return shortly, Zhu Ping'an said with a bow of apology to the assembled scholars. With that, he turned and entered the library. What is the top scholar up to now? Is he off to gather his thoughts, or perhaps to fetch us some tea in hopes of soliciting our assistance? One wondered aloud. I suspect he has gone to prepare tea, intending to enlist our help. No, we must concoct an excuse to decline, at least until we can witness his flustered state. Another mused. When he emerges, I shall fabricate a reason, perhaps claiming I must attend to the historical records with urgency. Just as these Hamlin scholars were formulating their excuses, Zhu Ping'an reappeared. Zhu, I am under pressure to finalize my edicts, he stated as he stepped out. The scholars at the entrance, eager to voice their pretexts, quickly followed suit, fearing Zhu Ping'an would invite them for tea and ask for help. Oh, esteemed gentlemen, please continue with your tasks, Zhu Ping'an replied without a moment's hesitation, nodding in acknowledgement. What? This time it was the scholars who were taken aback, surprised that Zhu Ping'an agreed so readily without a second thought. You truly are a bold novice, but can you manage on your own? Yet, amid their surging emotions, Zhu Ping'an spoke again, prompting a scene that nearly caused their eyes to bulge in disbelief. I appreciate your assistance, he said, extending 2 books towards the little yellow gatekeeper, who had been standing by to deliver the note. The titles of the books, particularly the first one, The Strange Tales of Daoquan, left the onlookers utterly astonished. What a marvel! How swiftly it was discovered. Was this a conspiracy with the emperor? Chapter 417. An unexpected turn. The onlookers, poised at the entrance to witness Zhu Ping'an's folly, stood agape as they beheld him presenting 2 volumes to the young gatekeeper. The title of the foremost tome, Daoquan's Strange Tales, brazenly mocked their astonishment. Could this be a ruse? An incredulous Hamlin official exclaimed. This spectacle surpassed all expectations. Historically, when the Jiajing emperor dispatched notes for book retrieval, it invariably required Herculean efforts to fulfill, often inciting the emperor's ire. It would take half a day, if not longer, to locate even a single volume. Yet, this time, 2 scarcely known books were procured with astonishing speed, almost as if plucked from thin air in mere moments. The others, including Yuan Wei, mirrored the disbelief, unable to fathom Zhu Ping'an's efficiency. Were it not for the emperor's lofty stature, they might even suspect collusion between Zhu Ping'an and the Jiajing emperor. Not only they, but even the young gatekeeper, waiting at the entrance, appeared utterly flabbergasted. Even as Zhu Ping'an placed the 2 books in his hands, he struggled to comprehend the swiftness of the acquisition. Thank you for your patience, esteemed official. I hope I have not delayed any important matters of His Majesty, Zhu Ping'an remarked politely after handing over the volumes. At that moment, the gatekeeper regained his composure, incredulously unfurling the slip of paper to compare the titles. The first book, Daoquan's Strange Tales, though unfamiliar, bore identical strokes to those on the paper. Having confirmed the first, the gatekeeper proceeded to verify the second. The other Hamlin officials gathered around, perhaps believing Zhu Ping'an had merely stumbled upon the first title by chance. The second, however, would surely prove more elusive. Perhaps he had made an error. With this notion, they scrutinized the titles with even greater intensity than the gatekeeper. Placing the first book beneath, the gatekeeper positioned the second atop it, again unfurling the slip of paper for comparison. Upon seeing the name of the second volume, a particularly excitable Hamlin official could not contain himself and gasped. The second book, The Principles of the Vast Sea, was indeed the precise title. Zhu Ping'an had truly procured both volumes in the blink of an eye, without a single error. This was utterly unexpected. After verifying both books, the gatekeeper expressed his gratitude to Zhu Ping'an, wrapping the volumes in yellow cloth before bidding farewell and hastening towards the western garden to report back. Meanwhile, Yuan Wei, having seen the title of the second book, donned a sour expression and muttered that he had pressing matters to attend to before departing with a long face. Yuan Wei perceived a palpable threat in Zhu Ping'an. The Hamlin Academy's proximity to the emperor endowed it with a unique advantage, earning it the designation of the Imperial Reserve. Before Zhu Ping'an's arrival, praises and accolades were predominantly bestowed upon Yuan Wei, as he penned verses extolling the virtues of the Jiajing emperor. Li Chunfang found it challenging to compete with Yuan Wei's prominence. The emperor had even commended Yuan Wei on numerous occasions, and if the current trend continued, elevation to higher offices and noble titles seemed assured. However, after Zhu Ping'an's arrival, albeit only a few days had passed, Yuan Wei began to sense a looming threat from him. In a recent poetic endeavor focused on culinary delights, Zhu Ping'an had garnered attention, and the emperor's playful retort regarding sweet and sour fish clearly indicated that Zhu Ping'an's work had piqued his appetite. In a moment of good humor, the emperor even jotted a light-hearted note to Zhu Ping'an, an honor Yuan Wei had never experienced. Such banter could only arise from a close relationship. The advantage of the Hamlin Academy lies in its proximity to the emperor. Being close to him could easily translate to promotions and appointments at a mere word from the sovereign. Rather than merely honing one's skills within the academy, it is perhaps more about fostering a connection with His Majesty. The effort Yuan Wei expended in crafting poetry for the Jiajing emperor was ultimately aimed at cultivating rapport with him. Yet, in just a few days, Zhu Ping'an had captured the emperor's favor with a handful of culinary-themed poems. His swift identification of the desired texts, compared to previous searches that took a day or two, surely elevated his standing in the emperor's eyes. If this trend continues, would it not render Yuan Wei's own prospects dim? The more he pondered this, the longer his face grew. Upon reaching his office, he sat in silence, his expression contemplative as he plotted his next move. Zhu Ping'an truly is a master of disguise. Even with collective effort, it would take a significant amount of time to locate these 2 books. Truly impressive, Sir Zhu, remarked a fellow Hamlin official, glancing at the second book. Oh, it was merely luck, I happened to organize the books this morning and stumbled upon these two, Zhu Ping'an replied, shaking his head. Both books were on the first floor. One was prominently placed in the Hongwu canon, while he had previously seen the other during his organization. With his exceptional memory, retrieving them proved effortless. Indeed, that must be the explanation. Zhu Ping'an appears to have encountered remarkable fortune. And not just any fortune. Such rare text falling into his hands is truly a stroke of luck. As the Hanlin officials expressed their admiration for Zhu Ping'an's good fortune, they bowed to him and returned to their respective offices, their faces reflecting a mixture of astonishment and envy. When the young eunuch returned to the Shiyuan carrying the two books wrapped in yellow cloth, the debates among the court officials regarding maritime restrictions were still in full swing. Even Huang Jin, who served closely beside the Jiajing emperor, was growing agitated. Seeing the young eunuch return so swiftly, Huang Jin's expression turned pale. Why are you back so soon? Has the Hanlin Academy once again faltered, unable to locate the texts after such a long search? Are you here to apologize? Thus, Huang Jin recalled the previous instances when the Jiajing emperor had sent notes to the Hanlin Academy requesting books, each time resulting in at least a day's delay and inciting the emperor's wrath. Alas, my ancestors! The sovereign is still in a fury. How can the Hanlin Academy be so forgetful? It truly drives one to despair. The emperor is already agitated, and if the academy continues in this manner, who knows how furious he might become? A mere reprimand would likely be seen as an act of supreme benevolence. Huang Jin contemplated signaling the young attendant to withdraw for the moment, intending to wait until the emperor's temper had cooled before bringing him back. However, before Huang Jin could gesture, the Jiajing emperor had already spotted the young attendant on the dragon throne and nodded at Huang Jin. Upon witnessing this, Huang Jin's countenance paled further. A mere glance from the emperor conveyed a clear message. He was to send Huang Jin away to bring the young attendant forth. Sighing inwardly, Huang Jin descended the steps, casting a glare of strong reproach at the young attendant, who seemed blissfully unaware of the emperor's ire and lacked the ability to read the room. The young attendant, feeling the weight of Huang Jin's gaze, shrank back, puzzled by his godfather's sudden outburst of temper. Huang Jin led the young attendant before the Jiajing emperor, who was kneeling on the ground, unwrapping the yellow cloth that encased two books, presenting them with both hands as an offering. Your Majesty, the servant has retrieved the books from the Hanlin Academy. The young attendant knelt, presenting the volumes. What is this? The books have been brought back? Huang Jin's expression shifted from gray to joy in an instant, his chest heaving with surprise. Happiness had arrived so unexpectedly that he found himself momentarily unprepared. Why didn't you announce it sooner, you little rascal? You've caused us great concern. Nevertheless, Huang Jin, being a favored individual at the Jiajing emperor's side, quickly regained his composure after a brief lapse. He approached the young attendant, took the books into his hands, and then transferred them to the emperor. Ah, excellent. The Hanlin Academy has not disappointed me this time. The Jiajing emperor expressed mild surprise as he took the volumes, inspecting them with a nod of satisfaction. To be continued. Chapter 418. Summoning for an audience within the palace. The ministers were embroiled in an endless debate over whether to relax or tighten maritime restrictions. Meanwhile, the Jiajing emperor, seated high upon the dragon throne, appeared oblivious as he perused the books in his hands, searching for the passages referenced during the ministers' earlier discussions. Huang Jin, serving at the side, silently exhaled in relief. The emperor's anger seemed to be dissipating. Before long, the Jiajing emperor arrived at the passages the ministers had cited. After reading them, he curled his lips in disdain, then closed the book, observing the ministers below with keen interest. Argue well, without your disputes. How would I maintain control over you? Under the emperor's watchful gaze, the ministers seemed invigorated. Their faces flushed as they passionately cited various supporting materials for their respective stances on strict or lenient regulations. Whether it be the external threats our nation faces, or the disturbances caused by the Japanese, or even the recent uprisings in Shandong and other regions. The root cause invariably ties back to a singular issue, the matter of money. Lacking financial resources, the military provisions were strained, rendering us incapable of resisting the Mongolian forces. Without funds, our coastal defenses were inadequate, preventing us from eradicating the pirates. In times of natural disasters such as floods and locusts, we could not provide relief. Were our treasury abundant, the threats from the borders and the pirates would be mere trifles, easily quelled under the sagacious leadership of our sovereign. An official from Yensong's faction proclaimed loudly. What are your thoughts? An official from Li Mo's side responded. Reopen the maritime trade and establish a government-regulated tax system. The official from Yensong's faction asserted with conviction, growing increasingly animated as he spoke. Regarding maritime trade, the tax revenues could surpass those of any other system. In the context of the Southern Song dynasty, which occupied a small corner while the fertile northern lands were seized by the Hu invaders, the Southern Song managed to endure for over a century primarily due to the substantial revenue generated from maritime trade, which sustained its vitality. According to my knowledge, during the Southern Song era, the trade offices in Fujian and Guangdong alone garnered 2 million guan annually. If we consider all maritime trade, the yearly revenue would reach tens of millions of guan. The influx from maritime trade alone could double our dynasty's tax revenues. Nonsense. The threat posed by the pirates to maritime trade is well established, no matter how you embellish it. For the sake of our dynasty's security, reopening maritime trade is unequivocally inadmissible. Li Mo retorted sharply, his face darkening as he gestured dismissively. Li Mo's outburst instilled a measure of fear among some in Yensong's faction. After all, Li Mo was the Minister of Personnel, wielding significant influence over official promotions. Even the venerable Yensong showed him a degree of deference, let alone us. The benefits of maritime trade are substantial. If managed appropriately, the gains could reach millions, far surpassing what could be extracted from the populace. The Southern Song may be deemed weak. Yet maritime trade does not jeopardize national security. How much less so would our dynasty's military advantage? While others quaked before Li Mo, Yan Shifan exhibited no trepidation. As soon as Li Mo finished, he scoffed and countered. At that moment, Emperor Jiajing listened intently. The earlier remarks regarding the Southern Song's maritime revenues piqued his interest. The Ming dynasty's annual income was merely over 20 million guan, and it was astonishing to learn that this Southern dynasty, only occupying the south, could generate such vast revenues from maritime trade, comparable to the total tax revenues of the Ming dynasty. What if our dynasty were to establish its own maritime trade offices? As this thought crossed his mind, Emperor Jiajing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Not only could tax revenues potentially double, but even a modest increase would significantly ease the governance of the realm. Moreover, increased revenues would provide additional funds for alchemical pursuits. Thus, the more he pondered, the brighter his eyes shone. To acquire more precise data regarding the Southern Song's maritime trade offices, Emperor Jiajing scribbled a note and dispatched Huang Jin to send a messenger to the Hanlin Academy, requesting that they prepare relevant records on the Southern Song's maritime trade revenues for presentation. Once again, it was the same junior court official who hurried to the Hanlin Academy with the emperor's note. Upon his return, Yuan Wei's eyes widened in surprise. In Yuan Wei's view, this note must have been yet another commendation for Zhu Ping'an, akin to the prior one praising the sweet and sour fish, anticipating swift results and accolades. However, when Yuan Wei read the note, he could not suppress his laughter. The note simply requested the investigation of the Southern Song's maritime trade office data. Yet another task of sourcing records lay ahead. Just now, Zhu Ping'an fortuitously stumbled upon 2 books that His Majesty was seeking, not only escaping a calamity, but also subtly achieving a significant feat. This time he is tasked with locating information regarding the maritime customs of the Southern Song dynasty, which is no simple endeavor. The vast collection in the library resembles an endless sea of texts. I refuse to believe that Zhu Ping'an has ever encountered such materials. Let us see how he navigates this challenge. The emperor's request was vague, so I wonder how Zhu Ping'an will respond. As he gazed at the words on the small note, Yuan Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him, dispelling his earlier melancholy and replacing it with a profound sense of comfort. Once again, following the little yellow gatekeeper, Yuan Wei made his way to the library where Zhu Ping'an was located, accompanied by several Hanlin officials, most of whom had been present during the previous fortunate occasion. The maritime customs, let me think. There seems to be a tome entitled Maritime Charts and Geography that records such matters. However, I am uncertain of its current location within the library's many shelves. After the little yellow gatekeeper handed Zhu Ping'an the note, a Hanlin official suggested, I also recall a compendium titled Brief Account of Southern Song Taxation that may contain records related to the maritime customs, along with another work called Records of Southern Song Commerce, which I believe I spotted on the second floor of the library some years ago. Yet, the exact shelf eludes my memory, though I do recall it was on the eastern side of the second floor. Periodically, suggestions were whispered in Zhu Ping'an's ear, and soon an abundance of tomes had been recommended. However, despite the numerous titles proposed, no one could ascertain where these works lay within the library's labyrinthine corners. Observing this scene, Yuan Wei could not help but chuckle internally. Indeed, it was as I thought. Thank you, esteemed gentlemen. If you do not mind, please allow me to offer you a cup of light tea while you await your search, Zhu Ping'an interjected, inviting the Hanlon officials to partake in some tea within the library. Drink tea? Do you take us for fools? You invite us for tea now. But soon you will undoubtedly request our assistance in finding books. No, the Hanlon officials hastily declined. At this, Yuan Wei's smile widened even further. Yet, before his good mood could linger, he observed Zhu Ping'an repeating his previous gestures and expressions of gratitude before re-entering the library. This time, he even heard the sound of Zhu Ping'an's footsteps ascending the stairs. Cough, cough. Do you suppose Lord Zhu has fortuitously encountered similar texts again? The Hanlon officials exchanged glances, some unable to accept the notion. One official, blushing, could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Impossible. It cannot be that he is this fortunate every time. Once could be mere luck, but how could he be lucky time and again?" The others nodded in agreement, believing Zhu Ping'an's chances this time were slim, perhaps even non-existent. However, before long, Zhu Ping'an emerged with a substantial tome in his arms. Raven's mouth. Thus, all the Hanlon officials turned their gazes toward the one who had just spoken, astonished that Zhu Ping'an had indeed managed to locate the book with such ease, just as he had described. This volume of the Yongle Encyclopedia contains detailed information regarding the Southern Song maritime customs. I have placed a bookmark at the relevant section where the records begin. Thank you for your assistance, dear sir. Zhu Ping'an respectfully handed the ancient text to the little yellow gatekeeper, gesturing towards a bookmark adorned with jewels within the thick tome as a reminder. You are too gracious, my lord. I shall take my leave to report. The little yellow gatekeeper replied politely, carefully cradling the hefty volume before bidding farewell. I surmise that the Yongle de Dian must contain records of the Maritime Trade Office, and thus I endeavored to delve into it according to the principles of the Hongwu era. To my delight, I indeed discovered it. The Yongle de Dian conveniently includes detailed accounts of the Maritime Trade Office, covering everything from its organizational structure to its annual revenues. Zhu Ping'an elucidated to the curious Hanlon officials outside. Indeed, the Yongle de Dian encompasses all things. How could it possibly omit the Maritime Trade Office? The Hanlon officials realized, their understanding dawning as they expressed admiration for Zhu Ping'an's swift responsiveness. Yuan Wei, however, returned to his position with a darkened expression, his demeanor so grim it seemed one could wring water from it. This young man cannot remain in the Hanlon Academy any longer. While the previous search for texts had caught the attention of Emperor Jiajing, the sight of the little yellow gatekeeper returning with the Yongle de Dian truly astonished him. As he had never anticipated such remarkable efficiency from the Hanlon Academy, it was as if they had transformed entirely. If the last search had merely plucked at the strings of the Emperor's curiosity, this latest endeavor had thoroughly piqued his interest. After perusing the section concerning the Maritime Trade Office's annual income, Emperor Jiajing expressed curiosity, instructing Huang Jin to summon the little yellow gatekeeper for further inquiries. In response to the Emperor's questions, the little yellow gatekeeper disclosed everything about the Hanlon Academy, the library, Zhu Ping'an, and his observations without reservation. How intriguing, how very intriguing. It turns out you are my top scholar, the Emperor mused, issuing an edict for Zhu Ping'an to present himself, declaring his intention to bestow rewards upon him. Upon hearing this, the Emperor smiled broadly. To be continued. Chapter 419. Promotion. Huang Jin drafted the imperial decree, while the task of running errands remained with the little yellow gatekeeper. When the little yellow gatekeeper reappeared at the Hanlon Academy, the officials within were beset by a multitude of exasperated thoughts. Why are you back again? Aren't you tired from all these trips? Is there no end to this? As the little yellow gatekeeper called out for Zhu Ping'an outside the library, Zhu was busy organizing the collection within. On his desk lay two slender volumes. One appeared to be a travelogue, while the other was a record from the Honglu Temple. May I inquire, esteemed sir, what type of text does His Majesty seek this time? Zhu Ping'an greeted as he stepped outside, assuming the little yellow gatekeeper had come for more books. This time, we seek not books, but a person, the little yellow gatekeeper replied with a smile. A person? Zhu Ping'an was taken aback, uncertain of the gatekeeper's meaning. Oh, we come to express gratitude to Lord Zhu. Congratulations, esteemed sir, the little yellow gatekeeper exclaimed, clasping his hands in salute. May I ask what brings this joy? Zhu Ping'an inquired once more. Your successful search for texts has garnered His Majesty's commendation. Please prepare yourself to accompany us to the Western Garden to receive your reward. The little yellow gatekeeper smiled radiantly, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum, as if he were the one deserving of accolades. The scholars and officials loitering outside the door, upon hearing the gatekeeper's words, could not help but gasp in astonishment, their gazes towards Zhu Ping'an brimming with envy. Particularly, Yuan Wei, observing from a distance, regarded Zhu Ping'an with an unmistakable mix of admiration and jealousy. Although it had long been evident that Zhu Ping'an's efficiency in locating books would leave a favorable impression on the emperor, none could have anticipated that he would make such a profound impact, to the extent that the emperor would summon him for commendation. What extraordinary luck! Merely retrieving a couple of old tomes had escalated to the point of an imperial audience. I have penned countless verses, yet the emperor has never summoned me for praise. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Yuan Wei's eyes grew red with frustration. Please, Your Excellency, wait just a moment, Zhu Ping'an said apologetically to the little gatekeeper. After receiving a nod in acknowledgement, he turned and entered the library, hastening to a table where he retrieved the two thin volumes, rolling them slightly before slipping them into his sleeve. Although the emperor's summons was for commendation, Zhu Ping'an felt it prudent to prepare in advance. The two thin tomes he had found while organizing the collection were his preparation. As Zhu Ping'an arrived at the Western Garden, he found its beauty to be beyond compare. The flora adorned the garden like a celestial realm, and as he traversed the bridge between the Central Sea and Southern Sea, he spotted several white cranes frolicking, enhancing the ethereal atmosphere. It was no wonder that Emperor Jiajing lingered in the Western Garden, reluctant to return to the Forbidden City. When the little yellow gatekeeper led Zhu Ping'an into the hall where Emperor Jiajing resided, the ministers were embroiled in a heated debate regarding maritime restrictions. Tea was served on the side, and as the officials grew parched from their fervent discourse, they paused to sip and refresh their throats before resuming their arguments. The matter of maritime restrictions was of paramount importance, affecting not only national finances and the populace's livelihood, but also their personal interests, which explained their earnestness in the debate. Your humble servant, Zhu Ping'an, pays respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Upon entering the hall, Zhu Ping'an observed with focused intent, bowing deeply to the emperor seated upon the dragon throne. His voice resonated loudly, capturing the attention of all present, causing the impassioned ministers to momentarily halt their debate and direct their gazes towards him, sharing an unspoken understanding. Let us sip tea and take a brief respite. Rise. My dear minister, the emperor nodded. Thank you, Your Majesty, Zhu Ping'an replied as he stood after paying his respects. You may be youthful, yet you have recently impressed me greatly, the emperor remarked, shifting to a more comfortable position on his throne. I am ashamed, Your Majesty, Zhu Ping'an quickly responded. What is there to be ashamed of? Though young, you aspire to serve your country. It is those who occupy their positions without thought of their duties who should feel shame. As the emperor commended Zhu Ping'an, he subtly admonished the ministers present. We are ashamed, Your Majesty, the ministers echoed in response. Enough, I was not referring to you, the emperor said, casting a glance at the assembled officials and waving his hand dismissively. Do you know why I have summoned you? The emperor Jiajing gazed at Zhu Ping'an and inquired. I have heard that Your Majesty intends to commend me. Zhu Ping'an replied earnestly. Indeed, I wish to bestow my praises upon you. Do you understand why I choose to honor you? The emperor posed another question. After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Ping'an responded. It must be due to my timely presentation of the texts, which has led Your Majesty to commend me. That is but one reason. Recently, the governor of Shuntian, Zhou Hojia, submitted a memorial to me, lauding your efforts in solving a perplexing murder case. Moreover, though your poetic contributions were somewhat frivolous, they greatly stimulated my appetite. Especially today, when I dispatched someone to the Hanlin Academy for texts, your swift delivery brought me considerable satisfaction. In the past, even with my repeated requests, the Hanlin Academy would take half a day or longer to provide me with what I sought. The Emperor Jiajing shook his head and declared, Huang Ban, announced the edict. Upon receiving the emperor's command, Huang Jin stepped forward, positioned himself at the foot of the high dais, and unrolled a yellow cloth to read aloud. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, Zhu Ping'an, the diligent editor of the Hanlin Academy, is hereby promoted to the position of Hanlin Academy Reader and awarded 10 taels of silver as a token of commendation. Promoted? Just like that? The officials in the hall, including the cabinet elders and the 6 ministries, exchanged glances, astonished by Zhu Ping'an's unexpected elevation. It seemed far too effortless. This newly appointed scholar had barely taken up his post, and yet he was already being promoted. In their experience, promotions were the result of years of toil. Here was Zhu Ping'an, having merely procured 2 books and penned a poem, now elevated in rank. Had they not known his background, some officials might have suspected him to be the emperor's illegitimate son, given how effortlessly he ascended the ranks. Among the dissenters was Li Mo, the Minister of Personnel, who oversaw the promotion of officials throughout the realm. Known for his fairness and strict adherence to merit, he considered only those with substantial achievements and virtuous character for advancement. In Li Mo's eyes, Zhu Ping'an was utterly unqualified for promotion. What accomplishments does he possess? Is merely finding a couple of books worthy of recognition? Has he served the common people? Has he contributed to the stability of the realm? What of his character? His close association with Yen Song surely cannot reflect well upon him. Li Mo was particularly incensed by the emperor's mention of Zhu Ping'an's poetic contributions, viewing them as a sign of laziness and opportunism, focused solely on currying favor with the emperor. A sycophant, a flatterer. In Li Mo's estimation, Zhu Ping'an's rise was undoubtedly due to his connections with Yen Song, who had spoken favorably of him before the emperor. With a disdainful huff, Li Mo regarded Zhu Ping'an with contempt, refusing to acknowledge one he deemed utterly shameless. To be continued. Chapter 420. The Arrogance of Zhu Ping'an. Such sycophants are easily promoted, sighed several members of Li Mo's faction, shaking their heads in disbelief. The position of a reader at the Hanlin Academy is ranked as a regular 6th-grade official, while Zhu Ping'an's previous role was that of a compiler at the same institution, which is classified as a subordinate 6th-grade position. The elevation from a subordinate 6th grade to a regular 6th grade rank signifies a notable advancement. One should not underestimate this promotion. Ascending the ranks within the capital is no trivial matter. Countless individuals have languished for over a decade, still bearing the title of a subordinate, employing various means in vain to attain a regular rank. Should one choose to leverage connections, the financial cost would be astronomical. Moreover, Zhu Ping'an has nearly set a record for rapid promotion within the Ming dynasty, being the fastest newly appointed jinshi to ascend the ranks. Since the establishment of the Ming dynasty, no other newly conferred jinshi has managed to rise through the ranks so swiftly after being appointed. From the moment Zhu Ping'an achieved the jinshi title and was assigned to the Hanlin Academy, a mere 3 to 5 days have passed, and in this brief span, he has already been promoted, making him arguably the foremost individual in terms of rapid advancement in the Ming court. Zhu Ping'an himself did not anticipate such prompt elevation. He had assumed that the Jiajing emperor merely wished to summon him for a personal audience, to commend him and bestow a few tokens of appreciation. The unexpected promotion left him momentarily stunned, taking 2 seconds to regain his composure before exclaiming, "Your humble servant expresses profound gratitude for your generous favor. I shall strive diligently and serve your majesty with utmost dedication." Upon receiving a nudge from the young eunuch, Zhu Ping'an promptly performed a deep bow once more toward the Jiajing emperor, who nodded in satisfaction. After commending Zhu Ping'an, the emperor did not dismiss him, but instead invited him to listen to the ministers' debate concerning maritime restrictions. The ministers, having regained their vigor, resumed their animated discourse in the hall. However, after a brief exchange, they failed to reach any substantial conclusions. The Jiajing emperor, finding their deliberations rather dull, waved his hand to signal them to cease. "Zhu Aiqing, what are your thoughts on this matter? In your opinion, should maritime restrictions be strictly enforced or relaxed?" The Jiajing emperor inquired of Zhu Ping'an. Caught off guard by the question regarding his perspective on maritime policy, Zhu Ping'an was fortunate to have prepared a response beforehand. The query was, in fact, quite straightforward. Whether strict or lenient, such distinctions were antiquated. The modern trend is one of grand exploration. As for maritime restrictions, they should be cast aside. If one does not hasten to seize the opportunities of exploration, they will inevitably be left behind, waiting for the ships to blast open the gates of the nation. Although Zhu Ping'an recognized the imperative of maritime exploration, understanding that such restrictions were a root cause of China's future lag behind the West, and aware of the perils of isolationist policies, he refrained from articulating these views before the emperor. "Your Majesty, I have just listened to the remarks of Lord Yen and Lord Li, and I found them quite enlightening. I believe both strict and lenient policies have their merits," Zhu Ping'an replied respectfully, bowing once more. Pray tell, what do you mean by that? Your words seem rather vague. Came the mocking laughter from within the hall, deriding Zhu Ping'an's stance as mere platitudes, equating it to saying nothing of substance. You are being rather slippery, I Ching. The Jiajing emperor jested. If both have merits, then what use is that to me? Your words are indeed intriguing, remarked Li Mo. Listening to the laughter and scorn of the Jiajing emperor, feeling a sense of exhilaration at the ridicule directed towards Zhu Ping'an. Such a man deserved to be condemned. Before arriving here, I had perused relevant materials at the Hanlin Academy. However, my understanding is limited, and I have yet to draw a conclusion regarding the strictness or leniency of the maritime ban. Zhu Ping'an humbly expressed his apologies. If you have not reached a conclusion, what purpose do your words serve? The Jiajing emperor retorted with a chuckle. Your Majesty, although I have yet to ascertain the status of the maritime ban, I stumbled upon a method through my research that could potentially increase the national treasury without imposing additional burdens on the populace. Of course, this is merely a preliminary observation, and I cannot vouch for its feasibility, Zhu Ping'an replied with a bow. Increasing the national treasury without additional taxes on the people? Zhu Ping'an's voice, though soft, resonated like thunder, silencing all within the hall. This was followed by a cacophony of discussion, with ministers and officials pointing fingers at Zhu Ping'an, shaking their heads in disbelief. At that moment, the strict and lenient factions regarding the maritime ban found common ground. A mere attempt to draw attention. Such nonsensical claims. Few believed Zhu Ping'an's assertions. After all, he had the audacity to use the term increase. Did he think himself akin to Wang Engshi of the Song dynasty? Wang Engshi, a figure of great stature, merely spoke of the nation flourishing without additional taxes, indicating a modest increase in the treasury's funds. Yet here was Zhu Ping'an, boldly suggesting a doubling of the treasury. Such arrogance was outrageous. Preposterous. How can the treasury increase without additional taxes? The youthful audacity of this man was astonishing. In his quest for attention, he spared no effort. Li Mo regarded Zhu Ping'an with increasing disdain. To him, sharing the same hall with such a man was a source of shame. This individual was not only a sycophant, but also a brazen purveyor of absurdities, truly beyond redemption. Do you comprehend the weight of your words? The Jiajing emperor inquired. His interest piqued, though his expression betrayed skepticism. Your Majesty, I am aware that this notion arose only today, upon your command for information on the maritime ban. I took it upon myself to delve into the relevant materials at the library. In my pursuit to validate the arguments regarding the ban's strictness, I, regrettably, have not reached a definitive conclusion. However, fortuitously, I uncovered an intriguing piece of information that piqued my curiosity, leading me to believe that a method exists for increasing the national treasury without imposing further burdens on the people. Preliminary analysis suggests that it may be viable. Though it is possible I may be mistaken due to my limited understanding, Zhu Ping'an concluded with a respectful bow. Arrogance. You dare suggest it is merely probable? The disdain in the gazes directed at Zhu Ping'an from Li Mo and others intensified. This fellow claims to have discovered a method whereby the national treasury can double without imposing additional burdens on the populace, a statement that is utterly absurd. We have dedicated decades to the study of maritime restrictions and have never uncovered any such method. How audacious of him to make such a claim. Youngsters often speak grandiloquently without regard for the appropriateness of the occasion. Truly, he is courting his own downfall. Rest assured, he shall face the consequences soon enough. To be continued.